Chapter 1. Punished to guard the imperial tomb, acquiring the divine devouring cauldron. The third Prince Lin Yu, incompetent and foolish, suffered a disastrous defeat in the southern campaign, his foundation shattered, and cultivation lost, bringing shame to the great Han. Thus, he is dispatched to the northern outskirts to guard the imperial tomb, forbidden to return to the capital without decree. As the imperial edict was proclaimed, Lin Yu was escorted by the imperial guards to the northern outskirts. Standing before the imperial tomb, Lin Yu was engulfed by sorrow and indignation. Today, he had argued vehemently in the court, clearly revealing that someone had betrayed his military route, leading to the tragic demise of 100,000 soldiers in the southern wilderness. Furthermore, he had been ambushed by a mysterious, powerful figure, transforming from a celebrated prodigy into a cultivation cripple. Yet, not a single voice in the court spoke in his defense. All were quick to condemn him as foolish and obstinate, attributing the catastrophic defeat solely to him. Even his father, the usually wise and formidable emperor, was profoundly disappointed in him. Had he not been the emperor's own son, he might have faced execution on the spot. The thought of failing to secure justice for his fallen brothers caused Lin Yu's heart to ache. He knelt towards the southern wilderness and prostrated thrice with resounding bows. "I'm deeply sorry, my brothers. It is my incompetence that has led to your tragic deaths in a foreign land that I vow, regardless of the consequences, as long as I draw breath, I shall seek justice from the court, unearth the traitor, and offer their blood as tribute, bringing your spirits back to the great Han." What a delusion. Even now, you still dream of a comeback. You might as well ponder what to eat tonight. Haha, indeed. If I were him, I would have chosen to die in the southern wilderness, at least earning a reputation for bravery. Behind him, several guards escorting him laughed scornfully. Lin Yu ignored them, arguing with them in his current state was futile. He silently gazed at the imperial tomb. The northern outskirts tomb was vast, protected by formations that could only be breached by those of the Purple Mansion realm. Otherwise, it remained impenetrable. After all, it was the royal dragon tomb, closely tied to the dynasty's fortune, hence the formidable defenses. The so-called guarding of the tomb was merely a means of confining him here. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he would likely spend the rest of his life in this place. Under the escort of the guard captain Luda, Lin Yu entered the tomb and soon encountered a large bronze cauldron. This cauldron had been brought out by the founding emperor from a secret realm and stood here since the tomb's construction, symbolizing the stability of the nation and embodying the destiny of the great Han. Lin Yu examined the weathered cauldron, its surface covered in rust, the inscriptions and patterns long obscured by time. "Lin Yu," Luda's voice called sharply from behind. Luda had fought alongside him, previously facing execution for a military blunder until Lin Yu had saved him. Thus, Luda treated him with utmost respect. However, witnessing Lin Yu's current plight, Luda not only allowed his subordinates to mock him, but also addressed him by name. How ironic. While Lin Yu contemplated whether to respond, an overwhelming force suddenly surged from behind, crashing into him and sending him violently against the cauldron, causing him to spit blood upon it. Ha. "Lin Yu, people ascend while water flows downward. This slap is a lesson from my master, warning you not to covet what does not belong to you. Should you dare do so again, your death is assured." Luda looked at Lin Yu with disdain, a mocking smile on his face. "By the way, those old subordinates who returned with you from the southern wilderness, they attempted to rescue you, but have already been eradicated by me. Lin Yu, just accept your fate and remain a useless prince for the rest of your life." Luda laughed heartily as he and his guards strode away from the tomb. "Luda, Lin Yu, swear that if I regain my cultivation, I will take your life and avenge my brothers." Lin Yu clenched his fists, blood dripping from his hands. His teeth gritted as he glared at Luda's retreating figure. Had it not been for his subordinates' desperate efforts to save him, he would have perished in the southern wilderness. He vowed he would not rest until this vendetta was settled. At that moment, the cauldron, stained with Lin Yu's blood, suddenly erupted with golden light, which coalesced into shimmering golden tadpoles gathering towards the center of the cauldron. As time passed, the golden light converged like rivers returning to their source, ultimately transforming into a palm-sized golden cauldron that rose from within, hovering before Lin Yu. Lin Yu stared in astonishment at the golden cauldron, adorned with various mythical beasts, celestial bodies, and glimmering stars, as if the boundless cosmos had been encapsulated within. Before he could comprehend the spectacle, the golden cauldron abruptly transformed into a beam of light and entered his brow, causing a sharp pain in his consciousness, and he fainted. When Lin Yu regained consciousness, night had fallen, and the tomb was eerily silent, save for the cawing of crows. Kid, you finally woke up? This body of yours, TSK, is like a leaky house, full of holes. A rebellious voice echoed in Lin Yu's consciousness. Who was playing tricks? Lin Yu scanned his surroundings, his voice low and firm. A beam of golden light emanated from within Lin Yu, and a golden cauldron materialized before him. What is this? Lin Yu gazed at the cauldron, astonishment filling his eyes. That I am the divine devouring cauldron, forged by an ancient sage to suppress the heavens. I can refine all things and assist my host in cultivation. Once, a lad named Lin Yuguai retrieved me from the sage's secret realm. An ancient voice resonated from the divine devouring cauldron, with starlight rippling within. A look of embarrassment crept onto Lin Yu's face as he interrupted the cauldron's rambling. Cauldron, Lin Yuguai is my ancestral emperor. The cauldron remained unfazed and continued. Unfortunately, he lacked the bloodline of a sage, unable to unlock my seal. However, you possess a trace of sage blood within you, and by a fortunate coincidence, I have regained my freedom. Sage bloodline. Could it be from my mother's side? Lin Yu mused inwardly, astonished. His mother had a mysterious background and was said to have died during childbirth. The lineage of the founding emperor lacked sage blood. The only possibility was that his sage blood came from his unknown mother. With this thought, Lin Yu looked up at the divine devouring cauldron. Cauldron, my dantian has been destroyed. I can no longer harbor spiritual energy. I am but a cultivation cripple. Just because your dantian is destroyed doesn't mean you cannot cultivate. With the right heavenly materials, I can help you reconstruct your foundation and ensure your talents surpass what they once were. The cauldron spoke with unwavering confidence. Lin Yu forced a bitter smile. As a deposed prince assigned to guard the tomb, where am I to find heavenly materials? Cauldron, is there no other way? The cauldron chuckled. Who says heavenly materials cannot be found? There are formidable sword energy fluctuations nearby, surely concealing an extraordinary divine sword. If you refine this divine sword, I can transform you completely, enhancing your talents beyond your previous self. A divine sword? Cauldron, are you referring to the emperor's sword buried with the founding emperor in the tomb? Lin Yu exclaimed incredulously, unable to believe that the divine devouring cauldron would set its sights on the founding emperor's tomb. It was said that when the founding emperor was born, the emperor's sword descended from the heavens, accompanying him through battles to establish the great Han Dynasty. No one but the founding emperor could wield this divine sword. Consequently, upon his death, the sword was buried alongside him, symbolizing his legendary reputation. However, if it meant regaining his foundation, uncovering the mastermind behind the betrayal, and avenging the fallen 100,000 soldiers, what was a mere divine sword? Lin Yu's heart raced with fervor, but recalling the intricate protections surrounding the founding emperor's tomb, he sighed. Cauldron, you may not realize, but the sword mound is guarded by formations. Even a powerful figure from the Purple Mansion realm might struggle to breach these defenses and retrieve the buried spirit sword. With me here, what is there to fear? Come, let us go and witness this together. With a confident smile, Master Ding transformed the devouring cauldron into a golden radiance that merged into Lin Yu's sea of consciousness. Chapter 2. Refining the Emperor's Sword, Awakening the Saint Emperor Sword Body. Master Ding, this is the place. Within the desolate royal mausoleum, with the nearest guards stationed miles away, Lin Yu stood before the mausoleum of the founding emperor. With a thought, the devouring cauldron, adorned with intricate ancient runes, materialized from his brow. Youngster, today I shall show you the prowess of Master Ding. With a chuckle, Master Ding revealed a cauldron filled with shimmering starlight, as if the entire galaxy had been contained within it. In an instant, waves of starlight rippled out from the devouring cauldron, enveloping the mausoleum of the founding emperor entirely. Under the sweeping waves of starlight, the mausoleum trembled violently, and a magnificent sword aura surged skyward. Despite the complex formations that even a strong practitioner of the Purple Mansion realm would find difficult to breach, a crack appeared on the mausoleum, and the emperor's sword shot forth like a streak of light, swirling around Lin Yu, as if resisting the cauldron's devouring force. However, the emperor's sword could only momentarily resist before it was drawn in, like rivers converging into the sea, directly entering the devouring cauldron. Lin Yu was secretly astonished. The emperor's sword, born of luck and fate, was among the rarest of spiritual treasures. It was consumed so effortlessly by the devouring cauldron. Inside the cauldron, the starlight surged as if it were boiling the mountains and seas, with the Emperor's sword transforming into a flickering light, struggling within but gradually being refined. Youngster, you possess the bloodline of a sage. I, Master Ding, shall refine the Emperor's luck from the Emperor's sword. Once it merges with your bloodline, the Saint Emperor's sword body shall once again manifest in the mortal realm. Master Ding's voice was filled with pride. It is said that the founding emperor possessed an unparalleled sword body, practicing the sword path as if aided by the divine. If I can merge with the Saint Emperor's sword body, would I not be able to rival the founding emperor? Lin Yuguai's eyes sparkled. In today's world, where countless strong practitioners exist, sword cultivators reign supreme. They are the most formidable beings within the same realm, a rare sight indeed. Legends tell of sword cultivators transforming into rainbows, splitting mountains and seas, slaying demon kings. There are also tales of sword cultivators, invincible from 1,000 miles away, sweeping through hordes of demons. The refinement of the Emperor's sword into the Saint Emperor's sword body would undoubtedly match that of the unparalleled sword body. The unparalleled sword body of Lin Yuguai is merely a result of fortune. How can it compare to yours? The Saint Emperor's sword body, merged with the bloodline of a sage and the Emperor's luck, will allow you to master all sword techniques. Master Ding laughed proudly, the starlight within the devouring cauldron swirling, evidently gaining immense benefits from the refinement of the Emperor's sword. Master Ding, I wish to merge with the Saint Emperor's sword body. Without hesitation, Lin Yu settled cross-legged before the mausoleum, beginning the fusion of the Saint Emperor's sword body. A piercing sword intent surged into Lin Yu's body, washing through him like a tidal wave, cleansing his marrow and bones. Lin Yu felt every bone and meridian in his body being scrubbed by the sword intent, as if undergoing a torturous dismemberment, an unbearable agony. This suffering struck deep into his soul, almost impossible to endure. Lin Yu could only grit his teeth, striving to withstand the torment like a small boat adrift in a furious sea. As time passed, waves of sword intent gradually washed over Lin Yu's meridians and bones, and quietly, he underwent a transformation. As Lin Yu fused with the Saint Emperor's sword body, the disturbances from the mausoleum rippled across 100 miles, shaking the imperial city, allowing every martial artist to sense the imposing sword intent released by the emergence of the Emperor's sword aura soaring to the heavens. What on earth is happening? Hey, that sword aura seems to emanate from the mausoleum of the founding emperor. The Emperor's sword. Only the Emperor's sword within the mausoleum possesses such terrifying sword aura. Within the imperial palace and noble estates, innate realm martial artists soared into the sky, gazing towards the direction of the mausoleum of the founding emperor. The Han Emperor and his ministers emerged, standing in midair, all staring towards the mausoleum, exchanging glances, perplexed by the unfolding events. Only the Emperor's sword within the mausoleum of the founding emperor can possess such formidable sword aura. The Emperor's sword, born of luck, only accompanies sword path geniuses. Today, the spiritual sword emerges. Could it be that a sword path genius has been born in the imperial city? The Han Emperor looked towards the mausoleum, a look of surprise crossing his face. According to the secret history of the royal family, when the founding emperor was born, the Emperor's sword descended from the heavens, accompanying him, and the founding emperor was gifted with the legendary unparalleled sword body. It is said that the day the Emperor's sword emerges is the day a sword path genius is born. Congratulations, Your Majesty! A sword path genius has been born in the imperial city, a sign that heaven wishes for the prosperity of the Han Dynasty. The ministers collectively congratulated the Han Emperor. Now is not the time for congratulations. Issue a decree. Every newborn in the imperial city today must be carefully examined. Not a single one must be overlooked. The Emperor's sword must not be missed either, as it will undoubtedly accompany the sword path genius. Finding it will lead us to this genius. The Han Emperor suppressed his joy, speaking solemnly. We must act swiftly. We cannot allow others to get ahead. Within the dynasty, there are many powerful families and sects, often at odds with the royal family. If they were to find this sword path genius first, it would be disastrous for the royal family. Understood. The ministers dispersed to carry out the citywide search. The Han Emperor's expression grew serious as he descended slowly from the sky, suddenly recalling the exiled third prince, Lin Yu. who was tasked with guarding the mausoleum. Could it be that this commotion was caused by him? Shaking his head lightly, the Han Emperor dismissed the thought Lin Yuguai's Dantian had been destroyed, rendering him incapable of cultivation, a mere cripple who could not enter the heavily guarded mausoleum of the founding emperor. Today's disturbances within the mausoleum should have nothing to do with him. Lin Yuguai gradually opened his eyes, still wearing a look of trepidation. The process of merging with the Saint Emperor sword body was excruciatingly intense. He certainly did not wish to endure it a second time. Struggling to rise, Lin Yuguai returned to the stone chamber of the mausoleum and began to meditate, sensing the changes brought by the Saint Emperor sword body. Meanwhile, tumultuous winds surged within the mausoleum as powerful figures from various families and sects rushed to the scene. Glimmers of curiosity were cast towards the crack in the mausoleum of the founding emperor, seeking clues to the sword path genius. Indeed, the emperor's sword has vanished from the mausoleum. This mausoleum is protected by formations without a practitioner at the 7th level of the Purple Mansion realm or above. It is impossible to breach. Since the demon sealing war, countless powerful beings have fallen, and there are but a few practitioners at the 7th level of the Purple Mansion realm remaining. The crack in a mausoleum is clearly not of human origin. As dozens of innate realm martial artists gathered at the mausoleum and discovered the disappearance of the Emperor's sword, they gradually dispersed, leaving the mausoleum in silence. Inside the stone chamber, Lin Yuguai sat cross-legged, a smile creeping onto his face. The Saint Emperor's sword body truly lives up to its reputation. I was once considered a genius in cultivation due to my exceptional bones, but this Saint Emperor sword body is infinitely superior to my previous foundation. After experiencing the changes brought by the Saint Emperor sword body, Lin Yuguai couldn't help but exclaim. The most evident transformation was in the strength of his physique and spiritual consciousness, both receiving tremendous enhancements, rendering him invincible among his peers. Previously, he had been schemed against, his Dantian and sea of energy destroyed, leaving it like a punctured water bag, unable to retain spiritual power, causing his cultivation to plummet from the 8th to the 1st rank. Now, not only had his Dantian and sea of energy been restored, but they were also more resilient, with his cultivation leaping from the 1st to the 6th rank. He believed it would not be long before he surpassed his previous level. However, the rate at which the Saint Emperor's sword body refined spiritual power was astonishing, akin to an insatiable abyss, while the spiritual energy within the mausoleum was thin, severely hampering Lin Yuguai's cultivation efficiency. Lin Yuguai could only appeal to the Devouring Cauldron. Master Ding, the spiritual energy in the mausoleum is too sparse. Is there any way to expedite my cultivation? Chapter 3. Astonishing progress in cultivation. Enhancing one's cultivation speed is remarkably simple. One merely needs to seek out rare, natural treasures or extraordinary weapons. At the very least, acquiring some spirit stones would suffice. Once I, the esteemed Ding, refine them, I can return the spiritual energy to you, ensuring your cultivation speed soars. Within the God-eating cauldron, starlight rippled as Ding's voice echoed in Lin Yuguai's consciousness. Ding, I am confined here. As it stands, I cannot even procure spirit stones, let alone rare treasures or divine weapons. Lin Yuguai lamented, shaking his head in resignation, truly feeling powerless. Without rare treasures, divine weapons will do. I'm not picky. Be it demonic beasts, demon cultivators, or even human cultivators, I can refine them and elevate your prowess. Ding chuckled, illuminating a path for Lin Yuguai. Demonic beasts. Lin Yuguai's thoughts stirred. To the north of the Imperial Mausoleum lies the Chilean mountain range, where the Imperial Guard is stationed at its foothills, prepared for the triennial beast tide. The Chilean mountains are teeming with demonic beasts, posing a grave threat to the great Han Dynasty. Yet for Lin Yuguai, they are a veritable treasure trove. He stowed the God-eating cauldron and, as night fell, swiftly employed his agility, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he raced toward the Chilean mountains. The majority of the Imperial Guard comprises merely 3rd and 4th tier martial artists, with their commander being a mere 7th tier warrior. They are only responsible for monitoring the movements of the demonic beasts and thwarting the initial wave of the beast tide. When the true tide arrives, the powerful from the Imperial City will inevitably emerge to assist, while young talents from the royal family and noble sects will secretly compete to see who can hunt more demonic beasts. Thus, the triennial beast tide is also referred to as the autumn hunt. As long as Lin Yu avoids the commander of the Imperial Guard, he can effortlessly traverse their defenses and delve into the mountains to hunt. The Imperial Guard has always been watchful for demonic beasts charging out of the Chilean mountains, never contemplating that someone might dare to venture into their lair. Cautiously eluding the commander, Lin Yu successfully entered the mountain range. This mountain range stretches for thousands of miles, with demonic beasts scattered throughout. The deeper one ventures, the more formidable the beasts become. In the outer reaches of the Chilean mountains, deep within a forest, a rabbit with jet-black fur and fiery eyes, resembling a hunting hound in size, was fixated on a rat, approximately the size of a civet cat, adorned with glistening black iron scales. These are the commonplace first-tier demonic beasts, the crimson flame rabbit and the iron scale rat. As the rabbit ignited flames upon its body, preparing to strike, a large hand emerged from the shadows, snapping its neck, extinguishing the flames in an instant. The iron scale rat, its scales bristling in fear, was about to flee when Lin Yu's foot connected, sending it flying before it crumpled to the ground. Stepping out of the shadows, Lin Yu summoned the God-eating cauldron, its radiant light enveloping both the crimson flame rabbit and the iron scale rat, drawing them into the golden furnace. Shortly thereafter, a stream of pure spiritual energy surged from the cauldron, flowing into his meridians, subsequently absorbed by the sacred emperor body. Lin Yu could distinctly feel his cultivation advancing. If he were to follow a conventional training regimen, it would likely take him 10 days to a month to achieve such progress. These beasts are far too weak. If you wish to expedite your cultivation, young lad, then hunt more powerful demonic beasts. With me, Ding-Yi, by your side, you shall reap the rewards. Ding-Yi clamored incessantly in Lin Yu's consciousness. Ding-Yi, this is merely the beginning. In these mountains, there are plenty of demonic beasts to be found. Lin Yu replied, a faint smile gracing his lips as he gazed into the shadowy forest ahead. With that, his figure flickered, plunging into the dense forest, commencing the hunt. Before dawn, a clearing in the forest was piled high with hundreds of demonic beasts. A glimmer of starlight surged, enveloping these beasts into the God-eating cauldron, followed by a robust influx of spiritual energy coursing into Lin Yu's meridians, propelling his cultivation to new heights. Suddenly, a series of crackling sounds resonated within Lin Yu's body as spiritual energy surged forth, radiating outward. Lin Yu's eyes, previously cast downward, slowly opened. Seventh-tier martial artist, this pace of cultivation is astonishing. He recognized the sacred Emperor Sword Body's rapid cultivation speed. Yet he had not anticipated such a remarkable acceleration with the assistance of the God-eating cauldron. In the realm of the divine continent, cultivation realms are categorized as martial artist, innate, purple mansion, myriad forms, void transformation, and spirit condensation. The chasms between each realm are akin to insurmountable barriers, unless one is a peerless genius. Transcending these divides is nearly impossible. Even within each minor realm, vast gulfs exist, rendering advancement exceedingly challenging. Previously, Lin Yu achieved the 8th tier of martial arts at a young age, thus earning the title of the royal family's foremost genius. After reconstructing the sacred Emperor Sword Body, he reverted to the 6th tier of martial arts. Who would have thought that in just one night he would ascend to the 7th tier? Such a pace of cultivation is truly extraordinary. Moreover, with the God-eating cauldron support, Lin Yu thrived in the Chilean mountains, confident that it would not be long before he broke through the shackles and advanced to the innate realm. In this world, power is paramount. Not only do demonic beasts rampage, but demon clans also run rampant, alongside various malevolent cults wreaking havoc upon the populace. Only the strong can endure, while the weak can only hope for the mercy of the powerful. Thus, although Lin Yu, with the sacred Emperor Sword Body and the God-eating cauldron, could certainly reclaim all he had lost and escape the desolate imperial mausoleum, he had no intention of doing so. Where else could he find a place so abundant with demonic beasts? For Lin Yu, the Chilean mountains are undoubtedly a treasure trove for cultivation. Furthermore, upon leaving the mausoleum, he would be ensnared by worldly affairs and entangled in power struggles with other princes. It would be far better to remain at the mausoleum, cultivating in solitude, and elevating his prowess. In due time, he would not only slay Luda, but ensure that the true mastermind behind his grievances pays in blood. Lin Yu focused his mind, remaining hidden within the imperial mausoleum for his cultivation. Time passed swiftly, and 2 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this period, the great Han royal family, noble clans, and major sects turned the imperial city upside down. Yet neither the imperial sword nor the emergent swordplay prodigy bore any trace. As night descended and the moon hung high, Lin Yu stepped out of the mausoleum, gazing at the dimly lit Chilean mountains. Recently, the number of demonic beasts he hunted had dwindled significantly. You must work harder, young lad. At this rate, when will you ever advance to the 4th tier of the innate realm? Dingya's boisterous voice echoed in Lin Yu's consciousness. Lin Yu chuckled lightly, shaking his head. Over the past 2 years, he had nearly cleared the demonic beasts from the Chilean mountains. Now, unless he delved deeper into the mountains and confronted a few powerful innate beasts, it would be quite challenging to satisfy Ding Ye's appetite. Chapter 4. Enemies cross paths this evening. We shall venture into the Chilean mountains and see if we can encounter a few formidable innate beasts. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. He had already cleared the outer perimeter of the mountains of lesser beasts, and it was indeed time to confront those of greater prowess. Precisely. Beasts beneath the innate level offer negligible assistance after refinement. Even if one were to slay a mountain of corpses, ascending to the 4th tier of the innate realm would still prove exceedingly difficult. To grow stronger, one must hunt more powerful creatures. Kulme, let us not squander any more time. With a sly grin, Master Ding urged Lin Yu to enter the mountains for the hunt. Lin Yu advanced silently towards the Chilean mountains. With his current cultivation, the defense line of the Lingwei army posed no obstacle. It felt akin to a personal garden, where he could come and go as he pleased. In the outskirts of the Chilean mountains, amidst the forest, more than a dozen shadowy figures, armed and clad in black, congregated in a clearing. Their eyes gleamed with ferocity, exuding an aura of bloodlust, each one a seasoned warrior. At that moment, a figure swept in from the distance, causing the black-clad individuals to immediately form a battle array, fully on guard and ready to draw their weapons in unison. Luda, draped in a black robe and bearing a long blade, emerged into their line of sight. "Greetings, Lord Lu." Upon seeing Luda, the black-clad figures knelt in respect. "Rise. We are all in service to our master. We are brothers and need not bow so deeply." Luda chuckled, and once they stood, he continued in a hushed tone. "Our master has summoned you all for a small task. Upon its completion, there will be generous rewards. To serve our master unto death." The mere mention of rewards ignited excitement in the eyes of the black-clad warriors, and they clasped their fists in fervor. "Excellent. You are to go to the royal tomb and slay that waste, Lin Yu. Bring back his head." Luda coldly snorted, a vicious expression crossing his face. To him, killing Lin Yu was as simple as crushing an ant. But Lord Lu, the 3rd prince, is already a cripple and poses no threat to our master. Why pursue such a complete annihilation? A black-clad figure questioned Luda, confusion evident in the eyes of the others. The 7th princess has achieved great success in her training at the Ling Tian sword sect, advancing to the innate realm and earning the title of the sect's greatest talent. She will soon return to the royal city, and her fondness for Lin Yu could allow him to turn the tides. Our master would be unsettled. Thus Lin Yu must be eradicated completely. Ensure the task is executed flawlessly and attributed to the beasts emerging from the Chilean mountains. No one will question whether a worthless prince met his end at the hands of beasts. As Luda spoke, his expression grew savage. Should Lin Yu manage to rise again, he would not be spared. Therefore, it was imperative that Lin Yu did not survive until the 7th princess returned to the royal city. Just then, a chilling voice resonated from the dense forest behind Luda. "Luda, long time no see, he." Upon hearing this voice, Luda stiffened, his countenance twisting in discomfort. Despite the 2 years that had passed, he recognized the voice with vivid clarity. Lin Yu. Gritting his teeth, Luda turned, his eyes widening in disbelief at the sight of Lin Yu emerging from the thicket. He himself was a skilled warrior of the 7th tier, and the black-clad individuals around him were all at the 4th and 5th tiers, yet not one had detected Lin Yu's presence. The outskirts of the Chilean mountains were not only home to beasts, but also patrolled by the Lingwei army. How could a mere cripple have stealthily appeared here? Did you just say you wanted to kill me at the royal tomb? No need for such trouble. I am here now. Who among you dares to strike? Lin Yu's gaze swept over the black-clad warriors, finally settling on Luda, as he coldly stated, "There are far too many strong individuals in the royal city. Killing you would attract trouble, which is why I have refrained from acting for 2 years. I never anticipated you would deliver yourself to me today. Luda, I have come to avenge my brothers who perished at your hands, to appease their spirits." Luda unsheathed his long blade, pointing it at Lin Yu with a malicious grin. "Lin Yu, you fool have come here to seek death, which saves me considerable effort. Attack, tear him apart, and feed his remains to the beasts of the mountain. I shall ensure he never reincarnates." The black-clad warriors brandished their weapons, surging towards Lin Yu from all directions, aiming for his vital points with ruthless intent. "Then let us see who shall be doomed to eternal damnation today." A fierce glint flashed in Lin Yu's eyes, and terrifying pressure erupted from within him. Thud! Those rushing at Lin Yu suddenly halted as if crushed beneath an immense weight. Collapsing to their knees, they emitted pained groans, their faces turning ashen. This kneeling was due to the overwhelming pressure Lin Yu unleashed, shattering their knees. Now, a third-tier innate warrior, Lin Yu stood as a godlike figure before these fourth- and fifth-tier warriors, able to dominate them without lifting a finger, relying solely on his aura. "You, how could you be so powerful when your cultivation was supposedly destroyed?" Lu Da's voice quavered in shock. The kneeling black-clad warriors were racked with regret as well. The legend spoke of the third Prince Lin Yu's Dantian being destroyed, rendering him incapable of cultivation. Who would have imagined he not only cultivated, but had ascended to the innate realm? Had they known, they would never have accepted such a suicidal mission. "Lin Yu, do not think that your advancement to the innate realm allows you to turn the tides. My master will never spare you." Lu Da snarled, his expression twisted, fleeing towards the Lingwei army's stronghold. Only by entering the fortress could he hope to preserve his life. "Trying to escape? Have you consulted me?" Lin Yu's eyes brimmed with coldness, and with a swift stride, he pursued Lu Da, kicking him to the ground and pinning him with his foot upon his chest, immobilizing him. "Third Prince, do you wish to know who the mastermind is? If you swear a heavenly oath to spare my life, I shall reveal it." Lu Da's face twisted into a malicious grin, confident that Lin Yu would relent to learn the identity of the orchestrator. "Spare your wretched life? Even if I wished to, my brothers who fell by your hands would never consent." Lin Yu scoffed, memories of those who had defended him flooding his mind. They had fought tooth and nail to carve a path back from the sea of corpses, only for this scoundrel to orchestrate their demise. To trade the blood-soaked vengeance of his brothers for the name of the mastermind was beyond his capacity. Lin Yu's eyes glistened with a hint of crimson as he pressed down with his right foot on Lu Da's chest. Crunch! Lu Da's chest caved in abruptly, his bones crumbling to dust under Lin Yu's force. Blood gushed from his orifices as he stared in disbelief at Lin Yu, unable to fathom why Lin Yu would prioritize revenge over learning the mastermind's identity. "Brothers, I shall first use Lu Da to honor you in the afterlife. The head of the mastermind will eventually find its way to your graves." Lin Yu gazed down at Lu Da, whose eyes were wide and unseeing, a sense of satisfaction blooming within him. The mastermind could wait. Lu Da had to die today. He turned towards the remaining black-clad warriors, unleashing a flurry of sharp sword energy that severed their heart veins. Then, summoning the god-eating cauldron, Lin Yu refined the corpses of Lu Da and the black-clad warriors, receiving a surge of spiritual energy in return that further enhanced his cultivation. Glancing at the sky, Lin Yu realized he had spent too much time dealing with Lu Da and his cohorts. There was no chance to delve deeper into the Chilean mountains for the innate beast tonight. Thus, he resolved to return to the royal tomb and devise a longer-term strategy. Chapter 5. Has the prince returned? On the following morning, a contingent of imperial guards unexpectedly sealed off the forest where Lin Yu had slain Lu Da and others the previous night. Zhao Diyu, the commander of the guards, had just awakened when he received the news and hurried to the scene. "Commander, over a dozen brothers have gone missing. We traced their whereabouts to this location and discovered bloodstains on the ground. However, these brothers are neither alive nor dead. It is highly likely they encountered a minor beast tide." A lieutenant of the guards spoke solemnly, his expression grave. "Apart from a beast tide, I cannot fathom what else could cause the silent disappearance of so many 4th and 5th grade warriors, not even leaving behind a cry for help. A beast tide." Zhao Diyu's face turned ashen, and he scoffed, "It is still some time until the autumn hunt, yet a beast tide has emerged. It seems this tide will arrive earlier than anticipated." Dispatch elite scouts into the Chilean mountains to investigate the scale of the beast tide. I must report to the emperor at once. Without waiting for a response, he turned and departed. The Chilean mountains lay less than 100 miles from the imperial city. Should the beast tide breach the guards' defenses, it would pose an immediate threat to the capital. The triennial beast tide was of utmost importance to the Han imperial city and could not be taken lightly. News of the potential early arrival of the beast tide sent shockwaves through the capital. The imperial guards were on high alert, meticulously preparing for the impending assault. Yet, Lin Yu felt no significant change. Upon crossing the guards' line, he was merely surprised by the sudden increase in their vigilance. Nevertheless, with his current cultivation, traversing this line was as effortless as returning to his own vegetable garden. Upon entering the Chilean mountains, Lin Yu sped through the terrain, ultimately halting at the edge of a cliff, gazing coldly into the valley below. Within the depths of the gorge, a faint azure light flickered intermittently, accompanied by the distant rumble of thunder. Although the azure-scaled python was merely a second-grade innate beast, it absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, and its demon core was brimming with spiritual energy. Once I refine it, it shall undoubtedly assist you in advancing to the 4th-grade innate realm. The voice of the esteemed Ding echoed in Lin Yu's consciousness, brimming with confidence. Lin Yu nodded lightly, taking a step forward, plunging into the gorge like a shooting star. At the valley's core lay a massive python, over 10 feet long and as thick as a barrel, its body adorned with azure scales. At that moment, the great python was inhaling a demon core radiating azure light. The core spiraled around the python, drawing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Before the python opened its cavernous maw, swallowing the core and closing its lantern-sized crimson eyes, contentedly absorbing the energy from the core. Suddenly, a piercing howl reverberated from above the gorge. The azure python abruptly opened its eyes, raising its head to gaze upward. However, before it could process the situation, Lin Yu had already descended with a thunderous crash, his feet landing heavily atop the python's head, causing the rocks to shatter and the massive head to be driven into the stone. With its head pinned down, the azure python struggled frantically, twisting its body and lashing its tail, leaving deep gashes on the cliffs beside it. The gorge erupted in a cacophony of rumbling sounds and flying debris, resembling the very collapse of the heavens. Lin Yu let out a cold snort, raising his foot to lightly stomp down upon the python's vulnerable spot, instantly channeling his spiritual energy into its body, shattering its bones with a resonating force. The azure-scaled python immediately succumbed, collapsing at Lin Yu's feet, unable to move, and subject to his whims. The disparity in strength between warriors is indeed terrifying. Even a slight difference in rank creates an immense chasm. Thus, Lin Yu could effortlessly slay this azure python. Hurry, hurry, I can hardly wait. After the azure python's demise, Ding's voice rang out in Lin Yu's consciousness, urging him to refine the creature immediately. Lin Yu summoned the god-eating cauldron, and waves of starlight rippled forth from within, enveloping the python's massive form and drawing it into the golden cauldron. Immediately, a torrent of spiritual energy surged into Lin Yu's body. Not daring to delay, Lin Yu swiftly assumed a meditative position, refining the spiritual energy that flowed back from the cauldron. As time passed, the aura Lin Yu exuded grew increasingly formidable. Finally, he slowly opened his eyes, releasing a tempestuous wave of energy that left countless marks like razor cuts upon the cliffs. Ding! I have finally advanced to the 4th-grade innate realm. Lin Yu rose, a smile gracing his face. In merely 2 years, he had ascended from the 6th-grade warrior to the 4th-grade innate realm. Such a terrifying speed of cultivation would be met with disbelief were it to be spoken of. Hee, with me, Ding, assisting you, what is the mere innate realm compared to? Ding chuckled with pride before transforming into a golden light and merging back into Lin Yu's consciousness. Observing the dawn break in the sky, Lin Yu wasted no time and soared toward the royal tombs. Having just ascended to the 4th-grade innate realm, he intended to solidify his foundation through diligent practice at the tombs before seeking out the other formidable beasts. Days later, within the imperial city, the Han Emperor and all the court officials wore solemn expressions as they turned their gazes toward Zhao Diyu, the commander of the imperial guards. Your Majesty, I have dispatched elite scouts deep into the Chilean mountains to investigate the potential beast tide. They have reported that the mountains are almost devoid of beasts, rendering the formation of a beast tide impossible. Zhao paused momentarily before continuing. Moreover, my scouts discovered that a second-grade innate azure python, which had been lurking deep within the Chilean mountains, appears to have been slain. The gorge where the python hid showed signs of a fierce battle, left in utter disarray, and the azure python has vanished without a trace. Could it be that someone has preemptively cleared the beast from the Chilean mountains before the autumn hunt? Who would undertake such a thankless task? To eliminate the beast tide overnight would likely require the intervention of a cultivator at the Purple Mansion realm. However, our Han Dynasty possesses no Purple Mansion realm experts who have ventured into the Chilean mountains. This beast tide was a formidable threat. Fortunately, a mysterious expert intervened. Otherwise, even if we managed to repel the tide, the imperial guards would have suffered catastrophic losses. The court was abuzz with discussions among the officials. I have discerned the identity of the mysterious expert. The Han Emperor coughed lightly, silencing the crowd, who turned their attention to him. My esteemed ministers, have you forgotten about my ninth royal uncle, known as the Martial Madman? Years ago, he first glimpsed the path of the sword intent. In search of an opportunity to advance to the myriad forms realm, he ventured deep into the Chilean mountains, only to disappear without a trace. At that time, my ninth royal uncle was a ninth-grade Purple Mansion warrior. Now, he is likely at least a half-step into the myriad forms realm. It must have been he who, on his return to the capital, saw the gathering of beasts and the ferocity of the tide, thus lending us a helping hand. Indeed, how could I have forgotten the prince? The realization dawned upon the officials, their faces lighting up with joy. It must be him. The return of Prince Su from the Chilean mountains, having advanced to the myriad forms realm, is indeed a blessing for our Han Dynasty. Joy spread across the faces of all present. The Han Emperor beamed at the officials, exclaiming, "Heaven bless our Han! First, my seventh princess ascended to the innate realm at a young age. And now our martial madman, ninth royal uncle, returns from the Chilean mountains. Having advanced to the myriad forms realm, proclaim a grand ceremony. I shall offer sacrifices to the heavens and grant a general amnesty." Heaven bless the Han. The entire court bowed in reverence, their voices united in praise. The Han Emperor could not conceal his delight, eager to announce to the world that the Han Dynasty had a myriad forms realm expert at its helm. This news would surely instill fear in the ambitious, rebellious noble families and major sects. The vast territory of the Han Dynasty, home to millions of subjects, soon buzzed with the tidings of Prince Su emerging from the Chilean mountains, having advanced to the myriad forms realm and effortlessly dispelling the beast tide. In mere days, the news spread across the land, from the great rivers to the farthest corners. 5 centuries ago, the demon race invaded, and the cultivators of dark arts rose to power, plunging the world into chaos and suffering. The great dynasties, noble families, and sects united, paying a heavy price to repel the demons and seal the dark cultivators, restoring peace to the realm. This monumental conflict became known as the War of Sealing Demons, during which countless powerful beings perished, with almost all those above the Purple Mansion realm suffering grievous losses. Both the great dynasties and noble families have since languished, with no one of the 10,000 manifestations realm emerging for countless years. The news of Prince Su's ascension to the 10,000 manifestations realm caused a stir among those noble families and sects that had begun to assert their independence. They immediately adopted a low profile, dispatching envoys to the capital to pay tribute and demonstrate their submission. Even the nearby dynasties and factions, which had been restless, temporarily ceased their activities. However, the instigator Lin Yuguai remained oblivious to the significant upheaval he had caused by recklessly refining the demon beasts of the Chilean mountains. Even if he had been aware, it would not have concerned him. The shadowy figures behind the schemes that had initially targeted him would not rest easy upon learning of his restored power. Thus Lin Yuguai needed to continue enhancing his cultivation. At the very least, he must ensure his invincibility within the Han Dynasty to ultimately uncover the true culprit and exact his revenge. As time flowed, 3 months later, a tremendous roar erupted from a forest deep within the Chilean mountains. A golden giant ape, towering at 3 zhang and resembling a hill, was sent flying by the fierce sword intent unleashed by Lin Yu. The colossal ape crashed through dozens of towering trees before landing heavily on the ground. A gruesome sword mark gaping across its chest, blood pouring forth. Struggling to rise, the golden giant ape let out an unwilling roar directed at Lin Yu. Before collapsing at his feet, Lin Yu summoned the divine Devouring Cauldron, refining the giant ape while simultaneously absorbing its immense spiritual power into his meridians. Thunderous sounds erupted within Lin Yu as he sat cross-legged beneath a tree, sharp sword intentions bursting forth from his body, cleaving all trees within 100 zhang in half. Fifth rank of the innate realm. Not too shabby, Lin Yu murmured to himself. Young lad, we have hunted down all the easily dealt with innate beasts. You must find a way to procure some treasures for me to refine, or your cultivation speed will undoubtedly slow. The cauldron exclaimed, satisfied after refining the golden giant ape. Lin Yu could only smile wryly. The golden giant ape he had just slain was an innate fourth-rank beast, comparable to his strength before his ascension. He had engaged in a fierce battle to defeat it, and now, having absorbed its spiritual power, he had finally broken through to the fifth rank of the innate realm. However, all the manageable innate beasts in the Chilean mountains have been vanquished, leaving only those lurking in the forbidden zones. The beast kings of at least the innate seventh rank, whose power surpassed his own. His progress in cultivation would likely slow considerably from here on out. This was, of course, a normal phenomenon. As one's cultivation increased, the speed of improvement diminished, and the difficulty of ascension escalated. Yet, if other cultivators were to learn of his thoughts, they would undoubtedly be driven to despair. Many spend their entire lives striving only to reach the innate realm, while Lin Yu, in just a few short years, had ascended to the fifth rank and deemed it merely acceptable. How would that allow others to endure? Lin Yu passed through the defenses of the Imperial Guard and quietly returned to the Imperial tomb, diligently practicing his techniques each day to stabilize his foundation and prevent any spiritual turbulence. As for acquiring heavenly materials and treasures for the cauldron to refine, he decided to postpone that plan until he had secured his foundation. Esteemed lords, my father has granted me permission to visit my elder brother. Why do you obstruct me? In the Imperial City, the seventh Princess Lin Yu, freshly returned from the Ling Tian sect, gazed at the group of high-ranking officials blocking her path. Her delicate brows knitting together, a displeased expression gracing her pretty face. Seventh Princess, you may not be aware, but after being demoted to guard the Imperial tomb, Lin Yu has undergone a drastic change in temperament. It is said he spends his days lost in drunken stupor, behaving erratically. Though you share a sibling bond, Lin Yu may no longer feel that towards you. From my perspective, it would be best if you refrained from visiting the Imperial tomb. The Prime Minister spoke slowly, his voice grave. Seventh Princess, you are still quite young, having joined a Ling Tian sect and now advanced to the innate realm. Your future is bright. Should Lin Yu act violently and catch you unawares, what then? You are the hope of our Han Dynasty. We cannot take such risks. Impossible. My elder brother has always treated me the best. He would never harm me. Lin Yu shook her head. Having lost her mother at a young age, Lin Yu had cared for her as she grew up, and their bond was exceedingly deep until she joined the Ling Tian sect. Seventh Princess, you are still too young. Lin Yu has lost 100,000 soldiers and has been stripped of his cultivation. No one can bear such a blow. Others chimed in, urging her to abandon her plan to visit Lin Yu. Even if Lin Yu and the seventh princess share a close relationship, he is now a broken man. While you are a favored child of heaven, given such a disparity, it's difficult for him not to harbor resentment. I refuse to believe it. My third brother would never harm me, Lin Yu declared resolutely, utilizing her skills to bypass the officials and dash towards the Imperial tomb. Let's go. We must follow the seventh princess. We cannot allow her to come to any harm. The Prime Minister and the other officials hastily pursued her. Lin Yu concluded his meditation and slowly opened his eyes, gently shaking his head. Although he had ascended to the fifth rank of the innate realm, the royal cultivation method he practiced was beginning to hinder his progress. It had sufficed during the innate realm, but as he aimed for the Purple Mansion realm, the flaws in the method would become increasingly pronounced. At this moment, he furrowed his brow slightly, as a faint sound of something cutting through the air reached his ears from several miles away, suggesting a group of powerful beings was approaching the Imperial tomb. Lin Yu stepped outside, and soon spotted Lin Yu's figure coming into view. Seventh sister. Lin Yu stared in astonishment at Lin Yu. He had heard from Lu De that she had advanced to the innate realm and was returning from the Ling Tian sect. But he anticipated she would come to see him. Third brother, are you all right? Lin Yu rushed into Lin Yu's embrace, her face full of concern. What could possibly be wrong? I eat well and sleep soundly here. Lin Yu gently pushed Lin Yu away with a smile. Third brother, you must have suffered. How could one eat well and sleep soundly in a place like this? Lin Yu gazed at the humble stone dwelling where Lin Yu resided, tears nearly spilling from her eyes, convinced he was merely trying to spare her worry by downplaying his situation. Lin Yu could only smile helplessly. What he had said was entirely true, yet Lin Yu chose not to believe him. He feasted upon the flesh and blood of innate realm demon beasts and slept on the pelts of innate realm beasts. His days were remarkably pleasant. Chapter 7. Lin Yu's dreadful predicament. Lin Yu wiped her tears and softly spoke. Third brother, before I came, the chief minister and the others mentioned that you have faced relentless setbacks, and after being confined to guard the imperial mausoleum, your mental state must be distorted, perhaps even driven to madness. They warned me to be cautious and not to be harmed by you. Seeing you safe is truly a relief. Seventh princess, seventh princess. At that moment, the chief minister and a group of high officials hurriedly arrived. They had been worried that Lin Yu might unleash his fury upon the seventh princess. But upon seeing him in perfect composure, they were momentarily stunned. The Lin Yu before them bore no resemblance to a madman. He was the epitome of normalcy. Moreover, he appeared unfazed by the disgrace of losing troops, the humiliation of his nation, the destruction of his cultivation, and his confinement to the mausoleum. Lin Yu turned to the chief minister and the other officials, smiling. Gentlemen, your hurried arrival here must be for some urgent matter? We came with the seventh princess to visit your highness. Since your highness has resided in the mausoleum for so long, we thought it appropriate to come and see you. Please do not hold it against us for taking so long. The affairs of state have kept us excessively occupied. The chief minister and others were momentarily at a loss for words, quickly fabricating an excuse. So, you came with the imperial sister to visit me. Lin Yu suddenly realized, smiling at the chief minister and the others. Yes, we are here to pay our respects. The chief minister and others nodded vigorously, exhaling in relief. I see. Lin Yu chuckled. You may simply place your gifts in my quarters. Surely, you did not come all the way from the imperial city empty-handed? The chief minister and the others exchanged glances, their expressions remarkably varied. They had intended to prevent the seventh princess from meeting Lin Yu. So how could they possibly bring gifts? Yet, if they claimed to be visiting Lin Yu without any offerings, it would be a grave insult to the dignity of a prince of the Han Dynasty. Despite being punished and confined, Lin Yu remained a royal prince, representing the esteemed dignity of the imperial family. If this reached the ears of the emperor, it would certainly be noted against them. If anything went awry, it might resurrect old grievances, presenting them with a self-inflicted liability. The chief minister's expression darkened as he cast a deep glance at Lin Yu, then reluctantly removed a jade pendant from his waist and presented it to him. Third prince, I came in haste and did not bring any gifts. This jade pendant is a treasured possession of mine, capable of withstanding attacks below the 5th rank of innate strength. I humbly ask you to accept it. As he spoke these words, the chief minister's heart bled. This was a rare spiritual treasure, and now he not only had to gift it to Lin Yu, but also plead for him to accept it. The thought alone was enough to make him feel nauseous. Seeing the chief minister produce the jade pendant, the other officials gritted their teeth and offered their own jade rings and jade talismans to Lin Yu's quarters. All of them were innate realm warriors, and the jade items they carried were spiritual treasures, each with its own unique utility and considerable value. Thus, as they exited Lin Yu's quarters, their faces were all somber, their hearts heavy with regret. Now that gifts have been exchanged and you have paid your respects, I shall not see you out. Lin Yu observed the pained expressions on their faces and gently bid them farewell. The chief minister and the others could only depart reluctantly. Once outside the mausoleum, they glanced back, secretly lamenting that had they known Lin Yu would take advantage of them, they would not have come at all. Indeed, they had all already reached the innate realm. Lin Yu's gaze returned to Lin Yu, and he nodded gently, a smile of gratitude illuminating his face. Lin Yu looked at Lin Yu, tears glistening in her eyes. Royal brother, you have suffered greatly. I have returned this time to implore Father to rescind the decree, allowing you to return to the imperial city. Royal brother, I am unable to uncover the true mastermind behind your plight just yet, but one day, I will ensure your name is cleared. Lin Yu gazed at Lin Yu with unwavering determination. In the past, it was Lin Yu who protected her. Now, with his cultivation diminished, it was her turn to safeguard him as his younger sister. Foolish child, Lin Yu replied, gently ruffling Lin Yu's hair. The emperor's words are like gold. How could he retract his decree? You need not seek out Father on my behalf. In truth, I am quite well here. Focus on your cultivation. Who knows, perhaps one day the Han Dynasty will have a female emperor. Lin Yu had not expected that even in such dire circumstances, Lin Yu still considered her welfare. Her eyes brimmed with tears. Royal brother, should I become the female emperor, I will undoubtedly rectify the injustices you have faced and escort you back to the imperial city in glory. Lin Yu nodded, smiling. With his current cultivation, there was no place in the realm he could not go. The reason he remained in the mausoleum was that deep within the Chilean mountains, there were many innate realm monsters, and the mausoleum was peaceful and undisturbed, suitable for his cultivation. He and Lin Yu conversed about many matters, reminiscing about joyful times spent together, as well as their lives apart after separation. Lin Yu expressed her deep concern for Lin Yu's well-being in the mausoleum, asking if anyone had troubled him. She had returned from her sect petition to visit him specifically because of the news of his misfortunes, determined to offer him support. Lin Yu reassured Lin Yu, stating that all was well in the mausoleum. Seeing that Lin Yu was genuinely not forcing a smile, Lin Yu finally felt a measure of relief. Royal brother, upon my return to the sect, I shall devote myself to cultivating. The day I advance to the Purple Mansion realm will mark the day I bring you back to the imperial city. Before departing, Lin Yu earnestly promised Lin Yu that her motivation to cultivate henceforth would be to ensure his return from the mausoleum. Quickly, return and examine those jade pendants, jade rings, and jade talismans. They are all imbued with spiritual power. If I, Ding-Yi, can refine them, they will undoubtedly elevate your cultivation to the 6th rank of innate strength. No sooner had he seen Lin Yu off than Ding-Yi began clamoring in Lin Yu's consciousness. He was eager to refine the gifts given by the chief minister and the other officials. Upon returning to his quarters, Lin Yu immediately summoned the God-eating cauldron, and the jade pendants, jade rings, and jade talismans began to float, engulfed by the shimmering starlight radiating from the cauldron. Indeed, the spiritual energy within these treasures is incredibly rich, rivaling that of several innate 5th rank monsters. Ding-Yi chuckled, channeling the spiritual energy into Lin Yu's body to assist in his rapid cultivation. Days later, a surge of violent energy erupted from Lin Yu's body, followed by a fierce sword intent that slashed across the stone walls, leaving hundreds of deep sword marks. Is this the 6th rank of innate strength? Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes, feeling the flourishing spiritual energy within him. Pointing a finger, the sword energy transformed into a brilliant flash, effortlessly piercing through the wall. Wow! With your sacred Empress or body, along with my assistance, your original power should be even greater than this. Slaying those innate 7th rank monster kings would be a breeze. Alas, your cultivation method is too rudimentary, severely hampering your progress. Ding-Yi shook his head, displaying disdain for Lin Yu's royal family's secret cultivation method. Chapter 8. The Refinement of Martial Arts Tomes. Master Ding. The secret heart techniques of our Han royal family are already among the most elite cultivation methods in the world, only slightly inferior to those of the immortal sex. Lin Yu explained helplessly. When your cultivation is stable, take me to your royal family's library. Master Ding declared proudly. Master Ding, are you truly capable of refining genuine top-tier skills? Lin Yu inquired, a vague intuition stirring within him. I am an artifact forged by ancient sages, capable of refining all things. Do you know what all things entails? Do you truly believe I can only devour rare materials and the flesh of demonic beasts? Master Ding chuckled with satisfaction. As long as I can refine the cultivation secret manuals from your Han royal family's library, even if they are mere refuse, I can discard the dross and extract the essence, forging a true top-tier skill for you. Is that so, Master Ding? Lin Yu asked, incredulous. If he could acquire the top-tier skills Master Ding spoke of, he would dare challenge the demon kings lurking deep within the Chilean mountains, even at his innate 6th tier. Do you think I would deceive you? Master Ding retorted with a cold snort, brimming with confidence. Several days later, under the shroud of night, Lin Yu transformed into a shadow, stealthily gliding towards the imperial city. With his current cultivation, entering and exiting the royal city was as effortless as walking on flat ground. He moved through the palace with an air of calmness, unnoticed by the palace guards or the hidden powers lurking in the shadows, unless they possessed significantly greater prowess. Lin Yu's sacred emperor sword body allowed him to completely conceal his presence and spiritual energy. Only those of the Zifu realm could hope to discern his cultivation, and even they could not sense his aura. As long as he did not encounter those formidable beings, he was as inconspicuous as the air around them. Moments later, Lin Yu arrived at the library's entrance. The structure was a 3-story wooden building, housing a vast collection of martial arts texts gathered from across the realm. A sacred place for martial artists. At the entrance sat an elderly man leisurely dozing in a reclining chair. He was the guardian of the library. To Lin Yu's surprise, he was a 5th-tier innate expert. Lin Yu had often crossed paths with this old man while entering and exiting the library, unaware of his concealed strength. Indeed, the palace was a place of hidden talents, and one could not afford to be careless. Lin Yu gently shook his head and walked past the old man. The sleeping guardian showed no reaction as Lin Yu passed by. Even in slumber, a 5th-tier innate expert could sense any presence within several dozen yards, allowing them to avoid misfortune. However, Lin Yu's restrained aura was like a gentle breeze, completely undetectable to the old man. Upon entering the library, Lin Yu found the various martial arts manuals meticulously categorized and neatly arranged on the shelves. Typically, only members of the royal family were permitted entry. To breach the library, outsiders not only had to overcome the defenses of the palace guards, but also face the onslaught of the magical array protecting the city. Even if they managed to reach the library, they would still confront the 5th-tier guardians, with reinforcements arriving incessantly. For years, no one had dared to covet the library. Lin Yu's ability to arrive unnoticed without triggering the magical array stemmed from his royal bloodline. Any outsider entering the palace without royal lineage or a pass would immediately trigger the magical array, facing an onslaught from the guards. Ascending to the top floor of the library, Lin Yu summoned the Devouring Cauldron. The golden cauldron floated before him, and Master Ding's laughter echoed in his consciousness. Indeed, the martial arts manuals here may not be exceptional, but their variety is impressive. Once I refine them, I shall surely provide you with a significant opportunity. Then I shall leave it to you, Master Ding. Lin Yu nodded eagerly. Ripples of starlight emanated from the Devouring Cauldron, and as they passed, the once neatly arranged manuals began to rise, swirling around the cauldron. Streams of golden light erupted from the manuals, merging into the cauldron. Lin Yu observed as thousands of golden characters transformed into a vortex, undergoing refinement and fusion within the cauldron. When Master Ding had thoroughly refined these golden characters, 2 beams of golden light shot forth from the cauldron, directly entering Lin Yu's consciousness. Young lad, this is the top-tier skill I obtained from refining the library's texts, known as the Sacred Emperor Heart Technique. With your sacred Emperor Sword body, this technique will enhance your cultivation tremendously. Master Ding's proud voice resonated in Lin Yu's mind. The other skill is the Wind Sword Intent. Once you integrate it, every movement will release the essence of the Wind Sword Intent. With these skills, we can confront those demon kings. Before Master Ding's words faded, 2 streams of golden light erupted in Lin Yu's consciousness. The Sacred Emperor Heart Technique manifested as golden characters inscribed within his mind, while the other beam contained insights into the Wind Sword Intent, which was as omnipresent as the wind, sometimes gentle and at other times fierce. Possessing the Sacred Emperor Sword body, Lin Yu could comprehend sword techniques in record time, allowing him to master the Wind Sword Intent almost instantaneously. Master Ding, you truly are remarkable. Lin Yu expressed his genuine admiration for Master Ding's prowess. Of course, do you not see what kind of identity I possess? Master Ding chuckled, as if the refinement of these 2 skills were merely a trivial task. As Lin Yu exited the library, the manuals that had been swirling in the air gently descended to the ground, creating a scene of disarray, as if the library had been raided. Just as Lin Yu was about to return to the royal mausoleum, he noticed 2 figures clad in black stealthily traversing the palace. These individuals had not triggered the magical array, indicating they likely possessed passes, suggesting collusion with someone within the palace. Lin Yu quietly followed these two figures, curious to uncover their intentions. The duo arrived at the back courtyard of the imperial kitchen, where an elderly eunuch stood waiting. Master Chun, we have been sent here with instructions. Tomorrow, the emperor will host a banquet for the 7th princess, and our master commands you to add this vial of transformation powder to her meal. The vial was colorless and odorless, undetectable even through poison testing. Once the deed is done, our master shall reward you handsomely. The two black-clad figures exchanged words, producing a jade vial to hand over to the elderly eunuch. However, before Master Chun could grasp the vial, both men felt a sudden shift as the vial vanished from their hands. Transformation powder, a scheme of vile poison. Who is your master? A cold voice interrupted, and Lin Yu casually tossed the vial in his hand, glancing at Master Chun and the others. Chapter 9. The intent of the Sword of Wind. The three of them, including Eunuch Chun, felt their bodies stiffen, their faces instantly contorting into expressions of profound unease as they slowly turned to gaze at Lin Yu. Had their whereabouts been discovered by the powerful figures within the palace? If that were the case, their fate would be sealed. The two cloaked figures were merely martial artists of the 6th rank, while Eunuch Chun, slightly stronger, barely reached the 8th rank. Within the palace, there were dozens of innate martial artists, not to mention a few formidable figures of the Purple Mansion realm station deep within. If they were discovered, their demise was inevitable. However, upon recognizing Lin Yu's appearance, a collective sigh of relief escaped Chun and his companions, and they immediately relaxed. They had initially feared a formidable opponent, only to realize it was the infamous waste of a 3rd prince. Lin Yu, it seemed, was not yet on their master's execution list, but now that this fool had stumbled into their midst, they could not be blamed for their ruthlessness. They would send him to his end today. Exchanging glances, the two dark-clad figures drew short blades from their sleeves and, one on the left and one on the right, lunged at Lin Yu. One aimed to slash at his throat, while the other thrust at his heart. Their strikes were merciless, having never intended to grant Lin Yu a chance at survival. Do not rush. There are still matters I have yet to comprehend. Let's take our time. Lin Yu's demeanor remained calm as the two dark figures charged at him. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure erupted from within him, descending upon the assailants like an invisible mountain. Thud! The lethal attacks of the two figures abruptly halted, and they found themselves compelled to kneel, their knees shattering upon impact. The disparity in strength between them and Lin Yu was insurmountable. He needed not lift a finger. His mere aura was sufficient to reduce them to nothingness. Innate realm martial artist. Eunuch Chen's face turned ashen as he stammered. Lin Yu, you were supposed to be a cripple with a shattered dantian. How could you possibly be this powerful? The news of Lin Yu's catastrophic defeat, which led to the loss of 100,000 troops and the destruction of his own cultivation, had already spread throughout the nation. Thus, Eunuch Chen's shock upon witnessing Lin Yu not only alive, but having advanced to the innate realm was entirely understandable. Who is your master? Lin Yu regarded Eunuch Chen coolly. If these individuals intended to harm his sister, Princess Lin Yu, they could not be spared. Will revealing it ensure our survival? The two kneeling figures were filled with terror as they began to negotiate. You lack the standing to negotiate with me. Lin Yu scoffed, the pressure emanating from him intensifying. The two figures uttered muffled groans before being obliterated into blood mist, vanishing from existence. Third Prince, please, I will tell you everything. Witnessing the gruesome end of the two figures, Eunuch Chen's face drained of color, and he quickly began to plead for mercy. But at that very moment, as he bent forward, he suddenly hurled a thunderbolt grenade at Lin Yu. With a deafening explosion, smoke billowed in all directions. Seizing the opportunity, Eunuch Chun dashed towards the palace exit, covering several dozen feet in an instant. Attempting to flee? A frigid glint sparked in Lin Yu's eyes as he pointed his fingers like a sword and gently waved them. The intent of the wind's sword coalesced, transforming into a semi-transparent azure sword that hurtled towards Eunuch Chun. Just as Eunuch Chun managed to escape 100 feet, the wind's sword intent whistled past, piercing through his body. Thud! Eunuch Chun looked down in disbelief at the sword wound in his chest, collapsing to the ground. The wind's sword intent encapsulated the essence of swordsmanship, nearly akin to the power of loss. Even a martial artist of the 8th rank, let alone those of the 6th or 7th ranks, could not withstand it. The reputation of the wind's sword intent was indeed well-deserved. It seemed time to prioritize the hunt for the Demon King. Lin Yu nodded lightly, noticing that the Imperial guards had been alerted. He tucked away the remnants of his aura and stealthily made his way towards the royal tomb, vanishing from the palace in the blink of an eye. In the depths of night, the rear courtyard of the royal kitchen was ablaze with light as squads of Imperial guards surrounded it, torches held high. Within the courtyard, 2 pools of blood lay on the ground, and a fist-sized hole marred the right wall. Moreover, in the adjacent courtyard, the same wall bore a similar opening, as if something had consecutively penetrated 5 or 6 walls. 100 feet away, Eunuch Chen's corpse sprawled on the ground, his chest pierced by sword intent, his face frozen in terror, as if he had witnessed something extraordinarily fearsome before his demise. The Han Emperor, accompanied by the commander of the Imperial Guards, entered the courtyard, his expression grim as he demanded, "Speak, what on earth transpired? Your Majesty, 2 individuals have died in this courtyard, yet no one is missing from the palace. I surmise they must have entered from outside." The commander of the Imperial Guards replied solemnly. Furthermore, the head eunuch of the royal kitchen, Chun Shun, was found dead 100 feet away, his chest pierced by a sharp blade, but the weapon has not been discovered. Moreover, I found that Chun Shun had exceptionally strong tendons and bones like iron, certainly a martial artist of at least the 7th rank. However, as far as I know, Chun Shun was not trained in martial arts. He must have concealed the secret of his cultivation within the royal kitchen. This is undoubtedly suspicious. Preposterous. The Han Emperor's countenance darkened, anger flickering in his eyes. How could a palace as grand as the Han Imperial Palace be infiltrated by unidentified individuals? Such news would undoubtedly invite ridicule from neighboring nations. Not to mention, the fact that Chun Shun had harbored ulterior motives while managing the royal kitchen for over a decade sent chills down his spine. As the sovereign, each of his meals was tested for poison, rendering it impossible for Chun Shun to poison him. Yet, the concubines and princes had no such protections, implying that for over a decade, the lives of everyone in the palace, except for him, had been at the mercy of Chun Shun. This was an utter disgrace. Who killed Chun Shun, and why were there no survivors? The Han Emperor cast a cold glare at the commander of the Imperial Guards. "I do not know, Your Majesty. When I discovered Chun Shun, he was already dead." The commander of the Imperial Guards shook his head helplessly. The Han Emperor's fury erupted. "A bunch of useless fools. You did not notice someone lurking in the royal kitchen for over a decade, nor did you detect an intruder within the palace. Is my palace a mere unguarded vegetable garden?" The commander of the Imperial Guards promptly knelt to offer his apologies. "Your Majesty, something is amiss." At that moment, an elderly man in a blue robe approached from the direction of Eunuch Chen's demise, his face awash with shock. "Su Gongfeng, what have you discovered?" The Han Emperor's expression softened slightly. The blue-robed elder, a palace attendant and a martial artist of the innate 6th rank, was held in high regard by the Emperor. The wind's sword intent. That eunuch was slain from a distance of 100 feet by someone employing the wind's sword intent. Su Gongfeng pointed to the hole left by the sword intent piercing through the wall, shaking his head with a bitter smile. "Anyone capable of such a feat possesses cultivation far beyond my own." Though he had reached the innate 6th rank, his understanding of sword intent was still quite rudimentary, and he had yet to grasp its secrets. Thus, the sight of someone wielding the wind's sword intent astonished him. The 9th prince, the Prince of Su. It must be the Prince of Su who has returned. The Han Emperor paused momentarily before a smile of joy spread across his face. Chapter 10. The Profound Embodied Su Prince. Su Gongfeng pondered for a moment and nodded, stating, "Only Su Prince possesses such extraordinary abilities." The Han Emperor chuckled. It must be that Su Prince returned to the imperial city and fortuitously encountered those conspirators, promptly eliminating them. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, there had been an incident at the library." At that moment, the gray-robed elder guarding the library flew in from the distance. The library. The Han Emperor's heart sank. The library is the foundation of the royal family's cultivation and cannot afford any mishap. Your Majesty, thousands of secret scrolls in the library have fallen to the ground, leaving chaos in their wake. Someone has infiltrated the library and rummaged through these scrolls. The gray-robed elder landed in the courtyard and, without waiting for the Han Emperor to speak, recounted the events that transpired in the library. Tang Lao, who could have infiltrated the library under your watch and rummaged through our royal secret scrolls without alarming you? The Han Emperor's expression turned grave. If someone could achieve this, would the palace not be a place of free access? I failed to guard the library properly. Please punish me, Your Majesty. The gray-robed elder's face was filled with shame. Su Gongfeng whispered, Your Majesty, could the one perusing the secret scrolls be Su Prince? It stands to reason that Su Prince was on his way to the library and coincidentally encountered those plotting mischief, resolving them with ease. The Han Emperor nodded gently, frowning. However, since the 9th Prince has already returned to the Imperial City, why has he not sought an audience with me? Your Majesty, perhaps Su Prince is engrossed in cultivating a unique skill, making it inconvenient for him to reveal himself. He might wish to cultivate in secrecy to protect our Han Dynasty. Su Gongfeng articulated his speculation. That makes sense. The 9th Prince must be immersed in his training. Otherwise, he would not need to peruse the scrolls in the library. The Han Emperor nodded softly, smiling. With the 9th Prince back in the Imperial City, I can rest assured. With him here, no one can act recklessly in the capital. Lin Yu was unaware that his visit to the library had caused such a commotion. In the subsequent 3 years, Lin Yu ventured deep into the forbidden areas of the Chilean Mountains, continuously hunting the demon kings of the 7th rank and above. Utilizing the god-eating cauldron to refine the demon kings and cultivating the sacred emperor's heart method, Lin Yu, with the assistance of the cauldron elder, experienced rapid progress in his cultivation. In just 3 short years, he advanced from the 6th rank to the 9th rank, with 1 foot already stepping onto the threshold of the Purple Mansion realm. The demon kings in the forbidden areas of the Chilean Mountains were almost entirely exterminated, while those remaining at the 9th rank hid away, clinging to life. On a certain early morning, Lin Yu was in his stone dwelling, meticulously carving a wooden sword with a dagger. His expression was solemn, his gaze focused, as he cautiously adjusted every line of the wooden sword. This was a secret technique imparted to him by the cauldron elder, carving the wooden sword while also embodying the essence of the Sword of Wind. Each carving of the wooden sword required him to infuse the essence of the Sword of Wind into it, ensuring that the wooden sword could withstand the essence while remaining undetectable, testing Lin Yu's mastery over the Sword of Wind. 3rd Imperial Uncle. A young girl's tender voice rang out from outside the stone dwelling. Lin Yu opened the door to see a girl of about 7 or 8 years old approaching him. The maidservants and guards attending to the young girl waited outside the royal tomb, not daring to cross the threshold. Upon seeing Lin Yu, a faint smile appeared on the pale face of the girl. Chu Chu greets the Imperial Uncle. You must be the 3rd Imperial Uncle guarding the tomb. As mentioned by my father. Chu Chu. Lin Yu paused for a moment, then suddenly realized, I remember now. You are the daughter of the 2nd Imperial Brother. He had heard about the birth of the 2nd Imperial Brother's daughter during his return to the Imperial City after his disastrous campaign. It was said that she had some hidden ailments. However, Lin Yu was preoccupied with his own troubles and was placed under house arrest upon his return, unaware of the specifics of her condition. To his surprise, after many years, the 2nd Imperial Brother's daughter had grown so much. How is your father nowadays? Lin Yu inquired with a hint of nostalgia. The 2nd Imperial Brother was known for his generosity and kindness towards his siblings. Father has been taking me around seeking medical help these years. He just returned to the Imperial City recently. He said he would come to visit you once he settles down. Chu Chu replied with a charming smile. Chu Chu, why have you come to the royal tomb? There is nothing entertaining here. Did you sneak away from home because you didn't want to cultivate? Lin Yu asked, curious. Royal children were expected to start their training at a young age, burdened with heavy studies, and he too had once snuck away to play instead of practicing. I cannot cultivate. Chu Chu's expression dimmed as she softly replied, 3rd Imperial Uncle, I heard that royal bloodlines are buried in the royal tomb. So I wanted to see where I would be laid to rest in the future. At your age, why do you have such thoughts? Lin Yu asked, puzzled. Chu Chu appeared fine aside from her pale complexion, not resembling someone with a severe illness. 3rd Imperial Uncle, I have a strange illness. They all say I won't live long. Chu Chu gently shook her head, evoking pity from Lin Yu. What strange illness? Lin Yu pressed for clarification. Chu Chu quietly explained. I was born with a cold poison in my body that acts up every half-month, causing excruciating pain. My father has sought the best doctors in the world, but they all say the cold poison's onset is merely a precursor. In a year or so, the poison will fully erupt, and by then, not even divine beings can save me. Alas, this young girl possesses a rare, profound body, an extraordinary talent for cultivation. Just then, Lin Yu heard the voice of the Cauldron Elder in his consciousness. Profound body? Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. He had never heard of such a thing. Indeed, it is a cultivation root bone that can be compared to the unparalleled sword body. Women with a profound body are exceedingly rare. Many remain unaware, mistaking it for an outbreak of cold poison. However, if the profound energy is not harmonized with yang substances, those possessing this root bone find it exceedingly difficult to survive past the age of 10. Yet, with the right yang substances to balance the energy, those with a profound body can progress remarkably in their cultivation. Unfortunately, the world knows little about the profound body, and many talented individuals with this body have quietly perished. The Cauldron Elder revealed the secret of the profound body. What yang substance must be used to harmonize with Chu Chu's profound body? Lin Yu quickly inquired of the Cauldron Elder. Within the forbidden areas of the Chilean Mountains, that red flame firefox can serve. The Cauldron Elder chuckled. If we can refine that red flame firefox, I can harmonize the profound energy within this little girl. At the 9th rank, the red flame firefox, Lin Yu replied nonchalantly. Last time, I failed to locate its lair, allowing it to escape. This time, I shall not grant it another chance. Third Imperial Uncle, you need not worry about me. I understand this is fate. Chu Chu, unaware of Lin Yu's conversation with the Cauldron Elder, gently tugged at his sleeve and softly said, Third Imperial Uncle, I must leave now. If I am buried here, I can accompany you every day. Foolish child. Lin Yu gently ruffled Chu Chu's hair and said softly, How many days until your cold poison acts up? In 7 days, Third Imperial Uncle. Chu Chu looked at Lin Yu in confusion. Very well. Come to find me when your cold poison acts up in 7 days. I may have a way to alleviate your suffering. Lin Yu smiled faintly. 7 days would be sufficient for him to hunt the red flame firefox. Given the second Imperial brother's kindness towards him and the fact that Chu Chu possessed a profound body, he could not remain indifferent. Chapter 11. Hunting the Demon King. 7 days later, I shall return to seek out my third uncle. Confused, Chu Chu waved farewell to Lin Yu and slowly made her way out of the royal tomb. After seeing her off, Lin Yu turned his gaze to the setting sun, smiling as he said, Master Ding, time is of the essence. Tonight, we shall venture into the mountains to pursue that fox. Deep within the Chilean mountain range, in a secluded valley, flames surged and roared. Lin Yu descended gracefully from the sky, landing above the valley, and peered down. There in the valley lay a red fox, as large as a calf, its tail ablaze like a roaring inferno, casting a crimson glow throughout the valley. The fiery fox glared fiercely at Lin Yu, flames swirling around it, coalescing into streams of molten lava. Curse those humans. Why do you relentlessly pursue me? I have hidden away in this desolate place, yet you still refuse to let me be. The red fox seethed. Why waste words? Surrender your life. Lin Yu replied with a slight smile, leaping down from the mountaintop like a falling star toward the fiery fox. I will fight you to the bitter end. The red fox roared, slamming its palms against the ground, producing a thunderous sound that shook the entire valley, as if the heavens were about to collapse. The molten lava surged upward, transforming into a fiery star hurtling towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu scoffed, raising his hand as if wielding a sword, and with a swift motion, he met the oncoming flame star. With a piercing gust of wind, the sword intent sliced through the fiery star, scattering it like a blossoming firework above the valley. The wind's sword intent surged through the flame star, suddenly accelerating, and penetrated the fox's forehead, extinguishing its very soul. As the spirit dissipated, the blazing flames surrounding the red fox gradually dimmed and extinguished. Lin Yu descended slowly, summoning the God-devouring cauldron from his consciousness. Master Ding, the rest is up to you. Watch and learn. Master Ding chuckled with immense confidence. Soon, radiant starlight rippled from the cauldron, enveloping the fox's body and drawing it into the golden vessel. As the red fox was refined, the starlight within the cauldron bubbled as if boiling, ultimately yielding a solitary red pill resting quietly within. Young one, once that girl consumes this pill, it will harmonize the dark energy within her, freeing her from its backlash. Master Ding remarked with a grin. This girl has turned misfortune into fortune. With this pill, her cultivation will surely progress by leaps and bounds. Thank you, Master Ding, for your assistance. Lin Yu expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Why thank me? Whether I help you or someone else. All I desire are rare treasures and the flesh of beasts to devour and refine. Master Ding's words had barely left his mouth when the God-devouring cauldron transformed into a beam of golden light, returning to Lin Yu's consciousness. Lin Yu shook his head with a smile, unfazed by Master Ding's words, and turned to exit the valley. Days later, Chu Chu reappeared in the royal tomb, but this time accompanied by Lin Yu's second brother, Lin Shuo. Third brother, Lin Shuo placed a hand on Lin Yu's shoulder, speaking softly, when you faced your troubles. I was seeking renowned doctors to treat Chu Chu's ailment, and I could not assist you. I regret this deeply. Thankfully, you seem well. I have returned to request Father to recall his decree and allow you back to the royal city. It has been long enough. Father should be calm by now. Second brother, I actually enjoy residing here. Lin Yu replied sincerely. Returning to the royal city would indeed hinder his endeavors in the Chilean mountains to hunt the Demon King. Third uncle, Chu Chu, following Lin Shuo, also bowed to Lin Yu. Today marked the day when her dark Yin energy would act up, and her complexion was even paler than before. Despite it being midsummer, her petite frame was swathed in a fur coat made from the fur of the extreme north snow fox, shivering slightly, clearly unable to withstand the chill emanating from within her. Third brother, Chu Chu, said you could alleviate her suffering from the cold poison. Is it true? Lin Shuo looked at Lin Yu with hopeful anticipation. If Lin Yu could indeed ease Chu Chu's pain, he would spare no expense. I have acquired a method during my southern expedition that can relieve the cold poison within. It should be beneficial for Chu Chu. Lin Yu fabricated a flawless excuse, drawing upon a myriad of shamanic remedies and secret elixirs from the South Wilderness. Excellent. Quickly, third brother, treat Chu Chu. Lin Shuo beamed with joy. Eager for Lin Yu's method, Lin Yu led Chu Chu into a stone chamber, retrieving the pill obtained from refining the red fox and presenting it to her. Consume this pill, and your cold poison will be cured, freeing you from its torment henceforth. Seeing Chu Chu's shocked expression, Lin Yu smiled gently. However, you must never disclose today's events to anyone, including second brother. Furthermore, although your cold poison will no longer flare up, you must come to the royal tomb every fortnight for me to supervise your cultivation. Third uncle, can my cold poison truly be cured? Chu Chu stammered. Having endured the torment of the cold poison since birth, with renowned physicians powerless to help, even though she trusted Lin Yu, disbelief lingered in her heart. Absolutely. Lin Yu smiled slightly. I promise, third uncle, I will not tell a soul about today. Chu Chu not that easy. Taking the red pill from Lin Yu's hand and promptly swallowing it. The pill contained the pure yang energy of the red fox. And as soon as Chu Chu ingested it, a warm current surged from her dantian, spreading throughout her body. It felt as though she was submerged in a hot spring, enveloped in warmth and indescribable comfort, banishing any trace of chill. Once the pill was fully refined within her, the pallor that had once graced her face transformed into a vibrant hue, her complexion now radiant and revitalized. Why is it so warm today? As the dark Yin energy within her dissipated, she suddenly felt an overwhelming heat, realizing she had been clad in fur even in the height of summer. She swiftly shed the coat and turned to Lin Yu in astonishment. Third uncle, I truly feel no cold at all. Let's step outside. Second brother must be waiting impatiently. Remember, you are to visit me every fortnight without fail. Lin Yu advised Chu Chu with a smile as they exited the stone chamber. Outside, Lin Shuo, having grown impatient, froze upon seeing Chu Chu, his face lighting up with joy. Chu Chu, why have you removed your fur coat? Is it true that you no longer feel cold? As he spoke, his voice quivered slightly. Father, I am fine. Third uncle said that as long as I come to the royal tomb whenever my cold poison acts up, I will be all right. Chu Chu beamed. Good. From now on, you shall visit the royal tomb every fortnight, and make sure to keep your third uncle company. Lin Shuo rejoiced, looking up at Lin Yu. Third brother, your kindness is beyond words. You have spared Chu Chu from the torment of cold poison. I shall ensure your return to the royal city. Chapter 12. The Ice Spirit Cold Light Technique. Lin Yu gazed at Lin Shuo, who was overwhelmed with gratitude. and felt a strong desire to express that there was no need for him to return to the imperial city. However, witnessing Lin Yuguai's eagerness to rush into the palace to plead for his father, he ultimately refrained from speaking. After bidding farewell to the reluctant Chu Chu and his second royal brother, Lin Yu resumed his methodical practice. He was now merely a step away from the Purple Mansion realm. Even the innate ninth-grade demon kings within the forbidden grounds of the Chilean mountains could no longer satisfy his need for spiritual energy. To make this small leap into the Purple Mansion realm, he would need to hunt down at least several dozen more innate ninth-grade demon kings. However, he had already hunted a significant portion of them, and the remaining ones had scattered far and wide, making it uncertain how long it would take to gather the necessary offerings for his advancement. Besides that, he considered the possibility of hunting the legendary beasts of the Purple Mansion realm that lay dormant in the depths of the Death Forbidden Zone. According to Master Ding, slaying one of these beasts would equate to the energy acquired from dozens of innate ninth-grade demon kings. Thus, Lin Yu had resolved to solidify his innate ninth-grade cultivation before venturing into the mountains in search of the slumbering creatures of the Purple Mansion realm. Within the Imperial Palace, the second Prince Lin Yuguai knelt before Emperor Han, enduring a reprimand. The emperor's face was as cold as ice, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Yuguai as he scolded. Lin Yu is a useless general, exhausting the entire army, leading to the barbarians of the South Wilderness nearly riding upon my neck. You return with the intention of being favored, yet you dare to plead for Lin Yu, that good-for-nothing. Go back and tell him that in this lifetime, he is to remain in the royal mausoleum, and do not think of returning. After a moment of furious cursing, Emperor Han, still unsatisfied, coldly remarked, "Your soft-heartedness will hinder your ability to bear great responsibilities in the future." The second Prince Lin Yuguai had always been known for his benevolence, esteemed both within and outside the court, and was originally the best candidate for the crown prince in his heart. However, given the current circumstances, his excessive kindness appeared more like maternal pity, making it difficult for him to inherit the throne. Thus, Emperor Han decided to observe further, to see if any of the princes might stand out among them. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Yuguai, observing the emperor's anger, cautiously spoke, "Father, the third brother suffered a crushing defeat in the south. There must be some hidden truths. The marching routes were grasped by the barbarians of the South Wilderness. It was undoubtedly a trap. Please allow the third brother one more chance to prove himself." He did not relent, but continued to advocate for Lin Yu. Do not make excuses for his incompetence. If you dare to plead for him again, you shall guard the royal mausoleum alongside him. The emperor's face turned a shade darker as he swept away in a huff. Half a month later, Chu Chu arrived as expected. Under Lin Yu's guidance, she began her cultivation, and indeed, as Master Ding had said, her progress with the Xianyin body was remarkably swift. It was believed that before long, she would catch up to her peers and then surpass them. Alas! Just then, Lin Yu heard Master Ding's voice echoing in his mind. "Master Ding, what is regrettable?" Lin Yu inquired with curiosity. "Regrettably, the little girl, like you before, is practicing an inferior method that utterly fails to harness the true power of the Xianyin body." Master Ding continued with a grin. "However, I can create a cultivation method suitable for the Xianyin body. With this method, her progress will undoubtedly be meteoric." "Master Ding, do you possess such a cultivation method?" Lin Yu asked, puzzled. "Previously, I did not. But do you truly believe that I refined the countless secrets of the library merely to merge the sacred Emperor's technique and the Windsor intent? Currently, I possess a plethora of formidable cultivation methods and supreme techniques. These two are simply the most suitable for you at present." Master Ding chuckled, and then a burst of golden light erupted within Lin Yu's consciousness, with countless characters flowing forth, revealing a technique known as the Ice Spirit Cold Light technique. "Thank you, Master Ding." After expressing his gratitude, Lin Yu promptly awakened Chu Chu and imparted the technique to her. With the Ice Spirit Cold Light technique, her cultivation speed accelerated tremendously. Time flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. Throughout these 5 years, Chu Chu visited the royal mausoleum every half-month to receive Lin Yu's guidance, publicly claiming it was to see her uncle, the deposed guardian of the mausoleum. The royal family was aware of the innate cold poison within Chu Chu, which threatened her life. Thus they allowed her to be. Under Lin Yu's instruction, Her cultivation progressed at an astonishing rate. At merely 12 or 13 years of age, she had already reached the 9th grade of martial arts, just a step away from the innate realm. In contrast, her royal brothers and cousins were mostly at the 4th or 5th grade, with only a few reaching the 6th or 7th grade, creating a vast disparity. Chu-Chu's 5 years of effort had surpassed the arduous cultivation of others spanning over a decade, and such a pace was nothing short of miraculous, befitting the reputation of the Xiannian body. Over these 5 years, Lin Yu had ventured deep into the Chilean Mountains' forbidden grounds more than a dozen times in search of traces of the great demons of the Purple Mansion realm, yet each time returned empty-handed. Nevertheless, he had eradicated the innate realm beasts, wiping out the remaining stragglers. With Master Ding's assistance, he finally advanced to the Purple Mansion realm, now possessing a 2nd grade cultivation. To progress further, he either needed to seek rare treasures or hunt the great demons of the Purple Mansion realm. Otherwise, the innate beasts could no longer fulfill his needs for spiritual energy. Over the years, the demon beasts within the Chilean Mountains had been harvested time and again, leading to several consecutive periods without any beast tides. Consequently, the Han Dynasty was deliberating whether to reassign the mausoleum guards elsewhere, as they were a formidable army, and their continued presence in the Chilean Mountains seemed wasteful. As for the Chilean Mountains, it was deemed sufficient to leave a few individuals to oversee and observe. 3 months later, on a day when Chu-Chu intended to visit Lin Yu at the Royal Mausoleum, she was intercepted by Lin Shaw. Today, a grand event was to unfold in the imperial city, as Emperor Han had decreed that all princes and grandsons must attend. Moreover, this event was to be presided over by Lin Shaw, the 2nd prince, who was required to set an example by bringing Chu-Chu along. Upon arriving at the banquet, Chu-Chu soon discovered that the gathering was intended to welcome the emissaries from the South Wilderness. Ever since Lin Yu's disastrous campaign to the South years ago, the South Wilderness had gained the upper hand, repeatedly provoking the Han Dynasty. The sudden arrival of a delegation left the officials of the Han Dynasty puzzled, obliged to respond to this unexpected challenge. The banquet was exceptionally grand, with not only all princes and grandsons in attendance, but also the emperor himself. As the festivities unfolded, with guests and hosts reveling in joy and merriment, the South Wilderness Grand Shaman suddenly rose after several rounds of drinks. He proclaimed that the legendary Han Dynasty's founding emperor possessed an unparalleled sword body, rarely finding an equal, and that the royal family was rife with martial prowess and exceptional warriors. This time, the South Wilderness young master had come along with the delegation, having cultivated martial arts from a young age and eager to witness the royal warrior's renown, thus requesting the princes to impart their wisdom. Despite the Grand Shaman's respectful demeanor, his words dripped with provocation, unmistakable to all present. Chapter 13. The talent of the southern wasteland, who among you dares to challenge me? At this moment, the young lord of the barbarian tribe, Tuoba Hong, stood up. Though merely 15 or 16 years of age, he possessed a tall and robust physique, exuding an aura of formidable strength. Tuoba Hong's demeanor was haughty, his attitude arrogant, as he surveyed the princes and grandsons of the Han royal family present, regarding them as nothing more than fragile trifles. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of those in attendance shifted dramatically. As they finally comprehended the purpose of the Southern Wasteland's envoy, it was to assert their dominance before them. The Han Emperor's face darkened, and he addressed the seated princes and grandsons in a grave tone. Who among you is willing to step forward and defeat this scoundrel? I shall bestow great rewards. Instantly, the princes and grandsons stirred with excitement. If they could leave a favorable impression on the Han Emperor, they might one day ascend to the throne. Stop dawdling. Who among you will come forward for a lesson? Tuoba Hong scanned the surroundings, a disdainful snort escaping his lips, intensifying his provocation. I shall fight you. In response to Tuoba Hong's arrogance, one of the princes could no longer contain himself and stood up. Father, allow me to teach this barbarian a lesson. The 17th prince snorted coldly, casting a contemptuous glance at Tuoba Hong. As a legitimate prince of the Han, he had consumed various spiritual medicines since childhood and had the guidance of renowned masters. Now, at 16, he had advanced to the 5th rank of martial arts, making him one of the most distinguished among the princes and grandsons. Thus, he was filled with confidence in his ability to defeat Tuoba Hong. Are you jesting? You send a mere 6th-rank martial artist to confront me? Tuoba Hong surveyed the 17th prince with a scornful expression. Fool! Watch how I deal with you today. The 17th prince's face flushed with anger as he charged at Tuoba Hong. In an instant, he was before Tuoba Hong, transforming his palm into a blade and striking fiercely. Excellent. This strike was swift and sharp, earning nods of approval from many ministers, while the other princes and grandsons cheered in unison. A cold smile played on the corners of Tuoba Hong's lips as he regarded the 17th prince's attack with utter disdain. He bellowed fiercely, raising his right fist to meet the 17th prince's palm blade head-on. A surge of scorching energy emanated from his fist, and as he unleashed it, flames flickered in the air. Boom! Tuoba Hong's punch shattered the 17th prince's palm blade. The 17th prince was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, creating a large crater, and he groaned in agony, clutching his right arm. Tuoba Hong's strike had broken the 17th prince's arm with overwhelming force. The crowd stared at Tuoba Hong in disbelief. The 17th prince, of similar age, was utterly no match for him. How dare you harm our Han prince? You barbarians are seeking death. The ministers shouted in anger. The Imperial Guard brandished their weapons in unison, ready to strike down the southern wasteland envoy at the Emperor's command. The Han Emperor's expression darkened. He shot a cold stare at Tuoba Hong and commanded, "Someone take the 17th prince to receive treatment. Forgive me, but the 17th prince is quite strong. I can only exert my full strength. My previous attack was indeed a bit excessive." Tuoba Hong feigned an apology, though his nonchalant demeanor suggested he was merely being dismissive. The Han Emperor's countenance grew even more somber. This was not merely an affront to him, but to the entire Han Dynasty. "Everyone stand down." The Han Emperor waved his hand, and the Imperial Guard withdrew. The civil and military officials, along with the princes and grandsons, wore expressions of deep frustration. "Is there anyone else willing to spar?" Tuoba Hong chuckled mockingly, continuing his provocation, utterly disregarding the presence of the Han royal family. "Whoever can defeat me shall receive this jade ring as a reward." The Han Emperor removed the jade ring he wore and placed it on the table, turning to the princes and grandsons. Upon seeing the jade ring, the crowd's breaths grew heavier. This ring was a spiritual treasure capable of withstanding attacks from practitioners below the 7th rank, serving as the Han Emperor's protective artifact. The fact that he offered it as a reward indicated that he had been thoroughly incensed by Tuoba Hong. "Father, I shall confront him." The 15th prince rose, gazing at Tuoba Hong with a cold smile. "Ignorant barbarian, today you shall learn the might of the Han royal family." Before his words even faded, a powerful aura erupted from him, unmistakably revealing his 8th-rank martial prowess. At 16, Lin Yuguai had advanced to the 7th rank and was hailed as a genius. The 15th prince, at just 17, had already reached the 8th rank. In terms of talent, he surpassed Lin Yuguai, being regarded as yet another prodigy of the royal family after the 7th princess. The 15th prince, a genius of the 8th rank, was more than capable of handling a mere barbarian. Had he been the one to engage earlier, Tuoba Hong might have already been vanquished. As the 15th prince prepared to act, the ministers nodded in anticipation, eager to witness him teach Tuoba Hong a harsh lesson. He stood opposite Tuoba Hong, coldly declaring, "I am 2 years your senior. I had no intention of bullying you, but your arrogance is intolerable. Today, I shall show you that there are greater powers beyond your understanding. You think you could defeat me?" Tuoba Hong replied with palpable disdain. "Why don't you try to withstand a punch from me first?" Before he finished speaking, Tuoba Hong stepped forward, moving like lightning, and appeared before the 15th prince, launching a punch directly at his chest. A wave of scorching energy surged from Tuoba Hong's fist, a flicker of crimson flame dancing around it. "Come at me." The 15th prince's lips curled into a cold smirk as he raised his right fist, preparing to meet Tuoba Hong's blow with forceful resolve. He aimed to defeat Tuoba Hong in the most direct and decisive manner. Their fists collided with a thunderous crash, echoing like a storm through the Imperial garden, causing the ground to tremble. Suddenly, the crowd witnessed the 15th prince's sleeve igniting in flames, his right arm seemingly unable to withstand the force of Tuoba Hong's punch, snapping under the impact. Seizing the opportunity, Tuoba Hong struck again. sending the 15th prince flying over 10 feet away, crashing heavily before the Han Emperor. Silence. The entire imperial garden fell into an eerie stillness. Shock was etched on every face. Who could have anticipated that the genius 15th prince, second only to the 7th princess within the royal family, would fall without even being able to withstand a single strike from Tuoba Hong? How could Tuoba Hong possess such strength? It seems you are not up to the challenge. Tuoba Hong laughed triumphantly, looking down at the 15th prince with unparalleled arrogance. Something is amiss. This barbarian, like the 15th prince, is also an 8th-rank martial artist. How can he project his spiritual energy outward? This is something only innate realm practitioners can achieve. The onlookers began to realize that Tuoba Hong must possess some treasure that enhanced his spiritual energy, emboldening him to such an extent. Chapter 14. Arrogance. It appears that the so-called geniuses of your Han imperial family are nothing remarkable after all. Tuoba Hong made no effort to conceal his pride this time, laughing triumphantly as if he were trampling on the dignity of everyone present. The civil and military officials in the imperial garden wore ashen faces, many with a glint of murderous intent in their eyes. Should the Han Emperor give the signal, they would immediately strike, eliminating Tuoba Hong and the entire southern wilderness envoy without mercy. At this moment, the Han Emperor's expression was so dark it seemed it could drip with water. He clenched his fists tightly, contemplating whether to sever ties with these southern wilderness envoys and execute them. Reflecting on the humiliation he had endured today, his resentment towards the 3rd prince, Lin Yu, grew. Had it not been for Lin Yu's disastrous defeat in the southern wilderness, how could he, the illustrious Han Emperor, have been subjected to such disgrace by these barbaric southern folk? I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of His Majesty. Suddenly, Chu, who had been indulging in delicacies, stood up. Today, both of her little royal uncles had been defeated by the southern barbarians' young leader and her father. The 2nd Prince Lin Shua was responsible for hosting the banquet in the imperial garden. If Tuoba Hong continued his arrogance unchecked, the Han Emperor would surely vent his anger on Lin Shua afterward. Thus, to shield her father from blame, Chu took the initiative to step forward. As Chu rose, all eyes turned to her. Nonsense. Chu, sit down. Lin Shua's face turned pale as he hurriedly admonished her. Even the genius 15th prince was no match for Tuoba Hong, given that Chu had suffered from the cold poison and had hardly trained in years. It would be nothing short of a miracle if she could avoid being killed in a confrontation with Tuoba Hong. Chu, sit down. I understand you wish to alleviate the emperor's worries, but this matter is beyond your concern. The Han Emperor cast a deep glance at Chu, gesturing for her to return her seat. Chu, if you do not sit down, you have no place in today's affairs. Trying to steal the limelight without considering the occasion. Forcing your way into the spotlight here could cost you your life. The other princes and princesses scolded her in unison. Everyone knew that Chu was afflicted with cold poison and had never practiced martial arts. Her standing up was merely an attempt to win the Han Emperor's favor. The Emperor would never permit her to duel with Tuoba Hong. Jealousy brewed in the hearts of the princes and princesses, who silently lamented their own lack of foresight. And thus they spoke disparagingly to Chu. However, she paid no heed to their comments and boldly walked to the center of the imperial garden, standing directly opposite Tuoba Hong. Ha. It seems your Han imperial family is indeed devoid of talent, sending a delicate little girl to face me. Tuoba Hong boomed with laughter, his gaze lecherously surveying Chu. Little beauty, why not surrender to me today? If you marry me, our southern wilderness and your Han will become one family. And I assure you, I will not disclose today as events. Standing elegantly, Chu's beauty was unparalleled. Having never encountered such a stunning maiden in the southern wilderness, Tuoba Hong found himself momentarily entranced. Chu coldly regarded Tuoba Hong. You prattle on so much. Are you afraid to fight me? Tuoba Hong's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing with malice. Since you seek death, do not blame me for showing no mercy. Without further ado, he surged forward, his aura escalating as he stepped forth. His right fist ignited with raging flames, striking fiercely towards Chu. Su Gongfeng. The Han Emperor's face turned a deep shade of anger as he called out to Su Gongfeng behind him. Yes, Su Gongfeng was about to intervene when he saw Chu raise her delicate white hand, gently waving it towards Tuoba Hong's right fist. Boom! A chilling breath emanated from her palm, instantly extinguishing the flames on Tuoba Hong's fist, and with a single palm strike, she sent the ferociously charging Tuoba Hong flying back. Tuoba Hong staggered back more than 10 paces before regaining his footing, staring incredulously at his right arm. To his astonishment, a layer of frost had formed on it. What? This scene sent shockwaves through the imperial garden. Both civil and military officials, as well as the princes and princesses, including the second Prince Lin Yuguai and the Han Emperor, wore expressions of disbelief. The southern wilderness envoy, witnessing Tuoba Hong being repelled by Chu Chu, lost their earlier composure, rising in shock as they stared at her. What was happening? Is not Princess Chu Chu supposed to be a victim of cold poison, unable to cultivate? I remember she has not trained with us for quite some time. How could she be so powerful? It was said that the cold poison in her body would prevent her from living past 15. What is the meaning of her current prowess? In the imperial garden, gasps filled the air as no one could comprehend how Chu Chu had suddenly become so formidable. They exchanged bewildered glances, their faces painted with astonishment. Even the second Prince Lin Yuguai appeared utterly perplexed. Su Gongfeng, do you understand what is happening? The Han Emperor turned to Su Gongfeng, who, to his surprise, shook his head with a bitter smile. Tuoba Hong's expression darkened, his eyes fixed fiercely on Chu Chu, filled with both rage and shock. He had not anticipated that the Han imperial family concealed such a talent. He was a genius of the 8th rank in martial arts, having experienced extraordinary adventures in the southern wilderness, capable of summoning a trace of innate spiritual energy before entering the innate realm. He could even contend with 9th rank warriors. To have been repelled by a single move against Chu Chu was an indescribable humiliation. You cannot defeat me. Concede. Though it was merely a single exchange, Chu Chu understood that her strength surpassed Tuoba Hong's, and thus she calmly urged him to surrender, sparing him the struggle. Fool! Tuoba Hong seethed with rage. Her words were an insult to him. Flames erupted from his body as he bellowed, charging at Chu Chu with his right fist engulfed in fire, transforming into a blazing meteor hurtling directly towards her. Innate spiritual energy. Indeed, that young man must possess some treasure that allows him to wield a thread of innate spiritual energy. No wonder the 15th prince was no match for him. This young man, utilizing 8th rank martial arts to channel innate spiritual energy, could even contend with a genius of 9th rank. Chu Chu was in trouble. As Tuoba Hong revealed his trump card, the civil and military officials gasped in unison, their gazes toward Chu Chu laced with concern. They were not worried about whether Chu Chu would be severely injured by Tuoba Hong, but rather that if she were to lose to him, the Han imperial family would become a laughingstock throughout the realm. Tuoba Hong's fiery punch, infused with overwhelming heat, wilted the flowers and plants in the imperial garden, as if a line of flames were creeping toward Chu Chu. This was no attack that could be executed by an 8th rank warrior. Chapter 15. Is Chu Chu the swordsmanship prodigy? Faced with Tuoba Hong's strike, Chu Chu's expression remained unchanged. She uttered a soft exclamation, and suddenly, a chilling aura emanated from her, a frigid white mist blossoming instantaneously, coalescing in her right hand before she struck towards Tuoba Hong. The icy breath surged like a torrent towards the crimson flames, colliding with them in an instant. Boom! A deafening roar erupted in the imperial garden. The flames erupting from Tuoba Hong's right fist froze at a visible pace, while the frost continued to spread, swiftly engulfing his right arm. Before anyone could react, Tuoba Hong was entirely covered in frost, transformed into a magnificent ice sculpture standing in the garden. Crack! Moments later, the ice sculpture shattered, and Tuoba Hong was sent hurtling backward as if struck by a heavy hammer, crashing to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of crimson blood. His countenance instantly drained of vitality. Silence fell over the imperial garden. Everyone was rooted to the spot, gazing at Chu Chu in disbelief. No one had anticipated that even the 15th prince, renowned for his talents, was no match for Tuoba Hong. Ultimately, it was Chu Chu, who had been deemed a waste unable to cultivate since childhood, who effortlessly defeated Tuoba Hong, turning the tide and restoring the dignity of the Han royal family. Shall we continue? Chu Chu inquired as she observed Tuoba Hong struggling to rise. Impossible. How could I possibly lose? This is absolutely inconceivable. Tuoba Hong clutched his chest, his face ashen, utterly unable to accept the outcome. Since acquiring the spiritual treasure, he had never tasted defeat against his peers. His arrival in the Han imperial city was intended to trample the geniuses of the Han Dynasty, yet he found himself utterly powerless before Chu Chu. He staggered to his feet, his gaze filled with enmity as he looked at Chu Chu. "I will not spare you. I will not let this go." Tuoba on murmure. Reaching for his waist, the Grand Wizard of the Southern Wilderness's expression changed dramatically as he swiftly appeared beside Tuoba Hong, appearing to support him while firmly grasping his arm. He whispered, "Young master, refrain from acting recklessly. There are experts aplenty here. Even with that treasure, you cannot contend against her. We must plan carefully." Grinding his teeth, Tuoba Hong cast a resentful glance at Chu Chu before ultimately choosing to swallow his indignation. The Grand Wizard chuckled, clasping his fists. "Indeed, the Han royal family is truly blessed with talent. We, the Southern Wilderness, concede this battle with utmost respect." "Excellent. Chu Chu, you have performed admirably." The Han Emperor laughed heartily, his earlier frustration dissipating. He tossed a jade ring towards her, saying, "This is my reward." Chu Chu accepted the jade ring, expressing her gratitude joyfully before returning to her seat to continue enjoying the imperial feast. Previously, she had been merely an inconspicuous figure within the royal family. However, after this battle, the surrounding princes and grandsons cast curious glances her way. Even the second prince, Lin Yuguai, regarded her with surprise, bewildered by her sudden prowess. "Your Majesty, our young master has sustained injuries during the duel, and we shall take our leave." The Grand Wizard of the Southern Wilderness stood to take his leave. "Indeed, victory and defeat are commonplace in warfare. Do not dwell on it." The Han Emperor, delighted, waved for the Southern Wilderness delegation to withdraw, also promising to dispatch imperial physicians to treat Tuoba Hong, showcasing the grandeur of a great nation. Once the Southern Wilderness delegation departed, the Han Emperor turned to the eunuch beside him, snorting, "Ensure the Dark Guards keep watch over these individuals." The young eunuch promptly accepted the command and went to inform the royal Dark Guards. "Chu Chu, come here." The Han Emperor beckoned to Chu Chu, who was engrossed in devouring a watermelon. Setting down the watermelon, Chu Chu approached the Han Emperor with a puzzled expression. "Chu Chu, I recall you had cold poison within you, preventing you from cultivating. How have you suddenly become so formidable?" The Han Emperor inquired with a warm smile. Chu Chu had made a pact with Lin Yu to never disclose that he had cured her cold poison, nor to mention that he had imparted cultivation methods to her. Thus, she looked at the Han Emperor with a bewildered expression. "Grandfather, I am unsure of how this transpired. The cold poison ceased to act up 2 years ago, and it seems I can now control the coldness within me, rapidly progressing in my cultivation." Such a development was indeed astonishing. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically upon hearing Chu Chu's words. Who could have imagined that the cold poison that had nearly claimed her life would now assist her cultivation? "Princess Chu Chu, I notice that the method you employed to defeat Tuoba Hong seems distinct from the royal family's techniques. How did you acquire this method?" Su Gongfeng suddenly spoke up, the only one present who had caught this detail. "I do not know. It seems that after the cold poison dissipated, the cold energy within me began to operate like this. I truly have no idea." Chu Chu gently shook her head, maintaining her innocent demeanor. "Su Gongfeng, do you suspect something?" The Han Emperor directed his gaze towards Su Gongfeng. "Your Majesty, do you remember the sword cry that resonated throughout the imperial city years ago?" Su Gongfeng ponda momentia, then stroked his beard, his expression grave as he voiced his suspicions. "We searched the entire imperial city back then, but were unable to locate the prodigious swordsmanship talent. Your Majesty, could it be?" He paused, leaving the rest unsaid. The Han Emperor's countenance shifted dramatically. Even though Su Gongfeng had not completed his thought, he understood the implication. The unparalleled sword body of the founding emperor may not have been inherited, yet his bloodline continued to produce geniuses within the Han royal family. Previously, the cold poison within Chu Chu had been particularly puzzling, and the second Prince Lin Yuguai once suspected she had been poisoned. In retrospect, could it be that the Emperor's sword was responding not to a reincarnated swordsman prodigy, but to a talent of equal caliber? When the imperial city was scouring for the swordsmanship talent, they overlooked the cold poison within Chu Chu, which could explain why they failed to find the whereabouts of the prodigious swordsman. However, if that were the case, why has the Emperor's sword vanished? The Han Emperor shook his head lightly, If Chu were truly the prodigy the Emperor's sword sought, it would stand to reason that the sword should be close to her. Your Majesty, could it be that Princess Chu's talent was exchanged for the Emperor's sword? Hence, we cannot trace its whereabouts. Su Gongfeng had already concluded that Chu was indeed the individual they had sought, quickly formulating a new rationale for the Emperor's sword's disappearance. That must be it. The Han Emperor exhaled deeply, casting a profound glance at Chu, ultimately accepting Su Gongfeng's reasoning. Congratulations, Your Majesty, with Prince Su advancing to the myriad realms and returning. And now the seventh princess achieving innate mastery at such a young age. Princess Chu is yet another chosen one. This is a sign of the heavens' favor upon our Han Dynasty. The officials present came to a sudden realization, kneeling in unison to offer their congratulations. Chapter 16. Tuoba Hong's self-destruction. To his astonishment, Chu turned out to be the genius who had descended previously. A joyful expression spread across the face of the Han Emperor as he waved his hand, proclaiming, "Issue a decree to elevate Chu to the status of Princess of Ice, and grant her 1,000 taels of gold." Upon hearing the Emperor's rewards, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically, especially those of the royal grandchildren. Unless they were legitimate sons or daughters, inheriting a noble title was utterly impossible. Thus, they gazed at Chu with envy. "Thank you, Grandfather Emperor." Chu hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Initially, she had intended to take this opportunity to beseech the Han Emperor to allow Lin Yu to return to the imperial city. However, recalling Lin Yu's previous words about his preference for residing in the imperial mausoleum with freedom, she refrained from voicing her request. "From this day forth, should you require any resources for cultivation, do not hesitate to speak. The royal library and armory of our Han Dynasty are fully at your disposal." The Han Emperor nodded with a smile and waved his hand to conclude the banquet. "Great sorcerer, I cannot swallow this grievance." Within the inn where the southern wilderness envoy was lodged, Tuoba Hong swiftly rose from his bed after the royal physician's departure and whispered to the great sorcerer, "Why did you prevent me just now? You must know I possess the spirit fire jade pendant, allowing me to easily eliminate that Chu. Even at this moment, Tuoba Hong remained indignant. "Young master, you are overly reckless. We are currently in the Imperial Garden of the Han, where there are over a dozen innate realm experts." The great sorcerer sighed, shaking his head. "Moreover, the palace is protected by formations. Had you recklessly produced the spirit fire jade pendant to kill Chu, we all would have perished within the palace. But not killing Chu leaves me unsatisfied." Tuoba Hong's face turned ashen as he spoke in a low voice. "By activating the power of the spirit fire jade pendant, I could temporarily elevate my cultivation to the third tier of innate realm, making the execution of Chu a mere formality. With you by my side, escaping the palace would be absolutely feasible." He focused solely on the great sorcerer, dismissing the lives of the other envoy members. "Young master, even if we manage to escape after you eliminate Chu, the Han will undoubtedly pursue us to the death. We came here to intimidate the Han, not to forge enmity." The great sorcerer continued to persuade Tuoba Hong, "If the Han truly mobilizes its entire army against us, the southern wilderness will face annihilation." The southern wilderness warriors were physically formidable and cultivated swiftly, yet they were straightforward and lacked cunning. Had they understood strategy and patience, perhaps they would have already surged forth from the mountains of the southern wilderness. Contemplating this left him feeling quite helpless. Tuoba Hong shook his head. "Great sorcerer, you must assist me in devising a plan. If I do not kill Chu, I will be plagued by inner demons in my future cultivation." His following the great sorcerer to the Han imperial city was motivated by the acquisition of the spirit fire jade pendant, which elevated his pride, making him view all other young talents as beneath him. The Han imperial family's prodigy was but a stepping stone for him. Who could have foreseen that Chu's emergence would render him a laughingstock? Tuoba Hong resolutely refused to allow anyone to obstruct his path to cultivation. Regardless of who they were, they must be swiftly removed. "Young master, bear with it a while longer. An opportunity will surely arise." The great sorcerer could only continue to urge him. "I cannot endure it." Tuoba Hong insisted, his mind set on eliminating Chu to vent his anger. "Young master, openly killing Chu is impossible. However, if you truly wish to eliminate her, it must be done discreetly." After a moment of hesitation, the great sorcerer whispered, We will investigate Chu Chu's habits and find an opportunity to remove her. Very well. We shall proceed as you suggest, great sorcerer. Tuoba Hong exclaimed joyfully. It is fortunate that you possess such clever ideas. Why did I not think of assassination? Rest assured, young master. Tomorrow, I shall send someone to contact the noble from the Han who once provided us with intelligence. Once we ascertain Chu Chu's habits, it will mark her demise. The great sorcerer smiled with satisfaction. On the following evening, the great sorcerer and Tuoba Hong sat within their quarters. As a southern wilderness warrior reported before them, Great sorcerer, young master, I have discovered that Chu Chu is said to visit the imperial mausoleum every half-month to pay respects to the third Prince Lin Yu, who was defeated by us during the southern expedition. Based on this schedule, she will visit the mausoleum in 3 days. In 3 days. Tuoba Hong could hardly conceal his exhilaration, clapping his hands. Excellent. 3 days from now will be Chu Chu's day of reckoning. He turned to the great sorcerer. You will not impede me this time, will you? The great sorcerer chuckled. Of course not. I never anticipated that Lin Yu would be guarding the imperial mausoleum. While we southern wilderness warriors decimated his army in that battle, his troops caused us immense losses. This time, we shall settle old scores. When we kill Chu Chu, we shall eliminate him as well. Thinking of Lin Yu sent a shudder through the great sorcerer. Even though someone had betrayed Lin Yu's marching route, leading to his army's encirclement, the southern wilderness warriors suffered even greater casualties, exceeding 100,000. Had the Han not experienced internal strife and had no one betrayed Lin Yu, that army could have undoubtedly trampled the southern wilderness. This was also the reason why the southern wilderness did not pursue their victory after that battle, as they were severely weakened and needed time to recuperate. Indeed, I have long heard that Lin Yu is our southern wilderness's arch-nemesis. This time, we shall eliminate him together. Tuoba grinned maliciously, whispering, I have heard he is already a cripple. I shall thoroughly torment him before sending him on his way. 3 days from now, we will first deal with the hidden sentinels of the Han royal family lurking outside the inn, and then proceed to the mausoleum to carry out our murderous intent. After our success, we shall immediately return to the southern wilderness. The great sorcerer smiled confidently. By the time the Han royal family reacts, we will have already departed the imperial city, leaving them unable to pursue us. He and Tuoba Hong exchanged glances, both bursting into laughter. 3 days later, the southern wilderness envoy suddenly struck, eliminating all the hidden sentinels stationed outside the inn, before quietly departing towards the imperial mausoleum. I have heard the Han imperial mausoleum is protected by formations, yet it seems to be nothing more than a mere faade. We come and go as we please. What can the formations do to us? Tuoba Hong remarked, gazing at the mausoleum of the founding emperor with a smile. Great sorcerer, once we have killed Chu Chu and that Lin Yu, let us display their severed heads at the mausoleum of the founding emperor of the Han. What do you think of this idea? The great sorcerer understood that the formations surrounding the mausoleum were merely protective. Entering the mausoleum would not trigger any defenses. However, caught up in Tuoba Hong's enthusiasm, he refrained from contradicting him. How could you have dawdled outside the mausoleum for so long before arriving here? At that moment, a voice echoed in their ears. Following this, the great sorcerer and Tuoba Hong looked up to see a figure blocking their path. Chapter 17. Speak softly, lest you disturb Chu Chu Lin Yu. The grand sorcerer exclaimed, followed by a disdainful sneer that graced his features. I thought it was someone significant. Turns out it's merely you playing the role of a sorcerer. You are the one who was defeated by us from the southern wilderness and has now been rendered a cripple, confined here to guard the imperial tombs? With an air of arrogance, Tuoba Hong regarded Lin Yu with contempt, dismissing him as nothing more than a shadow of his former self. The grand sorcerer of the southern wilderness. Had it not been for a sneak attack during our battle years ago, you would have long since met your demise at my sword. Lin Yu chuckled softly, his gaze sweeping past the grand sorcerer to Tuoba Hong. He had heard of the recent imperial banquet and was aware of Chu Chu's remarkable victory over the southern wilderness young lord. Given his understanding of the barbaric tribes, he had anticipated that the young lord would not rest easy and would undoubtedly seek revenge against Chu Chu. However, with the imperial city heavily fortified and protected by formations, their only opportunity lay in ambushing her while she visited the tombs. Little did he expect to encounter not only the southern wilderness young lord, but also the grand sorcerer, who had nearly fallen victim to his blade. Times have changed. I am now a master of the innate realm, while you are but a waste of space. I could crush you with a mere finger. The Grand Sorcerer's countenance darkened, struck by Lin Yu's words, filled with a desire to shatter him into pieces. Let's not waste words with him, Grand Sorcerer. Tuo Bahong stirred restlessly, coldly demanding, "Where is Chu Chu? Where have you hidden her? Bring her out to face her doom. Speak softly, lest you disturb Chu Chu. She is in the midst of her cultivation. As her uncle, I shall deal with your nuisances." Lin Yu replied with an unperturbed demeanor, his tone devoid of any hint of malice, as if merely stating an ordinary fact. Taken aback for a moment, the Grand Sorcerer and Tuo Bahong burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha! A cripple dares to claim he will deal with us? Lin Yu, it seems not only has your dantian been shattered, but your mind has too." They could sense no traces of spiritual energy emanating from Lin Yu, confirming their belief that he was indeed a cripple, and their gazes were filled with mockery and scorn. Even other barbarian tribesmen joined in the derisive laughter, regarding Lin Yu as if he were a madman. "Lord Grand Sorcerer, why should you trouble yourselves with a mere cripple? Allow us to handle this. You should pursue that little girl," one of the tribesmen suggested, their predatory gazes fixed on Lin Yu, who appeared to be an easy target. "Indeed, one of us could handle him easily. Why waste time on a cripple?" echoed another, their eyes gleaming with the prospect of effortless merit. "Very well. Ensure you break every bone in his body. Once the young lord has dealt with that girl, I wish to return and witness him perish before my eyes." The Grand Sorcerer nodded, striding alongside Tuo Bahong toward the stone house behind Lin Yu. "Let's take care of this brat first." The other tribesmen grinned maliciously, advancing toward Lin Yu. As the Grand Sorcerer and Tuo Bahong exchanged knowing glances, anticipating Lin Yu's impending demise, a sudden and terrifying pressure erupted from Lin Yu, descending upon the barbarian warriors like a mountain. Thud! Shocked expressions spread across the faces of the barbarian warriors as their knees buckled, forcing them to kneel helplessly on the ground. Crack! In that instant, the immense pressure shattered their kneecaps. Following that, the weight of the force slowly descended, grinding them into a mist of blood. "This isn't right." The Grand Sorcerer's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to Lin Yu, terror dawning in his eyes. Where the barbarian warriors had stood moments before, not a single figure remained. Only a cloud of blood mist drifted away, the acrid scent of blood permeating the imperial tombs. Tuo Bahong stared at Lin Yu, his face a mask of disbelief. These warriors from the southern wilderness had been meticulously selected, with the weakest among them at the 6th rank, and many were 8th and 9th rank masters. Who could have foreseen that Lin Yu would annihilate them in an instant with mere pressure? Exchanging a glance with the Grand Sorcerer, questions arose in their minds. Just how formidable was Lin Yu? You truly are Lin Yu? The Grand Sorcerer's face turned ashen. He had witnessed Lin Yu's ambush and the destruction of his dantian. No one could possibly endure such injuries and continue to cultivate, let alone become even more powerful, which made him doubt the identity of the person before him. Undeniably so, Lin Yu replied with a faint smile, his gaze sweeping over the Grand Sorcerer and Tuo Bahong. "Now, it is your turn to depart this world. Young lord, unleash your true abilities. Let's join forces against him." The Grand Sorcerer's expression shifted as he urgently whispered to Tuo Bahong, signaling him to use the Spirit Fire Jade Pendant. Very well. Tuo Bahong retrieved a flame-shaped red jade pendant from his belt, gripping it tightly. Instantly, crimson flames erupted from the pendant, enveloping his body and causing his aura to surge. In the blink of an eye, he broke through to the 5th rank of the innate realm. With a cold laugh, the Grand Sorcerer remarked, "Lin Yu, I concede I underestimated you. I did not anticipate you to conceal your power. However, you should not have assumed that the young lord has not hidden his strength as well. Together, we shall surely vanquish you today." Tuo Bahong, brimming with arrogance, cackled, "Lin Yu, come forth and meet your demise." The Spirit Fire Jade Pendant was a treasure he had discovered in an ancient secret realm of the southern wilderness. When carried, it allowed him to harness a trace of innate spiritual power, easily overwhelming opponents of the same rank, and even defeating 9th rank warriors. By fully activating the pendant, he could temporarily elevate his strength to the 5th rank of the innate realm, albeit at the cost of being unable to utilize its power for 3 months thereafter. This was Tuo Bahong's trump card, and it bolstered his confidence in eliminating Chu-Chu. Lin Yu, today marks your end. The Grand Sorcerer's face twisted into a malicious grin as he released a low growl, unleashing a violent surge of innate energy that surpassed even Tuo Ba Hong's enhanced strength, revealing him to be a 6th-rank warrior of the innate realm. Is this truly the extent of your combined might? Hardly impressive, Lin Yu remarked coolly. Even at death's door, you dare to be arrogant. Prepare to perish. Tuo Ba Hong bellowed, flames surging around him as he charged toward Lin Yu like a blazing meteor. The ground beneath him blackened from the intense heat, while surrounding flora withered as if life itself was being siphoned away by the crimson flames. The Grand Sorcerer's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he joined the fray, unleashing 7 tendrils of black mist from his sleeve that shot toward Lin Yu like arrows aimed at his vital points. The 7 black mists were not only razor-sharp, but also laced with lethal poison from the southern wilderness. Even masters stronger than the Grand Sorcerer would succumb to this venom if they inhaled but a trace of it. In his determination to eliminate Lin Yu, the Grand Sorcerer held nothing back, unleashing his most formidable techniques. Chapter 18. Want to escape? Tuo Ba Hong moved with astonishing speed, suddenly appearing before Lin Yu. A grotesque smile twisted his face as he condensed all the crimson flames of his body into his right fist, launching a powerful blow towards Lin Yu's chest. Observing Lin Yu's refusal to evade, a bloodthirsty excitement flickered in Tuo Ba Hong's eyes. He envisioned Lin Yu transforming into a blazing torch beneath his strike, ultimately reduced to ashes. Boom! In that instant, Lin Yu slowly raised his right hand, performing a gentle downward motion. A pressure, tenfold more terrifying than before, descended from the heavens, enveloping both Tuo Ba Hong and the Great Sorcerer. In an instant, Tuo Ba Hong felt as though time itself had slowed. The surrounding vegetation swirled around him in slow motion, his right fist inching towards Lin Yu, the flames upon it dissipating gradually. The Great Sorcerer, too, succumbed to this overwhelming force, witnessing 7 trails of black mist disintegrating inch by inch before they could touch Lin Yu, until they were utterly annihilated. Then, time seemed to return to its normal pace. The flames on Tuo Ba Hong's fist vanished, and the 7 toxic mists conjured by the Great Sorcerer dissipated. The terrifying pressure crashed down like a mountain, instantly shattering their defenses, forcing both men to kneel before Lin Yu. Thud! As their knees struck the ground, blood erupted, turning into a fine mist. Despite both being masters of the innate realm, they were no different from the southern barbarians who had previously stood before Lin Yu, utterly powerless. The immense pressure continued to bear down upon them, compelling Tuo Ba Hong and the Great Sorcerer to lower their heads, their spines gradually bending. How could this be? I had clearly advanced to the innate 5th grade with the Spirit Fire Jade Pendant. How could I not withstand even your release pressure? Tuo Ba Hong gritted his teeth, slowly raising his head. Disbelief etched across his features as he gazed at Lin Yu. Blood trickled from his 7 orifices, his hair disheveled, his face a mask of blood, resembling a vengeful spirit. The Great Sorcerer, too, looked at Lin Yu in disbelief. Impossible. You were clearly disabled. How could you be so powerful? Who says that once the energies C and Dantian are destroyed, one cannot continue to cultivate? Lin Yu smiled slightly, the pressure he emitted increasing once more, forcing Tuo Ba Hong and the Great Sorcerer's heads, which had just managed to rise, back down. You, how on earth did you accomplish this? The Great Sorcerer, unwilling to accept defeat, attempted to lift his head once more, his entire body trembling in a futile effort to resist the mountainous pressure. Perhaps because I am a genius, Lin Yu replied casually, then pointed at Tuo Ba Hong. Reveal who conspired with you southern barbarians to betray me and my brothers, and I may allow him to leave alive. A manic expression crossed the Great Sorcerer's face as he laughed maniacally. You wish to know who betrayed you? Lin Yu, don't be foolish. Your Han Empire will soon be eradicated, and I shall wait for you in the underworld. Young master, flee. At the last moment, the Great Sorcerer suddenly bellowed in anger, his skin erupting in a mist of blood, appearing ghastly. He exerted all his strength, seizing a moment of freedom from Lin Yu's pressure, and produced a talisman from his bosom, applying it to Tuo Ba Hong. A burst of azure light emanated from the talisman, and Tuo Ba Hong was enveloped in its glow, transforming into a shooting star, racing towards the Chilean mountains. Seeing Tuo Ba Hong escape, A relieved smile appeared on the great sorcerer's face. This teleportation talisman was his life-saving artifact, capable of whisking Tuoba Hong away to safety, as long as Tuoba Hong could return alive to the southern wilderness. He would die without regret. Want to escape? Lin Yu turned to the direction where Tuoba Hong had fled, unleashing a blade of wind from his fingertips, propelling it along the fading azure trail. Wherever the blade of wind passed, deep, lasting scars were left in its wake. Wind, the blade of wind. The great sorcerer stared in shock, his face ashen as he beheld Lin Yu. The sword intent surged forth, relentless and unyielding. Tuoba Hong could not possibly withstand this unparalleled force. The fleeting opportunity the great sorcerer had fought for with his life ultimately amounted to nothing. The light in the great sorcerer's eyes gradually dimmed. Having risked everything to aid Tuoba Hong's escape, he had temporarily broken free from Lin Yu's oppressive force. Now, the backlash hit him with overwhelming might, and he began to disintegrate into blood mist before Lin Yu, vanishing completely in the blink of an eye. Lin Yu cast a glance at the direction where Tuoba Hong had fled, then stepped forward, appearing slow yet swift as he followed. Along the way, the path before him was cleared, as trees and flowers were severed in two, as though a straight road had been carved through the dense forest surrounding the imperial tomb. Moments later, Lin Yu caught sight of Tuoba Hong in the distance, his eyes wide with disbelief as he leaned against a towering tree, his chest pierced by the blade of wind, dead beyond revival. Even the colossal tree behind him bore the mark of the sword intent. This blade of intent had traversed 3,000 zhong, slaying Tuoba Hong and piercing through numerous giant trees before dissipating. Lin Yu, a second-grade warrior of the Purple Mansion, had delivered a strike so fearsome. Tuoba Hong, until his last breath, could not comprehend that despite having fled so far, he was ultimately slain by a mere gesture from Lin Yu, leaving him unable to find peace in death. Confirming Tuoba Hong's demise, Lin Yu immediately set to gather the scattered treasures of the southern wilderness. With beasts prowling the mountains, it would not be long before Tuoba Hong was forgotten by this world. Wait, young man, what do you intend to do with these trinkets? Are you disregarding the true treasures? At that moment, the voice of Lord Ding echoed in Lin Yu's mind. What treasures? These gold and silver have their uses. Lin Yu paused, turning to gaze at the spirit fire jade pendant clutched into Tuoba Hong's hand. This pendant has exhausted its stored spiritual energy and now appears no different from an ordinary jade pendant. Indeed, do not underestimate it. Lord Ding chuckled, preemptively explaining, this pendant has simply depleted its power. However, it is a remarkable item. That fellow's cultivation was too low to unleash its true potential. If a warrior of the innate 6th or 7th grade were to wield it, they would certainly be your equal. Lord Ding, is this pendant truly so formidable? Lin Yu exclaimed in astonishment, hastily picking up the spirit fire jade pendant and cradling it carefully. This pendant harbors a fragment of the power of the flame's law. If I were to refine it, it could undoubtedly elevate you to the 3rd grade of the Purple Mansion. Lord Ding grinned confidently, a hint of yearning for the spirit fire jade pendant evident in his demeanor. Lord Ding, patience is key. Once Chu Chu returns to the city, we shall refine this pendant together. Lin Yu nodded with a smile, securing the fire spirit jade pendant before turning to glide towards the imperial tomb. Upon returning to the tomb, Lin Yu first eradicated all traces of the southern wilderness envoy, then awakened Chu Chu, escorting her from the tomb. Once Chu Chu had departed, Lin Yu summoned the Devouring God Cauldron from his mind and retrieved the spirit fire jade pendant. The pendant, drawn by the starlight, descended into the cauldron, unleashing a dazzling light that transformed into ripples, continuously undulating within the stone chamber. Chapter 19. The Demon Suppression Tower prepare to advance to the 3rd rank of the Purple Mansion. After refining the spirit fire jade pendant, Master Ding smiled triumphantly at Lin Yu. Instantly, a torrent of immense spiritual power surged into Lin Yu's meridians. Lin Yu, unwilling to be negligent, promptly activated the sacred Emperor Heart technique to break through to the 3rd rank of the Purple Mansion. As time elapsed, the aura emanating from Lin Yu grew increasingly formidable, causing the stone floor of the chamber to tremble under the immense pressure, culminating in a series of crackling sounds as fine fissures appeared on the stone slabs. Gradually, Lin Yu opened his eyes, and in that instant, It was as if a bolt of lightning had flashed through the stone chamber. His aura surged higher, shattering the stone slabs beneath him into powder. At this moment, he could effortlessly crush all innate martial artists with the sheer force of his presence. I have finally reached the third rank of the Purple Mansion. Lin Yu reigned in the terrifying aura radiating from him, then shook his head with a wry smile. Speaking softly to Master Ding, advancing to the fourth rank of the Purple Mansion will be troublesome. The demon beasts deep within the forbidden areas of the Chilean Mountains have recently been evading me, making it exceedingly difficult to hunt them down. Moreover, I have already slaughtered the innate beasts around the periphery of the Chilean Mountains several times. It is likely that there will be no beast hide for over a decade. In fact, there is another place where you can cultivate all the way to the manifestation realm without any issues. Master Ding chuckled mysteriously. The manifestation realm. Lin Yu's expression shifted slightly as he whispered, Master Ding, you cannot be referring to that place, can you? You guessed correctly. It is indeed the Demon Suppression Tower. Master Ding replied with a smile. The tower suppresses those demon cultivators and fiends. If I devour and refine them, the spiritual power I extract will be sufficient for you to advance to the manifestation realm. A look of difficulty crossed Lin Yu's face. Master Ding, the Demon Suppression Tower is guarded by the Forbidden Army and protected by formations. Additionally, the tower itself has sealing formations, preventing those demon cultivators and fiends from escaping. How can I possibly enter to help you refine them? With me here, what do you have to worry about? Let's first scout the Demon Suppression Tower. Master Ding instructed Lin Yu before transforming into a golden light and returning to his consciousness. In the Han Imperial Palace, the Emperor gazed at the Dark Guard captains standing below, his expression darkening. You say the South Wilderness envoy has killed the scouts you sent and vanished from the relay station? This is my imperial city. How can they simply disappear? Do you not owe me an explanation? The Dark Guard captain was drenched in sweat and clasped his hands, saying, Your Majesty. The South Wilderness chief sorcerer is a master of the innate realm, and the others in the envoy are all martial artists of the 6th rank or above. It was truly difficult for my Dark Guards to track them. Your Majesty, could it be that the young master of the South Wilderness, having been defeated by Princess Ningbing, is hiding to eliminate her? The chief minister's expression turned grave as he voiced his suspicion. Nonsense. Immediately send someone to protect the second prince and Princess Ningbing, especially Princess Ningbing. She is the hope of our Han Dynasty, and we cannot afford any mishaps. The Emperor erupted in fury, issuing orders to the Dark Guard captain. Your Majesty, Princess Ningbing meets with the third prince at the royal tomb every half-month. By calculation, that is today. The Dark Guard captain's complexion changed dramatically as he looked at the Emperor in trepidation. Then do not delay. Send someone to the royal tomb to protect Princess Ningbing. The Emperor coldly commanded, gritting his teeth, if anything happens to Princess Ningbing, I will raze the South Wilderness to the ground, leaving not a single soul alive. The Dark Guard captain hurriedly took his leave. As time passed, the Emperor became increasingly agitated. Your Majesty, Princess Ningbing is a prodigy born of the human Emperor's sword aura. She will not fall so easily, so do not worry. The chief minister gently coughed and spoke to reassure the Emperor. Your Majesty. Just then, the Dark Guard captain rushed in hastily. Where's Princess Ningbing? The Emperor immediately rose, demanding to know. When I led my men to the royal tomb, Princess Ningbing had already returned safely to the capital. The Dark Guard captain reported quickly. Good, splendid. But where on earth did the South Wilderness people hide? The Emperor finally felt relieved. Your Majesty, I led a search around the forest near the royal tomb and discovered signs of a fierce battle. Ultimately, we located the corpse of the South Wilderness young master. Tuobahong, the Dark Guard captain announced loudly. The other members of the South Wilderness envoy are untraceable. Yet it is evident that the young master was killed by a sword aura piercing through his heart. Based on the condition of his death, it appears someone struck from 1,000 feet away, releasing a sword aura that slayed him. What? The Emperor's face displayed shock. A sword aura capable of taking a life from such a distance. What level of power must the assailant possess? Who could have done this? Who would dare to assassinate the South Wilderness envoy? The Emperor furrowed his brows, muttering to himself. Could it be Prince Su? The chief minister suddenly interjected, capturing the Emperor's attention, and continued, Prince Su has not shown himself since returning from the depths of the Chilean Mountains. Perhaps he has been secretly protecting the prodigies of our Han Dynasty. That makes sense. Continue. The emperor nodded gently, as he had also considered Prince Su moments earlier. The South Wilderness envoy likely intended to assassinate Princess Ningbing at the royal tomb, but before they could act, they were eliminated by Prince Su. Moreover, it is not the sword aura that can kill from 1,000 feet away. Only sword intent can achieve that. Do not forget, Your Majesty, that Prince Su cultivates the wind sword intent. The chief minister smiled slightly, growing more convinced of his theory. Indeed, it seems the one who acted must be Prince Su. The emperor shook his head, reflecting, I previously blamed Prince Su for not appearing to meet with me, but it appears I underestimated the situation. Prince Su remains in the shadows, safeguarding the prodigies of our Han Dynasty and protecting our nation's fortunes. This is truly a blessing for our Han. Your Majesty, given our current tensions with the Great Zhou, it is inadvisable to engage in war with the South Wilderness. The matter of the South Wilderness envoy being eliminated by Prince Su must not be leaked. The chief minister advised. Very well. Decree that anyone who dares to divulge today's event shall face the annihilation of their entire clan. The emperor's gaze swept over the Dark Guard captain as he coldly declared, Chief Minister, if the South Wilderness inquires about the envoy's whereabouts, you shall sternly reprimand them and demand to know why the South Wilderness envoy attacked our Dark Guards and fled in panic. The Dark Guard captain and chief minister promptly accepted their orders. The cold wind howled, winter's chill deepening. In the depths of the capital, in a narrow alley, the icy gusts, laden with frost and snow, penetrated the dilapidated windows, turning the room into a frigid cave. A frail, elderly couple, their hair white and clothing tattered, huddled together on a bed of straw, shivering from the cold. The room was barren, lacking firewood for warmth, and even thin blankets were absent. They would surely not survive the harsh winter. Younger, we will soon join you. Wait for us. Our family of 3 will be reunited before long. The 2 elders murmured, trembling, their minds already fogged by the cold. Suddenly, a silver ingot flew through the broken window, landing on the bed. Old man, it's silver. Silver. The old woman rubbed her eyes, picking up the silver that had fallen on the bed, stammering, Old man. We have silver now. Someone has sent us silver. We can endure this winter. It must be the 3rd prince. He certainly has not forgotten Younger. He remembers us, and we shall endure with unwavering resolve, eagerly anticipating the moment when the 3rd prince avenges Younger. The old man, trembling with age, rose unsteadily and grasped the old woman's hand, bowing in gratitude upon the bed. Chapter 20. Waiting by the stump for a rabbit outside. Lin Yu stood in the shadow of a wall, tears streaming down his face as he clutched a bag filled with silver ingots. Feeling unworthy to face the 2 elders to whom he had entrusted his son, Ding Yong and all my brothers, I owe you an apology. I vow to avenge your grievances and will surely bring the head of the true culprit to your graves. To the rest of my brothers, though your homes are not in the imperial city and I cannot care for you, I, Lin Yu, swear to atone for your families in the future. Among the 100,000 soldiers who once marched with him in a battle, only a handful had families in the imperial city that he could look after. Fighting back his tears, Lin Yu turned toward the town. After distributing the silver, he raised his gaze to the towering demon ceiling tower ahead. Since he was here, he might as well take a look at the demon ceiling tower. Situated at the heart of the imperial city, it was surrounded by layers of elite guards and secret sentinels. However, these guards could only remain 1,000 feet away from the tower. Within its walls were countless demon practitioners and fiends, perpetually subjected to the tower's formations, their anguished wails and venomous curses echoing day and night. Although the tower absorbed nearly all of these cries, even the slightest leakage could drive any martial artist beneath the innate realm into madness. To isolate the howls and curses emanating from the tower, the great Han Dynasty had constructed a surrounding wall to seal it off. Lin Yu easily evaded the guards, and, after climbing over the 3-foot-high wall, he soon beheld the imposing structure of the demon ceiling tower. Under the bright moonlight, the surroundings appeared dimmer, as if the light itself were siphoned away by some unseen force. At a glance, one could discern tendrils of black, demonic energy coiling around the tower, resembling the tentacles of an octopus, forever unable to escape its confines. The harrowing wails and vile curses crashed like waves into Lin Yu's ears, yet with a mere thought. He blocked them out. As he approached the tower, he chuckled, Master Ding, after the eradication of the demon practitioners and heretics. The major dynasties pooled their resources to construct the demon sealing tower, employing formations to refine these fiends. It is said that the lower levels imprisoned demon practitioners and fiends of the Purple Mansion realm, while the upper levels contained those above the myriad manifestations. I wonder how many still survive after all these years. Demon practitioners, inheritors of the demonic bloodline, were exceedingly difficult to kill. The fiends, blessed by demonic gods, could regenerate from severed limbs, making their extermination a cumbersome task. The most effective method was to imprison them, utilizing formations to erode their vitality. Thus, various dynasties erected the demon sealing tower to contain these scourges. Master Ding, surely you've given up hope by now, Lin Yu remarked with a resigned shake of his head. The tower's sealing formations were immensely powerful, crafted by numerous strong practitioners during the height of the great Han Dynasty's power, making it impossible for even those of the myriad manifestations realm to breach. Give up hope? Why should I? Master Ding replied with a smile. The formations of the demon sealing tower are indeed formidable, and with your strength, you cannot break through. However, we could devise a way to let the demon practitioners and fiends within come out on their own. Let them come out on their own? Lin Yu asked incredulously. If I'm not mistaken, during the full moon, the tower's formations are at their weakest. With a slight adjustment, we can create a gap at the zenith of the full moon, allowing demon practitioners and fiends below the third tier of the Purple Mansion realm to escape. Master Ding said triumphantly. Then we simply wait outside the tower, and when the demon practitioners and fiends below the third tier of the Purple Mansion realm emerge, we can slay them and let you refine them, thus continuously gathering spiritual power to ascend to even higher realms. Lin Yu realized, enlightened. Indeed, with proper calculations, this gap should only allow one fiend to escape at a time, making it easy for them to handle. As Master Ding nodded in agreement, Lin Yu felt a surge of determination. What must we do to create a fissure in the tower as formations? He asked resolutely, ready to take action. Under Master Ding's guidance, he quickly dismantled a formation node, effortlessly creating a fissure in the demon sealing tower. This fissure would not manifest under normal circumstances, only appearing on the night of the full moon when the tower's formations were weakest. Demon practitioners and fiends below the third tier of the Purple Mansion realm could escape through this gap. However, the appearance of the fissure was fleeting, as Master Ding had said, allowing only one to escape at a time, making it manageable for Lin Yu. Half a month later, Lin Yu infiltrated the imperial city once more, arriving before the demon sealing tower. It was the night of the full moon, and he stood poised outside the tower, eagerly anticipating the emergence of demon practitioners and fiends. Within the tower's lower levels, dozens of demon practitioners and fiends huddled in various corners, surrounded by carved symbols that unleashed heavenly thunder, sweeping through the space like silver whips, striking these fiends mercilessly. No matter how fearsome they had been, faced with the onslaught of thunder, they could only emit pitiful cries of anguish, utterly powerless to resist. They had endured this torment for countless years within the tower. Once teeming with life, the lower levels had dwindled to just these few remaining fiends due to the relentless purging by the thunder. At that moment, in a corner of the tower, the black dragon true man, who had been barely surviving the thunder's assault, suddenly showed a flicker of astonishment as a minuscule fissure appeared slowly in the once impenetrable wall beside him. The other demon practitioners and fiends, beaten down by the thunder, were too weak to notice this opportunity for escape. The black dragon true man's face lit up with joy. Though he had been imprisoned in the tower for centuries, he was not entirely ignorant of the outside world. Initially, the patrolling warriors were of the myriad manifestations realm, but over time, they had become experts of the Purple Mansion realm, and recently, they had dwindled to innate realm warriors. What did this signify? The martial arts of the outside world had waned, and the great Han Dynasty likely lacked any myriad manifestations realm masters. Perhaps even the Purple Mansion realm champions were few and far between. At his peak, the Black Dragon True Man had achieved the 8th tier of the Purple Mansion realm. Though his strength had been diminished by the years of torment within the tower, he still retained the 2nd tier of the Purple Mansion realm, believing that if he could escape, he would be free to act as he pleased. Soon, he could unleash the blood sacrifice technique of the demonic sect, rapidly restoring his power and potentially even ascending to the myriad manifestations realm. With this thought in mind, the Black Dragon True Man charged toward the fissure without a moment's hesitation. Hey, what is the Black Dragon True Man doing? Look, there's a fissure beside him. He has tried to escape from the tower through the fissure. Let us hurry and follow him. Upon witnessing the Black Dragon True Man vanish into the fissure, the demon practitioners and fiends within the tower frantically surged toward it. Before they could draw near, the chasm vanished without a trace. Chapter 21. The Blessing of the Demon God and the Rebirth of Flesh and Blood inside the Demon Suppression Tower. The demon cultivators and fiends exchanged glances, astonished that their chance for escape had slipped away so swiftly, only to be seized by the Black Dragon Master. However, a cunning fiend quickly devised a plan, rushing toward the spot where the Black Dragon Master had previously seated himself. By occupying this position, they could still hope to escape the Demon Suppression Tower should another rift appear. Several demon cultivators and fiends even engaged in fierce conflict over this coveted place. Enough! All of you get away! Suddenly, a voice of unparalleled might resonated throughout the tower. Upon hearing this, all the demon cultivators and fiends halted their brawl, turning to look in trepidation. A formidable figure approached, adorned with a necklace of skulls and bearing a fierce visage, complete with 2 dragon horns protruding from his forehead. This place belongs to me. All of you get lost. It's the Dragon Horn Demon King. Step aside quickly. Once he claims this spot, we stand no chance. Flee, unless you wish to be devoured by the Dragon Horn Demon King. Wherever the Dragon Horn Demon King strode, others hastily parted ways, too fearful to meet his gaze. With a disdainful snort, he settled himself in the very spot where the rift had vanished. Once a powerful figure of the myriad realms, he had been grievously injured by human cultivators, causing his strength to plummet to the Purple Mansion realm. Though he had endured hundreds of years of tribulation within the Demon Suppression Tower, rendering him feeble, he still possessed the might of a 6th-grade Purple Mansion cultivator, overwhelming all other demon cultivators and fiends at the tower's base. Thus, none dared contest him for this prime location that offered a potential escape from the tower. With the rift present, opportunities to flee the tower abounded, but life was singular. Provoking the Dragon Horn Demon King could lead to one's demise. The Dragon Horn Demon King had sustained his power through the consumption of other demon cultivators and fiends during his confinement. To avoid being besieged, he would consume one individual every few years, maintaining his combat prowess to dominate others within the tower. Seeing the Dragon Horn Demon King claim the spot where the rift had appeared, the others could only retreat in dismay. Outside the Demon Suppression Tower, a wisp of demonic energy surged forth from the rift opened by Lin Yuguai. This energy gradually took on a humanoid form as the Black Dragon Master emerged, exclaiming with exhilaration, "Demon Suppression Tower, you have confined me for so many years, but today I have finally escaped. And as for the Han royal family, I shall settle the blood debt you owe me. I will turn the Han imperial city into a sea of blood." The Black Dragon Master chuckled darkly, aware of the Han royal family's profound legacy, which surely included powerful Purple Mansion cultivators, even those of the myriad realms. Should he draw their attention, it could spell trouble. Caution was the better part of valor. He intended to abandon the imperial city and seek out several remote towns for blood sacrifices, returning for vengeance once his strength had been restored. Do you wish to know why a rift appeared in the Demon Suppression Tower, allowing your escape? Why? At that moment, a voice emerged from behind the Black Dragon Master. Instinctively, he replied, but his expression shifted dramatically as he turned to see Lin Yuguai stepping forth from the shadows, casually stating, "Because I created that rift. Is it you?" Realizing Lin Yuguai bore no fluctuations of spiritual energy, the Black Dragon Master relaxed. With a grin, he remarked, "Well, you may consider yourself my benefactor. When I enact my blood sacrifice upon the imperial city, I shall spare your life." Before he could finish, he attempted to depart. "Do you not wish to know why I orchestrated the rift in the Demon Suppression Tower, enabling your escape?" Unexpectedly, Lin Yuguai blocked his path, showing no intention of yielding. "Do you wish to apprentice yourself to me, to cultivate by my side?" The Black Dragon Master frowned and waved dismissively. "I have just emerged from the Demon Suppression Tower, my strength not yet restored, and I have no plans to take on disciples. Step aside, and when I return to enact my blood sacrifice, I shall accept you as a disciple and impart my skills. Lin Yu shook his head with a smile. No, I merely wish to borrow your life for my cultivation. Preposterous. Fury ignited in the Black Dragon Master's eyes as he sneered. Kill me? Though I have lost much of my power in the Demon Suppression Tower, dealing with you will be a trivial matter. I have not tasted blood in quite some time. Today I shall feast upon you. Before he could finish, the Black Dragon Master lunged at Lin Yu. A mass of black clouds surged forth from his palm, transforming into a black dragon that charged at Lin Yu. Lin Yu chuckled softly, raising his hand to grasp at the dragon in midair. The black dragon immediately appeared as if it were being choked, immobilized in the air. It shattered like fragile porcelain, cracking visibly before the Black Dragon Master's eyes, and within moments, it completely disintegrated. The Black Dragon Master was momentarily stunned, his expression shifting to one of anger. Very well, it seems the outside world has long forgotten the might of the Black Dragon Master. Today, I shall make you aware of my power. As he spoke, a resonant sound akin to a dragon's roar erupted from within him. Simultaneously, the terrifying pressure characteristic of a purple mansion cultivator surged forth, crashing toward Lin Yu. However, this force, capable of reducing innate realm warriors to mere blood mist, brushed past Lin Yu like a gentle breeze, leaving him unaffected. The Black Dragon Master bellowed, then thrust both palms forward, unleashing black mist that coalesced into 9 swirling black dragons, attacking Lin Yu from all directions, ensnaring him like a net. The 9 dragons of black mist exuded a terrifying power. Wherever they passed, the ground cracked, leaving deep gorges in their wake. A faint smile graced Lin Yu's lips as he raised his hand, releasing a gleaming sword intent of azure light. The wind-like sword intent whirled around him, and wherever it passed, the heads of the black dragons fell, followed by the complete collapse of their bodies into dissipating mist. Purple, a purple mansion sword cultivator? The Black Dragon Master's face paled in disbelief. He had never anticipated that upon escaping the Demon Suppression Tower, he would encounter such a formidable sword cultivator. Even hundreds of years ago, few sword cultivators had grasped sword intent at the Purple Mansion level, each one a rare genius capable of fighting beyond their rank. Now, in an era where martial arts had waned, the Han royal family had managed to nurture such talent. Their foundation was indeed profound. Flee. If I do not escape now, I shall die here. His heart raced with the sole desire to put distance between himself and this place. Yet before he could regain his composure, a streak of azure light shot past him. The Black Dragon Master looked down in disbelief, only to realize that sword intent had pierced through his chest, blood gushing from the wound. He looked up at Lin Yu, sneering, "You cannot kill me. I have received the blessing of the demon god. Even if you were to tear me asunder, I would rise again. Do you not wonder why they chose to imprison me in the Demon Suppression Tower instead of killing me? When I awaken, I shall enact a blood sacrifice upon your entire clan. Mark my words." Chapter 22. Refining the evil spirits. Lin Yu shook his head with a light chuckle and calmly remarked, "The Demon Suppression Tower? Its efficiency in refining you wicked beings is woefully inadequate. Allow me to take charge." Before his words could fully dissipate, the God-eating cauldron transformed into a golden radiance, soaring forth from Lin Yu's sea of consciousness, hovering before him. The Black Dragon Master clutched his chest, gazing at the golden cauldron with a flicker of trepidation in his eyes, stammering, What is this? This is the God-eating cauldron, capable of devouring and refining all things. I wonder how long you, a creature blessed by the demon god, can endure within it?" Lin Yu replied with a sly grin, whispering, "Cauldron Master, do your thing." It was high time for action. There was no need for further banter. The Cauldron Master let out an impatient huff, and soon radiant ripples of starlight emanated from the cauldron, extending toward the gravely injured and immobile Black Dragon Master. The starlight ripples entwined him like chains, and under his despairing gaze, he was dragged back into the God-eating cauldron. "Let's depart. The commotion here has already alerted the Imperial Guard. It is unwise to linger. Upon our return, I shall refine him." With the Black Dragon Master secured, the Cauldron Master was in high spirits, transforming into a streak of golden light and burrowing back into Lin Yu's consciousness. Listening to the sounds of the Imperial Guard and shadowy sentinels outside the courtyard wall, Lin Yu nodded gently, then transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, silently darting towards the royal mausoleum. Beyond the walls of the demon suppression tower, hundreds of imperial guards and shadowy sentinels stood on alert, weapons drawn, exchanging anxious glances at the barrier separating them from the tower. They had never encountered an incident during their watch, yet on this night, the tower echoed with malevolent energy. The wails and curses of evil spirits faintly reaching their ears from across 1,000 jaw. Before they could report this unexpected situation, a sinister dragon roar reverberated nearby. This roar was infused with an extremely wicked aura. Several recently assigned guards, overwhelmed by its malevolence, descended into madness, attacking indiscriminately. Fortunately, they had prepared for such chaos, managing to subdue the frenzied warriors without severe consequence. No sooner had they caught their breath than piercing cries erupted near the tower, followed by thundering booms, as if two formidable beings were clashing within the walls. The residual force from their fight reverberated over 1,000 jaw, causing the ground to tremble and the courtyard walls to crack. Such intensity hinted at the ferocity of the battle unfolding near the demon suppression tower. Then, an eerie silence fell, leaving them in uncertainty about the events transpiring within. Yet, none dared breach the walls to investigate. After all, everyone knew that the tower contained evil spirits that had plagued the world for centuries, responsible for countless atrocities. If any evil entity were to escape the tower, it would certainly spell doom for these ordinary warriors. Even if they charged forth, it would only lead to their demise. Thus, they could only wait for the innate realm warriors from the royal city, truly powerful figures, to arrive. All they could do was pray that these strong protectors would reach them before the escaped evil spirits could wreak havoc. What has transpired? Moments later, a resounding voice echoed outside the demon suppression tower. Then, a flurry of rushing sounds filled the air, and in the blink of an eye, over 10 innate realm warriors descended from the sky, encircling a venerable elder clad in purple robes. The commanding officer of the Imperial Guard stationed at the tower hastened forward, trembling as he reported the unusual occurrences. Evil spirits have escaped the tower? Let us investigate. The purple-robed elder, exuding authority without anger, swiftly leaped over the walls towards the tower. The others followed closely, only to be met with the devastation surrounding the demon suppression tower. The ground bore deep gashes, remnants of malevolent energies clearly indicating the handiwork of the demon sect. Bloodstains suggested that there had been a fierce battle. The formations inscribed upon the tower operated normally, the seals intact. The innate realm warriors surveyed their surroundings, gathering the intelligence they could. Senior Wu, what do you make of this? Su Gongfang Inquit, his expression filled with utmost respect as he regarded the purple-robed elder. The elder, known as Wu Jingtao, was one of the few purple realm protectors of the Han royal family, possessing formidable strength. As the tower's seals remain unbroken, there is no significant threat. It seems that demon sect warriors attempted to breach the tower to liberate imprisoned evil spirits, only to be thwarted by a powerful individual. That mysterious expert likely pursued the fleeing demons. Wu Jingtao nodded lightly, relieved to know the seals were intact. In the current era of the Han Dynasty, there was no capability to restore the tower's formations. Should the evil spirits escape, it would surely lead to widespread devastation. Senior Wu, look here, someone exclaimed, pointing at a profound, narrow sword mark etched into the ground. Sword intent. This is the mark left by the sword intent of wind. Wu Jingtao felt the residue of power within the mark and was astounded. The sword intent of wind, I see now. Su Gongfang mused, then exclaimed, it must be Prince Su. He must have discovered the demon sect's plot to breach the tower and intervened to vanquish the demons. I recall that Prince Su is said to be the master of the sword intent of wind. Indeed, this aligns perfectly with Prince Su guarding the Han royal city. It is as secure as a fortress. Prince Su was a formidable being of the myriad realms. As long as he was present, no one would dare disrupt the tranquility of the royal city. The other innate realm warriors echoed their sentiments, relieved by the return of Prince Su, who had first quelled the beast tide and subsequently vanquished the southern wilderness envoy, now thwarting the demon sect's treachery. Although he was elusive, as long as Prince Su safeguarded the royal city, they could rest easy. Let us report Prince Su's triumph over the demon sect's schemes to the emperor. Wu Jingtao gently nodded, preparing to turn away. Senior Wu, should we enhance defenses here at the Demon Suppression Tower? Su Gongfang quickly inquired. Wu Jingtao chuckled softly, shaking his head. There's no need. Ordinary warriors facing evil spirits will only become their prey. No matter how many we deploy, it will only empower the demons. Rest assured, with Prince Su covertly guarding us, the tower is beyond our concern. Everyone nodded in agreement, fully confident in Prince Su's prowess. Within the royal mausoleum, Lin Yu sat cross-legged in a stone chamber, the god-eating cauldron suspended before him, trembling slightly. Impudent wretch, if you possess any skill, release me, and let us compete. Fool, the demon god granted both blessing and curse. If you slay me, the demon god will sense it and will not spare you. I beg for mercy. I, the Black Dragon Master, am willing to be your servant, obeying your every command, only asking for my life. The cries of the Black Dragon Master echoed from within the god-eating cauldron. As the cauldron master gradually refined him, the Black Dragon Master's shouts shifted from defiance and threats to desperate pleas for mercy, until ultimately he was entirely refined, leaving no trace of sound behind. Chapter 23. Lin Yu's Gift Master Ding. Is it true what the Black Dragon Master claims, that he bears the curse of a demon god? Lin Yu cautiously inquired of Master Ding, heeding the Black Dragon Master's urgent call. It is indeed true, Master Ding replied with a nonchalant demeanor. Then have we not already drawn the attention of the demon god? Lin Yu furrowed his brow slightly. The curse of a mere demon god is inconsequential. It was just refined alongside the Black Dragon and Master moments ago. Master Ding chuckled with pride, regarding the refinement of the demon god's curse as a trivial matter. With a haughty snort, he added, this demon's cultivation is somewhat lacking. Only by refining several such demons can you ascend to the 4th tier of the Purple Mansion. I shall now bestow my spiritual power upon you. Devote yourself to your training, and we shall soon venture forth to hunt down the more formidable fiends within the Demon Suppression Tower. As his words faded, a torrent of spiritual energy surged into Lin Yu's meridians. He promptly closed his eyes, channeling the sacred emperor's heart method to fully assimilate the spiritual energy bestowed by Master Ding. As the energy was continuously refined, Lin Yu's cultivation advanced significantly. Although he did not break free from his constraints to ascend to the 4th tier of the Purple Mansion, he was now tantalizingly close. He believed that with the defeat of just 2 more demons within the Demon Suppression Tower, he would successfully ascend. Days later, while Lin Yu was immersed in his practice, a cacophony of horse-drawn carriages echoed outside the imperial mausoleum. Third brother, I have come to see you. The voices of the second Prince Lin Shuo and Chu Chu resonated outside the stone hut, especially Chu Chu, who, upon seeing Lin Yu, immediately approached him affectionately, linking her arm with his and smiling. Third royal uncle, how have you been lately? Have you finished the fine wine I brought last time? This time, I have brought more to pay my respects. I have dined well and slept soundly. All is splendid. Lin Yu chuckled. If only I could refine a few more fiends from the Demon Suppression Tower, life would be even better. Third brother, I have come to bid you farewell. Second Prince Lin Shuo stated with a smile. Since the Han royal family had come to believe that Chu Chu was the prodigy foretold by destiny, his status had risen significantly, now rivaling even the first prince within the dynasty. Bidding farewell, Lin Yu looked at the second prince in confusion. Father has commanded me to embark on a mission to the Great Zhou. I shall depart in a few days. After I leave, I entrust you with the care of Chu Chu. In the imperial city, I trust no one but you. Lin Shuo smiled, handing over the responsibility of Chu Chu to Lin Yu. Second brother, please wait a moment. Lin Yu glanced at the second prince before turning back into the hut. Moments later, he emerged holding a wooden sword, no longer than a baby's palm, and presented it to Lin Shuo. Second brother, this wooden sword is something I carved out of boredom in the mausoleum. Keep it with you as a token, and I wish you safe travels. Lin Shuo cherished the wooden sword, saying, rest assured, third brother, this is your heartfelt gift, and I will carry it with me always. When I return from the Great Zhou, I shall visit you again. He tucked the wooden sword close to him and departed the mausoleum with a reluctant Chu Chu. May all go well for you, second brother. Lin Yu watched as the second prince receded into the distance. As long as the second prince carried the wooden sword, he would be safe unless confronted by a formidable opponent of the 3rd tier of the Purple Mansion. The sword harbored a fragment of Lin Yu's wind sword intent, ensuring that any warrior below the third tier of the Purple Mansion would be met with lethal consequences. This wooden sword alone was sufficient to save the second prince in a critical moment. After bidding farewell to the second prince, the night of the full moon swiftly approached. Lin Yu arrived early at the entrance of the demon suppression tower, awaiting the fiends to escape through the fissure he had created. Within the tower, thunder rumbled, striking down upon the fiends, eliciting their agonized wails. The dragon-horned demon king sat cross-legged in a corner, indifferent to the thunder's lashes. Yet strands of demonic energy dissipated into black mist under the relentless strikes, his strength steadily waning. If he could not escape the demon suppression tower, he would be reduced to ashes in no more than 30 years. Thus, the dragon-horned demon king was determined to seize every opportunity to flee this prison. While the other fiends suffered under the thunder's torment, their gazes were fixated on the dragon-horned demon king, for it was here that the fissure had opened before, allowing the Black Dragon Master to escape. Who could say how carefree the Black Dragon Master was outside now? As time passed, a fissure materialized before the dragon-horned demon king, large enough for a person to pass through. Upon seeing it, a look of excitement crossed his face, and he instantly sprang up, dashing toward the opening. This fissure has indeed manifested. There is hope for escape, thought the dragon-horned demon king. If it is my turn this time, surely no one is stronger than I here, right? Haha, why rush? This fissure appears once a month. We may just need to wait a few years to escape the demon suppression tower. The fiends within the tower gazed at the dragon-horned demon king with envy. Had he not been their superior, they would have surged forth to seize the opportunity to escape. Crash! At that moment, the dragon-horned demon king collided heavily with the fissure and was sent sprawling backward, crashing to the ground. Everyone was stunned, glancing between the newly risen dragon-horned demon king and the slowly dissipating fissure, unsure of what had transpired. The dragon-horned demon king himself wore a bewildered expression. The Black Dragon Master had escaped through this very fissure. Why was it now ineffective for him? As he observed the fading fissure, the dragon-horned demon king let out a furious roar and charged once more, only to be sent tumbling back yet again. What is happening? Why can I not escape? The dragon-horned demon king howled within the tower, his frustration causing a frenzied aura to erupt, causing the fiends in the lower levels of the tower to shrink into corners, too frightened to provoke him. Master Demon King, could it be that your cultivation is too powerful, thus preventing your escape? A gaunt, lecherous elder approached the dragon-horned demon king, voicing his speculation. My power is too strong? The dragon-horned demon king turned to glare at the elder, coldly snorting, He Bai Wang, what do you mean by that? Master Demon King, the Black Dragon Master who previously escaped was only of the second tier of the Purple Mansion, while you are a master of the sixth tier. I suspect that this fissure may only permit those below the second tier of the Purple Mansion to pass through. He Bai Wang chuckled, casting a knowing glance at the contemplative dragon-horned demon king. I am of the second tier of the Purple Mansion myself. Perhaps the next time the fissure appears, I should attempt to escape on your behalf to test my hypothesis? Very well, let be as you suggest. The dragon-horned demon king regarded He Bai Wang with a deep gaze before stating solemnly, should anyone dare to compete with him for the next opportunity when the fissure appears, I shall swallow them whole. Chapter 24. Another one comes to their doom. Damn it. That old coin, Crane Pin Elder, managed to seize the opportunity before me. There is no choice, since the dragon-horned demon king has spoken. Whoever dares to snatch this chance will meet their demise. I have just realized today that being of lower cultivation has its advantages. The demons within the demon suppression tower nodded obediently, then began to gather in small groups to whisper among themselves. Outside the demon suppression tower, Lin Yu waited until the fissure disappeared, yet no demons emerged. He glanced up at the sky and murmured, Master Ding, could it be that the fissure we created has malfunctioned? It has already passed the zenith of the moon. The fissure has vanished, but where are the demons? Strange. It is certain that the fissure leads to the lower levels of the demon suppression tower. Master Ding was equally perplexed, having never encountered such a situation before. Could it be that a demon with strength surpassing the third rank of the Purple Mansion attempted to escape and was thwarted? After pondering for a moment, Lin Yu offered his speculation. It is possible. After that demon escaped, the strongest among them would certainly be aware of the fissure. We had already calculated that only demons below the third rank of the Purple Mansion could traverse the fissure. Haha. This makes it convenient for you to deal with them one by one and gradually increase your cultivation. Master Ding chuckled with pride. Let us go. There will be no harvest tonight. Perhaps next time, a demon will appear. Master Ding, do you mean that the demons inside will try to ascertain what cultivation level is required to escape the demon suppression tower? Thus, next time, a demon will certainly pass through the fissure. Lin Yu nodded gently, agreeing with Master Ding's reasoning. Indeed, it is fortunate that your cultivation speed is already astonishing. It matters not if you advance to the fourth rank of the Purple Mansion a month or two later. Master Ding chuckled and urged Lin Yu to leave the area. Within the demon suppression tower, time seemed to stand still, and the imprisoned demons faced only the relentless thunder. Their strength was gradually diminished day by day under the bombardment of thunder until they were ultimately refined completely. My lord, the fissure has appeared. Upon witnessing the emergence of the fissure, Crane Pen Elder, who was beside the Dragon Horn Demon King, immediately gasped in excitement, then turned to gaze at the Dragon Horn Demon King with a sycophantic look. Whether they could escape the demon suppression tower through this fissure now depended on the mood of the Dragon Horn Demon King. The other cultivators within the tower looked at Crane Pen Elder. If only those of the second rank of the Purple Mansion could traverse the fissure, many of them would be doomed to remain within the tower, enduring endless torment. Go! The Dragonhorn Demon King nodded slightly. Crane Pen Elder's face lit up with excitement, and he transformed into a streak of light, dashing towards the fissure before the watchful eyes of all. He made it. Crane Pen Elder truly passed through the fissure and escaped the demon suppression tower. Does this mean that only cultivators below the second rank of the Purple Mansion can traverse the fissure? Must I wait a long time to have the chance to leave here? I envy Crane Pen Elder. He will be free to revel outside, while we remain here to suffer. As they beheld Crane Pen Elder's figure vanish, the demons within the demon suppression tower whispered in envy, their faces filled with longing. It seems that to escape the tower, one must resort to that method. The Dragonhorn Demon King gazed at the gradually disappearing fissure, silently resolving that he would escape from this place at all costs. Outside the demon suppression tower, a wisp of demonic energy surged forth from the fissure. Soon, the demonic energy rippled, and Crane Pen Elder's figure gradually emerged from the ripples. I have finally come out. Ladies of the Imperial City, wait for me. Crane Pen Elder surveyed his surroundings, realizing he had indeed escaped the demon suppression tower. And a joyful smile spread across his face. As long as I gather enough primaline energy, my strength will soon be restored to its peak. And then all the beauties of the world shall become my servants. Just then, a voice echoed from behind Crane Pen Elder. Who? Crane Pen Elder looked shocked. He had just scanned his surroundings and found no one behind him. Who exactly was speaking? He turned to see a young man with a faint smile slowly stepping out from the shadow of the demon suppression tower. It turns out to be a powerless brat. Crane Pen Elder snorted coldly, but soon a look of confusion crossed his face. Lin Yu radiated no aura of cultivation. Yet how could he stand beneath the demon suppression tower, completely unaffected by the demon's wails and curses within? A martial artist below the innate realm would immediately go mad upon hearing such wails and curses, transforming into a mindless killer. Yet Lin Yu appeared completely unfazed. There was certainly something amiss. Do you wish to know where the one who escaped from here went? Lin Yu chuckled, blocking Crane Pen Elder's path. Are you referring to Black Dragon Real Person? What is your connection to him? Crane Pen Elder asked, puzzled. By all accounts, I should be considered a benefactor. I created this fissure, and your ability to escape the demon suppression tower is all thanks to me. Lin Yu shook his head with a light laugh. Thank you? How would you like me to express my gratitude? Crane Pen Elder snorted, and immediately a powerful pressure surged from his body, crashing towards Lin Yu like a tidal wave. The best way to thank me is to send you to your death. Crane Pen Elder cackled wickedly, as if he could already envision Lin Yu being crushed to pieces under his pressure. However, Lin Yu stood firm like a rocky cliff against the overwhelming pressure Crane Pen Elder unleashed, as if this force was merely a gentle breeze. He smiled and said, the best way to thank me is for you to become a stepping stone on my path of cultivation, just like Black Dragon Real Person. Before his words had faded, a terrifying pressure erupted from Lin Yu's body, descending upon Crane Pen Elder like a heavy mountain. Crane Pen Elder's release pressure was utterly insignificant in comparison, vanishing in an instant. Thud! Crane Pen Elder could not withstand the force and fell heavily to the ground. Who are you? At that moment, Crane Pen Elder was completely bound by the pressure Lin Yu emitted. Even moving a finger became a distant dream. Despair filled his gaze as he looked at Lin Yu, gritting his teeth. I possess the bloodline of the outer demonic clan. If you dare to kill me, I will use my bloodline's power to curse you, causing your bloodline to explode and ensuring a miserable death. Oh, really? Then I would like to see how your outer demonic clan's curse works. Lin Yu remained unfazed, chuckling lightly. After all, Master Ding could refine even the curses of a demon god. So what did the bloodline curse of a mere outer demonic clan member mean? He raised his hand and pointed at the powerless Crane Pen Elder, unleashing a sharp sword intent that pierced through his brow before he could react. Crane Pen Elder's eyes were filled with resentment as he spoke in a low voice. You will definitely die from bloodline explosion. You will. Crane Pen Elder raised his hand and plunged it into his heart, his eyes fixed on Lin Yu, as if to etch his image in his mind. In the end, a sinister smile, filled with malice, crossed his face as he used his last strength to crush his bloodied heart. Crane Pen Elder's heart transformed into a mist of blood, surging directly towards Lin Yu. This was the curse he left behind. As long as the blood mist entered Lin Yu's body, he would inevitably suffer a bloodline explosion upon receiving any injury in the future, a truly insidious fate. At that moment, a beam of golden light erupted from Lin Yu's sea of consciousness, followed by the emergence of the God-devouring cauldron, which swallowed the blood mist whole. Simultaneously, circles of starlight ripples flickered, rapidly spreading towards Crane Pen Elder. As he watched the bloodline curse effortlessly resolved by Lin Yu, Crane Pen Elder fell into utter despair, before being drawn into the God-devouring cauldron by the starlight ripples. In the ensuing months, on every full moon night, Lin Yu would patiently await at the Demon Suppression Tower. Over the past 2 years, he had vanquished more than 20 malevolent entities, and his cultivation had ascended to the 6th tier of the Purple Mansion realm. Now, the fissures in the Demon Suppression Tower could accommodate warriors of the 5th tier. All malevolent beings below the 5th tier had been ruthlessly exterminated by him. Outside the tower, the stationed Imperial Guard observed the hurried arrival of martial experts such as Wu Jingtao and Su Gongfu, whispering amongst themselves. For these guards and shadowy sentinels stationed at the tower, the changes within were all too clear. Previously, even from a distance of 1,000 zhang, they could faintly hear the anguished wails and curses emanating from the tower, stirring their spirits and instilling a desperate need to suppress their bloodlust. However, over the past year or so, for reasons unknown, the cries and curses had grown increasingly faint, until they could no longer be heard even from a distance of 1,000 zhang. There were even attempts to venture within 1,000 zhang of the tower. Yet the wails and curses remained elusive until one approached within 100 zhang, where murmurs of resentment could finally be discerned. Upon sensing something amiss, they promptly reported it, prompting the royalty to investigate. The integrity of the Demon Suppression Tower was paramount, for any escape of the imprisoned malevolent entities would spell catastrophe. As Wu Jingtao led Su Gongfu and the others through the courtyard, their expressions grew grave. Elder Wu, the wails and curses from the tower have indeed diminished significantly. What could be the reason? Su Gongfu inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Wu Jingtao. The others also looked to Wu Jingtao, who was their anchor in this moment. Suddenly, a look of realization crossed Wu Jingtao's face, and a relaxed smile emerged. He turned to Su Gongfu and the others, saying, "There is no need for alarm. Have you forgotten the other purpose of the Demon Suppression Tower beyond containing malevolent beings? Is it to refine malevolent entities?" Someone nearby gasped. "Precisely. I suspect that the voices from within the tower have grown fainter because the malevolent beings have been gradually refined over the years." Wu Jingtao conjectured with a faint smile. "That makes sense. The more malevolent entities are refined, the fewer remain, and thus their wails and curses diminish. How did I not consider this?" Su Gongfu not det vigo du sin. Inform the Imperial Guard that all is well at the tower, and there is no need for alarm. Wu Jingtao waved his hand before turning to depart with the group. Months later, on another full moon night, Lin Yu stood outside the Demon Suppression Tower, awaiting the appearance of his quarry. As the moon reached its zenith, a dense aura of malevolence surged forth from the tower's fissures. Following this, a hazy silhouette flickered in and out of visibility amidst the dark energy. At last, after such a long wait, the Dragonhorn Demon King has finally escaped from the tower. It cackled gleefully, even before its form fully materialized. Had it not been for Lin Yu sealing the area around the tower, the Imperial guards 1,000 zhang away might have heard the Demon King's sinister laughter. "Excuse me, is anyone still down in the lower levels of the tower?" A voice called from behind the Dragon Horn Demon King. "No one. Who are you?" It instinctively replied before turning around to see Lin Yu emerging from behind the tower, its eyes gleaming with malice. "You are a formidable warrior of the royal family guarding the tower?" However, it quickly shook its head, sneering, "No, you lack any spiritual energy. You cannot be a royal expert." Its eyes gleamed with greed as it gazed at Lin Yu, nearly salivating. "Regardless of who you are, I have not tasted blood for centuries while imprisoned in the tower. How fortunate that upon escaping, fresh prey presents itself. I shall devour you whole." Before it could finish, it lunged toward Lin Yu, black fog billowing from its palm, coalescing into a vortex that surged toward him. Lin Yu scoffed lightly, unleashing the oppressive aura of a 6th-tier Purple Mansion warrior. The vortex collided with an invisible barrier, abruptly halting and dissipating into nothingness. A Purple Mansion warrior? The Dragonhorn Demon King's expression shifted dramatically, followed by raucous laughter. "Excellent. A warrior of the Purple Mansion is even more nourishing. Consuming your flesh and blood may restore my power to the 6th tier." After enduring 2 years of relentless refinement, its strength had waned to the 5th tier, allowing it a chance to escape through the fissure. Now, realizing Lin Yu's status only fueled its desire to consume him and regain its strength. With a furious roar, the Dragonhorn Demon King's aura surged, raising its right hand, gathering a sphere of pitch-black energy in its palm, while dark energy coiled around it, forming a spiraling dragon behind. "D!" It screamed, clawing at Lin Yu, as the dragon surged forth, merging with the dark energy to strike like a bolt of black lightning. The air trembled as thunder boomed, and the dark dragon left a trail of black lightning in its wake. A full-force strike from a 5th-tier Purple Mansion warrior was a fearsome sight. A cold smile graced Lin Yu's lips as he unleashed a blade of wind energy toward the Dragonhorn Demon King. Having ascended to the 6th tier, his wind blade's power surged, cleaving through the dragon in an instant, scattering black lightning in all directions before gradually fading under Lin Yu's oppressive might. The wind blade pierced through the dragon, and before the Dragonhorn Demon King could react, it was met with a swift strike that pierced its brow, obliterating its soul. Chapter 26. Third Uncle. I do not wish to marry. The Dragonhorn Demon King gazed at Lin Yu in disbelief, utterly shocked that he had just escaped from the Demon Suppression Tower, only to fall into Lin Yu's hands. Fortunately, he had received the blessing of the demon god, which allowed him to be reborn from flesh and blood. Although the sword intent of the wind had pierced his brow and severely injured his soul, given time, he could still recover. I know what you were thinking, demon cultivators, right? Rebirth from flesh and blood. ISNT it, but my little cauldron can refine all things. Do you want to guess where the evil demons that escaped earlier have gone? Lin Yu cast a glance at the Dragonhorn Demon King and grinned, summoning the God-devouring cauldron from his sea of consciousness. "Hurry up, I'm growing impatient." The cauldron did not wait for Lin Yu to speak, immediately radiating ripples of starlight that spread towards the fallen Dragonhorn Demon King. "You scoundrel, I have the blessing of the demon god. If I die, the demon god will." The Dragonhorn Demon King's eyes filled with terror, but before he could finish, Lin Yu interrupted him. "I know, the curse of the demon god. I will refine you along with the curse of the demon god." Before Lin Yu's words fell, the cauldron dragged the Dragonhorn Demon King into the God-devouring cauldron. "Lord Cauldron, we have already eradicated the evil demons in the lower levels of the Demon Suppression Tower. What shall we do next?" Lin Yu retracted the God-devouring cauldron into his sea of consciousness and frowned. "The demon cultivators in the upper levels possess at least the strength of the Wanxiang realm. I cannot deal with them yet. He. Once I refine this demon, I will help you advance to the 7th rank of the Purple Mansion. At that time, I will impart to you a secret technique more powerful than the sword intent of the wind. Once you master this technique, You will have the chance to defeat martial artists of the Wanxiang realm. The cauldron smiled proudly, as if it believed that enabling Lin Yu to defeat a martial artist of the Wanxiang realm with the 7th rank of the Purple Mansion was not a daunting task at all. Then what are we waiting for? Let us return and advance to the 7th rank of the Purple Mansion. The words of the cauldron instantly invigorated Lin Yu. After all, the methods and secret techniques that the cauldron produced after refining the royal library were all of exquisite quality. If the cauldron claimed it could empower him to rival a martial artist of the Wanxiang realm, it certainly could deliver. Upon returning to the royal tomb, Lin Yu eagerly urged the cauldron to refine the dragon-horned demon king. An overwhelming stream of spiritual energy continuously surged into his body as he cultivated the Holy Emperor's heart method, refining the spiritual energy to forcefully impact the 7th rank of the Purple Mansion. As time passed, once the spiritual energy of the Dragonhorn Demon King was thoroughly refined, a roaring storm surged within Lin Yu, spiraling violently in the stone chamber, nearly obliterating it. Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes. If earlier, his gaze was bright and dazzling like a flash of thunder, now it had become introspective and profound, akin to a bottomless pool of water. Lord Cauldron, after sensing the power of having advanced to the 7th rank of the Purple Mansion, Lin Yu immediately called out to the cauldron. What do you need from me? The cauldron replied lazily. Lord Cauldron, what about the secret technique? Lin Yu chuckled, not bothering to be polite and directly inquiring about the secret technique. This secret technique is called the true formula of the 9 heaven sword control. Before you begin your training, you must first possess a flying sword. The cauldron said with a smile. This technique allows you to control the sword and strike down foes from 1,000 miles away. The sword energy is unmatched. Even if you are merely a 7th rank Purple Mansion martial artist, with this true formula of the 9 heaven sword control, you can contend with a 1st rank martial artist of the Wanxiang realm. Then what are we waiting for? Tonight, I will acquire a sword capable of slicing through iron. Lin Yu was filled with excitement from the cauldron's words, eager to begin training in this sword technique immediately. A flying sword. You need a flying sword to cultivate this secret technique. The cauldron interrupted Lin Yu. The true formula of the 9 heaven sword control allows the flying sword to traverse 1,000 miles in an instant. But ordinary swords cannot withstand the impact of spiritual energy and will be reduced to dust. It seems we have no choice but to visit the royal armory of the Han Dynasty. Lin Yu nodded gently. Flying swords are treasures that can only be found in the royal armory of the Han Dynasty or among the top sects and aristocratic families. I've been wanting to see the royal armory for a long time. The cauldron chuckled lazily. It will soon be dawn, and I need a rest. We will visit the royal armory later. Lin Yu shook his head helplessly. Lord Cauldron, even you, a god-devouring cauldron, need rest? Shouldn't you be tirelessly refining the treasures of heaven and earth all year round? However, today was the day Chu planned to visit him. So Lin Yu glanced at the sky, tidied up the room, and then continued to cultivate the Holy Emperor's heart method, seizing the time to stabilize his cultivation. Third uncle. Lin Yu heard Chu's voice calling from outside the stone chamber, prompting him to rise and greet her. However, unlike her usual cheerful self, Chu wore a troubled expression today. Chu, have you encountered a troubling matter? Lin Yu looked at her in surprise. Ever since discovering Chu's extraordinary talents, she had rapidly ascended in status within the Han royal family, enjoying boundless favor and privilege, even eclipsing the princess studying at the Ling Tian sect. He could hardly fathom what trouble she might have. Third uncle, I do not wish to marry. Chu looked at Lin Yu with a face full of grievance, then rushed into his embrace. Who dares to make you marry? Lin Yu was filled with confusion. Chu was the hope of the Han royal family, with her talent. Advancing to the Purple Mansion realm was virtually a certainty. Such a genius, the Han royal family would undoubtedly go to great lengths to keep her in the royal city. And if marriage were to be arranged, it would certainly be to find her a princely consort, not to send her away. Third uncle. Today grandfather said that the holy son of the inner sect of the Supreme Sword Sect, the 9th prince of the Qi dynasty, has sent a marriage proposal to take me as his wife. Grandfather has no choice but to accept, and soon. The people from the Supreme Sword Sect will come to propose. After calming down, Chu explained the situation to Lin Yu. The Supreme Sword Sect. Lin Yu frowned slightly. This sect possesses tremendous power, subtly surpassing several major dynasties, yet has always remained aloof from worldly affairs. It is said that there are experts of the Wanxiang realm stationed within the sect, which all major dynasties greatly fear, giving it due respect. As for the ninth prince of the Qi dynasty, Lin Yu had heard of him. He was reputed to be a prodigy, having advanced to the innate realm at the age of 15, and at 21, his prowess would only have grown stronger. Indeed, the Supreme Sword sect is a formidable force. Grandfather said, "We cannot afford to offend them at this time, and we may have to agree to this marriage." Chu Chu looked up at Lin Yu. Her eyes slightly reddened. The Qi dynasty is truly cunning. Lin Yu snorted coldly. Chu Chu's reputation as a genius had spread across countries. The Qi dynasty was now leveraging the Supreme Sword sect's influence to pressure for her hand, a blatant show of power. Once Chu Chu marries into their family, if she complies, the Qi dynasty will naturally be willing to provide her with various cultivation resources, grooming her into a powerhouse of the Qi dynasty. If she disobeys, they could cut off her cultivation resources, and even if she is a peerless genius, her progress would still lag behind the ninth prince, ultimately leaving her at the mercy of the Qi dynasty. Chapter 27. A thought spanning 3,000 miles. Who can oppose the sword? Third uncle, what should I do? Chu Chu awaited Lin Yu's guidance. The second prince, Lin Shuo, had not yet returned from his mission to the Great Zhou dynasty, leaving Lin Yu as her pillar of support. If it were merely the Great Qi dynasty, the Han Emperor could easily refuse. But with the involvement of the Supreme Sword sect, the situation was different. Even the Han Dynasty could not withstand the combined pressure of the Great Qi dynasty and the Supreme Sword sect. Given Lin Yu's understanding of the Han Emperor, there was a high likelihood he would agree to this marriage proposal. Do not worry. With third uncle here, no one can force you into marriage, Lin Yu said with a smile, gently ruffling Chu Chu's hair. Focus on your cultivation. I will handle this matter. Chu Chu nodded eagerly. Although she had never witnessed Lin Yu in action, and many claimed he was a wasted talent, she held unwavering faith in him. If Lin Yu asserted he could resolve this issue, then it was undoubtedly a certainty. After seeing off Chu Chu, Lin Yu waited for nightfall before making his way to the royal armory. As he traversed the imperial city, it felt as if he were wandering through an uninhabited realm. Not only were the imperial guards and secret agents oblivious to his presence, but even the innate-level royal offerings failed to detect him. The royal armory was a 3-story stone building constructed of blue stone, with each level housing weapons and treasures corresponding to the innate, purple mansion, and myriad realms. The truly powerful treasures that could influence the nation's fate were personally overseen by the Han Emperor. At the entrance of the armory sat a white-haired elder, meditating with closed eyes. Lin Yu, with a mere glance, sensed the elder's innate 9th-grade cultivation, just a step away from the Purple Mansion realm. Although the elder appeared to be deep in meditation, he was acutely aware of any disturbance within several dozen meters. He guarded the armory like a fortress. Lin Yu, however, paid no heed to the white-haired elder guarding the entrance and walked boldly past him. Strangely, the elder seemed utterly unaware, as if he could not sense Lin Yu's presence at all. Lin Yu's cultivation far surpassed that of the elder, and moreover, the sacred emperor sword body naturally concealed his aura and spiritual power, rendering him nearly indistinguishable from the air itself. Upon entering the armory, Lin Yu bypassed the first level, which housed innate-level weapons and treasures, and ascended directly to the second level. Hundreds of weapons of various shapes were stored in wooden boxes, neatly arranged on wooden racks, alongside dozens of jade boxes containing treasures. Any single weapon or treasure from this collection could incite bloodshed, yet they lay silently in the armory. A nation's hoard, a terrifying sight indeed. This was also due to the decline of martial arts, as there were fewer practitioners capable of wielding these Purple Mansion weapons and treasures, leaving them to gather dust neglected. Master Ding, are there any usable Purple Mansion weapons here? Lin Yu surveyed the dazzling array of wooden boxes, momentarily unsure of where to begin his search. Forget about the Purple Mansion weapons. Let us proceed upward. There are bound to be better treasures above. Master Ding chuckled, unimpressed by the Purple Mansion weapons. Lin Yu continued to the next floor, passing through the array of prohibitions, and stepped onto the third level. This level contained only a few dozen wooden boxes housing weapons, and even the jade boxes with treasures were limited to a mere 10 or so. indicating the scarcity of myriad realm weapons and treasures. Even the Han royal family, with the might of the entire nation, had only managed to collect this much over centuries. Excellent, excellent. Here are 5 flying swords. If I devour them, extracting their essence and discarding the dross, I shall forge a flying sword that surpasses the myriad realm for you. Master Ding exclaimed joyfully, thoroughly pleased with the armory's collection. Master Ding, you plan to refine all the myriad realm flying swords here? Lin Yu inquired in astonishment, initially believing Master Ding would select a suitable flying sword for him, only to discover he intended to take them all. How could myriad realm flying swords compare to the 9 heaven sword art I shall impart to you? Just wait as I refine the flying swords. Master Ding replied with confidence, promptly emerging from Lin Yu's consciousness. The devouring god cauldron hovered before Lin Yu, emanating ripples of starlight that enveloped the 3rd level of the armory. Subsequently, 5 resonant sword cries echoed throughout the 3rd level as 5 wooden boxes opened under the influence of the starlight, and a flying sword shot forth, swirling around Lin Yu before vanishing into the devouring god cauldron like returning birds. Done. Now, let us return, and I shall refine them later. Master Ding beckoned Lin Yu to exit the armory. Lin Yu promptly descended the stairs, stealthily passing by the white-haired elder once more, vanishing into the night. Upon returning to the royal tomb, Lin Yu immediately urged Master Ding to refine the 5 myriad realm flying swords he had just devoured. These swords were treasures in any sect. Now, Master Ding's intention to refine them into a new sword foretold its extraordinary power. Master Ding, eager to begin, emerged from Lin Yu's consciousness, and the starlight within the devouring god cauldron surged, accompanied by the distant sound of dragon-like sword cries. Sharp sword energies blossomed within the cauldron, only to be swallowed by the starlight and gradually dissipate. Once the 5 flying swords had been refined, a greenish radiance suddenly shot forth from the devouring god cauldron, swirling before Lin Yu as if it possessed a spirit of its own. Lin Yu grasped this 3-foot-long azure blade, noting its ancient design, with faint azure glimmers shimmering along the blade. Holding it, he could sense its profound alignment with the essence of the wind sword. This flying sword resonates with the wind sword intent. You may keep it with you. When you require it, simply concentrate, and I shall summon it from your consciousness. Master Ding declared proudly. Moreover, its speed is astonishing. With your current strength, practicing the 9 heaven sword art would allow you to wield the sword for merely 1,000 miles. But with this, you can swiftly take a foe's head within 3,000 miles at a thought. Master Ding, you truly are remarkable. Lin Yu expressed his admiration wholeheartedly. First, bestow a name upon it, and then I shall impart the 9 heaven sword art to you. Master Ding urged, in high spirits at the prospect of naming the exquisite sword he had forged. It aligns with the wind sword intent and is exceedingly swift. I shall name it Wind Rider. Lin Yu pondered briefly before deciding on a name. Wind Rider, a splendid choice. Boy, focus and remember well. Master Ding smiled with satisfaction. Following this, the cultivation method of the 9 heaven sword art surged into Lin Yu's consciousness like a torrent. In an instant, countless profound characters radiated dazzling golden light within Lin Yu's mind. Although these characters were immensely complex, and mastering the 9 heaven sword art should be exceptionally challenging, Lin Yu merely glanced at the characters and comprehended the essence of the art, as if he had practiced it thousands of times before. He began to circulate his spiritual power, gathering the wind sword intent, and activated the Wind Rider sword. Chapter 28. The Return of the Prince of Integrity. The wind-controlling sword trembled violently in Lin Yu's grasp, as if a dragon was striving to break free from its bindings and soar into the heavens. Lin Yu gently released his hold, and the sword transformed into a streak of azure light, shooting forth from the stone chamber, instantaneously appearing hundreds of miles away, meandering above the Chilean mountains. The flying sword merged with Lin Yu's spirit, and as it traversed the vast and majestic Chilean mountains, they materialized vividly within his consciousness, as though he were witnessing them with his own eyes. Return. With a thought, Lin Yu felt his vision blur, and the azure light pierced through the air, entering through the main entrance of the stone chamber. It circled around him twice before gradually slowing down, its blade facing outward, halting before him. With but a slight lift of his hand, he could grasp the wind-controlling sword. The sacred emperor's sword body is indeed formidable. I have just imparted the 9 heavens sword control technique to you, and you have already mastered it. I had thought it would take you 3 to 5 days to fully comprehend. It seems I have underestimated the sacred emperor's sword body. Possessing the sacred emperor's sword body, Lin, you could effortlessly grasp any swordsmanship upon glance, excelling even in profound techniques like the 9 heavens sword control. Thank you, Master Ding. Lin Yu sincerely expressed his gratitude, recognizing that without Master Ding, he might have remained a forgotten waste buried within the imperial tomb. Why thank me? We both benefit. Helping you is also aiding myself. Master Ding chuckled before continuing. Try the 9 heavens sword control technique once more. With your current cultivation, you should be able to wield the sword up to 3,000 miles. Excellent. Lin Yu smiled slightly, recalling during my southern campaign, I passed by the Sanyan Ridge, where I remember a tea tree growing on the sheer cliffs, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. The tea it produces is not only fragrant, but also enhances one's spiritual power, though it is exceedingly difficult to harvest. Let the wind-controlling sword go and retrieve some of the exquisite cliff tea for me to savor. As his words faded, the wind-controlling sword shot forth from his hand like a soaring dragon, vanishing from Lin Yu's sight in an instant. The spirit attached to the sword felt the rush of the wind, the mountains and rivers below transforming into vague smudges of color, as the speed of the wind-controlling sword reached its zenith. Mere breaths later, the sword returned, hovering before Lin Yu, adorned with over 10 glistening tea leaves. Their enticing aroma filling the stone chamber, reminiscent of the exquisite cliff tea he recalled. Even the mere scent of this cliff tea could invigorate one's spirit. 3,000 miles in a thought, there and back in an instant. With the 9 heavens sword control technique and a wind-controlling sword, Lin Yu felt confident in defeating even the most powerful of foes. Within the imperial city, the Han Emperor was awakened by a eunuch serving him, hastily rising to rush to the royal armory. Numerous imperial guards and royal shadows, brandishing torches, illuminated the area before the armory as brightly as day. Su Gongfeng, Old Chun. What has transpired in the armory? The Han Emperor's countenance darkened as he turned to Su Gongfeng and Old Chun, who stood guard. Your Majesty, all 5 of the flying swords in the armory, belonging to the realm of myriad manifestations, have been stolen. I admit my failure in guarding the armory. Please punish me. Old Chun's face flushed with shame as he bowed to the Han Emperor. What? The Han Emperor looked incredulously at Old Chun. Old Chun was a 9th-grade martial artist, mere steps away from the Purple Mansion realm, who could have stealthily pilfered 5 flying swords from right under his nose. Had it not been for Old Chun's decades of service to the Han royal family, the Emperor might have suspected him of colluding in the theft. 5 flying swords of the myriad manifestations realm vanished under my watch. I cannot absolve myself of blame. Old Chun shook his head bitterly, equally baffled by how the swords had been stolen. Whoever could sneak away with treasures from the armory possessed strength far surpassing his own, and curiously, only the flying swords were taken, leaving other valuables untouched. What could this mean? Su Gongfeng, puzzled, shook his head and murmured, "Wait." Upon hearing Su Gongfeng's words, the Han Emperor's expression shifted. He looked at Su Gongfeng and Old Chun, whispering, could the one who took the flying swords be the 9th prince? The Prince of Integrity? Su Gongfeng and Old Chun exclaimed in unison. Indeed, after much contemplation, the only possibility is the 9th prince. With his capabilities, he could easily infiltrate the armory without Old Chun noticing. Furthermore, as a swordsman of the myriad manifestations realm, it makes sense that he only took the myriad manifestations swords and left the other weapons and treasures untouched. The Han Emperor grew increasingly convinced that it was indeed the Prince of Integrity. He exhaled in relief, smiling. If it is the 9th prince who took these flying swords, then there is no issue. He is a pillar of our Han Dynasty, and he may utilize any treasures within the armory at his discretion. Your Majesty, if it is truly the Prince of Integrity, why has he not revealed himself to us since his return? Su Gongfeng questioned, casting a puzzled glance at the Han Emperor. Old Chun nodded in agreement, noting the prince's recent mysterious actions since returning from the depths of the Chilean Mountains. The 9th prince must wish to guard the Han Dynasty from the shadows, hence his discretion. Announce this matter to the public. The Daqi Dynasty and the Taishang Sword Sect are collaborating to pressure me into marrying Chu Chu off. I shall make them aware that our Han Dynasty possesses myriad manifestations realm protectors, and they will think twice before overstepping. The Han Emperor's eyes shone with confidence. With the Prince of Integrity by his side, he felt unafraid even against the combined might of the Daqui Dynasty and the Taishang Sword Sect. Within the imperial tomb, Chu sat with a worried expression, watching Lin Yu as he leisurely prepared tea. Third Royal Uncle, what should we do? I have heard that the 9th Prince of the Daqui Dynasty and those from the Taishang Sword Sect are nearing the imperial city. What if Grandfather truly agrees to marry me off to him? Lin Yu pushed a cup of exquisite cliff tea towards Chu, smiling. I have heard that the Prince of Integrity has returned to the imperial city after advancing to the realm of myriad manifestations. With the prince's support, my father would never agree to marry you off to the Daqui Dynasty. You are a rare talent of our Han royal family. Your future husband will be chosen according to your desires, allowing you to remain in the imperial city. Chu lifted the teacup, playfully huffing. Unless my future husband surpasses you, third royal uncle, I would rather cultivate alone. After taking a sip of the exquisite cliff tea, her face filled with astonishment. Third royal uncle, this tea, it seems to enhance my spiritual strength. What kind of tea is this? This is exquisite cliff tea, grown atop the cliffs, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. It enhances one's spirit, but only the first cup has the best effect. Subsequent cups yield diminishing returns. Lin Yu chuckled, delighted by the tea's effects, even though it no longer heightened his own spirit. Princess Ningbing, Princess Ningbing. At that moment, someone rushed to the imperial tomb, breathless, calling out for Chu. Chapter 29. The arrogant prince of the Qi Lin Yu and Chu emerged from the stone chamber, only to see a palace eunuch dismounting from his horse. The young eunuch bowed respectfully, acknowledging the third prince and Princess Ningbing. With a look of urgency, he turned to Chu and said, Princess Ningbing, His Majesty has issued a decree for you to return to the palace immediately. What is the rush? Has something happened? Lin Yu inquired, his brow slightly furrowed as he pursued the anxious eunuch. In response to the third prince, the delegation from the Qi Empire and the Taishang Sword Sect has arrived in the capital, requesting an audience with Princess Ningbing. Thus, His Majesty has sent me to fetch the princess. The eunuch explained, bowing deeply, aware that Lin Yu, despite being confined, was of royal blood. What? So soon? Chu's expression shifted, taken aback by the rapid arrival of the Qi delegation they had just been discussing. Princess Ningbing, please hurry. The delegation is already on their way to the palace. The eunuch pressed, nodding vigorously. Third uncle. Chu looked back at Lin Yu. Return swiftly, and do not keep father waiting too long. Lin Yu smiled gently at Chu, conveying a look that assured her of his support. Understanding his unspoken message, Chu nodded lightly and followed the eunuch back to the royal city. In the imperial garden, Emperor Han was hosting a banquet for the Qi delegation, which included prominent officials and dignitaries. Your Majesty, why is Princess Ningbing not present? I have heard much about her prodigious talents and have long admired her. I implore you to grant me a meeting. A tall, handsome youth clad in ornate robes, with a sinister glint in his eyes, stood to toast. Emperor Han chuckled. Unfortunately, Chu is currently away on training. I have already dispatched someone to summon her back. Oh, I hope that is indeed the case. It would be unfortunate if Princess Ningbing were deliberately avoiding me, as that might jeopardize the relations between the Han and the Qi empires and could tarnish my sect's impression of the Han royal family. Li, the Qi prince, smirked, exhibiting a hint of arrogance, confident in the backing of both the Qi empire and the Taishang Sword Sect. Emperor Han's gaze darkened as he responded coldly. Surely, the Qi empire does not have a formidable presence of Vientiane realm experts stationed here. While the Qi lacked Vientiane realm warriors, the Taishang Sword Sect did possess them. Li stood unfazed, meeting the emperor's gaze defiantly, his pride bolstered by the strength of his sect. Grandfather. At that moment, Chu rushed into the imperial garden, her heart filled with disdain upon witnessing Li's arrogant demeanor. Imperial had sit beside him, introducing her. This is the 9th prince of the Qi Empire, Li, and beside him is Elder Feng of the Taishang Sword Sect. Chu's glance swept over Li, her contempt unmistakable. Junior brother Li. Elder Feng's eyes brightened upon seeing Chu. He leaned toward He and whispered, "The princess of the Han Empire possesses a rare body, a prodigy in cultivation. We must not miss this opportunity." A body, Brother Feng, are you certain? He looked at Elder Feng in astonishment. He had known Chu Chu was talented, but had not realized she possessed such an extraordinary physique. Elder Feng smiled proudly. The body is unlike any ordinary talent. Our sect has secret methods of identification. I assure you, I cannot be mistaken. Excellent. Li's excitement was palpable as he turned to Chu Chu, a fleeting glimmer of greed crossing his eyes. He then raised his voice to Emperor Han. "Your Majesty, I am the 9th Prince of Qi, of noble lineage, a natural-born 3rd-grade warrior, and the holy son of the Tai Shang sword sect. In status, prestige, and talent, I am worthy of Princess Ningbing. I have fallen for her at first sight and wish to marry her. I seek your approval." Emperor Han's expression darkened, and he replied solemnly, "Princess Ningbing will not marry outside the Han. She will only choose a husband from among our own. 9th Prince, unless you are willing to come to the Han as a consort, I cannot agree to this union. Your Majesty, if I were to wed Princess Ningbing, it would forge a bond between Qi and the Han, ensuring eternal peace. Otherwise, our two nations may find themselves at war year after year. Should you and Princess Ningbing not consider the plight of the common folk?" He laughed boisterously, his gaze fixed on Chu Chu. "Moreover, I have heard that the Han Empire is in constant conflict with the Zhou. Should the Qi form an alliance with Zhou now, I wonder how the Han would respond? Arrogance. Is it the nature of the Qi princes to be so brazen? If the Qi dares to ally with Zhou, they will be our enemy. Your Majesty, this insolent youth must be expelled from the Han." The attending officials wore grim expressions and raised their voices in condemnation of He. Emperor Han stared coldly at He, retorting, "I believe you have forgotten that the Han has Vientiane realm experts at our command. If the Qi and Zhou were to ally, our Vientiane realm warriors would swiftly descend upon the Qi's capital to demonstrate the might of our realm. What if the Qi were to ally with Zhou? Prince Su is indeed a Vientiane realm warrior. One man with a sword could decimate the Qi's capital. It seems the royal family of the Qi has forgotten the true power of Vientiane realm experts. Perhaps we should invite Prince Su forth to remind them of the Han's strength." The Emperor's words bolstered the confidence of the officials, who rallied behind the mention of Prince Su. "I am the holy son of the Tai Shang sword sect, destined to inherit the sect. The Vientiane realm experts of Tai Shang sword sect are our Qi's true strength. Does the Han truly believe their capital can withstand such power?" He shouted arrogantly. "Moreover, I have heard that your Prince Su is elusive, rarely seen, and while many tales of his deeds abound, no one has ever truly witnessed his prowess. Could it be that he is merely a fabrication of the Han to instill fear? Our Tai Shang sword sect has true Vientiane realm experts. Fool! Prince Su's valor in quelling the beast tide is well known. The Han would not fabricate such tales." Emperor Han scoffed, sensing that not only the Qi, but even the Zhou Empire shared doubts regarding Prince Su's existence. If Prince Su is indeed real, why not present him for an audience? I have long wished to witness the prowess of a Vientiane realm expert. Please, may Prince Su grant us his wisdom." He stepped boldly into the center of the Imperial Garden, casting an audacious gaze toward Emperor Han and Chu Chu, laughing maniacally. "Your Majesty, if I do not see Prince Su's intervention, I implore you to grant me Princess Ningbing's hand in marriage. Should I marry her, our Qi and Han will be as brothers." In an instant, the Imperial Garden fell silent. All eyes turned to Emperor Han. His expression was grim. With Prince Su's unpredictable movements, where could he find him to quell this audacious youth's insolence? Only Chu Chu remained poised, savoring her wine and delicacies, confident in Lin Yuguai's assurance that he had a plan. She held unwavering faith in him. Chapter 30. The great Han's might is merely bluster. A rumble echoed through the air, a cacophony of thunder reverberating above the imperial city. Golden beams of light erupted from within the palace, spreading like ripples and swiftly transforming into a celestial canopy that enveloped the entire royal abode. This commotion signified the activation of the demon suppression array. What could have transpired for such a formidable protective barrier to initiate on its own? It was imperative to safeguard His Majesty, The activation of the array surely indicated the approach of a formidable enemy. As the golden canopy descended, chaos erupted in the imperial garden. The royal attendants hurriedly surrounded the Han Emperor, shielding him in their midst. He gazed up at the golden canopy in confusion, his voice low and incredulous. Is this truly the method the Han royal family employs to divert attention? It appears the rumors from the outside world were correct. The so-called formidable warriors of the Han are mere figments of your imagination, non-existent in reality. Your Majesty, look. Suddenly, Su, one of the attendants, pointed toward the sky in sheer terror. A streak of azure light cleaved through the heavens, hurtling straight toward the imperial city. The speed of this azure beam was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, it loomed above the palace, crashing down with a force that was almost unfathomable. In disbelief, the onlookers watched as it effortlessly pierced through the protective golden canopy, instantly coming into view. A sword. It was a flying sword. What kind of powerful individual wielded such a weapon, rendering the demon suppression array utterly impotent? Protect His Majesty. We must ensure he remains unharmed. In a frenzy, everyone in the garden scrambled, even He, momentarily paralyzed by shock. The flying sword streaked past like a fleeting comet, ascending skyward before once again penetrating the protective array, disappearing from sight in an instant. The garden fell into an eerie silence, all eyes fixed on the direction in which the sword had vanished, pondering its mysterious purpose. Suddenly, a dull thud broke the stillness, snapping everyone back to reality. He, standing in the garden, suddenly lost control and collapsed to his knees, emitting a heart-wrenching wail. My hands, my knees, and my dantian. Kneeling on the ground, blood gushed from his knees, and his wrists hung limply at his sides, crimson droplets cascading down. Most alarming of all was the bloodstains spreading from his dantian. His cultivation was visibly waning, and his complexion rapidly paled. In an instant, he transformed from an unparalleled genius of innate third rank to a mere shadow of himself, capable only of maintaining a third rank in martial arts. Brother Fong, save me, please. He pleaded desperately, his gaze fixed on Elder Fong. At that moment, his limbs were rendered useless, and his dantian had been destroyed, leaving him immobile. The envoys from the Qi kingdom encircled him, gasping in shock at Li's plight. Wait, has Li been rendered powerless by that flying sword? What else could have caused such devastation in an instant? The speed of the sword was too swift. I scarcely saw anything at all, completely oblivious to what just transpired. In the garden, the gathered crowd stared in disbelief at the tragic figure of Li, reflecting on how a fleeting sword strike had felled a once great talent. They silently thanked their stars that the sword's target had not been themselves. It must have been the ninth prince who acted. The Han Emperor pushed aside the attendants before him, laughing triumphantly. He looked down upon the kneeling, ashen-faced Li and coldly remarked, "Did you not wish to witness the prowess of the Han royal family's formidable warriors? Now you have seen it. What further words do you have?" Only then did Su and the others comprehend the situation. The one who had wielded the flying sword against Li, he could only be the Prince of Su. Moreover, the azure light that had flashed from the sword was clearly infused with the intent of the wind sword, a signature technique of the Prince of Su. No wonder he had recently withdrawn all the flying swords from the armory. It seemed he had indeed mastered the art of sword manipulation. Su murmured to himself, astonished. It was said that the art of sword manipulation could sever heads from 1,000 miles away. Today, without even appearing in person, the Prince of Su had incapacitated the genius prince of the Qi dynasty with nothing but a flying sword. Clearly, the legends were true. Chu remained composed amidst the turmoil, for she alone understood that the wielder of the flying sword was certainly not the Prince of Su, but rather the third prince. He had always been kind to her, and she believed wholeheartedly that he would come to her aid. The Qi envoys rushed to assist Li, staunching his wounds. Yet he glared at the Han Emperor and Chu with venomous eyes. "Brother Feng, the Han royal family has ambushed me and rendered my cultivation null. You must avenge me." Li turned to Elder Feng, desperation etched across his face. "How do you intend for me to seek revenge?" Elder Feng replied calmly. "Surely you intend to return to the sect and summon our master to annihilate the Han imperial city. Only then can I find some semblance of satisfaction." Li's expression twisted into a grimace. His cultivation had been destroyed, and he wished to drag everyone in the Han imperial city down with him. Brother Li, what do you think you are? Our master has secluded himself for many years, detached from worldly affairs. Do you truly believe he would emerge to avenge you? Had you remained the unparalleled genius you once were, perhaps there would have been a glimmer of hope. But now, you are merely a wasted talent. Why would the Supreme Sword Sect assist you? Elder Feng snorted derisively, stepping back 2 paces before respectfully bowing to the Han Emperor. Your Majesty, our Supreme Sword Sect has no ties to the Qi royal family. The warriors in our sect will never assist the Qi Dynasty. Brother Feng, Li was engulfed by despair, unable to fathom that the moment he had been rendered powerless, Elder Feng's demeanor had already shifted. Unfazed by Li's gaze, Elder Feng smiled and said, I have long heard that the Prince of Su is a peerless swordsman. Witnessing his prowess today truly feels like a stroke of fortune. Our Supreme Sword Sect is willing to stand in solidarity with the Han royal family. At that moment, aside from the Qi envoys, no one paid attention to Li He. A genius stripped of his power is no longer a genius. Not only would the Supreme Sword Sect refuse him, but even if he returned to the Qi dynasty, his best outcome would be to live as a languid prince, his ambitions turned to naught. After bidding farewell to the Qi envoys and the members of the Supreme Sword Sect, the Han Emperor burst into hearty laughter. Excellent. I knew the 9th Prince would secretly protect our Han royal family. Who now dares to doubt the presence of a formidable swordsman safeguarding our fortune? Your Majesty, today's events should be proclaimed to the world, letting all know of the strength of our Han Dynasty. The 2nd Prince is currently detained in the Dezhou Dynasty. Once word reaches the Dezhou imperial city, they will surely return him without hesitation. The Prince of Su's mastery of sword manipulation is indeed a blessing for the Han. May your Majesty's fortune be boundless. In the imperial garden, the chief ministers and officials offered their congratulations, and the Han Emperor beamed with joy, his spirits soaring. Chapter 31. The collapse of the wall following the conclusion of the imperial banquet of the Han Dynasty. The events that transpired swiftly spread across nations like wildfire. The unparalleled genius of the Qi Dynasty, the 9th Prince Li He, had insulted the Han Dynasty during the royal feast and was met with the wrath of the formidable Prince Su, who wielded a flying sword that severed Li He's tendons and shattered his dantian, rendering him a cripple. The nations had previously entertained doubts regarding the presence of a formidable master of the myriad realms in the Han Dynasty, but such skepticism vanished entirely. After all, the sight of the flying sword slicing through the air, penetrating the grand magic formation of the Han imperial city, was witnessed by nearly everyone within the city, including foreign spies. The various clans and sects within the Han Dynasty had begun to disregard the royal edicts. In the aftermath of this incident, clans and sects across the Han territories hurried to the imperial city to pledge their loyalty, fearful that the emperor might use them as a cautionary example and summon a master of the myriad realms to eradicate them. As for the Qi dynasty, they were left with a sense of profound loss. The royal family's young prodigy had been incapacitated by the Han, yet they could only swallow their grievances and even feared the Han dynasty's ire. Upon returning to the Qi dynasty, Li was promptly demoted to commoner status and confined within the ancestral hall. Even the esteemed Supreme Sword Sect distanced themselves from Li He and the Qi dynasty, finding an excuse to expel him from their ranks. Although the Supreme Sword Sect boasted its own master of the myriad realms, the power dynamics among such masters were not equal. Their ancestor lacked the ability to traverse the skies with a sword. Thus, they had no choice but to yield to the Han dynasty. Even the previously dominant Zhou dynasty began to extend gestures of goodwill. The 2nd Prince Lin Yuguai, who had been detained in the imperial city and unable to return, was finally permitted to embark on his journey home. At the borders of the Han dynasty, a mountain range stretched for 1,000 miles. The principal peak was perpetually shrouded in ominous clouds, making it nearly impossible for birds to soar, earning the name Yun Ridge. Even more astonishing was the fact that this mountain bore no hint of greenery. It was entirely composed of jagged, forbidding stones. Approaching the area, one could hear the chilling howls of the wind as it whipped past the grotesque rocks, reminiscent of wailing spirits. Over time, the vicinity of this peak became deserted. A figure soared through the clouds enveloping Yun Ridge, vanishing as if consumed by the mist. Upon emerging from the clouds, an ominous mountain peak came into view, adorned with eerie structures, including palaces constructed from countless bones. The clouds that shrouded the peak were an illusion. One could not discern the true nature of the mountain without traversing through them. The figure landed on a square littered with white bones on the mountainside, then advanced toward a foreboding palace built from tens of thousands of skulls. The skulls that formed this palace belonged not only to humans, but also to demons and fiends, each with mouths agape and hollow eyes directed toward the center of the palace, as if emitting cries of defiance. Within the palace, greenish, ghostly flames flickered, lending an eerie glow, akin to a descent into the underworld. Master, the legendary Prince Su of the Han Dynasty has struck, using his flying sword to incapacitate the 9th prince of the Qi Dynasty. Should we reconsider our plans against the Han Dynasty? The figure that entered the palace respectfully addressed the indistinct silhouette shrouded in greenish light seated above. There is no need for alteration. This is merely an illusion of the Han Dynasty. Elder son, you need not worry. The Han Dynasty does not possess a master of the myriad realms. The figure at the helm of the palace let out a sinister laugh, then scoffed. The world believes that the Prince Su of the Han has returned as a master of the myriad realms. Yet they remain oblivious to the fact that he resides within our heavenly demon sect. What? Elder son gasped in shock, stammering. The Prince Su of the Han Dynasty is within our heavenly demon sect? Indeed, the sect leader of the heavenly demon sect grinned with pride, lightly clapping his hands. Heavy footsteps echoed behind him as a burly figure, bearing a long sword, approached and stood beside him like a puppet on strings, illuminated by the ghostly flames. The expressionless face of this imposing figure bore a hollow gaze, reminiscent of a lifeless corpse, as if his soul had perished, leaving behind only a shell. If any members of the Han royal family were present, they would recognize this individual as the rumored Prince Su, who had supposedly ascended to the realm of myriad realms and was secretly guarding the royal family. This corpse puppet is none other than the Prince Su of the Han Dynasty. The sect leader of the heavenly demon sect boasted with unrestrained mirth. Master, how is this even possible? Elder son stared incredulously at the leader. It was said that when the Prince Su of the Han Dynasty went missing, he was already a 9th grade martial artist, just a step away from the myriad realms, while the sect leader was merely a 7th grade martial artist. How could he possibly create a corpse puppet from a 9th grade master? It is the will of heaven. The sect leader of the heavenly demon sect declared triumphantly. Years ago, I ventured into the Chilean mountains to hunt a golden armored monkey for the purpose of crafting a corpse puppet. To my surprise, I encountered the Prince Su, who had fallen into a state of demonic cultivation. I brought him back to the demon mountain, and after decades of effort, I finally transformed him into a corpse puppet. At this point, the sect leader sighed, shaking his head. Unfortunately, after the transformation, the Prince Su's cultivation was significantly diminished, now only possessing the strength of a 6th grade martial artist. He can no longer wield the sword intent of the wind. Nevertheless, a 6th grade Prince Su is still sufficient for our prior plans. Master, it is truly remarkable that you managed to turn the Prince Su of the Han Dynasty into a corpse puppet. I wonder how the Han Dynasty will react upon discovering that their ancestor is your puppet, Elder son said, genuinely impressed, causing the heavenly demon sect leader to beam with delight. Find out when the 2nd prince of the Han Dynasty will set forth. Once he enters the Han territory, you will immediately command the previously refined corpse puppets of the Zhou Dynasty to act. Simultaneously, I shall control the Prince Su corpse puppet to rampage through the Zhou Dynasty. This way, the Han and Zhou dynasties will have no choice but to engage in battle. The leader of the heavenly demons sect laughed maniacally, causing the ghostly flames in the palace to flicker wildly, rendering his figure even more deranged and terrifying. When the Han and Zhou dynasties are at war, we can seize the opportunity to collect a vast amount of blood. With this blood, we shall resurrect the blood demon sovereign. Elder Sun's eyes gleamed with fervor, willing to sacrifice everything for the resurrection of the blood demon sovereign. Years ago, the blood demon sovereign was severely wounded by a powerful figure of the Han royal family, and, upon fleeing back to Demon Mountain, utilized the technique of feigned death to preserve his life. To resurrect the blood demon sovereign, a blood pool must be constructed. As long as the blood demon sovereign could absorb a massive quantity of blood, he could awaken from his feigned death, regaining his peak strength as an unparalleled master of the 7th grade of the myriad realms. Who in the world could rival him? At that point, we would follow the blood demon sovereign to conquer the nations and unify the world under the heavenly demon sect. The leader of the heavenly demon sect's expression was ferocious, his ambitions ablaze, burning fiercely in his eyes. Chapter 32. The Second Prince Under Attack Master. Our plan is foolproof this time, and the movements of Lin Yuguai have been conveyed to us by the members of the Han imperial family. Success is assured. Elder Sun grinned maliciously. The second prince of the Han Dynasty, Lin Yuguai, is accompanied by only a single innate third-tier warrior. The corpses we have dispatched possess innate third-tier combat strength. They will undoubtedly be able to encircle and annihilate him. Over the years, the Heavenly Demon Sect has secretly plotted and assassinated numerous innate warriors from various nations, refining them into corpses, although their strength diminishes upon becoming corpses. The accumulation of our sect over the years enables us to muster a group of innate third-tier corpses with ease. Very well, you take the corpses and prepare. I shall personally lead the corpse of Prince Su to the great Zhou dynasty and unleash a storm of blood and chaos. The leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect waved his hand lightly. As you command. Elder Sun bowed respectfully and then exited the Heavenly Demon Hall. Brink Su, when you reveal yourself in the great Zhou imperial city, I am certain the expressions on the faces of the Han imperial family will be most entertaining. The leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect chuckled darkly as he gazed at the corpse of Prince Su standing beside him. Within the border city of the Han Dynasty, merchants traversing between the Han and Zhou dynasties gathered, rendering the city exceptionally prosperous and lively. Shops lined the streets. Inns and taverns were numerous, and the thoroughfare was filled with caravans led by pack horses. At the entrance of each shop, attendants shouted loudly, creating a cacophony throughout the city. The second prince, Lin Yuguai, was resting in a tavern by the street, accompanied by a royal attendant in a blue robe, who possessed innate third-tier cultivation. Additionally, four blue-robed warriors surrounded him, all of whom were seventh-tier warriors with formidable strength. Together with the royal attendant, they could protect Lin Yuguai from even thousands of soldiers attacking him. Since returning from the great Zhou dynasty, Lin Yuguai had traveled lightly, intent on reaching the capital as swiftly as possible. After all, following the incident where the third prince, Lin Yu, was betrayed and ambushed in the South Wilderness, resulting in the annihilation of his entire army, Lin Yuguai could not afford to be careless. There were certainly those within the imperial city who wished for his demise. Your Highness, we have returned to the Han territory. Why do you still conceal your identity? It would be better to reveal who you are and have the station troops escort us back to the capital. The blue-robed attendant looked at Lin Yuguai in confusion. There are those who do not wish for my return to the capital. Do you not wonder why the great Zhou has detained me for so long? It is because someone is in collusion with them, hoping that I remain in the great Zhou forever. This way, when they vie for the throne, they will have one less opponent. Lin Yuguai replied with a weary smile, his voice tinged with exhaustion. The blue-robed attendant also smiled wryly, shaking his head. Lin Yuguai's words delved into the internal power struggles of the royal family, and their role as attendants was to remain neutral. Their only choice was to remain loyal to the royal family, rather than to individuals. Thus, he found himself at a loss for words in response to Lin Yuguai's statement, redirecting his gaze elsewhere. At that moment, the blue-robed attendant suddenly gasped, his brow furrowing slightly. He looked towards the staircase leading to the upper floor, his eyes filled with astonishment. What is it? Lin Yuguai inquired, glancing at the blue-robed attendant before following his gaze up the staircase. For figures clad in black robes, their heads covered by wide-brimmed hats, ascended the stairs with synchronized steps, taking seats at an empty table nearby. Your Highness, do you not find these individuals somewhat peculiar? The blue-robed attendant's brow knitted in concern. Their movements were synchronized, yet their knees did not bend. Once seated, they remained motionless, resembling lifeless statues or puppets. Taking a deep breath, he continued, Moreover, I can sense a trace of deathly energy emanating from them. Your Highness, we must not linger here. We must leave at once. Very well. Without hesitation, Lin Yuguai signaled to the guards at the adjacent tables and departed the tavern, surrounded by his entourage. Boom! At that instant, the four black-robed figures exuded a terrifying aura. The pressure from four innate third-tier warriors swept through the tavern like towering waves. instantly reducing numerous patrons to mere flesh and blood, creating a scene of gruesome carnage. Even the 7th-tier warriors who stood before Lin Yuguai were flung aside by the overwhelming force, shattering windows and crashing onto the street. Fortunately, the blue-robed attendant acted swiftly, shielding Lin Yuguai. Otherwise, the pressure alone could have severely injured him. This is bad. They are coming for us. The blue-robed attendant's face turned ashen as he grasped Lin Yuguai's arm, leaping from the tavern to the street below, disregarding the wounded guards, and urging Lin Yuguai towards the general's mansion. With a garrison of 100,000 troops stationed in the city, the general's mansion was filled with skilled warriors. If they could reach the general's mansion for refuge, they might escape this calamity. However, the 4 black-robed warriors were faster. Before the blue-robed attendant could take a step, they charged out of the tavern, positioning themselves at the corners of the street, blocking the escape route for Lin Yuguai and the blue-robed attendant. The Great Zhou Imperial Family. Your Highness, these individuals practice the martial arts of the Great Zhou Imperial Family. They must have colluded with the Zhou to prevent your return, deliberately allowing you to leave before sending assassins to intercept you. The blue-robed attendant's face turned grave as he assessed the 4 black-robed figures, each possessing innate 3rd-tier cultivation, on par with his own strength. Though he was unafraid of any individual in a one-on-one confrontation, facing 4 opponents simultaneously would be a death sentence. The 4 black-robed figures seemed to possess a shared consciousness as they spoke in unison, unleashing a terrifying aura that swept across the entire street. In an instant, blood and flesh flew as the pressure from the innate warriors tore apart and shattered scores of bystanders, transforming them into clouds of crimson mist. The pedestrians stood frozen for a moment before scattering in panic, igniting chaos amid cries and pleas for help. Your Highness, these 4 are as powerful as I am. I will fight to buy you time to escape. Do not worry about me. Just flee to the general's mansion. Once inside, you will be safe. The blue-robed attendant's face was pale, yet his resolve was unwavering as he turned to Lin Yuguai. Even if I must perish here today, I will ensure you have a chance to survive, he declared fiercely. Lin Yuguai, devoid of sympathy, nodded emphatically to the blue-robed attendant. If I survive, I shall ensure your family lives in wealth and comfort. Thank you, Your Highness. The blue-robed attendant drew his long sword, his aura rising steadily. With this strike, he would expend all his spiritual energy to carve a path for Lin Yuguai's survival. Kill! As his aura peaked, the blue-robed attendant roared, launching a powerful slash towards the nearest black-robed warrior. Chapter 33. The inevitable doom. The blade's radiance sliced through the air, sharp and unyielding, aimed directly at the right shoulder of the black-robed warrior adorned with a conical hat. This strike encapsulated all the spiritual energy of the azure-robed offering, capable of severing even an innate 3rd-grade warrior in 2. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the black-robed warrior neither flinched nor evaded. Instead, he raised his right fist to collide with the heart of the azure-robed offering. Dark energy coalesced around his fist, emanating a chilling aura of death. Boom! The azure-robed offering's long blade struck the black-robed warrior's shoulder, akin to cleaving through solid steel, shattering into 2 pieces. The black-robed warrior appeared impervious to pain, delivering a devastating punch to the azure-robed offering's chest, sending him hurtling backward, crashing heavily before Lin Yuguai. Your Highness, flee quickly. They are not human. They are the corpse puppets forged by the demon sect. The azure-robed offering coughed blood, pointed toward the encroaching black-robed warriors, and slowly closed his eyes. Corpse puppets of the demon sect? Lin Yuguai felt no time for sorrow as he beheld the 4 advancing corpse puppets. He desperately summoned the spiritual energy within him, preparing for a final stand. With a furious roar, he charged at the nearest corpse puppet, resolved that even in death, he would strike down one of them. Boom! A tremendous pressure surged forth. Lin Yuguai felt as though he had collided with an invisible wall, sent flying backward to crash heavily onto the ground. He raised his head, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, despair clouding his gaze as he looked upon the 4 corpse puppets that continued to advance. Who could have imagined that his desperate strike would fail to breach even the pressure emanating from these puppets? Even an innate royal offering was no match for them, let alone Lin Yuguai. He had yet to return to the imperial city to see his waiting wife, to reunite with the daughter he had not seen in years. wondering if she had blossomed into a young lady, and to fulfill his promise to bring his third brother back from the imperial tomb. Lin Yuguai yearned to accomplish so much, yet it seemed all would culminate in this day. Kill. The foremost black-robed corpse puppet emitted a rigid, chilling roar before raising its hand, prepared to crush Lin Yuguai beneath it. This strike, imbued with an almost insurmountable dark energy, would reduce him to mere flesh and blood. At that moment, an unforeseen transformation occurred. A brilliant azure light erupted from Lin Yuguai's waist, and a formidable sword intent surged forth, enveloping the surroundings. This azure radiance seemed to grow with the wind, swiftly morphing into a razor-sharp sword intent of the wind, shooting toward the black-robed corpse puppet poised to strike. The corpse puppet swung its hand to meet the wind sword intent, but in an instant, the dark mist coalescing within its palm was obliterated. The wind sword intent piercing through its hand and swirling around its body before gradually dissipating. Crack! In the very moment the wind sword intent vanished, the black-robed corpse puppet collapsed as if toppled like a stack of blocks, shattering into dozens of neatly arranged fragments, lifeless beyond measure. The remaining 3 corpse puppets seemed momentarily stunned, halting their advance yet still encircling Lin Yuguai. "This is the wooden sword my brother gifted me." Lin Yuguai stared in disbelief. "The wind sword intent? I never imagined such a protective treasure resided within you." Elder son of the heavenly demon sect appeared atop the tavern roof opposite Lin Yuguai, looking down coldly. "I shall see if you possess another such treasure. Go." He lightly gestured, and the 3 halted corpse puppets resumed their march toward Lin Yuguai. "Despite my brother's protective treasure, it appears I am still fated to perish here." Lin Yuguai managed a bitter smile, summoning every ounce of strength to rise slowly. "The prince of the Han Empire shall stand tall even in death. I shall not kneel to survive." Within the imperial tomb, Lin Yu was sharing tea with Chu by the hearth. Chu held her teacup, savoring the subtle fragrance of the exquisite tea, her demeanor one of tranquility. "Third uncle, though this tea does not enhance my spiritual power, each sip clears my mind, allowing me to cultivate slightly faster than usual. Even grandfather does not have such fine tea." Chu beamed at Lin Yu, her heart lightened by the recent disarray of the great Qi delegation and the imminent return of her long-absent father, eagerly counting the days until Lin Yuguai would return home. "If you desire, take some with you when you leave." Lin Yu smiled gently, but then a sense of foreboding washed over him, and his brow furrowed slightly. The wooden sword he had given Lin Yuguai contained a wind sword intent, and he sensed it had activated in defense of its master, indicating that Lin Yuguai had fallen into a dire predicament. Before Lin Yu could comprehend the situation further, the wind sword intent abruptly dissipated. "Third uncle, what troubles you?" Chu asked, puzzled by his sudden change in expression. "Chu, enjoy your tea. I shall hunt a roe deer in the woods. We will feast on its meat today." Lin Yu instructed Chu, crafting an excuse as he stepped outside. The moment he exited the stone cottage, his expression turned icy. Before mastering the 9 Heavens sword control technique, Lin Yu was powerless to aid Lin Yuguai from 1,000 miles away. But now, it was different. He would show them the fury of a sword cultivator. The fury of a sword cultivator, swift as the breeze, traversing desolate lands. The fury of a sword cultivator, wielding the sky-leaning sword, crossing the seas to slay leviathans. Whoever dared to harm his second brother would pay a grievous price. "Sword come," Lin Yu commanded, summoning the wind sword from his consciousness, where it spiraled around him. Following his will, the wind sword transformed into a blue rainbow, dashing toward the last known position of the dissipating wind sword intent, vanishing from sight in an instant. On the long street, Lin Yuguai's right arm hung limply at his side, his robes soaked in blood. He gazed in despair at the 3 black-robed corpse puppets before him. His recent full-force strike had failed to withstand even the pressure they exuded. For the first time in his life, Lin Yuguai loathed his past lack of diligence and cultivation, leading him to this dead end where he could only await his demise. "Kill him," Elder Son commanded coldly from the rooftop, issuing orders to the 3 corpse puppets. The noble from the Han imperial family had promised that the military would deploy from the General S mansion in a short while. Calculating the time, it was nearly upon them. He intended to execute the Han second prince in the most brutal manner on the long street, then depart, igniting the flames of hatred between the Han and the great Zhou dynasty. Chapter 34. It must be Prince Su taking action. Whoosh. At that moment, a piercing shriek shattered the silence of the sky. Elder Sun looked up in the direction from which the sound emanated. At the horizon, a streak of azure brilliance tore through the clouds, hurtling toward the city like a falling star. What could that be? Elder Sun blinked, straining to get a clearer view of the azure light. In an instant, the brilliance had arrived above the city, mere moments from his gaze. A flying sword. Upon recognizing the true form of the azure light, Elder Sun's face turned ashen, and he could not help but exclaim in shock. The wind-controlling sword, fueled by Lin Yu's wrath, traversed 3,000 miles of mountains and rivers, imbued with unmatched sword intent, akin to a celestial body descending upon this place. Surrounded by 3 black-robed corpse puppets, Lin Shaw, who was already in despair, also caught sight of the sword hurtling toward him. Before he could comprehend the situation, the flying sword transformed into a streak of azure light, spiraling around the 3 black-robed puppets encircling him. As the light dissipated, the 3 puppets crumbled into dozens of fragments, collapsing like toppled blocks around Lin Shua. It must be Prince Su who has intervened. Lin Shua immediately recalled the recent legend that had spread across nations. A glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes, though he was uncertain how Prince Su had discerned his peril from 1,000 miles away. Anyone capable of wielding a flying sword and instantly vanquishing 3 innate third-grade corpse puppets could only be Prince Su of the Han royal family. The flying sword circled once before pointing at Elder Sun, who had initially intended to flee but was now fixed in place by the sword's gaze. His complexion turned pale as he sensed the chilling sword intent locking onto him, realizing that no matter where he attempted to escape, he could not evade the impending strike. In that moment, a warning bell rang in his heart, and he felt the dangerous specter of death looming. The sword hovered momentarily before abruptly accelerating, transforming into an indistinguishable azure light that shot straight toward Elder Sun's heart, appearing before him in an instant. Elder Sun bellowed in anger, a torrent of demonic energy swirling around him as he drew a long blade from behind, striking fiercely at the illusory azure light of the flying sword. Boom! Wherever the sword struck, the demonic energy coalescing around Elder Sun's blade instantly dissipated, and soon after, innumerable cracks erupted on the blade, which shattered into countless fragments. Before Elder Sun could recover, the sword flickered and pierced through his heart, crimson blood gushing forth. In disbelief, Elder Sun looked down at the wound in his chest and collapsed from the rooftop of the tavern, crashing heavily to the ground. Until his last breath, he could scarcely believe that Prince Su, who had supposedly been turned into a corpse puppet by the sect leader, was indeed capable of wielding a sword across 1,000 miles and killing invisibly. After slaying Elder Sun, the flying sword circled around Lin Shua once more before transforming into a streak of light, swiftly vanishing into the horizon. Lin Shua surveyed his surroundings. The long street was awash with blood, and corpses lay strewn about, resembling a scene from hell. At that moment, the sound of urgent hooves echoed from the end of the street as a squadron of armored cavalry, exuding an imposing aura, charged toward him. Behind the cavalry came countless elite soldiers, swiftly sealing off the entire street. Your humble servant, Lin Yu, has arrived late to provide aid. Please, your highness, punish me. A general donned in a nightshade mask, fully clad in heavy armor and wielding a long spear, knelt before Lin Shaw, flanked by the armored cavalry, and offered an apology. Dispatch someone to escort me back to the imperial city, Lin Shua ordered, his expression grim as he gazed at the remains of the black-robed puppets, sensing that a tremendous conspiracy lay behind this assassination. As you wish. Lin Yu clasped his fists in respect and commanded the armored cavalry to escort Lin Shaw. The armored cavalry, an elite force, were not only the best of the best, but also wore armor embedded with formations. When dozens of them joined forces, they could rival innate martial artists. If hundreds or thousands of these cavalrymen formed a battle array, even a master of the Purple Mansion realm would find it difficult to breach. Thus, with the armored cavalry as his escort, Lin Shua could rest easy. Within the imperial mausoleum, Lin Yu watched as the wind-controlling sword returned from the horizon, storing it within his consciousness, hidden in the god-eating cauldron. How strange! Those slain by the wind-controlling sword clearly practiced the martial arts of the great Zhou royal family, yet their vital energies were completely depleted. Devoid of life, a mere semblance of the living. Lin Yu furrowed his brow. The wind-controlling sword served as his eyes and ears, allowing him to perceive the peculiar nature of the corpse puppets. Goodness, such dense demonic energy. At that moment, the voice of the Cauldron Master echoed in Lin Yu's consciousness. What? Lin Yu inquired, puzzled. The demonic energy on the wind-controlling sword is remarkably thick. Aside from the last one you killed, the others were all corpse puppets. The Cauldron Master chuckled, revealing that the secrets of the demonic sect were no mystery to him. Corpse puppets? Lin Yu was bewildered. The demonic sect had long vanished after being hunted down, and thus the world knew little about them. He was unaware of what corpse puppets truly were. Just a petty trick of the demonic sect. They refined the bodies of martial artists into obedient puppets. However, the requirements are exceedingly stringent, and the refining methods are incredibly complex. In any case, once transformed into corpse puppets, the martial artist's strength diminishes significantly compared to their former selves, posing little threat. The Cauldron Master divulged the secret of the corpse puppets. Cauldron Master, how do you know all of this? Lin Yu asked in astonishment. He. After refining those demons in the demon suppressing tower, their memories naturally fell into my grasp. When it comes to knowledge of the demonic sect, I dare say that even the current demon cultivators cannot surpass me. The Cauldron Master boasted with a grin. Cauldron Master, do you think the one who crippled my Danteon back then could have been a demon cultivator? Lin Yu pondered. The mysterious assailant who attacked him had been ruthless and merciless. If not for the valiant efforts of his armored cavalry, he would likely have perished at the hands of that assailant. Back then, you had yet to awaken me. Who knows if the one who attacked you was a demon cultivator? In any case, gather more treasures for me to refine. Once your strength surpasses the world, you can eliminate anyone who might threaten you, and eventually, you will uncover the true mastermind. The Cauldron Master encouraged Lin Yu to seek out rare treasures. Cauldron Master, let's pay another visit to the demon suppressing tower tonight. Lin Yu smiled slightly, picking up the stewed venison and entering the stone chamber to enjoy it with Chu Chu. After mastering the Nine Heavens sword control technique, it was time to take action against the demons sealed within the upper levels of the demon suppressing tower. Delicious. Third uncle, I didn't expect your culinary skills to be this splendid, Chu Chu exclaimed, mimicking Lin Yu's manner as she devoured the meat, her face radiating delight. Lin Yu chuckled as he watched her relish the meal, saying, Eat your fill. It will do you good. This pot of stew was enriched with the heavenly materials and earthly treasures he had gathered while wielding the flying sword, not only nourishing but also enhancing physical strength, boosting spiritual power, and fortifying the soul, comparable to elixirs. By the time Chu Chu returned to her training that night, she would surely grasp the profound benefits contained within. As for Lin Yu, once he had satisfied his hunger, he would provide a glimmer of hope to those demon cultivators sealed within the upper levels of the demon suppressing tower. With the guidance of the Cauldron Master, he believed the demon cultivators would soon leap into the god-eating cauldron, one after another. Chapter 35. Remnants of the demon sect within the imperial city. High atop the demon suppression tower, dozens of malevolent beings sat cross-legged in various corners, their appearances gaunt and withered, as if they had reached the end of their vitality. A silver dragon, composed of countless bolts of lightning, spiraled within the tower, sweeping past these dark entities and consuming the traces of demonic energy that radiated from them. At that moment, all the malevolent beings fixed their crimson eyes upon a frail, gray-faced elder, resembling famished hyenas waiting for their prey to succumb. As the silver dragon glided past the elder once more, devouring the last wisp of his demonic essence, the elder's gaze finally dimmed entirely, and his life force extinguished. Instantly, the breathing of the malevolent beings grew frantic, and they surged towards the elder like ravenous beasts, tearing him apart in a frenzy, desperately siphoning the remnants of demonic energy from his shattered form. For centuries, the entities atop the demon suppression tower had clung to such a method to prolong their existence. Whenever one of their kind succumbed to the refining power of the formation, it became a lavish feast for the remaining demons. After consuming the elder's demonic energy, satisfaction spread across the faces of the malevolent beings. Suddenly, a hushed voice broke the silence. What is this commotion? Don't disturb my feast of demonic energy, they grumbled, annoyed at the interruption. We have been confined within the demon suppression tower for so long. This is the only moment we can revel in joy. Yet we are to be disturbed? Outrageous! The source of the disturbance exclaimed. The seal here seems to have weakened. Incredulous. The others turned their gazes toward the seal of the tower, excitement coursing through them. What? The seal of the demon suppression tower cannot possibly weaken suddenly. It must be your illusion. No, there's indeed a weakness in the seal in this corner compared to the others. Perhaps we can join forces to tear open a rift here, and then we can all escape the demon suppression tower. All the malevolent beings rushed over, and upon discovering the genuine loosening of the seal, they were overwhelmed with exhilaration. Having been imprisoned for centuries, they had resigned themselves to the notion of eventual refinement by the thunderous dragon. But now, a glimmer of hope shone upon the possibility of escaping the tower and continuing their existence. For the first time in ages, the demons united, vowing to breach the seal of the demon suppression tower. Outside the demon suppression tower, Lin Yu observed the rippling patterns upon the ceiling formation and inquired, Master Ding, will this not allow the demons imprisoned within to continuously expand the rift and escape? Following Master Ding's instructions, he had just dismantled 2 of the tower's formation cores and now feared that the demons would seize the opportunity to escape and wreak havoc upon the world. The formation cores are arranged externally to prevent the demons from escaping. Only by damaging the formation from outside can we weaken the seal. As long as we do not act, they will never be able to enlarge the rift. Master Ding chuckled, a gleam of pride in his eye. Once I have refined the escaping demons and elevated your cultivation, I will then allow even more formidable demons to emerge. In any case, none of these demons shall escape my grasp. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief, reassured by Master Ding's words. He understood that once the demons sensed the loosening of the seal, they would undoubtedly seek every means to tear a rift for their escape. Little did they know, regardless of their efforts, any rift that appeared would only permit a single martial artist of the lowest grade to escape, and each rift would only allow one individual to flee. Lin Yu merely needed to return at the appropriate time to reap his rewards. Days later, the second Prince Lin Yuguai, escorted by a contingent of armored cavalry, safely arrived in the imperial city. Upon his return, he wasted no time in heading straight to the palace to meet with the Emperor of Han. In the imperial study, the emperor was engaged in discussions of state affairs with the chief minister and other officials. Upon hearing of Lin Yuguai's request for an audience, knowing of the assassination attempt he had faced on his journey, he immediately summoned him to enter. Seeing Lin Yuguai, weary from travel, the emperor inquired intently about the events surrounding the assassination attempt. Lin Yuguai, not daring to be negligent, recounted the encounter with the demon sect's corpse puppets in full detail, lamenting that, had it not been for the timely intervention of the Prince of Su, he would not have returned to the imperial city. Wait, second prince, you mean to say that those corpse puppets were trained in the martial arts of the great Zhou royal family? The chief minister asked, a look of confusion crossing his face, sensing something amiss. Indeed, those puppets were undoubtedly crafted from the expertise of innate experts of the great Zhou royal lineage. Lin Yuguai affirmed, nodding, convinced of his assessment. The chief minister fell into contemplation. But how could the Prince of Su know you were in danger? Given the 3,000-mile distance between the border town and the imperial city? Another official interjected, unless the Prince of Su had previously marked you, allowing him to sense your safety at all times. However, that possibility seems slim. The Prince of Su is elusive and has never shown himself even at the Emperor's repeated requests. You, second prince, are merely one among many princes without particular distinction. How could the Prince of Su take such an interest in you, let alone mark you? This was an impossibility. Lin Yuguai recalled the wooden sword that Lin Yu had gifted him and spoke up. Actually, But then, a thought struck him, and he quickly altered his statement. Before my mission to Great Zhou, I stumbled upon a wooden sword carved by a master craftsman. Coincidentally, during the assassination attempt, this wooden sword unleashed a surge of sword intent, slaying a corpse puppet and buying me precious time until the Prince of Su arrived to rescue me. I see now, one official exclaimed, slapping his thigh. The wooden sword you possess must be the work of the Prince of Su, which is why it harbors the wind sword intent. This enabled him to sense your peril. He must have acted out of regard for your royal bloodline. It seems the Prince of Su did indeed save Shu, but alas, the wooden sword. imbued with the wind sword intent, must be a treasure. It was utilized so readily. The emperor nodded, expressing deep regret over Lin Shua's use of the Prince of Su's handcrafted sword. Lin Shua recalled the words Lin Yu had spoken when he presented the wooden sword, a sense of doubt creeping into his mind. Could it be that the Prince of Su had always been concealed within the royal mausoleum, and that his younger brother, confined there, had fortuitously established a connection with the Prince of Su, thereby receiving the wooden sword crafted by him? Your Majesty, the remnants of the demon sect, having been subdued for centuries, now re-emerge in the world, undoubtedly harboring a tremendous conspiracy that we must not ignore. At that moment, the chief minister stood and declared, in the past, the demon sect conspired with the demon race, bringing calamity upon the world and causing great turmoil. If the remnants dare to show themselves, we shall seize this opportunity to eradicate them completely. Chapter 36: The Return of the Crown Prince Father. I am willing to lead the royal experts to hunt down the remnants of the demon sect. Lin Shua proactively offered his services. Wait! Just as Emperor Han was about to nod in agreement, a powerful voice resonated from outside the study. Elder brother. Lin Shua was taken aback. The Crown Prince's cultivation talent surpassed that of Lin Yu back in the day. He had led armies into battle, undefeated in combat. When Lin Yu's reputation soared, he was often compared to the Crown Prince. The first person Lin Shua suspected among those who betrayed Lin Yu's military route was indeed the Crown Prince. However, for years, the Crown Prince had been pacifying the rebellious tribes in the northern frontier and had not been in the imperial city, leaving Lin Shua without evidence. Who would have anticipated that the Crown Prince would return at this moment? Lin Shua looked up to see the Crown Prince, clad in iron armor, striding in with an imposing presence. I pay my respects to Father. The Crown Prince addressed Emperor Han. I have already quelled the northern tribes. The 13 tribal leaders are willing to submit and have come with me to pay their respects to Father. After entering, the Crown Prince first saluted Emperor Han. At last, you have returned from the northern frontier. Emperor Han laughed heartily. Your efforts have brought peace to our northern borders. Your merits are immeasurable. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince's achievements warrant a royal title. The Crown Prince is indeed our Han's god of war. The pacification of the northern frontier is indeed a cause for celebration. In the study, the Chancellor and other ministers quickly congratulated Emperor Han and the Crown Prince. Lin Shua gazed at Crown Prince Lin Feng. Among the numerous princes of Han, none had yet been granted a royal title. If the Crown Prince were to receive one, he would undoubtedly gain an advantage in the struggle for succession. Let us discuss the matter of titles later. Emperor Han waved his hand, chuckling, Feng. Your brother has just expressed his desire to lead the royal experts to hunt down the demon sect. It seems you have a different opinion? Father, on my way to the palace, I encountered the royal secret guards who relayed urgent news from the Great Zhou imperial city. This matter is of great significance, which is why I personally came to report. As the Crown Prince spoke, he cast a glance at Lin Shua, then continued solemnly. 3 days ago, the Great Zhou imperial city was attacked by a mysterious master, resulting in heavy casualties among the Great Zhou's powerful warriors. It was only when the reclusive ancestor of the Great Zhou royal family intervened that the mysterious master was repelled. What? The study erupted in exclamations. The Great Zhou royal family boasted countless powerful warriors, including those at the Purple Mansion level. Yet they were forced to call upon the reclusive ancestor to fend off this mysterious assailant. Who could this formidable foe be? It was said that the Great Zhou's ancestor possessed the cultivation of the 8th rank of the Purple Mansion, yet his lifespan was nearing its end. His so-called retreat was merely a secret method to extend his life. Every time he took action, he diminished his own lifespan, making his interventions exceedingly precious. He was undoubtedly an existence that could influence the fate of the nation, much like Prince Su. What kind of audacity did this individual possess to dare assault the Great Zhou imperial city? It was likely that the Great Zhou dynasty would mobilize its entire strength for retaliation. After a moment, the Chancellor shook his head gently. Fortunately, our Han Dynasty has Prince Su stationed here. If that mysterious master dares to wreak havoc in the imperial city, Prince Su could slay him with a single stroke. Emperor Han exhaled deeply, feeling reassured at the thought of Prince Su. Father, that mysterious master is Prince Su, the Crown Prince stated after a brief silence. Raising his gaze to Emperor Han, Impossible. Prince Su has always defended the imperial city. How could he attack the great Zhou royal family? There is no enmity between Prince Su and the great Zhou. He has no reason to act against them. Gasps filled the study. Emperor Han fixed his eyes on the crown prince and solemnly inquired, could it be that the news from the secret guards is incorrect? If it truly was Prince Su who attacked the great Zhou royal family, then a fierce conflict between our two nations is unavoidable. Amidst the expectant gazes, the crown prince shook his head gently. It should not be mistaken. The secret guard stated that the great Zhou's ancestor recognized Prince Su when he intervened and questioned whether the Han Dynasty intended to go to war against the great Zhou. However, it is said that Prince Su did not respond. The great Zhou's ancestor had battled Prince Su in their youth. If he identified him, he would not be mistaken. The chancellor's expression turned grave. It is impossible. It cannot be Prince Su. Emperor Han shook his head, stating gravely, when Shuo was ambushed at the border city. A sword light shot up from the imperial city, reaching the border city. This was witnessed by all in the imperial city, providing proof that the ninth prince intervened to save Shuo. Even if the ninth prince is a myriad manifestation realm expert, he would not have been able to reach the great Zhou imperial city in such a short span. Father, could it be the work of the demon sect? Lin Yuguai suddenly interjected, drawing everyone's attention. He continued, perhaps the demon sect disguised someone as Prince Su to incite conflict between us and the great Zhou dynasty, thus allowing them to benefit from the chaos. Father, we should send envoys to the great Zhou to clarify this matter. That makes sense. Emperor Han turned to the chancellor. You must dispatch envoys to the great Zhou immediately. The chancellor and the ministers bowed and withdrew. Only Lin Yuguai and the crown prince remained in the study. Emperor Han turned to Lin Yuguai, smiling. The ninth prince regards you differently, sure? You should stay in the imperial city and discreetly seek out the ninth prince. Perhaps he will be willing to meet with you. Lin Yuguai accepted the command and exited the study. Fenger, the great Zhou royal family, may not believe our explanation. You have just returned from the northern frontier and should rest, yet the border requires a general's presence. I can only have you take charge. I do not trust anyone else. Emperor Han entrusted the crown prince with a significant responsibility, commanding him to assemble troops at the border in preparation for the great Zhou dynasty's retaliation. Rest assured, father, the border is as solid as a fortress with me here. The crown prince clasped his fists in salute and departed. As the crown prince left the palace, a trusted aide immediately approached him. What is it? The crown prince glanced at this aide, whose smile was almost ear to ear, his appearance rather unusual. Recently, someone has been secretly supporting the remnants of the third prince's followers. I suspect it may be the third prince's doing. The aide whispered the information he had received. Lin Yu. The crown prince's eyes turned icy. I knew he wouldn't remain idle. Keep a close watch on him. If it is confirmed, send someone to warn him to behave and remain a useless pawn. The news of the assault on the great Zhou imperial city by the Han Dynasty's formidable Prince Su, resulting in numerous casualties, swiftly spread across the nations. Tensions escalated between the Han and Great Zhou, with continuous border skirmishes, suggesting that a great war was inevitable. In the Yinyun Ridge, within the demon sect, a gathering of masters convened in the Bone Palace, where the sect leader sat upon a throne of skulls, surveying the assembly. A figure in a black robe standing solemnly behind him. The sect leader's strategies are astute. The great Zhou dynasty has already attributed this incident to the Han dynasty. Hith. Once the great Zhou goes to war against the Han, rivers of blood will flow, and we shall collect enough blood to awaken the blood demon sovereign. Regrettably, Elder Sun's plan fell short. Who would have thought that the Han dynasty would still possess a master capable of wielding a sword over 1,000 miles? It remains a mystery why this master would choose to borrow Prince Su's name. In the Bone Palace, the elders of the demon sect congratulated the sect leader. If Elder Sun had managed to slay the Han dynasty's second prince at that time, perhaps the Han and Great Zhou would have already been at war. No matter who that master from the Han dynasty is, once the blood demon sovereign awakens, he will easily crush all. The sect leader laughed heartily, a glimmer of pride flashing in his eyes. Within the imperial city, Lin Yu moved like a wisp of smoke through the shadows. According to Master Ding's calculations, on this night of the full moon, the evil spirits in the upper levels of the Demon Suppression Tower should be able to tear apart the loosened seal, creating a fissure large enough for a myriad manifestation realm demon to escape. Chapter 37. You cannot escape Lin. You merely needed to wait outside the demon suppression tower, patiently anticipating the arrival of the malevolent beings. Within the tower, all the fiends congregated in a corner, channeling their dark energy into the slender crack in the ceiling barrier. In an instant, the atmosphere within the tower became suffused with malevolent energy as the thunderous dragon manifested by the array hovered above, akin to a shark sensing blood, unleashing countless silver lightning bolts to refine the gathered dark essence. Despite this, the fine fissure in the ceiling barrier continued to widen under the relentless onslaught of dark energy. Soon, the crack would be sufficiently large for our escape. If it weren't for the array within the demon suppression tower refining our energy, we would have long since carved a path to freedom. Indeed, the night of the full moon is when the tower's seal is at its weakest. Having been confined here for centuries, we shall wreak havoc upon the great Han Dynasty upon our release. As they beheld the ever-widening fissure, hope glimmered in the eyes of the fiends above. With hundreds gathered, they anticipated the moment they could shed their shackles and revel in freedom. Just then, the crack in the ceiling barrier suddenly expanded to accommodate a single person. Remarkably, despite the chaotic surge of dark energy, the fissure remained steadfast, refusing to widen further. Everyone, I shall take my leave first. In that moment of collective astonishment, the foremost elder in gray robes let out a triumphant laugh and, without waiting for their reactions, dashed toward the fissure like a streak of light. Bang! The elder collided violently with the crack, as if an invisible barrier had obstructed his path. How could this be? We have already opened a fissure in the seal. Was it possible that those of greater strength could not traverse the crack? Perhaps we should send someone of lesser cultivation to try. Witnessing this scene, the upper echelon of fiends fell into a stupor. Allow me to attempt it. I possess only the first level of the myriad realms. If I cannot pass through, then we ought to abandon all hope of escape. A frail, pallid figure resembling a skeletal specter emerged from among the fiends, rushing toward the dissipating fissure. Before the eyes of all, he vanished into the crack, successfully escaping the prison. As the other fiends of the first level of the myriad realms scrambled to follow suit, the fissure suddenly closed before them. Fortunately, they knew that such cracks appeared on full moon nights, and they would have another opportunity to escape the demon suppression tower. Even those above the first level of the myriad realms held hope, for as long as the fissure continued to expand, escape remained a possibility. In that moment, the imprisoned fiends within the tower brimmed with determination, willingly allowing the Thunder Dragon to refine their essence as they fervently channeled dark energy into the seal, further weakening it. I'm free. I, the fat slaughter god, have finally escaped this wretched place. The black-robed elder burst forth from the fissure, momentarily dazzled by the full moon and the myriad stars, unable to resist throwing back his head in laughter. Known as the Fat Slaughter God, he had been a formidable fourth-level cultivator when imprisoned within the tower, a 300-pound giant. Over the centuries, he had been relentlessly refined by the Thunder Dragon, reducing his cultivation to the first level of the myriad realms and leaving him emaciated. Filled with resentment, he thought, the great Han royal family, surely, they no longer have any formidable cultivators to guard them. This night, I shall bloodily cleanse the imperial city and devour every last member of the royal lineage. A sinister smile crept across the skeletal visage of the fat slaughter god as he gazed towards the imperial city, his eyes alight with malice. I hear you wish to consume the bloodline of the great Han royal family? Just as the fat slaughter god prepared to depart the demon suppression tower, Lin Yu's voice resonated from behind him. Who? The fat slaughter god turned to see Lin Yu, clad in a blue robe, emerging slowly from behind tower. A seventh-level cultivator. The fat slaughter god squinted, his eyes brightening upon discerning Lin Yu's cultivation level. To be frank, I am the third prince of the current great Han royal family. You may start with me. Lin Yu smiled faintly, suppressing his excitement. After such a long wait, a myriad realm fiend had finally presented itself. Your cultivation may be somewhat lacking, but it has been ages since I tasted blood food. You shall serve as my appetizer today. The gluttonous glint in the fat slaughter god's eyes revealed his greed. He knew that in order to restore his strength, he needed to consume blood food, and the higher the cultivation of his prey, the swifter his recovery. Lin Yu's 7th level cultivation barely qualified as a suitable target. With a sneer, he declared, "Boy, since you've come to me willingly, I promise to make your death swift and painless. I shall not torment you." How fortuitous. I share your sentiments. Lin Yu nodded with a smile. The fat slaughter god's expression shifted slightly, and he growled, "Boy, what are you plotting? Do not think those worthless individuals outside the courtyard can save you. I could crush them to dust with a single palm." Before he could finish, he lunged at Lin Yu, raising his right hand to transform it into a claw, unleashing a barrage of blades forged from dark energy, raining down upon Lin Yu like a net of death. The black blades, sharp as razors, whistled through the night, leaving behind trails of darkness, as if the very fabric of space were being torn apart. Each blade, composed of condensed dark energy, could effortlessly pierce through hundreds of cultivators below the 7th level. Even a 9th level cultivator would find themselves easily slain by a single one of these blades. Though Lin Yu was only at the 7th level, the timing of his appearance was too fortuitous for the fat slaughter god to underestimate him. He unleashed his ultimate technique, determined not to allow the first battle after escaping the tower to end in failure. Truly, the prowess of myriad realm cultivators is not to be underestimated. Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction, then summoned the wind control sword from his sea of consciousness, swinging it to meet the oncoming black blades. Before the demon suppression tower, a tempest of sword intent surged forth as waves of azure light erupted from the wind control sword. Like a torrential storm, it surged toward the black blades of dark energy, annihilating them as if they were mere dust in the wind. Wind sword intent. The fat slaughter god stared in astonishment at Lin Yu as the wind sword intent surged toward him, threatening to engulf him entirely. "Wait for me, boy. Once I regain my strength, I will settle the score with you." Without a moment's hesitation, the fat slaughter god tossed a fierce threat over his shoulder and fled. In this world, sword cultivators not only dominated their peers, but could also effortlessly slay foes of higher realms. Had the fat slaughter god retained his former strength, he would have been confident in defeating Lin Yu. However, with his current first-level status, he stood no chance against Lin Yu and was left with no choice but to flee. "You cannot escape, I assure you." Lin Yu scoffed coldly, invoking the 9 Heavens sword control technique. As the wind control sword shimmered like flowing light, pouring forth toward the fleeing fat slaughter god. Chapter 38. Is the Prince of Suqin in the Imperial Tomb? As the corpulent demon, Pang Shashin, fled several dozen paces, an unexpected chill gripped his heart. Suddenly, a flying sword materialized before his eyes, tracing an arc and halting in his path, its blade radiating a cerulean glow that obstructed his escape. Lowering his gaze, he realized with horror that the flying sword had pierced his chest, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. In disbelief, he turned to Lin Yu, stammering, "Why you wield the sword?" The mastery of sword intent had grown formidable, and those adept in the art of sword control were truly invincible. Pang Shashin watched as Lin Yu approached with deliberate strides. Dawning realization hitting him. "It was you who tampered with the seal in the demon suppression tower to facilitate our escape, wasn't it? What is your true motive?" "You are indeed correct. My intention is to ensure that you, the demon cultivators, are utilized to the fullest." Lin Yu nodded gently, a golden radiance blossoming from his brow as the god-eating cauldron emerged from his sea of consciousness, hovering before him. "Utilized to the fullest?" Pang Shashin's expression morphed into one of confusion. "If you cannot comprehend, then cease your pondering." Lin Yu chuckled softly as the cauldron unleashed a cascade of starry ripples, flowing like a tide beneath Pang Shashin's feet. In an instant, he vanished into the cauldron, consumed by its power. "Excellent. At last, I can commence my operations." The cauldron master expressed satisfaction with the demon cultivator, exclaiming, "With this one alone, I can elevate you to the 9th rank of the Purple Mansion." Lin Yu waved his hand, erasing the traces surrounding the demon suppression tower, before returning to the Imperial Tomb. Inside the stone chamber, he sat cross-legged, as the starry sea within the god-eating cauldron roiled, slowly refining Pang Shashin. Spiritual energy surged like ocean waves into Lin Yu's body, which he refined using the Sacred Emperor's heart technique to break through to higher realms. If the spiritual energy gathered from refining the Purple Mansion demons resembled a torrential flood, The energy from the refinement of the myriad realm cultivator now surged like a colossal wave. As the spiritual energy continued to be refined, Lin Yu's cultivation surged correspondingly. Upon the complete refinement of Pang Shashan, he indeed ascended 2 ranks, reaching the 9th rank of the Purple Mansion, just a step away from the myriad realm. The Cauldron Master only needed to consume another wicked demon for Lin Yu to ascend to the myriad realm. For one endowed with the sacred Emperor Sword body, there were no bottlenecks in his cultivation. Only the sufficiency of spiritual energy dictated his pace. With a thought, the wind sword flew from the god-eating cauldron, swirling around him before transforming into a streak of light and vanishing into the night sky. After his ascension, he executed the 9 heavens sword control technique, and with a mere thought, the wind sword could traverse 5,000 miles. Even a second-rank myriad realm cultivator would not stand a chance against a strike. Lin Yu returned the wind sword to his sea of consciousness and continued to cultivate with the sacred Emperor's Heart technique, solidifying his foundation. Third brother, I have come to bid you farewell. Second prince, have you risen? Suddenly, voices resonated from outside the imperial tomb, belonging to the second prince, Lin Shuo, and Chu Chu. Lin Yu opened his eyes and stepped outside, greeting them as they approached with a retinue of servants bearing daily necessities and delicacies. Without waiting for the second prince to speak, they delivered the items to Lin Yu's stone chamber and departed. Chu Chu had blossomed into a graceful young woman, her cultivation having advanced to the 3rd rank of the innate realm, now on par with the 7th princess, Lin Yu, who remained at Ling Tian sect. It would not be long before Chu Chu surpassed the 7th princess, standing out among the youthful elite of the Han royal family. Today, I have come with Chu Chu to bid you farewell. After inviting them into his stone chamber, Lin Yu listened to the second prince's intentions. Bidding farewell, Lin Yu regarded him with confusion. As a prince, it was natural for him to travel, but where was Chu Chu headed? With a bitter smile, the second prince explained, previously, the southern wilderness envoy disappeared within our Han territory, and the southern wilderness suspects us of slaying their envoy, threatening to seek an explanation or take up arms. Lin Yu glanced at Chu Chu, knowing full well that the envoy's demise was at his hands, a situation that had arisen due to Chu Chu. Eldest brother is currently stationed at the border, guarding against the Zhou dynasty. Father has ordered me to suppress the southern wilderness, and I do not know when I shall return. The second prince looked at Lin Yu. If I can achieve merit in the southern wilderness, I shall use that to persuade father to retract his orders, allowing you to return to the imperial city, no longer confined to this desolate place. Second brother, the southern wilderness barbarians respect power, but have no virtue. When necessary, one must employ thunderous measures and show no mercy. Lin Yu nodded gently, reminding the second prince. In terms of understanding the southern wilderness barbarians, none in the court surpassed him. Third uncle, I too must leave the imperial city and will not be able to visit you often. Chu Chu pouted, her face displaying reluctance. Grandfather has ordered me to join the Ling Tian sect for training, and I shall depart in a few days. Ling Tian sect's strength was slightly inferior to the Supreme Sword sect, maintaining a mediocre relationship with the Han royal family. Now, in pursuit of Chu Chu's extraordinary talent, they would undoubtedly align closely with the Han royal family. Otherwise, the Han emperor would not have permitted her to associate with Ling Tian's sect. Chu Chu, once you arrive at Ling Tian's sect, cultivate diligently. Lin Yu smiled, ruffling her hair before retrieving 3 wooden swords, approximately a foot long, and presenting them to Chu Chu and the second prince. Second brother, the journey to the southern wilderness is fraught with peril. Keep this wooden sword with you to avert misfortune. He placed 1 sword into the second prince's hands, then handed the remaining 2 to Chu Chu. Chu Chu, this wooden sword will bring you good fortune. Carry it closely. The last sword, please present it to the 7th princess when you arrive at Ling Tian's sect, as my gift. Rest assured, third uncle, I will certainly deliver the gift to 7th aunt. Chu Chu nodded vigorously as she accepted the wooden sword. The second prince stared in astonishment at the wooden sword in his hand and pulled Lin Yu aside, whispering, Third brother, you must tell me honestly, is the Prince of Suqin really in the imperial tomb? The wooden sword Lin Yu produced was identical to the one he had gifted him years ago. Lin Shuo vividly recalled the moment he was besieged by the black-robed corpse puppets, the fierce sword intent emanating from that wooden sword. It was well known that Lin Yu's Dantian was crippled, rendering him unable to cultivate. The fact that he possessed 3 such wooden swords implied only one possibility. The Prince of Suqin was indeed in the imperial tomb and closely linked to Lin Yu. I cannot disclose the origins of the wooden sword. Second brother, simply accept it. Lin Yu smiled enigmatically, pondering why the second prince associated the wooden sword with the Prince of Suqin. You, third brother, if you inform father that the Prince of Suqin favors you, returning to the imperial city would be a breeze. Why do you persist in remaining in this desolate place? The second prince lamented, eager to rush to the palace and relay this information to the Han Emperor. Second brother, now is not the time. I shall return to the imperial city eventually. Lin Yu gently shook his head, mindful that the true mastermind behind the assassination attempt on him remained elusive. He had not forgotten the blood debt of countless soldiers. Once he reached the pinnacle of his cultivation, he would undoubtedly return to the imperial city to exact vengeance. Chapter 39. The Lady of the Shun family. After Lin Yu saw off the second prince and Chu, the imperial mausoleum fell into an utter silence. Seasons changed, and in the blink of an eye, more than a year had passed. During this time, the great Zhou dynasty and the great Han dynasty stood at the brink of conflict, launching repeated assaults on the borders of Han, demanding an explanation for the attack on the imperial city by the Prince of Su. The Han dynasty made numerous clarifications, and as the great Zhou royal family regained their composure amidst the cloud of suspicions, they finally agreed to negotiate peace with Han. Consequently, the situation along the borders began to ease. Rumors even circulated that the two dynasties intended to exchange hostages to prevent a resurgence of war. In Enyan Ridge, within the hall of the Heavenly Devil sect, phosphorescent flames flickered, casting an eerie green glow across the Grand Hall. What on earth is happening? Why is the great Zhou dynasty seeking peace with the great Han dynasty? If they negotiate, how can the blood demon Lord awaken? The sect leader's expression was grim as he coldly surveyed the elders below. Who can tell me how we should resolve this matter? Master, it is said that the great Han and great Zhou are preparing to exchange hostages. Should we not strike en route and assassinate both hostages? Then, even if they wish to avoid war, they will have no choice. An elder with a goat beard stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with malice. Very well, Elder Wang. I entrust this task to you. Keep a close watch on the royal families of Han and Zhou. The moment they exchange hostages, prepare for the assassination. I will lend you this corpse puppet to ensure success. The sect leader gestured towards the corpse puppet of the Prince of Su beside him, bursting into a maniacal laugh. Within the imperial mausoleum, Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes. In the past, after his ascension, his gaze would spark with electric energy, as if it contained the very essence of thunder. Yet this time, his eyes were clear and his demeanor restrained, evoking an enigmatic aura. Kid, this must be the last of the evil spirits from the demon suppression tower, right? The voice of Ding Yu resonated within Lin Yu's consciousness. What a pity. These evil spirits have been imprisoned for too long. Their cultivation has significantly regressed. Otherwise, you would have surely attained the 7th rank of the myriad forms. Ding Yu, I am already content to have advanced to the 4th rank of myriad forms. Lin Yu replied with a faint smile. The demon beasts of the Chilean mountains were depleted, as were the evil spirits within the demon suppression tower. It would be quite challenging to cultivate at such a pace again. Ding Yu seeked in resignation. After being awakened by Lin Yu, it initially relied on the demon beasts of the Chilean mountains, followed by the evil spirits of the demon suppression tower, thriving on their essence. Now that both sources were exhausted, even acquiring rare treasures occasionally would hardly satisfy its appetite. Lin Yu shook his head with a wry smile. Ding Yu was correct. His cultivation speed would undoubtedly slow down, even though he could command flying swords to traverse vast distances in an instant. Hunting demon beasts of the myriad forms would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Henceforth, he would have to diligently practice the sacred Emperor Heart method. However, Lin Yu had pressing matters at hand. After slaying evil spirits, he would exchange their weapons for silver, covertly aiding the families of the Southern Expedition soldiers in the imperial city. He donned the weapons left by the evil spirits and made his way toward the city. Although it was broad daylight, few in the imperial city recognized his face, and no one would suspect that the third prince, who should be confined to the mausoleum, was now wandering the streets. He headed directly to the largest pawn shop in the city. Before entering, he heard a woman pleading desperately, "Shopkeeper, Could you possibly give me a bit more silver? This hairpin was a gift from my husband. It is worth a tael of gold, but I can only pawn it for 3 taels of silver. It is truly too little. I beg you. Nonsense. The sale price and the purchase price cannot possibly be the same. 3 taels of silver is all I can offer. If you wish to sell it for a tael of gold, go back to the shop where you bought it and see if they will take it. The shopkeeper scoffed, urging, will you sell or not? If not, leave and do not waste my time with other customers. I will sell. The woman's voice was filled with despair. Moments later, she bowed her head, wiping her tears, clutching the pouch containing the silver, and hurriedly dashed past Lin Yu. As Lin Yu was about to speak, the woman vanished into the crowd in the blink of an eye. He gently shook his head and handed the demon's weapon to the shopkeeper, exchanging it for silver, which he then pocketed as he exited. The weapons wielded by the demons were all at least innate treasures, even after enduring the thunderous refinement in the demon suppression prison and the erosion of time. They remained of excellent quality, fetching a considerable amount of silver. With the silver in hand, Lin Yu strolled through the bustling streets of the imperial city, just as before, tossing silver ingots into the courtyards and homes of the Southern Expedition families. It must be the third prince delivering silver again. Dear, why not take this ingot to help the Shun family? Indeed, the Shun family's circumstances have been dire. Yes, Shun Chong did not perish in the southern wilderness, but met his end at the hands of that great prince in the northern border. How will this widow and orphan survive? Such a good man, wrongfully accused of being a deserter. He was beaten and lay bedridden for months. It is truly tragic. Lin Yu stood outside Ding Yang's house, momentarily stunned by the words of the elderly couple. Shun Chong had been one of his valiant captains, renowned for his bravery in battle, and had been among those who fought their way out of the encirclement of barbarian tribes. He had never imagined that he had been beaten to death by the great prince. Knowing Shun Chong as he did, he would never be cowardly or flee from the enemy. He was undoubtedly wronged by the great prince. This realization struck Lin Yu with a pang of sorrow. Over the years, he had focused on the families of the Southern Expedition, neglecting those who still lived, believing that as long as they returned from the southern wilderness, they would somehow manage to get by. It seemed he had been gravely mistaken. Those soldiers under his command who survived were also enduring hardships. He inquired and found the home of Shun Chong. From a distance, he spotted several ruffians with brutish faces gathered at the door, accompanied by raucous laughter and the sound of a woman crying from within the courtyard. I have silver. I still have 3 taels of silver. I can return this much to you now. Please do not take Xian'er away. I implore you, grant me a few more days. I will surely repay you. A woman cried out in anguish in the courtyard, as neighbors watched the ruffians from a distance, too afraid to intervene. Shun family lady, you owe 30 taels of silver. This 3 taels does not even cover the interest. I am in a difficult position myself. A lewd voice echoed from the courtyard. I see this girl is quite charming. Taking her to the Yihong Tower would surely fetch a good price, enough to repay your debt. But I borrowed only 15 taels. I have already repaid 10. How did it become 30? The woman exclaimed in disbelief, her daughter sobbing softly beside her. Surely you know the rules of 9 out of 13? Shun family lady, do not be so shameless. I guarantee that one of you will be taken away today. You may choose. Will it be you or your daughter? The steward sneered dismissively, as the sound of mother and daughter weeping filled the air. Fury ignited within Lin Yu as he strode toward the Shun family courtyard. Oh, look who it is. A blind fool. Several ruffians grinned maliciously as they approached, blocking Lin Yu's path. Friend, our master is the steward of the great prince's residence. I advise you not to meddle in our affairs. Who are you calling a friend? Lin Yu's gaze turned icy, and a formidable aura erupted from him. The ruffians were sent flying by this force, crashing heavily to the ground, instantly losing consciousness. Lin Yu pushed open the slightly ajar courtyard door, revealing a portly middle-aged man in a blue robe, looking arrogantly at the kneeling mother and daughter. 2 fourth-rank warriors flanked him, casting unkind glances at Lin Yu, who had intruded so abruptly. The mother and daughter, with disheveled hair and tear-streaked faces, clung tightly to one another, softly sobbing. I have paid the debts owed by their family. Lin Yu casually tossed 30 taels of silver at the feet of Manager Chun and said in a deep voice, Take the silver and leave at once. Who do you think you are to meddle in the affairs of the Grand Prince's manor? Manager Chun turned to Lin Yu with a cold smirk. You should inquire about who my master truly is. Leave? Lin Yu snorted, a violent aura surging forth, pinning Manager Chun and his companions to the ground, rendering them immobile. He kicked the silver toward Manager Chun, then, suppressing his aura, said solemnly, "Pick up the silver, hand over the IOU, and get as far away as you can. If I find out you return, your life will be forfeit." Yes, we will leave. We will go right now." Manager Chun hastily produced the IOU, clutching the silver, and scurried out of the courtyard. Lin Yu handed the IOU to the woman, speaking gently. "Madam Shun, I have arrived late." Madam Shun looked up in disbelief, trembling as she accepted the IOU, cradling it in her arms as she wept uncontrollably. "Is it really you?" At that moment, Lin Yu finally recognized Madam Shun's face, realizing she was the same woman he had encountered at the pawnshop, who had pawned a jeweled hairpin. It turned out she was so destitute that she had to part with the hairpin gifted to her by Shun Chong. "Benefactor, have you seen me before?" "Shinner, come and bow to our benefactor." Madam Shun, astonished, pulled over a strikingly beautiful girl of 11 or 12 years old, urging her to thank Lin Yu. Lin Yu felt a pang of bitterness in his heart and murmured, "I am a friend of Shun's brother in the military. What has happened to him? My husband returned from the southern wilderness, but he has been oppressed in the army and was recently transferred to serve under the Grand Prince in the northern frontier." Madam Shun wiped her tears and explained in a low voice. "However, not long ago, he was escorted back in a near-death state. They say he was terrified of the enemy and fled the battlefield, punished with 100 strikes by the military law officer under the Grand Prince, and sent back. I sought doctors and borrowed money for his treatment, but in the end, he still passed away. This silver is what I owed for his medical care. Shun Chong is a man of great martial prowess and valor. He would never be a coward." Lin Yu gently shook his head, asking softly, "But why was he oppressed in the army?" Madam Shun looked at Lin Yu. "My husband once said that the brothers who returned with him from the southern wilderness, following the third prince, have all been suppressed, either demoted or sent to the border. In short, none have fared well. Who was behind this oppression?" Anger surged within Lin Yu, reflecting on the comrades who had fought alongside him, surviving harrowing battles, only to be treated so unjustly. Madam Shun shook her head. "I do not know. My husband never spoke of it. It seems it is all because of me. They have all been implicated because of me." Lin Yu sighed deeply, recognizing that the reason Shun Chong and the others were being oppressed was solely due to him. These elite soldiers who had fought alongside him were his loyal subordinates, and someone was intent on eliminating them out of fear of his resurgence. "Is it because of you?" Madam Shun paused, suddenly realizing something, and fixed her gaze intently on Lin Yu. "It is indeed because of me, Madam Shun. I have arrived late. I am the third prince." Lin Yu gritted his teeth and revealed his identity. "You're the third prince, the one my husband spoke of incessantly?" Madam Shun pointed at Lin Yu, her demeanor frantic as she rushed towards him, striking him in desperation. Why did you come now?" "My husband. He mentioned you before he died." Shun Chong, skilled with the spear and fearless in battle, always the vanguard in conflict. "Brother Shun, I have wronged you." Lin Yu raised his head, tears streaming down his face. Madam Shun, amidst her fervent strikes, eventually sank to her knees, tears flowing as she took out a blood-stained white cloth that wrapped a tiger talisman, trembling as she presented it to Lin Yu. "This is the tiger talisman from the Southern Expedition's assault camp." Lin Yu instantly recognized the talisman. Madam Shun, with tears streaming down her face, said, "Your Highness, my husband held this before he died, proclaiming, 'For the valiant soldiers of the Southern Army, we shall not return without victory. Now, I return it to you." Lin Yu received the talisman, his vision blurring. The image of that spirited officer, galloping with his spear, surged forth in his memory. Moreover, Madam Shun had chosen to pawn her jeweled hairpin instead of this talisman, perhaps hoping to one day return it to the one she held dear. Lin Yu tightly grasped the talisman, resolved to seek justice for Shun Chong after paying his respects. In the southern outskirts of the imperial city, the autumn winds howled. Lin Yu lit incense and burned paper money, standing before Shun Chong's grave. The once proud warrior had become mere dust. A good man who fought for his country was wrongfully accused of cowardice and beaten to death. Lin Yu could only imagine Shun Chong's sorrow and rage. What great enthusiasm the third prince has, not lingering in the royal mausoleum, but coming here instead. At that moment, a sinister voice broke through Lin Yu's thoughts. He turned to see a gaunt, hollow-cheeked, middle-aged man with a sharp visage approaching, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Who are you?" Lin Yu regarded the man in the gray robe coldly, sensing ill intent. This person was undoubtedly here for him. Duki, the military law officer under the Grand Prince. If I recall correctly, this man was in my custody, and I executed military law against him, striking him 100 times and nearly beating him to death before sending him back. Tu-Chi pointed at Shun Chang's tombstone, laughing triumphantly. "It was you?" Lin Yu glared at the cackling Tu-Chi, his voice low and firm. Shin Chong would never be a coward. Indeed, he was formidable, but he crossed me. Tu-Chi shook his head. "Even if he was not a coward, I can make him one." Chapter 41. You should indeed kneel and apologize as a military judge. You ought to uphold the law with impartiality and maintain military discipline. Yet, you have acted recklessly, distorting the truth. Does the Crown Prince not take action against this? Lin Yu scoffed coldly. Shin Chong serves under the Crown Prince, yet he is preoccupied with his former master. If he does not perish, then who will? Tu-Chi smirked with satisfaction. Moreover, Lin Yu, you are currently like a clay Buddha crossing a river, unable to protect yourself. If I were you, I would not speak on behalf of Shin Chong, that dead man, but rather consider how to explain to the Emperor why you left the royal mausoleum without permission. That is indeed a grave crime. So it is. A murderous intent surged in Lin Yu's eyes. The death of Shin Chong was indeed orchestrated by the Crown Prince, who feared him and sought to eliminate all of his former confidants. Lin Yu, if you kneel and beg me, I might consider concealing your unauthorized departure from the royal mausoleum. Tu-Chi declared with arrogance, grinning. No prince has ever knelt before me. Today, I shall have my fill of it. Kneel? Lin Yu nodded lightly. Indeed, you should kneel and apologize. Before his words could fully settle, a terrifying pressure emanated from him, descending upon Tu-Chi like a mountain, overwhelming him before he could regain his composure. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed as Tu-Chi's knees buckled under the immense force, crashing to the ground, blood oozing from his shattered joints. You! Fear flickered in Tu-Chi's eyes, quickly overshadowed by the excruciating pain as he howled in agony. Come kneel before me and bow 18 times at Shun Chong's grave, or I shall grind your bones to dust. Lin Yu loomed above, surveying Tu-Chi, who felt as though he was gazing upon a deity of vengeance. I will apologize. I will apologize. Tu-Chi's face turned pale as he struggled to move his broken knees, leaving a trail of blood as he crawled towards Shun Chong's grave. Shun Chong, Brother Shun, it was my fault that you met an untimely end. I vow to care for your wife and children, ensuring they are never wronged. Brother Shun, if you have any spirit in the heavens, please forgive me. As he bowed repeatedly, pleading for forgiveness, Lin Yu did not command him to stop. Tu-Chi dared not cease until his forehead bled. Finally, trembling, he lifted his gaze to Lin Yu, beseeching, Third Prince, I implore you, spare me. I have truly learned my lesson. I will deliver 1,000 taels of silver to Brother Shin's family. No, 10,000 taels. I swear if I break this promise, let thunder strike me. Brother Shun is not someone you are worthy to call upon. Besides, I never said I would let you go. A cold glint flickered in Lin Yu's eyes. Third Prince, please. Before Tu-Chi could finish his plea, the oppressive force surged again, crushing him into a mist of blood at Shun Chong's grave. Brother Shun, I have avenged you, and I shall not forget the grievances of your other brothers. Lin Yu caressed Shun Chong's tombstone, turning to depart. In the Crown Prince's residence, a black-robed warrior, whose mouth stretched to his ears like a monkey's grin, sat at the head of the table. A blue-robed warrior spoke solemnly. Report to General Yuan, the military judge Tu-Chi, who returned with you, claims to have found evidence of the Third Prince contacting his subordinates and leaving the royal mausoleum without permission. He has gone out alone and has yet to return. We suspect he may have met with misfortune. It seems the concerns of His Highness are not unfounded. Although Lin Yu is confined to the royal mausoleum, there have always been those aiding the families of the Southern Expedition soldiers. Tu-Chi must have uncovered something and may have already been silenced by Lin Yu's men. A cold smile spread across Yuan's grotesque face. General Yuan, should we inform His Highness about this matter? The blue-robed warrior inquired cautiously. No need. A mere waste. Even if he wishes to make a comeback, he must first assess his capabilities. I will keep an eye on him. You may withdraw. Yuan Yi waved his hand lightly. dismissing the blue-robed warrior. His gaze gradually turned cold as he murmured, "The matters concerning His Highness and my clan allow for no mistakes. This third prince should have perished long ago. Allow me to send him on his way." Without another word, he pushed the door open and vanished into the night. Within the royal mausoleum, Lin Yu sat cross-legged in the stone chamber, his thoughts turbulent, unable to focus on his cultivation. Shun Chong, Ding Yong, and the soldiers who had fought alongside him in the southern wasteland, their faces appeared before his mind's eye one by one. Especially after witnessing things.He's performance today under the Crown Prince's command. Lin Yu felt a creeping suspicion that the mastermind behind his betrayal was none other than the Crown Prince himself. It was difficult to explain why the Crown Prince would not spare even his subordinates. However, Lin Yu only harbored suspicion at present, lacking solid evidence. Once he obtained proof, he would not let the Crown Prince escape. He would present the Crown Prince's head at Shun Chong's grave as an offering. Someone approaches. Just as Lin Yu prepared to cultivate the sacred emperor's heart technique, he sensed someone entering the royal mausoleum, swiftly approaching the stone chamber. Rising, he opened the door, and under the starlight, a black-robed warrior strode in, stopping before him in an instant. Upon seeing the warrior's grotesquely grinning face, Lin Yu's memory was instantly awakened. "I remember you. You were by the Crown Prince's side when I set out for the southern wasteland." Yuan Yi cackled maliciously. "Third Prince, your memory serves you well. In truth, our encounters have not been limited to that one occasion. What brings you here?" Lin Yu's gaze turned frigid. If Yuan Yi had come for things.He, he might as well accompany him on his journey to the afterlife. "The Crown Prince instructed me to keep an eye on you, should you wish to make a comeback. I'm to give you a warning. However, I find it too troublesome. It would be far simpler to eliminate you directly." Yuan Yi's face twisted with a sinister grin. "After all, who would care for the life of a worthless prince? You wish to kill me?" Lin Yu chuckled derisively, surprised to find that Yuan Yi shared his intentions. "You are mistaken. It is I who will kill you." Yuan Yi snorted coldly, and in an instant, a formidable pressure erupted from him. The aura of a 7th-grade innate martial artist surging forth like a tempest. Yet, as this violent force reached Lin Yu, it dissipated without a trace, leaving no impact upon him. Yuan Yi's expression shifted slightly, his cold snort revealing his realization. "I knew your cultivation must have recovered." Suddenly, a fiery azure light radiated from Yuan Yi, and he reached out towards Lin Yu's dantian with a claw. Streams of azure light, sharp as blades, surged from his fingertips, roaring towards Lin Yu. "Lin Yu, if I could incapacitate you once, I can do so again. Had it not been for your subordinates fighting desperately, you would have perished in the southern wasteland." Yuan Yi cackled wickedly, his 5 streams of lethal light resembling beastly claws, crashing toward Lin Yu's dantian. Chapter 42. The Demon Clan's Death Warrior, is it you? As Lin Yu felt the familiar fluctuation of spiritual energy and heard Yuan Yi's sinister laughter, a sudden realization struck him, and his eyes brimmed with tears. During the battle in the southern wilderness, he had been ambushed by Yuan Yi, sustaining grievous injuries, while witnessing his valiant iron cavalry charge recklessly into battle, only to fall wave after wave along the way. Ultimately, the armored cavalry fought to the last man, driving Yuan Yi back and preserving his life. The faces of those who perished in the charge now vividly appeared before Lin Yu. For years, he had yearned to find this assassin and avenge his fallen brothers. Now, Yuan Yi had inadvertently revealed himself, standing before him. Lin Yu could only raise his voice to the heavens, exclaiming that the heavens were watching. A murderous intent surged in his eyes, and an overwhelming pressure erupted like a tempest, instantly shattering the aura released by Yuan Yi, freezing the surrounding space. 5 azure beams of light were extinguished amidst the clash of pressures. "How can your power be so immense?" Yuan Yi gazed at Lin Yu in shock. He had anticipated Lin Yu's cultivation had surely recovered, yet he never expected him to be this formidable. Such pressure undoubtedly surpassed the innate realm. Lin Yu's eyes radiated with lethal intent as his pressure descended like a hammer towards Yuan Yi. "Lin Yu, you cannot kill me." Sensing the imminent threat of death, Yuan Yi's eyes turned crimson, and azure flames erupted from his body, surging in intensity. His physique seemed to expand within the embrace of the azure flames, transforming from a mere gaunt figure into a giant of considerable height in the blink of an eye. Boom! The overwhelming pressure released by Lin Yu struck down, causing Yuan Ye's body to tremble violently, yet somehow withstand the impact. You are of the demon clan. It was only at this moment that Lin Yu discerned Yuan Ye's current form. His body resembled a mountain, covered in dark golden fur, with blood-red light swirling in his eyes, making him resemble a demonic ape. I never expected you would force me to reveal my true form. Lin Yu, you have hidden yourself well. Fortunately, I have uncovered your secret. Otherwise, the Crown Prince's plan might have faltered in your hands. Yuan Yi laughed maniacally, his aura rising from the innate realm to the 7th tier of the Purple Mansion. You have concealed yourself quite deeply. Lin Yu gazed at Yuan Yi in astonishment, pondering whether Yuan Yi was a remnant of the demon clan left on the Divine Continent, or if there was a conspiracy between the Crown Prince and the demon clan. Otherwise, how could he have demons serving under him? With this thought, he raised his right hand, pressing down towards Yuan Yi. Waves of spiritual energy surged from his palm, cascading towards Yuan Yi like a whirlpool. Still resorting to this trick? With his cultivation soaring to the 7th tier of the Purple Mansion, Yuan Yi faced Lin Yu's attack with unshakable confidence. He raised his right hand, striking out at the descending whirlpool with a powerful punch. A torrent of azure flames surged forth, akin to a rushing river, merging into the whirlpool before being devoured without stirring a single ripple. The whirlpool descended, tearing at Yuan Yi's limbs, binding him completely, rendering him immobile. Lin Yu, what is your cultivation level? Yuan Yi was utterly astounded. He had not anticipated that even with his cultivation boosted to the 7th tier of the Purple Mansion, he could not withstand Lin Yu's casual strike. Lin Yu coldly regarded Yuan Yi and spoke in a deep voice. Speak. What is the relationship between the Crown Prince and your demon clan? What do you intend to accomplish? He. Lin Yu, do not believe that you have triumphed. Yuan Ye's face twisted into a cruel grin as he declared, even if I must die, today I shall slay you for the Crown Prince. Before he could finish his sentence, his skin suddenly turned fiery red, and a blood cloud rose above him, his entire vitality surging in reverse. Even the whirlpool binding him began to tremble, as if it might dissipate at any moment. Kid, he carries the aura of a demon clan expert at the transformation level. Just as Lin Yu was puzzled, Ding Yi suddenly shouted in his consciousness. A transformation level expert of the demon clan? Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, upon reaching the transformation level, one can seal a strand of spiritual energy within their body, and when faced with peril, can unleash a strike that surpasses their own level by channeling their entire vitality. This demon, with only the cultivation of the Purple Mansion, would definitely unleash a power beyond that level. He must not be underestimated. Ding Yi cautioned Lin Yu gravely, concerned that he might grow complacent. Thank you, Ding Yi. Lin Yu nodded gently, summoning the wind sword which transformed into a streak of azure light, swirling around him. Kill! Yuan Ye's expression turned ferocious, his eyes ablaze with fierce flames as he exerted all his strength to break free of the binding whirlpool. With a furious roar, he hurled a punch towards Lin Yu. The azure flames erupted from him, crashing towards Lin Yu like a mountain flood or a tidal wave. This strike was undoubtedly comparable to that of a 4th-tier practitioner of the myriad realms, fiercely potent. Lin Yu's fingers formed into a sword shape as he pointed towards Yuan Yi. The wind sword radiated a sharp azure light, shooting towards Yuan Yi like a rainbow. In the blink of an eye, the wind sword cleaved through Yuan Yi's desperate punch. Azure light splattered in all directions before dissipating into the night. Before Yuan Yi could regain his composure, the wind sword had already circled around him, severing the tendons in his hands and feet. Bang! Yuan Yi stegged it, collapsing to the ground. The wind sword hovered ominously at his forehead, its blade emanating a fierce azure glow, ready to extinguish his soul with a mere thought from Lin Yu. Speak! What is the Crown Prince's plan? Lin Yu approached Yuan Yi, coldly fixing his gaze upon him. Lin Yu, I never expected you to be a practitioner of the myriad realms. The demon ancestor, he will not spare you. Yuan Yi cackled maniacally. Then his body ignited in flames, instantly reducing him to ash before Lin Yu's eyes. At that moment, a warning surged through Lin Yu's consciousness, as if a gaze filled with malevolence had swept over him. After it passed, it vanished into the void. Kid, just now a gaze penetrated space and landed upon you. But I concealed it for you. Ding Ye's voice echoed in Lin Yu's mind. Thank you, Dingy. Lin Yu expressed his gratitude, then turned his gaze towards the border, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. After slaying Yuan Yi, Lin Yu returned to his quarters to meditate. By midday, the Han Emperor was making his way to the royal tombs. The third prince received the imperial edict. His Majesty wishes to inspect the royal tombs and commands you to proceed immediately to receive him. A young eunuch announced loudly to Lin Yu as he dismounted from his horse. The father emperor is coming here? Lin Yu furrowed his brow. The royal family had relocated ancestral rites to the ancestral hall, and the royal tombs had long been nearly abandoned. Furthermore, after the Han Emperor had cast him into the royal tombs, he had never set foot there for many years. Today, the sudden inspection made Lin Yu feel that the Han Emperor was coming for him. When Lin Yu arrived at the entrance of the royal tombs, the imperial entourage had already assembled, and the desolate, cold royal tombs were suddenly bustling with activity, banners fluttering in the wind. The Han Emperor, flanked by numerous ministers and royal experts, including Su Gongfu, came into Lin Yu's view. Son Lin Yu pays respects to Father Emperor. Lin Yu hurriedly stepped forward to bow. The Han Emperor raised his eyes to look at Lin Yu. Although he had been confined to the royal tombs for many years, Lin Yu's demeanor was now gentle and composed, appearing even more stable than in his youth. What do you think of the third prince? The Han Emperor turned to the chief minister beside him. The chief minister smiled and replied, Your Majesty, the third prince is indeed calm and composed, making him the best candidate for the mission to Dezhou. The other ministers nodded in agreement. Chapter 43. The opportunity to slay the crown prince. Lin Yu gazed in astonishment at the Han Emperor. With so many princes, how could such a mission fall upon him? The Han Emperor nodded solemnly and said, Our Han Dynasty and the Great Zhou Dynasty have an absolute agreement to exchange princes as hostages to quell the turmoil. You have returned from a southern expedition in disgrace. I can grant you this opportunity. If you return from the Great Zhou and redeem yourself, I shall allow your return to the imperial city. Your Majesty, are you sending me to the Great Zhou Dynasty as a hostage? Lin Yu looked up at the Han Emperor, feeling a profound sense of desolation, no longer harboring any expectations regarding the familial bonds of royalty. A hostage is merely a pawn sent to the Great Zhou as a guarantee of peace. If the two nations remain at peace, the hostages are safe. If war breaks out, the hostages are the first to perish. It was no wonder the Han Emperor had chosen him over so many other princes. Lin Yu shook his head, bitterly smiling. It seemed that in the Emperor's eyes, he would forever be seen as a discarded son, a waste incapable of cultivation. Indeed, you are to be a hostage, my son. Rest assured, I swear I will never initiate an attack on the Great Zhou. After 5 years, I will certainly bring you back. The Han Emperor appealed to him emotionally, then reasoned, You carry the royal bloodline. Serving the nation and alleviating my burdens is your duty. My son, do not let me down. Agree to it, young one. Agree to go to the Great Zhou imperial city. Before Lin Yu could speak, Lord Ding was already clamoring in his consciousness. Are you perhaps interested in the demon prison of the Great Zhou imperial city? Lin Yu deduced Lord Ding's intentions. During the invasion of the demon clan, the various nations united to repel them and eradicate the demonic sections. The Han Dynasty constructed the demon suppression tower to contain the demons, while the Great Zhou imprisoned them in the demon prison. And the Great Qi also had the demon abyss. Moreover, the Great Zhou was plagued even more severely by the demons, with many more imprisoned within the demon prison than in the demon suppression tower. I was just worrying about this. Who would have thought that my slumber would bring me a pillow? If we go to the Great Zhou imperial city and refine the demons within the demon prison, you will surely elevate your cultivation to the 7th rank of the myriad manifestations. This is a tremendous opportunity that cannot be missed. Hurry and agree. Lord Ding urged Lin Yu to acquiesce to the Han Emperor, eager to set off for the Great Zhou imperial city. Very well. My journey to the Great Zhou will coincide with passing through the border. At that time, I shall seize the opportunity to eliminate the crown prince and avenge the 100,000 soldiers who perished far from home. Lin Yu nodded slightly, recognizing that while the demon prison was secondary, slaying the crown prince was of utmost importance. The third prince, the emperor's decision, is also out of necessity. None of the other princes can shoulder this responsibility. Only you, the third prince, can represent the Han Dynasty without bringing shame. The chief minister believed Lin Yu hesitated and quickly encouraged him. Rest assured, Your Highness, This time the emperor will send royal experts to accompany you to the Great Zhou imperial city. Even if there is danger, the royal experts will ensure your safe return. Other ministers chimed in to persuade him. Lin Yu raised his head and declared, no more discussion. Your Majesty, I agree to serve as envoy to the Great Zhou. Indeed, you are my son, brave enough to undertake this responsibility. The Han Emperor's countenance brightened with joy. In 3 days, you will depart for the Great Zhou. I shall personally see you off. Lin Yu remained silent. After the Han Emperor's departure, he realized that the bond of father and son had completely dissipated. Days later, under the escort of the imperial guards, Lin Yu journeyed to the Great Zhou imperial city. The Han Emperor personally escorted him to the city gates, playing out a scene of deep familial affection. Yet, everyone understood that Lin Yu was being cast aside as a hostage to the Great Zhou. Third Prince, I will be responsible for your safety on this journey. I hope you will behave and not cause me any trouble. Upon setting out, an elder clad in purple rode alongside Lin Yu, looking down at him with an air of superiority, stating coolly before we departed. The emperor instructed that all accompanying imperial guards must heed my command. As long as you remain obedient, we shall have no issues. Lin Yu regarded the elder, who was named Zhao Yihu, a royal attendant and a third-rank innate warrior, rumored to have close ties with the crown prince. It was unexpected that he would attempt to assert dominance so soon after leaving the imperial city. This matter of the palace does not concern you, a mere guard. If you overstep your bounds again, I shall return to the imperial city and request my father to replace you. As I embark on my mission to the Great Zhou, I trust this simple request will surely be granted. Lin Yu scoffed. Though he was seen as a discarded pawn, as a prince, he was not someone to be easily intimidated by any commoner. Zhao Yihu's face turned pale as he regarded the composed Lin Yu, ultimately suppressing his anger and gritting his teeth. Very well. Third Prince, I shall do my utmost to ensure your safe arrival in the Great Zhou imperial city. Before he could finish, he galloped ahead to the front of the procession. Zhao Yihu had intended to assert his authority over Lin Yu, but unexpectedly found himself outmaneuvered. Despite his fallen status, Lin Yu remained a prince. Should word spread of Zhao Yihu's disrespect, it would be an affront to the Han royal family, and the Han Emperor would undoubtedly punish him. No one could shield him from such consequences. After this clash, Zhao Yihu dared not provoke Lin Yu again. Lin Yu, indifferent to Zhao Yihu, merely wished to arrive at the Great Zhou imperial city swiftly to explore the demon prison that contained the suppressed demons. At the Yinyun Ridge, within the White Bone Hall of the demon sect, numerous fiends gathered. Master, I have received news that the Han Dynasty and the Great Zhou Dynasty are exchanging hostages. Their respective hostages are already en route. Elder Wang stepped forward to report to the sect master, who sat upon a throne of bones. Finally, after so long, the opportunity has arrived. The sect master of the demon sect rose excitedly, exclaiming, Elder Wang, take elite experts and this corpse puppet of the Duke of Su to the Great Zhou's border and lie in wait. Once the Han Dynasty's envoy arrives, eliminate everyone without leaving a trace. I want to see if the Han Dynasty can maintain its composure this time. Rest assured, with the Duke's corpse puppet in play, this time it is foolproof. Elder Wang beamed with confidence. With a 7th-rank corpse puppet in action, who in the world could withstand it? Aside from the powerful guardians of the major dynasties and the ancestors of the various sects? Elder Wang, whether we can awaken the Blood Demon Lord depends on you. The sect master descended from his skeletal throne and gently patted Elder Wang's shoulder. Under the escort of the imperial guards, Lin Yu arrived at the Han border. The crown prince was stationed there with an army of 10,000, guarding the nation's gate, ever ready to repel the Great Zhou's advances. Upon entering the city, Lin Yu was immediately taken aback. When he had previously flown 1,000 miles on his sword to rescue the second prince, it had been but a fleeting glance. He had not anticipated that this border stronghold would be so prosperous. On the long street, trade caravans from both the Han and Great Zhou flowed in and out, with shops lining the streets, displaying a plethora of goods. Occasionally, one could see squads of armored elites patrolling the city. Although merchants from all corners gathered, the order was maintained. It was evident that the crown prince was not only skilled in warfare, but also adept in governance, which explained the Han Emperor's high regard for him. Chapter 44. The first prince conceals his power upon arriving at the general's mansion in the city. Lin Yu spotted the first prince clad in iron armor, standing majestically at the entrance, gazing in his direction. Zhao Yihu promptly rode out, charging towards the first prince, dismounting from his horse at a distance and kneeling before him. Your humble servant pays his respects to the first prince. Zhao Gongfu, you have been tasked with escorting my younger brother to the imperial city of the Great Zhou. It must have been a tiring journey. I have arranged a feast for tonight, and we shall not depart until we are thoroughly inebriated. The first prince chuckled, assisting Zhao Yihu to his feet. My brother, we have not seen each other for many years. I have heard of your unfortunate campaign in the south and your subsequent confinement by our father. I once contemplated speaking in your favor to persuade our father to revoke his decree, but I am well aware of his temper. The more one tries to persuade him, the angrier he becomes. Thus, I remain silent. You do not hold this against me, do you? The first prince raised his gaze towards Lin Yu, openly expressing his sentiments before all present. From this moment forth, the first prince's reputation as a protective elder brother was firmly established. Should Lin Yu reject his explanation, it would be perceived as ingratitude. My elder brother's intentions are clear. I have never held any grievances against you in my heart. Lin Yu deftly countered. My brother, our reunion is indeed a rare occasion. Today, you must indulge me as the host. The first prince's laughter was hearty as he affectionately linked arms with Lin Yu, leading him towards the general's mansion. To outsiders, this scene was one of fraternal affection and respect. However, in that fleeting moment when the first prince linked arms with Lin Yu, a thread of spiritual energy quietly infiltrated Lin Yu's body, seemingly probing to ascertain whether his cultivation had indeed been rendered ineffective. Lin Yu remained composed, allowing the first prince's spiritual energy to flow through him. As a practitioner of the fourth tier of the all-phenomena realm, his cultivation far surpassed that of the first prince. The notion that the first prince could discern his strength was nothing short of whimsical. Upon realizing that Lin Yu's cultivation had genuinely been diminished, the first prince retracted his spiritual energy, inviting Lin Yu to take a seat at the banquet. Lin Yu secretly chuckled, astonished that the first prince publicly claimed to be a third-tier innate warrior, while in truth, he had already reached the fifth tier. Young one, the first prince is not what he seems. Just as Lin Yu believed he had uncovered the first prince's concealed strength, Ding-Yi suddenly interjected. Ding-Yi, I am aware that he has hidden his power. He is, in fact, a fifth-tier innate warrior. Lin Yu nodded, having already discerned the first prince's true abilities without needing Ding-Ye's reminder. After departing the border, he would seize an opportunity to strike him down with his sword. No, there is a trace of demonic energy concealed within his spiritual force. His strength undoubtedly exceeds your imagination. With your current cultivation, you may not stand a chance against him. Ding-Ye's words left Lin Yu utterly stunned. What? The first prince's strength surpasses mine? How could he possibly be so formidable? Lin Yu regained his senses and followed the first prince into the banquet hall, pressing Ding-Yi for further clarification. He may have utilized secret techniques to merge with the bloodline of the demon race. In any case, his strength is formidable. You must tread carefully. Ding-Ye's warning left no room for Lin Yu to act recklessly. He turned to glance at the first prince beside him, a flicker of doubt igniting in his eyes. What could the first prince's motive be for concealing such formidable power? At the banquet, the hosts and guests reveled in merriment. After 2 days of recuperation at the border, Lin Yu prepared to set forth once more. Upon exiting the border, he needed only to traverse a few dozen miles through a valley to reach the border city of the Great Zhou, where he would be escorted to the imperial city. Once inside the valley, however, Lin Yu's brow furrowed slightly. The terrain was not steep, yet both sides were densely forested. The usually bustling valley, frequented by merchants and travelers, now lay eerily silent, devoid of avian life or even a single human silhouette. Young one, there is an ambush in the valley. I sense demonic energy. Ding-Ye's words affirmed Lin Yu's apprehension. Zhao Gongfu, this valley seems excessively quiet. Lin Yu called out to Zhao Yihu, urging caution. Third prince, it appears you have spent too long in the imperial mausoleum. Your courage has waned. Who would dare ambush our great Han delegation? Zhao Yihu scoffed dismissively, disregarding Lin Yu's warning entirely. Whoosh, whoosh. Just as Zhao Yihu's laughter faded, 2 deadly beams of light surged forth, instantly cleaving through more than 10 scouting soldiers. Before they could react, a barrage of lethal strikes erupted from the forest, wreaking havoc upon the soldiers escorting Lin Yu. Zhao Yihu's expression changed dramatically as he swiftly dashed to Lin Yu's side, intercepting two lethal beams aimed at him. Great Han's elite troops, form ranks and prepare for battle, he commanded in a grave tone. The elite warriors quickly formed a defensive formation, raising their shields and channeling their spiritual energy to shield Lin Yu, successfully repelling the incoming attacks. Hold your ground. Reinforcements from the first prince shall arrive soon. Boom! Before Zhao Yihu could finish his sentence, a shadowy figure descended from the sky, crashing heavily into the midst of the formation of elite warriors. A torrent of overwhelming pressure surged forth, instantly obliterating the soldiers. The black-clad warrior, adorned with a silver mask, lifted his gaze towards Lin Yu, and the terrifying pressure emanating from him intensified. This immense force spread like a tidal wave, engulfing the elite warriors in a crushing embrace, causing them to explode into a mist of blood. Before the black-clad warrior even made a move, the elite formation had already collapsed under his oppressive force. The entire scene unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving Lin Yu no time to react as the elite warriors suffered devastating losses. An expert of the Purple Mansion realm, fear glimmered in Zhao Yihu's eyes as he glanced back at Lin Yu. Suddenly abandoning him, he turned and fled towards the Great Han border. Lin Yu was taken aback by Zhao Yihu's unexpected abandonment and retreat in the face of danger. He turned to confront the black-clad warrior, furrowing his brow. The aura of death emanating from him felt eerily reminiscent of the corpse puppets he had slain previously. Soon, over a dozen black-clad warriors emerged from the dense woods on either side of the valley, encircling him. Elder Wang finally made his appearance, regarding Lin Yu with a triumphant expression. So, you are the third prince sent to the Great Zhou as a hostage? I have heard that, after your disastrous southern campaign, you were confined to the mausoleum, and now you are to be a hostage. It seems you are truly out of favor. I wonder if I were to kill you, would it provoke the Great Han to wage war against the Great Zhou? Lin Yu remained composed as he regarded the group of demonic cultivators. What do you seek to achieve by inciting conflict between the Great Han and the Great Zhou? Naturally, we aim to collect blood to awaken the blood demon sovereign. Once he awakens, none shall stand against us. Before Elder Wang could respond, another demonic cultivator gleefully revealed their intentions. The blood demon sovereign. Lin Yu's brow knitted in concern. To be referred to as sovereign indicated an expert of the all-phenomena realm. He recalled that the masters of the demonic sect had been suppressed by several major dynasties, yet it seemed there were still remnants at large. Once the blood demon sovereign awakens, the world shall be ruled by us demonic cultivators. Elder Wang's eyes gleamed with fervor. Then he gestured to the prince of the House of Su. Remove your mask. Let him die with clarity. Chapter 45. Who is disguising as Prince Su? The corpse puppet of Prince Su removed its mask, revealing its true visage. Its features were vividly lifelike, yet shrouded in a ghastly pallor, exuding an eerie chill. The eyes were murky, devoid of any spark, resembling a soulless shell. Prince Su. Upon seeing the unveiled corpse puppet, Lin Yu could not help but exclaim softly. Although he had never met Prince Su, the ancestral hall displayed a portrait of him, allowing Lin Yu to recognize him instantly, for the resemblance was strikingly close. Indeed, this is the Prince Su of the Han royal family. Surprised, aren't you? He has long been transformed into a corpse puppet by us. Elder Wang looked at Lin Yu with a smug expression, his voice low and commanding. Third prince. If you tell me who is disguising as Prince Su in the imperial city, I may grant you a swift end. Do you truly wish to know who is impersonating Prince Su? A faint smile graced Lin Yu's lips. Previously, his actions were attributed to Prince Su by the Han Emperor and the court's high officials. However, he had never anticipated that Prince Su had fallen into the hands of the demonic sect, ultimately transformed into a corpse puppet. You truly know? Elder Wang gazed at Lin Yu with astonishment. Lin Yu surveyed the surroundings. Zhao Yihu had long since vanished, leaving only the demonic cultivators in the valley. In truth, the one impersonating Prince Su is none other than myself. Lin Yu nodded lightly, boldly confessing. As long as he eliminated the demonic cultivators in the valley, this matter would remain concealed. You claim to be impersonating Prince Su? Elder Wang burst into laughter, clutching his stomach. Third prince, do not jest. Everyone knows your Dantian has been crippled, rendering you a mere invalid, incapable of cultivation. That mysterious expert who can wield a sword across thousands of miles. How could a mere invalid like you possibly impersonate him? Elder Wang, I believe this lad is merely attempting to buy time. Let us capture him and interrogate him thoroughly. The other demonic cultivators joined in uproarious laughter, for Lin Yu was renowned as the world's most infamous invalid, and none would believe he possessed the ability to command a sword across great distances. Since you are so ignorant, Prince Su, attack. Elder Wang's expression turned cold. The aura emanating from Prince Su surged forth, a terrifying force descending upon Lin Yu, akin to a mountain pressing down. This overwhelming pressure was formidable. Even innate martial artists would struggle to withstand it, while those beneath the innate realm would be crushed by sheer force. However, Elder Wang and the others soon realized that Lin Yu remained unfazed in the face of Prince Su's oppressive aura, as if it were merely a gentle breeze before him. Lin Yu looked up at Prince Su and whispered, "Ninth uncle, your cultivation is merely a step away from the myriad realms. To be subjected to such humiliation after death. I shall assist you in finding liberation today. What do you intend to do?" Elder Wang and the others stared at Lin Yu in astonishment. Boom! Lin Yu erupted with a terrifying aura, sweeping across the surroundings like a tempest. The pressure released by Prince Su dissipated in the wake of this whirlwind, unable even to resist for a moment. Once caught in this gale, the demonic cultivators present were instantly reduced to mere splinters, their forms exploding into clouds of blood mist. In the blink of an eye, only Prince Su and Elder Wang remained in the valley, the others reduced to nothingness. Who are you truly? Elder Wang's face turned pale. Disbelief etched upon his features as he gazed at Lin Yu. Who would have thought that the Han third prince, reputed to be an invalid, was actually a hidden master of unparalleled prowess? He turned to Prince Su, stating in a low voice, "Go, confront him. You must stop him." No sooner had he spoken than he turned and fled deeper into the valley. "Ninth uncle, may your spirit find peace." Lin Yu cast a deep glance at the advancing Prince Su, summoning the wind sword from his consciousness. Flames erupted from the blade, infused with a dominating sword intent of fire, engulfing Prince Su in a conflagration, before finally pursuing Elder Wang, who had fled several dozen paces. The sword halted before Elder Wang's heart. The fire-infused sword intent was overwhelmingly tyrannical. Elder Wang felt as though he stood within a fiery prison, knowing that any sign of resistance would result in his immediate incineration. Lin Yu walked past the ashes of Prince Su, approaching Elder Wang, who was kneeling before him, and casually grasped the wind sword, calmly stating, "Do you wish to live or to die?" "Live, I wish to live." Without a moment's hesitation, Elder Wang fell to his knees, frantically bowing his head. "Third prince, if you spare my life, I will swear an oath to the heavens, vowing never to betray you in this life. I require neither your oaths nor your servitude. I merely wish to know the location of your lair, and where the blood demon lord lies in slumber, and I shall spare your life." Lin Yu smiled faintly, intent on eradicating all evil. The resurfacing demonic sect must not be allowed to persist, nor should the slumbering blood demon lord be allowed to live. A fervent desire for survival flickered in Elder Wang's eyes as he nodded repeatedly. I will tell you, Third Prince, our Tiansha sect's headquarters is hidden in." Before Elder Wang could finish his words, a look of terror washed over his face, as though an invisible hand had seized his throat, rendering him unable to articulate his thoughts. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, sensing a demonic energy from a distance of over 1,000 miles, triggering a latent curse within Elder Wang's body. Waves of black flames erupted from Elder Wang's eyes, nose, ears, and mouth, cascading down like molten lava, instantly engulfing him in flames. Elder Wang emitted muffled screams, reduced to ashes amidst the black flames. TSK. This is a secret technique of the demonic sect, capable of triggering a curse from miles away, killing without a trace. Dingyi marveled at the cause of Elder Wang's demise. Killing and silencing him under my very nose, he cannot escape. Lin Yu coldly snorted, brandishing the wind sword and employing the Nine Heavens sword control technique, propelling the wind sword like a streak of light toward the source of the demonic energy that had surged from 1,000 miles away. In an instant, the wind sword vanished into the clouds, racing to its distant target. At the Cloud Ridge, the the leader of the Tiansha sect, sat within the bone hall. His countenance ashen. He looked up at the gathered elders below, speaking in a grave tone. Wang Tianhe has failed. Although I do not know what transpired, he was about to disclose the sect's secrets when I triggered the curse, resulting in his fiery demise. How could Wang Tianhe fail? Did he not bring along the corpse puppet of Prince Su, a being of the 7th rank in the Purple Mansion? If Wang Tianhe's assassination of the Han third prince failed, did that not imply the loss of Prince Su's corpse puppet as well? He met a fitting end. Wang Tianhe intended to betray the sect's secrets. Fortunately, I detected it in time and activated his curse, eliminating this traitor. In the Bone Hall, the Tiansha sect elders were filled with righteous indignation. Silence. The sect leader suddenly rose, his gaze sweeping over the elders. Since we cannot incite a war between the Han and Zhou dynasties, prepare for a city-wide blood sacrifice to awaken the Blood Demon Lord. The city-wide blood sacrifice was of utmost importance and would undoubtedly provoke relentless pursuit from several major dynasties. It was far more advantageous to incite conflict between the two nations, reaping the benefits and collecting blood in a more secure manner. However, with their current plan in tatters, he could only resort to a backup strategy. As you command. The elders of the Tiansha sect displayed fervor on their faces, viewing the slaughter of a city as a commonplace affair. At that moment, all present in the Bone Hall heard a piercing sound of something tearing through the air, approaching rapidly. The crowd was bewildered, turning to gaze outside the Bone Hall. Chapter 46. Has the heavenly demon sect perished? With a thunderous roar, the flying sword had not yet arrived, but its overwhelming sword intent had already pierced through the roof of the Bone Palace. In the next moment, a streak of azure light descended violently from the breach, hurtling towards the sect leader of the heavenly demon sect. The sect leader sensed the terrifying sword intent contained within the wind-controlling sword, and his expression shifted dramatically, turning pale as a sheet. In that instant, he felt death looming ever closer. He took 2 steps back, drew the long blade resting beside the skeletal throne, and summoned his spiritual power to fiercely strike at the azure light. The demonic flames upon the long blade surged like mountains, transforming into towering waves that surged toward the wind-controlling sword, each wave seemingly intent on obliterating it. The violent pressure roared through the Bone Palace, causing the elders below to stagger, their attempts to maintain their footing rendered nearly impossible. In an instant, the wind-controlling sword, impervious to all, pierced through the giant waves of black, demonic flames, shattering the long blade held by the sect leader. A flash of azure sword intent shot through, striking the sect leader's heart and severing his lifeline. With a successful strike, the wind-controlling sword spiraled around the Bone Palace before transforming into a streak of azure light, darting towards the elders who had only just regained their balance. Each flicker of the azure light within the Bone Palace resulted in an elder being decapitated. The sect leader's vision gradually blurred, and he felt as though he were the last person standing in the Bone Palace. As he slowly lowered his head, he realized blood was gushing from his heart, and his vitality was rapidly fading. With a resounding crash, the sect leader collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open in death. He could hardly believe that, despite his grand ambitions and meticulous plans to elevate the heavenly demon sect, he would be slain by a flying sword from an unknown origin. Moreover, all the elders present at the gathering had been exterminated. The Bone Palace lay in utter disarray, strewn with the dead and wounded. After circling once, the flying sword pierced through the roof of the Bone Palace and vanished into the clouds. Oh no! The sect leader and the elders are all dead. All dead. A few hours later, the demonic cultivators stationed outside the Cloud Ridge arrived at the Bone Palace, immediately kneeling in disbelief as they beheld the corpses littering the palace. In a frenzy, they cried out and fled down the mountain. Lin Yu stood in the valley, retracting the wind-controlling sword that had returned to his side into his consciousness. He had originally intended to slay the one who had invoked the demonic sect's secret arts from miles away, inciting curses and silencing witnesses. To his astonishment, he had discovered that this was indeed a stronghold of the demonic sect. Therefore, Lin Yu took decisive action, wielding the flying sword to eliminate all demonic cultivators present, ensuring that none escaped. At this moment, the sounds of galloping steeds echoed from both ends of the valley as the cavalry of the Han and the Zhou simultaneously appeared in Lin Yu's line of sight. Charging toward him, "Third brother, are you unharmed?" Leading the Han cavalry was the crown prince, who, upon spotting Lin Yu amidst the sea of corpses, immediately called out and galloped to the forefront. On the other hand, the Zhou cavalry halted 100 paces away, their commander clad in fiery red armor, wielding a long spear, gazing coldly at Lin Yu through a mask adorned with fangs. "Your Highness, I am fine." Seeing the crown prince rush to his side, Lin Yu gently shook his head and cast a cold glance at Zhao Yihu, who was cowering behind. Without waiting for the crown prince to inquire, he solemnly stated, "Your Highness, Zhao Yihu abandoned me to the demonic cultivators and fled on his own. Pray tell, what punishment does one face for abandoning their commander on the battlefield?" The crown prince's expression changed, and he replied gravely, "According to Han military law, those who abandon their commander shall be executed." He glanced at Zhao Yihu, then sighed, saying, "Third brother, Zhao Yihu is a royal servant. Perhaps it would be better to escort him back to the capital for the emperor to decide his fate." "Your Highness." Directly across is the Zhou cavalry. "Do you wish for them to witness our Han military law as mere empty words, allowing them to return and mock our laxity?" Lin Yu coldly regarded Zhao Yihu, applying pressure on the opposing Zhou cavalry. "Zhao Yihu must face the consequences of his cowardice. Third prince, I was returning to seek reinforcements." Zhao Yihu, pale as a ghost, fell to his knees, pleading for mercy with tears streaming down his face. The crown prince's gaze hardened as he looked toward the Zhou cavalry, his determination set. "Men, Zhao Yihu encountered an ambush, abandoning the third prince to flee. According to the law, he shall be executed. Execute him immediately." Before his words had faded, the armored cavalry formed into a battle array, exuding a powerful pressure that subdued Zhao Yihu's attempts to resist. The crown prince's personal guards stepped forward, and with a swift strike, Zhao Yihu's head fell to the ground. "Excellent, excellent. I have long heard that the Han military law is stringent, and today I see it is indeed as rumored." Before Lin Yu could respond, a melodious voice, akin to a songbird, rang out from the opposing side. The commander of the Zhou forces, clad in fiery red armor, clapped her hands in approval, leaving one to wonder whether her praise was genuine or a mockery. "A woman?" Lin Yu looked in astonishment at the commander of the Zhou forces, surprised to find a woman leading the troops at the border, confronting the crown prince. "I am Su Miaojin, general of the Eastern Command of the Zhou, here to escort the Han hostages safely to the capital." Su Miaojin's voice was as clear and refreshing as a mountain spring, making it difficult to imagine her as a general leading troops in a battle. "Third brother, after Zhao Yihu fled, what transpired here? Who was responsible for slaying these demonic cultivators?" The crown prince furrowed his brow, looking at Lin Yu with curiosity. After Lin Yu exited the city, reports surfaced that the trade route to the Zhou border had been blocked by massive trees. Sensing trouble, he led the troops out, only to encounter Zhao Yihu along the way. Had Lin Yu perished at the border, the crown prince would share in the blame, prompting his hasty arrival. Initially, he believed Lin Yu to be a liability, certain to perish against the demonic cultivators. Who could have anticipated that all the demonic cultivators would be slain, and Lin Yu would remain unharmed? Even Su Miaojin found herself looking at Lin Yu with intrigue. She had also received news of the road to the Han border being artificially obstructed, prompting her to investigate. Little did she expect that demonic cultivators would target the Han hostage, and yet the notoriously weak third prince of the Han emerged unscathed, while the demonic cultivators had perished entirely. She was equally curious about what had transpired in this valley. Lin Yu earnestly gazed at the crown prince, appearing bewildered. "Your Highness, I do not know what happened. After Zhao Yihu fled, I thought my demise was certain. As I was chastising the demonic cultivators, a sudden azure light descended from the heavens, encircling the demonic cultivators before they all perished. I barely had time to comprehend the situation before the azure light vanished, controlling the sword from 1,000 miles away, slaying the demonic cultivators." The crown prince's heart stirred as he muttered to himself, "It must be Prince Su. Only he possesses the ability to wield a sword from such a distance to rescue someone." He looked at Lin Yu with envy. "Third brother, you are truly fortunate that Prince Su would come to your aid." Lin Yu responded as if it were a matter of course. "Prince Su safeguards our Han royal lineage. As I carry the blood of royalty, It is only natural that he would come to my aid in times of peril. The Crown Prince found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 47. The Seal of Lanrua Temple. Third Prince, I am tasked with escorting you back to the capital. Since we have already met, shall we set off directly? Su Miaojin suddenly spoke. It was astonishing that a formidable protector of the great Han royal family would intervene to save a seemingly useless prince. She was eager to discover what exceptional qualities Lin Yu possessed. No, my younger brother's guards have been slaughtered by the demon cultivators. How can he travel without protection? He must accompany me back to the border, and we shall wait for Father Emperor to dispatch new guards before proceeding to the Great Zhou. The Crown Prince quickly shook his head in refusal. Like Su Miaojin, he sought clues regarding the Duke of Su. You great Han guards are of no consequence. At the very least, our warriors from the Great Zhou will never abandon their commander and flee. Su Miaojin scoffed disdainfully. The Crown Prince's face turned crimson with anger. But with Zhao Yihu still not entirely defeated, he found himself at a loss for how to counter Su Miaojin's words. Royal brother, I shall head directly to the Great Zhou instead. Once on their territory, what does it matter how many guards accompany me? If the Great Zhou truly intends to kill me, unless I bring an army of 100,000, it would be futile. Lin Yu gently shook his head and proceeded towards the Great Zhou cavalry. Although he was not afraid of assassination given his cultivation level, he preferred to walk alongside Su Miaojin rather than with the Crown Prince. Well said, but rest assured, Third Prince, as long as our two nations do not go to war, you shall be a distinguished guest in the Great Zhou. Su Miaojin's laughter rang out, and she rode alongside Lin Yu, gradually making their way towards the Great Zhou border. The Crown Prince's countenance darkened, and ultimately he could only withdraw in frustration. Lin Yu followed Su Miaojin through the Great Zhou border, entering the heart of the Great Zhou dynasty, heading towards the imperial city. Third Prince, what is your relationship with the Duke of Su? Why would he travel such a distance to rescue you? Su Miaojin turned to Lin Yu, her eyes gleaming with intensity, resembling stars shining in the night sky. I am uncertain why the Duke would save me. Perhaps he wished to prevent my assassination by demon cultivators, which could lead to war between our nations and suffering for countless lives. In truth, I have never met him. Lin Yu spoke sincerely to Su Miaojin, not a hint of deception in his tone, for he indeed had never encountered the Duke of Su. Su Miaojin gazed intently at Lin Yu, seemingly trying to discern the truth of his words. Yet ultimately, she resigned herself to uncertainty. Lin Yu then looked up at a dilapidated structure atop a nearby hill and curiously asked, General Su, I have seen many such ruins along the way, primarily situated on hills. How do they come to be abandoned? Those are temples. Su Miaojin replied casually. Temples? Lin Yu gazed at her in bewilderment. These temples were abandoned long before the founding of our Great Zhou. It is said that they were once the residences and training grounds of Buddhist practitioners, but something transpired, and in a single night, all the Buddhist cultivators vanished without a trace, leaving these temples to fall into disrepair. Su Miaojin shook her head lightly. This is all I know. The previous invasion of the demon race and the rampancy of the demonic sect led to many events being lost to the sands of time. The disappearance of the Buddhist sect remains one of the many mysteries. Lin Yu enjoyed his time with Su Miaojin along the journey, yet she never removed her mask. As they approached the Great Zhou imperial city, he still did not know what she truly looked like. At times, he even wondered if Su Miaojin concealed her face due to an unseemly appearance. However, her captivating eyes made it hard to believe that someone with such striking eyes could be ugly. Upon entering the Great Zhou imperial city, Lin Yu was taken directly to the hostage mansion located in the southern outskirts, where he awaited an audience with the Zhou emperor. His guards had perished at the hands of demon cultivators, leaving the vast hostage mansion devoid of company, save for a few servants and the gatekeepers. Moreover, the servants and warriors within the mansion, while responsible for his sustenance, refrained from engaging with him excessively, as he was considered a prince of a rival nation. Infrequent interaction could arouse suspicion. Thus, the hostage mansion was eerily quiet, and by nightfall, it was utterly deserted, reminiscent of the mausoleum of the great Han. However, Lin Yu found solace in the solitude. If the mansion were bustling with the Great Zhou spies, he would have to expend considerable effort to explore the demon prison. After settling into the hostage mansion, Master Ding began to relentlessly urge him to investigate the situation at the demon prison. Unable to resist Master Ding's insistence, Lin Yu rested for 2 days before stealthily departing the hostage mansion under the cover of night, making his way towards the demon prison situated within the Great Zhou Imperial City. Suddenly, as Lin Yu approached the Great Zhou Imperial City, he sensed a terrifying surge of spiritual energy emanating from a dense forest ahead, as if something was on the verge of breaking free from its seal. What is happening? Lin Yu furrowed his brow as he gazed towards the forest. Demonic energy. Such potent demonic energy. Master Ding exclaimed, his voice laced with excitement. Let's go and investigate. Lin Yu turned and dashed towards the forest, his form flickering as he covered hundreds of feet in an instant. A moment later, he delved deep into the forest. There, in the depths of the thicket, lay the ruins of a temple, long forgotten by time. This expansive temple complex had once thrived, but now it was reduced to crumbling walls, with a torrent of demonic energy surging from beneath the remnants of a grand hall. Surrounding the temple were dozens of martial artists, all of whom had reached the innate realm, and among them, 3 or 4 possessed the cultivation of the Purple Mansion realm. The leader, a formidable figure at the 9th tier of the Purple Mansion realm, was but a step away from advancing to the myriad forms realm. I cannot believe that beneath this Lanrua temple lies a seal containing evil spirits. The Fu family can finally reclaim the throne from the Leaf family. The Purple Mansion 9th tier expert exclaimed joyfully, his laughter echoing. Years ago, the Fu family had battled the Leaf family for supremacy, but were ultimately defeated, forced into obscurity. The Leaf family, in turn, established the Great Zhou Dynasty, basking in glory. Throughout the years, the Fu family never forgot the hatred of their defeat at the hands of the Leaf family. Their ancestral teachings dictated the destruction of the Great Zhou and the reclamation of the throne. The expert, named Fu Jian, had amassed tremendous power over the years, yet was still far from matching the Great Zhou Dynasty head-on. However, he had learned from an ancient text that prior to the establishment of the Great Zhou Dynasty, a calamity had unleashed demonic forces, prompting all Buddhist practitioners to gather at Lanrua Temple to seal the evils away. Following this event, all Buddhist practitioners had passed away, and the sect dwindled, leaving the temples abandoned. After years of searching, Fu Jian had finally located the ruins of Lanrua Temple, never expecting it to be situated so close to the southern outskirts of the Great Zhou Imperial City. Overjoyed, he brought his men to this site, ready to break the seal and unleash the demons. With Lanrua Temple so near the Imperial City, should the demons break free, they would undoubtedly surge towards the capital. At that time, the Imperial City would become a hellish battleground, and the Great Zhou royal family would suffer heavy losses, providing a perfect opportunity for the Fu family to rise and seize control. They could even consider allying with these demons, long sealed away, to further their ambitions. Chapter 48. The evil creature is too weak, master. The malevolent beings seek nothing but human flesh. Once they break free from their seals with a little guidance, they will naturally rush towards the Imperial City. One of Fu Jian's subordinates scoffed. It would be best if these malevolent beings devoured the entire imperial family of the Great Zhou. When that happens, the Great Zhou Dynasty will be leaderless, and victory will be ours with ease. Our Fu family has been operating for many years. Our people are embedded within the military across various regions. Once the imperial family falls, seizing the world will be a simple task for us. The other Fu family warriors were equally exhilarated, as if they could already envision the Fu family replacing the Great Zhou imperial family and becoming the new rulers of the land. They dreamt of high positions, wealth, and endless glory. What a dense aura of evil. Young man, there must be numerous malevolent beings hidden beneath this temple. Hith. We need not capture them in the demon prison. Let's first refine the malevolent beings here. Master Ding rubbed his hands together, eager to rush in and devour the malevolent beings suppressed in Lanrua Temple. Ding, let's first go and see what is happening. Lin Yu stepped towards Lanrua Temple. He had no interest in saving the Great Zhou imperial family. He knew that if the malevolent beings escaped, it would spell disaster for countless lives. And the first to suffer would not be the imperial family, but the common folk within the imperial city. Moreover, Master Ding refining the malevolent beings would enhance his own cultivation, and the malevolent beings suppressed in Lanrua Temple represented a treasure trove for Lin Yu that he could not afford to miss. At that moment, the ground within Lanrua Temple trembled slightly, and the emerging malevolent aura began to coalesce into a colossal hand, as if a giant were about to rise from beneath the earth, although only an arm was visible. The terrifying pressure emanating from the black giant hand surpassed the purple mansion realm, exuding a fearsome aura only possessed by a formidable being of the myriad manifestations realm. Fu Jian and the others gazed in awe at the black giant hand, their faces reflecting a sense of reverence. The ancient malevolent being's power was indeed formidable. It was hard to fathom just how strong the complete entity about to break free from its seal would be. Who goes there? Just then, Fu Jian and the others noticed Lin Yu casually strolling past them towards Lanrua Temple. Despite the presence of numerous innate and purple mansion realm warriors, no one had noticed when Lin Yu had arrived. Lin Yu paid them no mind and continued directly toward Lanrua Temple, before Fu Jian and the others could react. He had already stepped into the swirling, malevolent aura. Who on earth is this person? What does he intend to do? Who cares who he is? The malevolent beings sealed in Lanrua Temple are about to emerge. If he enters now, he is surely walking to his doom. They probably scared him, and he's foolishly offering himself as a sacrifice. Let's just watch as he gets devoured by the malevolent beings. The Fu family members shook their heads and scoffed at Lin Yu's silhouette being engulfed by the malevolent aura. Once the malevolent beings break free from their seals, they will taste blood and feel our sincerity. This fool is delivering himself to death, a clear sign of fate favoring our Fu family. Fu Jian let out a cold laugh, feeling as though destiny was on his side. The Fu family had initially worried that the malevolent beings were too strong and might retaliate against them. Now that someone was willingly offering themselves, allowing the malevolent beings to taste blood, it would quell their anger for being sealed. They believed negotiating with the malevolent beings would be much simpler thereafter. This malevolent being about to emerge from Lanrua Temple likely possessed strength surpassing the myriad manifestations realm, a rarity across the entire Central State continent. Lin Yu appeared to be merely a youth, and he did not exude the aura of a powerful being, hence no one paid him any heed. Flesh and blood. Fresh flesh and blood. The roars of the malevolent being echoed from beneath Lanrua Temple. Lin Yu's approach drove the nearly freed malevolent being into a frenzy. From the black giant hand protruding from the ground, a swirl of malevolent aura rose, coalescing into an eye that appeared in the palm's center. This eye fixated on Lin Yu, exuding an expression of greed, thirst, and madness. Its fingers writhing as if eager to break free from the seal and pounce upon Lin Yu to devour him. These malevolent beings had been sealed beneath Lanrua Temple for countless years and were ravenous for blood. Sensing Lin Yu's proximity, they became even more excited. For malevolent beings, humans, especially those among human warriors, were the most delectable. Moreover, human warriors boasted robust physiques and abundant spiritual consciousness, serving as a great supplement for the malevolent beings. Devouring a human warrior was far more rewarding than consuming 10 beasts of the same rank. Ding, what kind of malevolent being is this? Lin Yu frowned as he observed the wildly thrashing arm ahead, discreetly inquiring of Master Ding. There are countless types of malevolent beings, not only those from the abyss, but also those who have succumbed to their insatiable desires and transformed after being eroded by malevolent aura. In short, remember this. Malevolent beings are greedy and brutal, posing a greater threat to humanity than the beast races. After all, the beast races merely seek to enslave you, whereas the malevolent beings wish to consume you entirely. Master Ding shook his head with disdain, his face reflecting his aversion to malevolent beings. I crave flesh and blood. The black giant hand reached out toward Lin Yu, gathering malevolent aura in its palm, ultimately transforming into a storm of black clouds that enveloped him. Within the black clouds, the malevolent aura surged violently, compelling the Fu family members to retreat, their faces pale with fear. At that moment, they truly witnessed the might of a myriad manifestations realm warrior. This overwhelming pressure alone was sufficient to crush them all to dust. In their eyes, Lin Yu became a dead man walking. Moreover, Fu Jian's face flushed with excitement as he murmured, "Incredible, truly incredible. Once these malevolent beings breach the imperial city, they will undoubtedly annihilate the great Zhou imperial family. Want to consume me? Your strength is still lacking." Lin Yu gazed at the encroaching black, malevolent aura. a scornful smile curling at the corners of his lips. He raised his right hand, transforming it into a sword, as astonishing sword intent gathered along his arm, radiating brilliant light and morphing into blazing flames. An overwhelming pressure surged outward from Lin Yu, colliding with the pressure released by the malevolent being, erupting in a thunderous roar. Whoosh! Lin Yu lightly waved his hand, and the fire-infused sword intent erupted forth, hurtling toward the oncoming black clouds. This sword intent was razor-sharp wherever it passed. The ground was plowed into deep ravines, with roaring flames igniting within them. Boom! The fire sword intent collided with the black clouds, unleashing a violent explosion, while spiritual energy swept outward like a tempest. The black clouds ignited instantly under the impact of the fire sword intent, burning fiercely in midair like a flaming cloud, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. What? The malevolent beings sealed beneath Lanruo Temple exclaimed in astonishment, unable to comprehend that the seemingly weak ant before them possessed such formidable strength. At that moment, a crimson sword beam pierced through the dissipating black clouds, heading straight for the black giant hand with eyes resting upon the ruins of Lanruo Temple. The emerging black giant hand did not dare to hesitate. It immediately clenched its fingers into a fist the size of a small hill, launching itself towards the fire sword intent. Regrettably, the strength of this malevolent being was akin to that of a newly advanced myriad manifestations realm warrior. While it could easily overpower the Purple Mansion realm warriors of the Fu family, it paled in comparison to Lin Yu. Chapter 49. You wish to escape. No one will stop you. Lin Yu is now a fourth-tier martial artist of the Wanxiang realm. It is essential to understand that after advancing to the Wanxiang realm, the differences between each minor level are as vast as the heavens and the earth. The massive black hand, when compared to Lin Yu, appears as insignificant as a firefly against the full moon, with an insurmountable disparity in strength. Boom! The sword intent of fire descended heavily, penetrating the black hand as if it were a mountain pressing down, cleaving it almost in two. Simultaneously, waves of crimson flames surged forth, enveloping the black hand entirely, making it resemble a colossal torch ablaze. A chilling scream emanated from beneath the Lanruo Temple, echoing like the wails of vengeful spirits. The black hand ignited in fierce flames, writhing in agony as the dark energy within was consumed by the crimson fire, gradually dissipating into the ether. This scene left the members of the Fu family utterly bewildered, their expressions frozen in disbelief. What on earth is happening? That wicked arm that broke free from the seal possessed the strength of the Wanxiang realm. Yet it was effortlessly obliterated by this young man. How could he, so young and seemingly devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations, suddenly unleash such terrifying power? A multitude of questions surged within the minds of the Fu family members. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that a young man could so easily vanquish a Wanxiang-level demon. Over the years, the Fu family had prepared extensively to reclaim their dominion, meticulously documenting the talents of various nations and sects across the central continent. Yet, no one could possibly rival the youth before them, as if he had sprung forth from the very stone itself. Alas, that hand possessed the strength of a first-tier Wanxiang. While it may not have been a significant boost, it could have enhanced one's cultivation slightly, yet he had dispatched it so directly. Elder Ding was utterly perplexed by Lin Yu's apparent wastefulness. Elder Ding, do not forget that beneath this temple lies a plethora of sealed, evil spirits. You will have your hands full shortly. Lin Yu smiled faintly and stepped towards the ruins of the main hall of the Lanruo Temple, where remnants of the formations set up by the Buddhist monks could still be discerned. In the center of the formation, there was a black whirlpool approximately a foot in diameter, for which tendrils of dark energy continuously surged forth. This was the focal point of the seal. Who are you? What do you intend to do? The furious voice of the demon resonated from the black whirlpool, revealing its deep-seated apprehension towards Lin Yu. As time passed, the seals laid by the monks had gradually weakened. Otherwise, the Fu family would not have been able to breach them so easily. The demons sealed within the remnants of the Lanruo Temple were also aware of the current state of the central continent. They had faced invasions from beast tribes and rampant demon sects, with powerful cultivators from various dynasties and sects falling one after another. The strength of the martial artists was far inferior to that of their previously unchallenged era. At most, only a few major dynasties and sects retained Wanxiang cultivators in residence. However, once this batch of Wanxiang cultivators perished, it was likely that those of the Wanxiang realm would vanish entirely from the central continent. Hence, these demons believed that if they could break free from their seals, they would be free to slaughter and devour at will, with no one capable of threatening them. Yet, the power Lin Yu displayed left these demons utterly dumbfounded. Could it be that everything they had heard previously was mere falsehood? How could an ordinary young man possess the strength of the Wanxiang realm? If truly there were Wanxiang cultivators in abundance across the central continent, then these demons would be better off remaining imprisoned within the ruins of the Lanrua temple than facing the prospect of being slaughtered by human martial artists. Ignoring the demons' howls, Lin Yu inspected the formation sealing the demons and curiously inquired, "Elder Ding, is there a way to modify this formation? Ideally, like the previous demon suppression tower, allowing one demon to escape each month for us to gradually refine." "You've come to the right person. This is the small vehicle Arhat formation of the Buddhist sect. The focal point should be a bone relic of the Buddha. The formation has weakened because the spiritual energy contained within the relic is nearly depleted. Once we locate the bone relic, I can refine it, enabling you to control the activation and deactivation of this small vehicle Arhat formation." Elder Ding chuckled, as if there were no secrets he could not unveil. "Elder Ding, where's the bone relic?" Lin Yu surveyed his surroundings, finding no trace of the relic. "Do you see that stone pagoda ahead? It is the reliquary of the Buddhist sect, and the bone relic is hidden within it. I can sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from it." Elder Ding guided Lin Yu. "You sever my arm, I will not let you go unpunished. If you have the ability, let me escape this seal entirely, and we shall have a proper duel." The demon's furious roar echoed from the black whirlpool. Although Lin Yu had just severed its arm, it was regaining its composure and resorting to provocation, confident that if it could break free from the seal, it could annihilate Lin Yu. "You wish to escape. No one will stop you." Lin Yu frowned, disinterested in the demon's taunts, and walked towards the solitary stone pagoda towering before him. What does this young man intend to do? Is he truly trying to allow the sealed demons to escape? I believe he is merely overestimating himself. Once the demons break free, he will undoubtedly regret it. But who cares? If the demons do escape, it would be a tremendous boon for our Fu family. The imperial city is within reach, and the demons would not let the opportunity slip by. The members of the Fu family watched Lin Yu as he seemingly allowed the demons to escape from their seals. Initially stunned, they soon erupted with scornful laughter, convinced that Lin Yu was overreaching, believing he could easily deal with the demons. They awaited the moment when Lin Yu would ultimately fall to the demons and be devoured. "All right, when I emerge, I will devour you whole, ensuring you suffer no pain." The demon within the seal laughed maniacally, and soon a torrent of dark energy surged from the focal point, gradually coalescing into an arm that pressed heavily against the ground, as if struggling to extract its head and body from the seal. Lin Yu paid no heed to the demon's escape attempts and approached the reliquary. He raised his hand and gently tapped the reliquary, infusing it with sharp sword intent, instantly perceiving the bone relic hidden within. The sword intent surged through the reliquary like a tidal wave, causing cracks to appear, and the 10-foot-tall stone pagoda crumbled before Lin Yu, shattering into fragments. A dragon eye-sized bone relic, radiating golden light and exuding warmth, hovered before Lin Yu. Wherever the golden light of the relic touched, the dark energy was obliterated and dissipated, utterly incapable of contending with the relic. Anyone with sight could discern that the bone relic was a treasure of great significance, a treasure capable of dispelling dark energy. Fu Jian's face lit up with greed upon seeing the bone relic before Lin Yu. This item evidently countered the demons. If he could seize it, perhaps he would have the chance to control the sealed demons. However, Lin Yu's previously displayed power was too formidable, and Fu Jian dared only to contemplate this in his heart. His greatest desire at this moment was for Lin Yu and the demons to mutually annihilate, for then he would have the opportunity to seize the treasure. The bone relic, a supreme treasure of the Buddhist sect. If I could refine it, despite its dwindling spiritual energy, it would undoubtedly elevate your cultivation further. Elder Ding's eyes glimmered with desire for the bone relic, wishing he could directly refine it. "Master Ding, Please enlighten me on how to control the Buddha Bone relic to manipulate this small vehicle Arhut formation. The evil spirits imprisoned here will keep you occupied for quite some time. Lin Yu shook his head in resignation, recognizing that Master Ding truly had an insatiable appetite for valuable items. After imparting the secret to controlling the Buddha Bone relic to Lin Yu, he turned to observe the malevolent spirit slowly emerging from the small vehicle Arhut formation, shaking his head gently. Too slow. What do you mean too slow? The green-faced demon, adorned with sharp fangs and two crimson horns atop its head, looked at Lin Yu in disbelief, roaring, "You better wait. Within 2 hours, I will escape this seal, and I will be the first to devour you." 2 hours? Lin Yu furrowed his brow. I cannot afford to wait that long. He needed to return to the Proton Pavilion before dawn, and he certainly did not wish to linger here for 2 hours. Fine, I'll assist you. Lin Yu infused the Buddha Bone relic with spiritual energy, causing it to emit a brilliant light, while the formation sealing the demon also radiated golden beams. It was as if this long-dormant array had finally awakened at that moment. Kid, what do you intend to do? If you have the ability, let me out. The demon, under the impression that Lin Yu was controlling the formation to pull him back into the seal, continued to roar at Lin Yu. Lin Yu cast a helpless glance at the demon's half-exposed head. I'm merely helping you come out faster. As soon as the words left his lips, the Buddha Bone relic shimmered with circles of golden ripples, and the formation atop the ruins of Lanra Temple erupted with brilliance. The black vortex suddenly expanded, becoming several times larger than before, allowing the imprisoned demon to escape with greater ease. What on earth is this kid doing? Is he aiding the demon's escape from the seal? Has he grown tired of living and wishes to be devoured by the demon? The members of the Fu family stood in shock, never expecting Lin Yu to not only refrain from hindering the demon, but actively facilitate its escape. Come out quickly. I've already opened the seal for you. Lin Yu urged the demon, frowning. Oh, all right, I'm coming out. The demon nodded repeatedly before realizing, with a furious roar, don't think that just because you released me, I will spare you. You severed my arm earlier, and today I shall feast upon you. With rage boiling, it pressed its remaining hand against the ground, slowly crawling out of the seal. At the moment the demon emerged, a chorus of anguished cries echoed from the seal. As the other imprisoned demons beneath Lanra Temple struggled and yelled, desperate to follow suit. However, with a mere thought, Lin Yu caused the Buddha Bone relic to emit dazzling light, and the previously expanded black vortex rapidly shrank, vanishing in the blink of an eye atop the ruins. The demon, now free from the seal, stood towering at 7 or 8 meters tall, resembling a small hill. It was enveloped in swirling black, demonic energy, its waist adorned with a belt made of skulls, blood-red eyes fixed menacingly on Lin Yu, foul saliva dripping from its mouth. Kid, prepare to die. The demon raised its remaining arm, aiming to crush Lin Yu. The dark energy coalescing around its arm transformed into a massive black mountain, crashing down towards Lin Yu. With a focused thought, Lin Yu summoned the wind control sword from his consciousness, transforming it into a swirling azure light that danced around him. He glanced at the descending black mountain and then directed the spinning sword, which suddenly accelerated, igniting with a fiery red glow, infused with the essence of fire, and plunged into the mountain of demonic energy. In an instant, flames erupted from within the black mountain, bursting forth like fireworks, leaving it riddled with countless wounds. The demon let out a heart-wrenching scream as its remaining arm, along with the blazing black mountain, slammed heavily into the ground, igniting the area in a sea of fire. The wind control sword spun back to Lin Yu, its blade trembling slightly as it pointed at the demon, whose arms were now severed, demonic energy seeping from the wounds. With a mere thought from Lin Yu, the sword could easily slay the demon. The demon, upon seeing the wind control sword hovering before Lin Yu, fell silent in its cries, and to everyone's astonishment, it turned to look behind it. Realizing the black vortex leading back into the seal had completely vanished, the demon panicked. Let me go back. It's too dangerous outside. I want to return to the seal. Now you wish to return? Too late. Lin Yu shook his head gently, the wind control sword radiating brilliant silver lightning as it accelerated suddenly, piercing the demon's forehead before it could react. Tendrils of lightning, akin to the roots of a great tree, spread from the demon's forehead throughout its body, illuminating it with silver veins that coursed across its form. Boom! The demon's soul was obliterated by Lin Yu's sword, its massive body crashing to the ground, eyes wide open in disbelief, having never anticipated its demise so soon after escaping the seal. This demon possessed the formidable strength of the fourth rank of the myriad forms, its cultivation on par with Lin Yu. Yet, having mastered the 9 heaven sword control technique and comprehending various sword intents such as wind, fire, and thunder, Lin Yu effortlessly dispatched the fourth rank demon. After eliminating the demon, Lin Yu finally turned his gaze towards the stunned members of the Fu family. I had no intention of involving myself in the affairs of the great Zhou dynasty. However, since you have colluded with the demons, you deserve your fate. Lin Yu spoke coldly, knowing that after their demise, these individuals would be consumed by Master Ding, contributing to his cultivation, thus redeeming themselves in a different manner. The wind control sword transformed into a streak of azure light, hurtling towards Fu Jian and the others. Oh no, we must flee. Fu Jian and the others, finally snapping out of their shock at Lin Yu's effortless slaughter of the demon, turned to escape towards Lanrua Temple's exit. However, their strength was far too weak, and they stood no chance against the swiftly approaching wind control sword. The sword zipped past the members of the Fu family, and blood immediately erupted from their bodies. In the blink of an eye, the ground was littered with their lifeless forms, all felled by Lin Yu's singular thought. Chapter 51. Has the great Zhou dynasty emerged mysterious powers? Lin Yu summoned the Devouring God Cauldron. Dear Cauldron, having devoured a 4th grade evil spirit, you should be able to help me ascend to the 5th grade, correct? Merely relying on a 4th grade evil spirit is insufficient, but with the additional remnants, it should suffice. With a chuckle, the Cauldron regarded Fu Jian and the others, warriors of the Purple Mansion and innate realms, as mere supplementary entities in Lin Yu's cultivation journey. As his words faded, the Devouring God Cauldron erupted with shimmering starlight ripples, swiftly engulfing the bodies of the evil spirits and the members of the Fu family. Casting a glance at the Lanrua Temple, Lin Yu remarked with a smile, Dear Cauldron, once my 5th grade cultivation is solidified, we shall return to assist those evil spirits in escaping their seal. He decided to postpone their return, as it had been a while since he last consumed a 4th grade evil spirit. The Cauldron was already impatient, yearning to refine the evil spirit immediately. After retracting the Devouring God Cauldron, Lin Yu observed the sky and turned back towards the Proton Hall. With dawn approaching in 2 to 3 hours, he could not afford to explore the great Zhou dynasty's prison of evil today. He would have to wait until his 5th grade cultivation was stable before making further plans. After Lin Yu departed, a little over half an hour later, the sound of iron hooves shattered the tranquility of the woods. A squadron of great Zhou cavalry sealed off the ruins of Lanrua Temple. Clad in armor and wearing a mask, Su Miaojin, accompanied by a youthful-looking elder with white hair, arrived at the site where Lin Yu had vanquished the evil spirits. Chief Zhu, the Imperial Astronomical Bureau has detected intense demonic energy fluctuations in the southern outskirts. It must be from this temple ruin. Su Miaojin observed the scene and stated solemnly, It appears there has been a fierce battle here, does it not? The Devouring God Cauldron had consumed the evil spirits and the Fu family members without leaving even a trace of blood or remnants on the ground. Thus, despite the ruins' disarray and lingering scent of blood, Su Miaojin could not confirm whether a true battle had occurred. There are residual demonic energies, and look at the ground. Someone clearly fought against the evil spirits here. Chief Zhu scrutinized the sword marks left by Lin Yu on the temple ruins, his expression grave. Evil spirits? A hint of doubt flickered in Su Miaojin's eyes. Weren't those fiends all imprisoned in the prison of evil? How could there be residual demonic energy here? The concentration of demonic energy was significant, indicating that this evil spirit was formidable. If it breached the imperial city, countless lives would be at stake, unleashing a bloody storm. Whoever slew the evil spirit has spared our great Zhou dynasty from calamity. He paused for a moment before continuing. Moreover, it seems there is a lingering aura here. General Su, do you sense it? This aura is gentle and radiant, imbued with compassion, seemingly dissipating the residual demonic energy. Had we arrived any later, the demonic energy might have been entirely extinguished. Chief Zhu exhaled, feeling fortunate. The emergence of the evil spirit coincided with the arrival of a mysterious expert, truly a blessing for the great Zhou. Su Miaojin focused her senses and then spoke gravely. Indeed, I sense the mysterious aura you mentioned. This is the relic of a Buddhist temple. Could it be that a Buddhist master has reappeared in the world, coincidentally encountering the evil spirit and vanquishing it? That is plausible, given that the Buddhist sect originally sealed the evil spirits. They are indeed their natural adversaries. Chief Zhu concurred with Su Miaojin's reasoning. This is fortuitous. We must return and beseech the emperor to seek out this Buddhist master. If a Buddhist master resides in the imperial city, the evil spirits will surely refrain from causing chaos. Su Miaojin was eager to relay this good news to the Emperor of Zhou. After they departed, two shadowy figures stealthily approached the ruins of Lanrua Temple. Dressed in dark garments, they searched the area for some time, but found nothing. Brother Zhao, what is going on? The family head was clearly here, yet now there is not a soul in sight. The demonic energy was overwhelming. Surely, the family head and the others weren't devoured by the evil spirits? This matter is beyond our control. We should report back to the family promptly. The two figures exchanged words before quietly exiting the Lanrua Temple. They were both assassins trained by the Fu family, hidden within the Great Zhou imperial city, waiting for the evil spirits to invade so they could collaborate with other assassins and create chaos. Since the evil spirits failed to arrive, they had come to investigate. Upon returning to the Proton Hall, Lin Yu fabricated an excuse about needing to recuperate due to the unfamiliar conditions of the Great Zhou. He then secluded himself to break through to the 5th grade. Once the cauldron refined the evil spirit, a torrent of spiritual energy surged into Lin Yu's meridians like a raging river. Any ordinary warrior would be unable to withstand such a force, much less refine it. However, endowed with the body of a holy emperor and the tyrannical holy emperor's technique, Lin Yu effortlessly absorbed the energy bestowed by the cauldron. As the spiritual energy continued to be refined, Lin Yu's aura swelled, causing the furnishings in the room to tremble under his burgeoning presence. At the moment he ascended to the 5th grade, a tempest of spiritual energy erupted from him, threatening to turn the room's furniture to dust and possibly collapse the intricately carved structure. Just then, Lin Yu opened his eyes, and the storm of spiritual energy, before it could reach the furniture and walls, abruptly halted and receded back into his body. Had I remained at the 4th grade, forcibly retracting such released energy would have surely resulted in internal damage. Now, having ascended to the 5th grade, I can control my energy with precision. Even if I forcefully retract the energy storm, I remain unharmed. It seems my strength has indeed increased considerably. Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction. The 4th grade evil spirit from last night had finally enabled him to ascend to the 5th grade. Yet, he did not rush to return to Lanrua Temple to slay more evil spirits, but instead chose to focus on consolidating his cultivation within the Proton Hall. After all, the evil spirits were sealed in Lanrua Temple and could not escape. Third Prince. On this day, while Lin Yu was engrossed in his cultivation, Su Miaojin's voice suddenly rang out from outside the courtyard. Lin Yu stepped out to see Su Miaojin dressed in a white warrior uniform, her figure elongated and her waist slender, exuding grace. Yet, she still wore her silver mask and sported a high ponytail, radiating a spirited demeanor. Third Prince, how are you acclimating to life in the Great Zhou? I heard you were unwell. Would you like me to summon the imperial physician to examine you? Su Miaojin scrutinized Lin Yu, seemingly trying to ascertain whether he was truly ill. However, Lin Yu's cultivation far surpassed hers, making it impossible for her to discern his true condition. Thank you, General Su, for your concern. I'm well now. May I inquire when His Majesty wishes to see me? Chapter 52. The Prison of Demons. Lin Yu smiled faintly. After meeting with Emperor Zhou, he believed that as a hostage, he would no longer attract attention, paving the way for him to amass wealth quietly. His first priority was to deal with the malevolent entity sealed within Lanrua Temple, and subsequently assist the Great Zhou Dynasty in refining the demons imprisoned within the demon prison. His visit today was precisely to discuss this matter with the Third Prince. Su Miaojin remarked cheerfully, in a month, the talented disciples from various sects across the realm will gather in our Great Zhou imperial city before proceeding to the Mai Ridge for trials. His Majesty has decided to summon the Third Prince after the arrival of these prodigies, and should the Third Prince be inclined, he may accompany them to witness the trials. Very well, I shall certainly attend. Lin Yu nodded gently, pondering how many malevolent beings he could refine in the month ahead. Su Miaojin cast a lingering glance at Lin Yu before taking her leave. Upon exiting the hostage residence, she was promptly approached by Elder Chu. General Su, how'd it go? Is there any issue with that Han Dynasty third prince? During this time, they had been searching for the Buddhist expert who had vanquished the malevolent entity at Lanrua Temple, yet to no avail. Some had noted the uncanny coincidence of Lin Yu's arrival in Great Zhou and the appearance of the Buddhist demon-slaying master, prompting Su Miaojin to visit the hostage residence. She had conveyed the emperor's summons to Lin Yu and seized the opportunity to observe him closely for any signs of Buddhist aura. Su Miaojin shook her head. There is none. He bears no traces of Buddhist energy, and his cultivation is notably low, remaining at the third tier of martial arts. It appears that his dantian has been damaged, halting his cultivation. Oof. The Han Dynasty has indeed played its cards well, sending over such a useless prince. Even if we were to eliminate him, they would not feel a loss. Elder Chu's face contorted in disdain as he galloped toward the imperial palace. After bidding farewell to Su Miaojin, Lin Yu immediately retreated to his quarters to cultivate. The sooner he solidified his fifth-tier cultivation, the sooner he could return to Lanrua Temple, lest Elder Ding incessantly chatter within his consciousness. Half a month later, Lin Yu successfully stabilized his cultivation and promptly set off for Lanrua Temple. Following the battle against the malevolent entity, rumors of demons haunting the temple had spread. The once desolate area was now devoid of any human presence for miles around, allowing Lin Yu to act without fear of being discovered. Arriving at the ruins of Lanrua Temple, Lin Yu instructed Elder Ding to retrieve the Buddhist relic from the God-eating cauldron. Gripping the relic in his hand, he focused his mind, channeling spiritual energy into it. Golden ripples of warmth immediately radiated from the relic. Simultaneously, the minor Arhut array erupted with golden light, and a dark vortex began to materialize at its center, spreading outward. Standing outside the minor Arhut array, Lin Yu eagerly awaited the emergence of the malevolent entity through the opening in the seal. However, after a brief moment, not only did no demons appear, but even the sounds of their lamentations and curses had vanished, as if they had all fled the seal. Elder Ding, what is happening? Have the demons escaped during our absence? Lin Yu inquired, bewildered. The demons remain within the seal. Look, there is still demonic energy escaping, without external force. They cannot break free. Elder Ding responded, equally perplexed. These demons have been imprisoned for thousands of years, their hunger for blood and flesh insatiable, perpetually yearning for freedom to wreak havoc. Yet, upon the seal's opening, they remained eerily silent, a most unusual occurrence. Approaching the dark vortex, Lin Yu observed its unfathomable depths, his vision seemingly consumed by an endless abyss, with only wisps of demonic energy rising from within. Hey, I am here to rescue you. I have opened the seal, so come out. Lin Yu called out enthusiastically into the depths. We remember your aura. You are the one who defeated the evil mountain and consumed it with that peculiar golden cauldron. We will not fall for your trickery. Indeed, we shall not emerge. If someone as formidable as Evil Mountain fell to you, we would surely meet our demise. The demons, hidden within the seal, clamored in unison, leaving Lin Yu utterly dumbfounded. Elder Ding, are the demons truly this clever? Lin Yu asked helplessly, manipulating the Buddhist relic to close the minor Arhut array. As the golden light dissipated, Lanrua Temple fell silent once more. The seal had long since weakened. The demons could sense the happenings outside. They were aware of Lin Yu's previous encounter with them, leading to this troublesome situation. It seems we are temporarily unable to deal with these demons. Lin Yu sighed, smiling wryly. Fortunately, there is still the demon prison. Let's explore there. That is all we can do, Elder Ding replied, somewhat disgruntled at the demon's newfound cunning. After Lin Yu's departure, within the pitch-black confines of the seal, many demons trembled, glancing back with trepidation. A formidable demon, with a fearsome visage and scales adorning its cheeks, sat cross-legged, blood dripping from its mouth as it feasted on the remains of another demon. The demonic energy embedded within the flesh and blood of the fallen was continuously absorbed, and its aura steadily ascended. Excellent. That young man outside possesses extraordinary strength. I must restore myself to the 7th tier of manifestation to ensure I can slay him. I have calculated that consuming just a few more will suffice. The rest of you can follow me once I escape. After devouring its meal, the demon grinned savagely at the others, declaring, I shall enter seclusion for 3 days. You may choose who shall be my next meal. The remaining demons exchanged wary glances, each reflecting apprehension and distrust. Once imprisoned in the minor Arhot array, their powers had diminished over time. Yet, they maintained a fragile equilibrium, with the weaker demons banding together to guard against being devoured by the more powerful ones. However, with the seal now opened, that delicate balance was shattered. Should they agree to escape with the strongest demon, the alliance formed by the weaker ones would collapse. The demons, inherently selfish, were willing to sacrifice their peers if it meant their own survival. It would not be long before this powerful demon regained its strength, and when Lin Yu next opened the seal, it would emerge to slay him, allowing those who had not yet been consumed to escape alongside it. After leaving the ruins of Lanrua Temple, Lin Yu made his way directly to the Great Zhou Imperial City. The demon prison, situated in the southwestern corner of the Great Zhou Dynasty, was encircled by 9 towering jade pillars, each inscribed with countless array symbols, with bolts of lightning crackling between them. At the center of these 9 pillars stood an opening roughly the size of a man, from which a cacophony of wails and curses surged forth. Any martial artist below the innate realm who approached would be driven to madness upon hearing these sounds. This was the entrance to the demon prison. The lightning that entwined between the pillars was ferocious. Any martial artist below the Purple Mansion realm attempting to break and would be obliterated by the thunder. Moreover, with the extinction of demonic cultivators, there was no concern for a prison break, resulting in the absence of guards near the demon prison. No one anticipated that Lin Yu, in his pursuit of cultivating his skills, would venture to hunt down demonic cultivators. Chapter 53. The panic among the demonic cultivators. Lin Yu effortlessly traversed through the torrential lightning, arriving at the central downward passageway. Before him lay a serpentine staircase extending into the depths, illuminated at intervals of 10 feet by flickering lanterns, rendering the corridor as bright as day. As Lin Yu entered the prison of demons, he was met with the wails and cries of the malevolent spirits, their cacophony merging into a relentless assault on his consciousness. Yet, it bore no impact upon him. After a brief interlude, he finally reached the innermost depths of the prison. His eyes beheld a colossal chamber, measuring 1,000 feet in circumference, surrounded by numerous cells, each ensconced in a shroud of silver lightning. The vile entities imprisoned within were continuously subjected to the purifying force of the lightning, and Lin Yu observed that many had already perished within their confines. Fresh blood, delectable flesh. How fortunate I am to have such a tender human child come here. I've almost forgotten the taste of human flesh. Young one, come closer. If you free me, I shall reward you beyond measure. The gazes of the imprisoned demons were rife with greed and longing as they fixated on Lin Yu. Previously, only cultivators at the Purple Mansion stage had dared enter this realm, able to withstand the clamor of their lamentations, curses, and temptations. Now, with the sudden arrival of a mere youth, not even at the innate stage, the demonic cultivators hastened to employ their wiles, seeking to entice Lin Yu to assist them in escaping the prison of demons. Ah, this place is truly magnificent, far superior to your great Han's demon suppression tower. The esteemed dignitary, Ding, expressed his satisfaction with the prison. Ding, what brings about such a statement? Lin Yu, puzzled, inquired, unfazed by the demon's clamoring. Observe, each cell is independently sealed. Even if one demon breaches its seal, the others remain intact. Unlike the demon suppression tower, where a single breach allows all the demons to escape. After a brief pause, Ding continued with a smile. This arrangement actually facilitates our endeavors. We need only to dismantle one seal at a time and release one demon, without fear of others seizing the opportunity to flee. Lin Yu surveyed his surroundings, nodding in agreement. Indeed, since we are here, let us first vanquish a Purple Mansion demon to whet your appetite. Excellent. I can hardly contain my eagerness. Allow me to guide you on how to dismantle the seals. Ding urged Lin Yu to take action. Lin Yu scanned the imprisoned demons and approached the one who was clamoring the loudest. Yes, come closer, young one. If you assist me in escaping, I shall impart to you supreme techniques, enabling you to ascend to the realm of all things and become a revered master. As Lin Yu approached, The Purple Mansion demon's face contorted into a grotesque grin, as if envisioning its imminent escape. Do not rush. I shall release you forthwith. Lin Yu smiled gently at the demon confined within the prison and began to dismantle the seal. The Purple Mansion demon was momentarily taken aback, astonished at the effectiveness of Lin Yu's enchanting technique. This human child is surprisingly compliant. I almost hesitate to devour him. In an instant, the surging silver lightning within the cell dissipated, and the seal before him vanished. He truly set me free. This child has indeed released a malevolent spirit. The demon marveled at its good fortune, having encountered such an easily beguiled youth. Quickly, let me out. Remember the banquet I once hosted for you? You owe me. The other demons in the prison gazed at the liberated demon with envy, their eyes ablaze with jealousy, vying for its favor. The seals could only be breached from the outside. Once one demon escaped, the others could be liberated as well. You have my deepest gratitude. The demon cackled, stepping out of its cell and regarding Lin Yu with a mocking glint, exclaiming, Your finest reward shall be to become my first meal after I escape from this prison. Consider it an honor. Before the words had fully escaped its lips, dark energies erupted from its palm, coiling towards Lin Yu like tendrils. Not only had it escaped the prison of demons, but it was also poised to savor fresh flesh. The other demons gazed upon the liberated one with envy. Lin Yu shook his head with a chuckle, extending a finger as the sword intent of wind surged forth, annihilating the dark energies and piercing through the demon's forehead. The demon's eyes froze in disbelief, a look of incredulity overtaking its visage before its essence dissipated, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. It is dead. The demon is dead. Who is this child that the demon could not withstand even a single blow? The remaining demons in the prison of demons stood in shock, unable to fathom that Lin Yu had effortlessly slain a Purple Mansion demon. Lin Yu turned to the other demons, a faint smile gracing his lips. Do not be hasty. Your turn shall come soon. Before the words had settled, he summoned the Devouring Cauldron from his consciousness. At last, after such a long time, I can refine demonic cultivators once more. Dignitary Ding laughed triumphantly as a cascade of starlight enveloped the fallen demon and drew it into the cauldron. What on earth is he planning? The remaining demons looked at Lin Yu with trepidation. You shall soon discover. Take care to avoid being refined by the formations within. Lin Yu greeted the demons with a smile before turning to exit the prison of demons. Upon returning to the Proton Hall, Ding immediately began the refinement of the demon. However, as the demon was merely a Purple Mansion cultivator, the spiritual energy it provided was inconsequential to Lin Yu's current needs. Unless he refined all the demons within the prison, further advancement would be a challenge. In the ensuing nights, Lin Yu visited the prison of demons, and each time, another Purple Mansion demon would vanish from its confines. Days later, the royal emissary from the Great Zhou, accompanied by a cadre of innate cultivators, arrived at the prison's entrance. Master Qian, the guards reported, the cries of the demons have significantly diminished from the entrance. We fear there may be unusual occurrences within the prison, and thus, we beseech you to investigate. The leading innate cultivators regarded Master Qian with utmost respect, for he was one of the esteemed Purple Mansion cultivators of the Great Zhou Dynasty, commanding reverence even from the royal heirs. Very well, you shall await my return. I will enter to investigate. Master Qian replied gravely, proceeding through the 9 jade pillars entwined in lightning and into the prison of demons. As he descended the staircase, he was met with an eerie silence, a stark contrast to the former clamor that once filled the air. Realizing this, Master Qian immediately began to circulate his spiritual energy, bracing himself for any imminent threat. Yet, upon reaching the lowest tier, he was taken aback. The once cursing, wailing, and screaming demons now sat quietly in their cells, resembling docile lambs awaiting slaughter. Moreover, compared to his last visit, it appeared several demons were missing from the prison. Could it be that the rate of demonic refinement had accelerated? Master Qian, save us. Help us. At that moment, the demons within the cells spotted Master Qian and rose in unison, pleading for salvation. Master Qian was bewildered. What on earth had transpired? Were these demons mad? This was a place designed to obliterate their very souls, and what use was calling for help when they were already destined for demise? With a cold sneer, he remarked, Save you? What a mockery. Each of you is stained with the blood of countless innocent lives, and every one of you is steeped in malevolence. I fervently wish for you to be imprisoned in the abyss, to be purged and refined. Chapter 54. The Gathering of the Talented Qian. There's a madman who comes here daily, breaks the seal, and drags someone out to kill. He has already taken several of our lives. Indeed, that lunatic is terrifying. With a single strike, the wicked ones cannot withstand even a moment and perish at his hands. If he continues this way, it won't be long before we all meet our end. Qian, please release us. We can swear an oath to heaven that once we leave here, we will never harm another soul. The demon cultivators in the prison of demons clamored for Qian Gongfeng's mercy, even willing to swear oaths to survive. What nonsense! Among you wicked beings are masters of the Purple Mansion and formidable figures of the myriad form stage. Who could possibly kill you? Donot jest with mistrzostwem Europy. Those who have died were certainly consumed by the formation. Qian Gongfeng scoffed disdainfully and said in a deep voice, "Do you think to deceive me with such ploys to gain your freedom? Do you take me for a fool?" With that, he turned and departed. Upon exiting the prison of demons, Qian Gongfeng instructed his subordinates to ignore any disturbances emanating from there. The demon cultivator's time was limited. It would not be long before they all were refined. Third Prince. The voice of Su Miaojin echoed outside the Proton Hall. Lin Yu stepped out to find Su Miaojin clad in a black warrior outfit, adorned with a silver mask, her hair styled in a high ponytail, standing confidently at the entrance. The talents from various sects have gathered in our great Zhou imperial city for a banquet hosted by His Majesty. And I have come to escort you, Third Prince, to the feast. Su Miaojin smiled at Lin Yu, revealing her intentions. Talents from various sects? Lin Yu felt a stir within, wondering if Chu Chu and Seventh Sister would attend. He walked alongside Su Miaojin toward the imperial city. Within the city, the guards were imposing. They arrived at the imperial garden, where the ministers of Great Zhou had already taken their seats, and the Zhou Emperor sat at the head, merrily toasting with the officials. Upon seeing the Zhou Emperor, Lin Yu's eyes widened in surprise. Although the Zhou Emperor concealed it well, Lin Yu could discern that he was in fact a 9th-grade Purple Mansion warrior, mere steps away from the myriad form stage. However, it made sense. Those who ascend to the throne are invariably the most gifted warriors of the royal family, nurtured by the vast resources of the dynasty. Without the cultivation of the Purple Mansion, it would indeed be peculiar. Reflecting on this, Lin Yu thought of the Han Emperor. Could it be that his father also concealed his true strength? Ding Yi, can you discern the strength of the Han Emperor? Lin Yu quickly summoned Ding Yi for insight. I cannot. Perhaps he possesses some formidable treasure that obscures his cultivation, or maybe his strength is genuinely as it appears. In any case, I see no signs of hidden power, Ding Yi replied. Lin Yu relaxed. If even Ding Yi could not perceive it, perhaps he had been overly concerned. What are you thinking? Hurry and pay your respects to His Majesty. Su Miaojin gently tugged at his sleeve, bringing him back to reality. Observing this, many dubious gazes from the great Zhou ministers turned towards Lin Yu. Regaining his composure, Lin Yu hurriedly bowed to the Zhou Emperor. The Third Prince comes as a guest from afar. Feel free to reside in our great Zhou without worry. Should you encounter any troubles, Miaojin will assist you. Contrary to Lin Yu's expectations, the Zhou Emperor treated him with kindness and did not impose any difficulties. After Lin Yu took his leave, he sat beside Su Miaojin, only to feel an increase in the scrutiny directed at him. As various talented individuals from the sects began to arrive, the atmosphere in the imperial garden grew increasingly lively. Look, that is Qin Mo from Yinshao Palace. They say he has reached the 3rd grade of innate cultivation at such a young age. What a 3rd grade? Lu Qianqian from Phoenix Valley just passed through, and she is a 4th grade expert. Wait, why has the genius from the Supreme Sword sect only reached the 2nd grade of innate cultivation? It seems their previous holy son was publicly humiliated in the great Han imperial city and had his cultivation crippled by a national protector. This time, the Supreme Sword sect stands no chance. As Lin Yu listened to the murmurs among the great Zhou ministers regarding the talents attending the banquet, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He had not anticipated that his casual act of crippling Li He to defend Chu Chu's honor would lead to the Supreme Sword sect becoming a subject of ridicule. Look, the people from Ling Tian's sect have arrived. Someone whispered nearby. Lin Yu looked up towards the entrance of the imperial garden, spotting seventh sister Lin Yu and Chu entering side by side. With long swords slung across their backs and their skirts flowing gracefully, they resembled spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums, each possessing her own allure, capturing the attention of many. Lin Yu nodded gently. It had been years since they last met. Seventh sister Lin Yu's aura was now restrained, indicating she had reached the 4th grade of innate cultivation. And Chu, having blossomed into a graceful beauty, had indeed matured, with her cultivation surpassing that of Lin Yu. This was no surprise, given that Chu was a profound Yin body, allowing her to cultivate at a pace far exceeding that of ordinary talents. Third uncle. After greeting the Zhou Emperor, Chu and Lin Yu suddenly spotted Lin Yu beside Su Miaojin, their faces lighting up with surprise. Third brother? Lin Yu exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief. Lin Yu waved at the two with a smile. Today was a banquet bestowed by the Zhou Emperor. Despite the many questions lingering in Chu and the 7th princess's minds, they could only return to their seats in the Lang Tian sect, waiting until the banquet concluded to seek clarity from Lin Yu. At that moment, a drunken noble warrior from Great Zhou staggered towards Lin Yu and Su Miaojin's table, holding a cup of wine. He looked down condescendingly at Lin Yu, pointed to an empty table beside them, and commanded Yu, sit over there. Lin Yu frowned slightly, gazing coldly at the Great Zhou noble. What if I refuse to move? You, a proton, should behave yourself in our Great Zhou. Otherwise, I'll make it impossible for you to take a single step here. The noble swayed, pointing at Lin Yu with a sneer. Besides, what do you think you are? Just a discarded pawn, thinking you are a prince? Why do you have to sit next to Miaojin? Hurry and get lost. Proton. Chu and the 7th princess exchanged glances, their faces flushing with anger as they rose simultaneously. Regardless of Lin Yu's status as a proton, he was still their 3rd brother, their 3rd uncle. With the two of them present, they would not allow Lin Yu to be bullied by anyone. However, before they could take action, Su Miaojin, seated beside Lin Yu, suddenly stood up and slapped the Great Zhou warrior across the face, sending him sprawling to the ground. The Great Zhou warrior, bewildered, covered his swollen cheek, looking at Su Miaojin with confusion mixed with a hint of fear. Su Miaojin, tall and imposing, looked down at him, coldly remarking, "You dare speak to Miaojin in that manner? The 3rd prince is a distinguished guest of our Great Zhou. Anyone who disrespects him will not find me merciful." Before her words faded, she disdainfully ordered the Great Zhou warrior, "Now get out of here." "Why, yes." The warrior quickly got to his feet, clutching his face, and fled the imperial garden without looking back. The Zhou Emperor merely cast a casual glance in their direction before resuming his revelry, seemingly unfazed by the minor incident. Chu and the 7th princess exchanged profound glances with Su Miaojin. To their surprise, Su Miaojin, noticing their gaze, nodded gently before returning to her seat beside Lin Yu. "Thank you, General Su, for your assistance." Lin Yu smiled slightly at Su Miaojin. He had initially intended to deal with the drunken noble himself, but had not anticipated Su Miaojin's sudden intervention. "Third prince, you were brought back to the imperial city by me, so it is only natural that I protect you. From now on, should anyone dare to bully you, just invoke my name." Su Miaojin's voice was cold, as if this were a matter of course. Chu and the 7th princess observed Lin Yu and Su Miaojin whispering to each other, exchanging glances filled with curiosity about the relationship between Lin Yu and Su Miaojin. Chapter 55. The arrival of Xiantian Immortal Sect. The moment had arrived. The esteemed members of the Xiantian Immortal Sect were here. A wave of astonishment swept through the imperial garden as Lin Yu observed the courtiers of the Great Zhou Dynasty, including the emperor himself, rising in unison to gaze toward the entrance, as though a figure of great significance had arrived. Not only that, but the martial artists from various sects who had previously arrived also stood to show their respect for the Xiantian Immortal Sect. The Xiantian Immortal Sect was a reclusive sect of immense power, reputed to possess countless masters in the manifestation realm, and even peerless beings surpassing that level. It was a rare occasion for His Majesty to forge a connection with the Xiantian Immortal Sect, and they had graciously agreed to send disciples to participate in this talent trial, allowing them to experience the world beyond their own. Noticing Lin Yu's bewilderment, Su Miaojin gently explained the situation to him. Just then, the martial artists of the Xiantian Immortal Sect entered the garden, immediately becoming the focal point of attention. An elderly man in a blue robe, with a head of white hair, yet a youthful visage, strode into view, a long sword slung across his back. Following him were a pair of young men and women. The young man in black, handsome and with a mischievous glint in his eyes, surveyed the surroundings with an air of arrogance, his gaze briefly lingering on Chu and the seventh princess, as though the rest, including the emperor, were beneath his notice. The young woman in white, breathtakingly beautiful, wore a perpetual frown, as if she were perpetually cloaked in frost, her delicate brows knitting slightly as she observed the vibrant imperial garden, seemingly disapproving of the attention. Zhang Ling from the Xiantian immortal sect, accompanied by disciples Jiang Xian and Yu Weiwei, pays respects to your majesty. The blue-robed elder chuckled, bowing respectfully to the emperor, with Jiang Xian and Yu Weiwei following suit. Please, no need for formalities. It is an honor for us that you attend this trial. You are all esteemed guests of the great Zhou dynasty. Please take a seat. The emperor beamed with warmth, enthusiastically inviting the trio from the Xiantian immortal sect to sit beside him. Lin Yu cast a surprised glance at the blue-robed elder, astonished to find that he possessed a cultivation level of the second tier in the manifestation realm, while the young man beside him was at the third tier of the purple mansion realm. The young woman in white was even more formidable, already having reached the fifth tier of the purple mansion realm. This clearly illustrated why the emperor held the Xiantian immortal sect in such high regard. Their strength undeniably surpassed that of all the other sects present. As he contemplated this, Lin Yu noticed the deep-seated wariness in the eyes of the martial artists from the other sections. He recalled having heard that some sects and families had escaped the ravages of the demon invasions and the chaos wrought by the demonic sects, hiding away in celestial realms and preserving their strength. Thus, these forces not only had practitioners in the manifestation realm, but also possessed several who had surpassed it. However, Lin Yu felt nothing but disdain for these sects and families. When the continent of Shenzhou faced calamity, they shut their doors and preserved their strength. Regardless of their might, they remained a band of selfish cowards. In contrast, the other sects and families, despite their shortcomings and the obstacles they posed to the dynasty, had shed blood for the countless beings on the continent, and many of their strong had perished in the struggle. Once the members of the Xiantian immortal sect were seated, the atmosphere in the garden grew even more vibrant. The courtiers of the great Zhou dynasty flocked to toast them, and many martial artists from other sects sought to establish connections, making the trio the center of attention at the banquet. Yet, Jiang Xian's gaze frequently drifted toward Chu, as though he held a particular interest in her. At that moment, Chu gracefully stood and approached Lin Yu, turning to Su Miaojin with a bright smile before affectionately settling beside Lin Yu, playfully linking her arm with his and whispering, "Third uncle. Seventh aunt wants to know how you ended up here and what this hostage situation is about. The great Han and great Zhou have agreed to a truce, exchanging hostages, which is why I am here." Lin Yu revealed the truth. How could grandfather do this? First, he confined you in the royal mausoleum, and now he sends you here as a hostage. It's utterly outrageous. Chu protested on Lin Yu's behalf. This place is quite agreeable. I had grown weary of the royal mausoleum, so a change of scenery is welcome. Lin Yu smiled faintly, knowing that this location not only housed a demon prison, but also the Lanrua Temple, both of which contained sealed demons and evil cultivators, enabling him to enhance his cultivation and strive for a breakthrough beyond the manifestation realm. Fair maiden, come, join me for a drink. At that moment, Jiang Xian approached with a drink in hand, his gaze fixed greedily on Chu. I won't. Chu dismissed him with a shake of her head, fully engrossed in her conversation with Lin Yu, uninterested in this irrelevant individual. Lin Yu frowned, puzzled as to why Jiang Xian sought to engage only with Chu. Meanwhile, the attention of the garden's attendees shifted toward this unfolding scene. Jiang Xian's expression darkened as he coldly regarded Chu, stating, "Do you not know who I am?" Chu shot him a scornful look, exuding her disinterest. "I have no interest in drinking with you. Please keep your distance." "Huh, if I am not mistaken, you possess the Xianin body, do you not?" Jiang Xian sneered, revealing Chu's innate talent. The Xianin body was a remarkable gift. It was surprising that the great Han royal family had such a formidable talent among them. Li He from a Supreme Sword sect once sought to marry her, but was subsequently crippled by the great Han's national protector. It seemed the Xiantian immortal sect had also set its sights on her talent. This made things interesting. One wondered if the great Han's national protector could withstand the pressure from the Xiantian immortal sect. In the Imperial Garden, martial artists from various sects gazed at Chu Chu in astonishment, whispering amongst themselves. What do you intend to do? Lin Yu frowned at Jiang Xian. Displeasure etched on his features. What business is it of yours if I'm speaking with this young lady? A waste who hasn't even reached the innate realm should step aside. Jiang Xian scoffed, completely disregarding Lin Yu. Master Jiang, this is the Imperial Garden of the great Zhou Dynasty. I urge you to conduct yourself with decorum. Su Miaozhen's gaze turned frosty as she admonished Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian's eyes wandered over Su Miaozhen before resting on the silver mask adorning her face, sneering, Your figure is quite fine. I wonder how your face looks beneath that mask. Before finishing his sentence, he brazenly reached out to lift Su Miaozhen's mask. Su Miaozhen lifted the step bit, her right hand resting on the sword at her waist, her gaze icy as she regarded Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian, cease this at once. Do not act impudently. At that moment, the blue-robed elder coughed lightly, offering a mild reprimand to Jiang Xian. Reluctantly, Jiang Xian withdrew his hand and turned back to Chu Chu, smiling. Such a talent as a Xianin body is wasted in a minor sect like this. Why not join our Xiantian immortal sect? We could become partners in cultivation, and I guarantee you will ascend to the Purple Mansion realm within 3 years. This young man harbors ill intentions. He seeks to exploit you, Chu Chu, using your Xianin body for his own gain. The voice of Ding Yi suddenly resonated within Lin Yu's consciousness. Chapter 56. One should not be so shameless. Chu Chu will not go to the Xiantian Immortal Gate, I assure you. Lin Yu raised his hand to shield Chu Chu, casting a cold glance at Jiang Xian. Oh, can you speak for her? Do you have any idea how many aspire to join our Xiantian Immortal Gate? Jiang Xian's demeanor was haughty, as if brandishing the name of the Xiantian Immortal Gate guaranteed the success of any endeavor. It was as if every martial artist in the world clamored to join their sect. My words are the words of the third prince. Chu Chu huffed disdainfully at Jiang Xian. It was unexpected that someone would dare to look down upon the Xiantian Immortal Gate. Little girl, it seems I must demonstrate the difference between an immortal disciple and you mundane martial artists. Otherwise, some might think our disciples are not as impressive as they truly are. Jiang Xian's face bore an arrogant expression as he coldly regarded Chu Chu. Do you dare to battle me? Do not agree, Chu Chu. He is a Purple Mansion realm warrior. You are no match for him. The seventh princess interjected before Chu Chu could respond. Even the most gifted innate warriors could never defeat a Purple Mansion warrior. It was utterly ludicrous for a prominent Purple Mansion expert to challenge an innate warrior while exuding confidence in victory. Indeed, it is only natural for a Purple Mansion warrior to triumph over an innate warrior. If they were to lose, that would be absurd. The onlookers from the various sects gathered in the Imperial Garden shook their heads, their gazes toward Jiang Xian filled with disdain. Jiang Xian's face turned ashen as he gritted his teeth. I will suppress my cultivation to your level. Dare you compete with me? Let us compete. Chu Chu stood and faced Jiang Xian. If Jiang Xian were to suppress his cultivation and she hesitated to engage, she would be the one laughed at afterward. Have faith in your abilities. You can win. Lin Yu encouraged her with a smile. Naturally. Third prince, just wait and see as I prepare to defeat him. Chu Chu replied with a grin, feeling reassured with Lin Yu by her side. Very well. Today we shall witness a spar between Jiang Xian of the Xiantian Immortal Gate and Lin Chu Chu of the Ling Tian sect. I hope both parties will show restraint. The emperor's hearty laughter filled the air as he removed a jade ring from his finger, adding, This ring has accompanied me for many years and can withstand attacks from warriors below the third rank of the Purple Mansion realm. Whoever wins shall claim it. All eyes turned towards the jade ring, filled with envy. Jiang Xian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding the demeanor of a strong warrior as he coldly regarded Chu Chu. You are weaker. You shall strike first. Chu Chu nodded lightly, drawing her long sword with a swift motion. A chilling aura surged from within her, and as the coldness spread, frost formed on the grass beneath her feet, expanding outward, sending a shiver through the gathered crowd in the Imperial Garden. Ah, the legendary Xianin body. Jiang Xian observed Chu Chu gathering her spiritual power, a smile of satisfaction spreading across his face as he admired her talent. Prepare to receive. Chuchu's gaze turned icy as she moved like lightning, raising her long sword and charging toward Jiangxian. A trail of frost marked her passage, with the frigid energy coalescing around her sword. As she swung, a chilling sword aura erupted forth, resembling a towering ice mountain rushing toward Jiangxian. Jiangxian's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated Chuchu's formidable strength. The power of the Xianin body exceeded his expectations. If he only relied on his innate 5th rank cultivation, he would surely be unable to withstand her strike. A glint of ferocity appeared in Jiangxian's eyes as he coldly snorted, unleashing the aura of a 3rd rank purple mansion warrior from his body. The pressure surged forth like a mountain, colliding with Chuchu's ice mountain sword aura. Boom! The Imperial Garden erupted with a thunderous sound as the chilling sword energy shattered under the pressure of the Purple Mansion expert, scattering frost throughout the garden. Jiangxian, undeterred, decided to abandon all pretense. Having broken his promise, he intended to swiftly overpower Chuchu, silencing any dissenting voices. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he pointed a finger at Chuchu. Whoosh! A torrent of spiritual energy erupted from him, transforming into a violent bolt of lightning that coalesced into a sharp sword beam, shooting directly toward Chuchu. This sword beam was exceptionally fierce, imbued with the power of raging thunder. An innate warrior could never hope to fend off such an attack. Wait, did he not claim he would only use his innate 5th rank cultivation? How has he unleashed his Purple Mansion strength? Whispers of disbelief filled the air. It was clear that if he only employed innate cultivation, he would not stand a chance against that girl. The onlookers in the Imperial Garden regarded Jiangxian with contempt. The one who had promised to fight with only innate strength was now the one resorting to Purple Mansion prowess. Such shamelessness was indefensible. This is bad. Lin Yu's expression shifted as he saw Jiangxian make his move. Chuchu would undoubtedly be unable to withstand this strike. He was about to intervene when he noticed the small wooden sword tied to Chuchu's waist, and his heart settled. As long as Chuchu carried that wooden sword, even a warrior of the myriad realms would be unable to harm her today. Chuchu, danger! The 7th princess exclaimed, drawing her sword, ready to assist Chuchu against the impending strike. Suddenly, a brilliant azure light erupted from the wooden sword at Chuchu's waist, illuminating the entire Imperial Garden and nearly blinding everyone present. Oh no! The elder in the azure robe from the Xintian Immortal Gate's expression changed drastically as he leapt toward Jiangxian. The wooden sword at Chuchu's waist shattered into dust before everyone's eyes, and the azure light transformed into a piercing sword, hurtling toward Jiangxian. Wherever the azure brilliance passed, deep gorges appeared in the ground as if it sought to cleave the Imperial Garden in two. Sword intent. This is the sword intent of the wind. Someone in the garden exclaimed in astonishment. Once the wind sword intent locked onto Jiangxian, a terrifying aura descended. Jiangxian felt a chill in his limbs, and as he attempted to draw his sword for defense, he found himself paralyzed, unable to move as the sword's might approached. Just as the wind sword intent was about to strike Jiangxian, the azure-robed elder dashed in front of him, pulling him back and pointing his finger like a sword toward the wind sword intent. Boom! A tempestuous crimson flame erupted from the azure-robed elder, transforming the Imperial Garden into a realm of fire. The vibrant flowers that had once flourished instantly withered under the searing heat, and a roaring inferno shot forth from the elder's fingertips, like a furious dragon lunging at the wind sword intent. Chapter 57. My Chuchu would never go boom. Waves of fierce flames rippled outward, prompting everyone to quickly channel their spiritual energy to withstand the violent aftershock. The sword intent of the wind cut a gash that halted a mere 10 feet before the old man in the azure robe, gradually dissipating into clusters of azure light that faded within the Imperial Garden. It was only at this moment that the onlookers could clearly see the old man, who stood protectively in front of Jiangxian in a disheveled state. Although he had managed to block the wind sword intent, his attire was torn and tattered, resembling that of a beggar. The ground beneath him bore numerous deep sword marks, crisscrossing as if he had stood at the eye of a storm moments ago. How formidable! The wooden sword worn by that young girl concealed such a powerful wind sword intent. It is said that when the second prince of the Han Dynasty was ambushed, it was his own wooden sword that unleashed a wind sword intent, slaying the assassin. Could it be that this wooden sword is the handiwork of a national powerhouse from the Han Dynasty? All eyes in the Imperial Garden converged on Chu Chu. Shock reflected in their gazes. The old man in azure, a formidable figure at the second tier of the myriad manifestations, had been so thoroughly bested by mere wind sword intent. One could only imagine the strength of the individual who had imbued that intent within the wooden sword. Third uncle, third brother, Chu Chu and the seventh princess turned their astonished eyes towards Lin Yu. They had no inkling that the wooden sword Lin Yu had gifted them during their last parting concealed such a potent sword intent. Lin Yu gently shook his head, signaling them to keep silent. "How dare you ambush me with a treasure? I shall not spare you." Jiang Xian's face turned ashen, his heart filled with dread. Had it not been for Zhang Ling's intervention, he would have already met his demise. Zhang Ling coldly scrutinized Chu Chu, his voice heavy. "Young girl, your treacherous use of a treasure to injure others is unforgivable. However, recognizing your considerable talent, I would spare you if you were willing to join our immortal sect for cultivation." Even at this moment, he still aspired to bring Chu Chu back to the Xiantian immortal sect, for the rare Yin body furnace was indeed coveted. With mutual cultivation with Chu Chu, one's strength could soar. Even the disciples of the Xiantian immortal sect could not resist such temptation. It was he who first proposed to suppress his strength to match mine. I only agreed to the duel, yet he has broken his promise and displayed the cultivation of the Purple Mansion realm. Were it not for my protective treasure, I would have perished just now. Chu Chu snorted coldly, unafraid as she met Zhang Ling's gaze. I once thought the Xiantian immortal sect was merely populated by faithless disciples. It appears that the foundation is equally corrupt, with even the elders of the sect unable to distinguish right from wrong. Such a sect is one my Chu Chu shall never join. Lin Yu chuckled lightly, standing beside Chu Chu. With him present, no one would dare to bully her today. Huh, a mere waste without innate talent. Do you really believe I cannot crush you with a single finger? Jiang Xian sneered, stepping forward before Zhang Ling could speak. Go ahead and try. The seventh princess moved to stand beside Lin Yu and Chu Chu, gently patting the small wooden sword hanging at her waist. This was the source of her courage to face a myriad manifestations realm powerhouse. Another wooden sword. Jiang Xian's expression shifted slightly as he recalled the mesmerizing wind sword intent from earlier. Zhang Ling's eyes grew serious. He had expended all his effort to block that earlier sword intent. Should it come again, he feared he might not escape unscathed. Elder Zhang, your Xiantian immortal sect is indeed powerful, yet we of the Lingtian sect are not to be trifled with. This duel is clearly a result of your disciple's faithlessness and broken promises. I advise you not to overstep your bounds. At that moment, an elder from the Lingtian sect stood, directing his gaze towards Zhang Ling and Jiang Xian. Allowing the Xiantian immortal sect to bully the disciples of the Lingtian sect so brazenly would leave the Lingtian sect's reputation in tatters before the other sections. Zhang Ling cast a wary glance at the wooden sword at the seventh princess's waist, irritably shaking his tattered sleeve. His expression cold as he bowed to the sovereign. Your Majesty, I am feeling unwell and must take my leave. Before his words had fully left his lips, he was already striding towards the exit of the Imperial Garden. Elder Zhang. Jiang Xian was taken aback, unable to believe Zhang Ling would retreat. He paused for a moment before calling out, Elder Zhang, are we truly leaving just like this? Zhang Ling turned, casting a cold glance at Jiang Xian, speaking in a grave tone. Is there any dignity in remaining here and humiliating ourselves? Jiang Xian finally regained his composure, his face flushing as he hurried after Zhang Ling. It seems the strength of the Han Dynasty's esteemed royal prince far surpasses that of ordinary myriad manifestations realm cultivators. Indeed, with a casual display of wind sword intent, he was able to repel the elder of the Xiantian immortal sect. I suspect his strength must be beyond the second tier of myriad manifestations. It now appears that the royal prince who attacked the imperial city was likely an impostor, as the true royal prince's strength is far superior. The dignitaries of the great Zhou murmured among themselves, the wind sword intent having wholly dispelled their doubts regarding the Han Dynasty. Well, who would have thought that the young Princess Bing Bing possesses such remarkable strength? I hereby bestow upon you this jade ring. At that moment, The Zhou sovereign lightly clapped his hands and presented a jade ring to Chu. Lin Yu felt a surge of surprise, with a mere utterance. The Zhou sovereign redirected everyone's attention back to him, regaining control of the banquet's discourse, a feat not to be underestimated. Moreover, the woman in white from the Xiantian immortal sect, having witnessed her companions depart, remained composed and did not join in their retreat. Quite intriguing indeed. After the banquet concluded, Lin Yu declined Su Miaozhen's offer of escort, returning to the hostage residence alongside Chu and the seventh princess. Having been apart for years, the three reunited in the great Zhou imperial city with a plethora of words to share. Upon exiting the city, Chu immediately shed her restraint, riding alongside Lin Yu and curiously inquiring, "Third uncle, I never anticipated that the wooden sword you carved would be so formidable, concealing the wind sword intent. Thankfully, I had it, or my fate today would have been dire." Chu, third brother SC of Qi, has been obliterated, rendering him incapable of cultivation. That wooden sword surely did not originate from him. If I am not mistaken, the seventh princess smiled gently, glancing at Lin Yu. Third brother. Could it be that these wooden swords were carved personally by the esteemed royal prince? I recall he is also a swordsman. I cannot say for certain. In any case, keep the wooden sword close, for in times of peril, it may preserve your life. Lin Yu chuckled softly, neither confirming nor denying, allowing them to speculate as they pleased. Upon returning to the hostage residence, Lin Yu bid farewell to Chu and the seventh princess. As they parted, he gently ruffled Chu's hair, embedding a thread of spiritual energy within her. Should Chu encounter danger, this energy would erupt in times of life and death, its power rivaling the wind sword intent concealed within the wooden sword. With the trial assembly approaching, Chu had offended the Xiantian immortal sect today. The two men, narrow-minded and of questionable character, were likely to cause trouble during the trials, and with Chu's wooden sword now depleted, this was the only means he could ensure her safety. As for Jiang Xian and Zhang Ling of the Xiantian immortal sect, should they meddle during the trial assembly, they need not blame him for being unkind. Chapter 58. This person must not be left alive. Lin Yu is not mistaken. At this moment, Jiang Xian furiously pushed open the door to Zhang Ling's room in the inn of the Xiantian immortal sect. Elder Zhang, why did not take action to slay those two vile girls today? They have embarrassed me in front of so many people. It is simply unforgivable. Jiang Xian's face was ashen. After today, he would undoubtedly become the laughingstock among the major sects of the world. Elder Zhang, in front of all the major sects, how would you expect me to kill those two girls? Moreover, did you not see that the other girl possesses a similar wooden sword? Zhang Ling shook his head gently and replied in a low voice. Furthermore, you mentioned suppressing your cultivation to engage with that girl, only to go back on your word. If I were to forcefully intervene today, how would the world's sects view us? Jiang Xian, unwilling to relent, insisted, I do not care. If those two girls are not killed, my anger will not subside. Elder Zhang, you must assist me. As a prodigy of the Xiantian immortal sect, he was sent out with the mission of making the entire Shenzhou continent aware of the existence of even more formidable hidden sects above the major sections. The talented individuals from the various sects participating in the trial were merely stepping stones in his eyes. However, his expedition had not gone well, and this battle would undoubtedly become a stain on his reputation. The only solution was to eliminate Chu, demonstrating to the world that the disciples of the Xiantian immortal sect must not be insulted. Before you set out, the Grand Elder instructed me to look after you. Zhang Ling nodded gently and smiled. You have suffered an injustice. I cannot ignore it. Wait a couple of days until the trials commence, and then we shall deal with those two girls. The trials. Jiang Xian's eyes lit up with a sinister smile. Indeed. I have heard that the trials take place in the mountains where demonic beasts roam, in places rarely visited by humans. At that time, I will personally capture those two girls and properly deal with them, especially the one with the Xianin physique. I want to refine her into a furnace and drain her primordial yin. Do not forget our plan for participating in the trial. Zhang Ling lowered his voice to remind Jiang Xian. Yes, and there is Yue Wei. She has been indifferent to me in the sect. Heh, her icy heart and jade bone surpass even the Xianin physique. At this trial, I shall turn the raw into the cooked and make her my partner. With her icy heart and jade bones, I am sure to advance to the Wuxiang realm. Jiang Xian's face lit up with pride as he saluted Zhongling, Elder Zhang. I am counting on you this time. You and Wei Wei are both prodigies of the sect. Your union would surely be a match made in heaven. Many in the sect would celebrate this. Not to mention the Grand Elder has been kind to me. Who else would I help if not you? At this, Zhongling and Jiang Xian exchanged knowing smiles. With the gathering of all the major sects in the Great Zhou Imperial City, the trial officially commenced. The trial ground, the Mayun Ridge, lay several hundred miles northwest of the Great Zhou Imperial City, part of the Yunling mountain range, stretching for 1,000 miles. Teeming with countless demonic beasts, including some of the Zifu realm. This trial would not delve deeply into the Mayun Ridge. Thus, the talented individuals from the major sects would encounter primarily innate realm demonic beasts. Furthermore, these talents possessed life-saving treasures that could save them in critical moments. However, if luck was not on their side, and they encountered beasts far beyond their abilities, it was not impossible for them to perish in the Mayun Ridge. Therefore, en route to the Mayun Ridge, the elders of the sects repeatedly cautioned their disciples not to treat the trial as a mere outing, urging them to remain vigilant. The ultimate victor would not only be determined by who hunted the most beasts, but also by who could emerge alive from the Mayun Ridge. Upon reaching the Mayun Ridge, the Zhou Emperor's people set up camp. Lin Yu followed Su Miaojin and eventually entered her camp to rest. Countless envious talented individuals from the Great Zhou gazed at Su Miaojin with jealousy, their eyes burning with desire. Within the camp, Su Miaojin was preparing to enter the mountains. She would represent the Great Zhou royal family in this trial, clad in a black warrior outfit with a jade belt cinching her waist, her long sword slung across her back, and her high ponytail accentuating her graceful figure. She exuded an alluring charm, even with a silver mask covering her face. It was no wonder that rumors claimed she possessed extraordinary beauty beneath the mask, attracting countless young admirers in the Great Zhou Imperial City. Third Prince, once I enter the mountains, you shall remain here. My personal guards will protect you. No one would dare to trouble you. After making her preparations, Su Miaojin walked alongside Lin Yu towards the central tent of the Zhou Emperor, where the talented individuals from the major sects would gather before entering the trials. Lin Yu nodded with a smile, spotting Chu Chu and the seventh princess who had already arrived at the central tent. Upon seeing him, both of their faces lit up with joy. As the martial artists from the various sects gradually congregated, the atmosphere before the central tent grew lively. Look, the Xintian immortal sect has arrived. They are likely to take the first place. Is there any doubt? Both disciples of the Xintian immortal sect are Zifu realm experts. What do we have to compare with them? Not necessarily. If they are unlucky and do not encounter formidable demonic beasts, they might also face setbacks. As Zhongling, Jiang Xian, and the indifferent Yu Weiwei made their entrance, all eyes turned towards them. Chu Chu, seventh sister, do not separate after entering the mountains. Be cautious of retaliation. Lin Yu lowered his voice, advising Chu Chu and the seventh princess. As long as they remain together, their combined windsword intent could withstand even a Wuxiang realm expert for a moment, allowing time for him to strike. I know, I will not part from seventh aunt. Chu Chu smiled, linking her arm with Lin Yu, as if she were still that little girl from before. At this moment, Lin Yu's heart stirred, and he turned a glance at Jiang Xian. He noticed Jiang Xian's gaze fixed on Chu Chu, his eyes glimmering with greed and malice. Realizing Lin Yu was looking at him, Jiang Xian unabashedly revealed a cold smile. This person must not be left alive. Lin Yu's killing intent surged. Even if Jiang Xian did not act against Chu Chu and the seventh princess during this trial, he would find an opportunity to eliminate Jiang Xian. All of you are the prodigies of various major sects. Gathering in the Mayun Ridge for trial is an honor for our great Zhou dynasty. At this moment, the Zhou Emperor suddenly spoke, drawing all attention towards him. To demonstrate our sincerity, we have added a little flair to this trial. The Zhou Emperor smiled slightly, pausing at a crucial moment, enticing everyone's curiosity. He surveyed the crowd, seemingly satisfied with their reactions, before continuing. Our great Zhou dynasty has discovered an ancient sect. This sect dissipated during the invasion of the demonic tribes, leaving only the remnants of their ruins within the Dongtian Fudi. There are a total of 9 jade tokens that grant access to the ruins. and the top 9 in this trial will each receive a token to explore the ancient sect's remnants. The ancient sect's ruins must be filled with great opportunities. We cannot afford to miss this. Lin Yu thought to himself. I had thought this trial could be taken lightly, but now it seems I must give it my all. I will reserve one of those jade tokens for myself. The Zhou Emperor's words ignited a fervor among the talented individuals of the major sections. Even the elders from sects without qualifications to participate in the trial were filled with envy, wishing they could take the place of their disciples. Chapter 59. The calculated scheme. To my astonishment, the great Zhou dynasty has offered such enticing rewards, an opportunity to explore the ancient sect relics. The 7th princess gently shook her head, and to claim she was not tempted would be a blatant falsehood. The relentless invasions by the demon clans and the rampant destruction wrought by the demonic sects have caused many sects to vanish into oblivion. Yet, these lost sects have preserved their legacies. Each ancient sect relic is a vast treasure trove. Obtaining the inheritance from these storied sects could propel one to remarkable heights. The great Zhou dynasty truly possesses a cunning strategy. Lin Yu nodded thoughtfully. Third uncle, what scheme do you speak of? Chu blinked her large eyes, casting a puzzled glance at Lin Yu. The ancient sect relics may still harbor guardian spirit beasts and array restrictions. The first to venture into the exploration faces perilous trials, as the great Zhou clearly intends to send individuals to clear the path, allowing them to enter later when the dangers are significantly diminished. Furthermore, I am certain that the jade tokens in their possession exceed 9. The great Zhou must have quite a number at their disposal. Lin Yu chuckled softly, elucidating the underlying motives. Although entering the ancient sect relics first is fraught with danger, the potential rewards are immense. Chu, inquire among the people here whether they are willing to forego this opportunity. The 7th princess explained with a smile that the immense rewards ensure no one would withdraw. All would strive fiercely for the top 9 positions in the trial competition. This is the great Zhou royal family's overt strategy, fully aware of the manipulation, yet willingly participating. As the words of the Zhou emperor faded, the talented individuals present immediately sprang into action, employing their skills to rush into the Mo Yun Ridge, eager not to lag behind and face a disadvantage from the outset. Third uncle, Brother San, we shall follow. Chu and the 7th princess waved cheerfully at Lin Yu before joining the crowd, swiftly disappearing from his sight. Young man, you must find a way to obtain a jade token as well. Let's explore the ancient sect relics together. The voice of Master Ding suddenly resonated in Lin Yu's consciousness. Very well. Once the trial competition concludes, I shall devise a plan. Lin Yu nodded lightly, aware that Master Ding was keen on the treasures hidden within the ancient sect relics. Indeed, the ancient sect relics are replete with treasures. As long as we gain entry, we are bound to reap great rewards. Do not forget, you are already on the radar of the demon clan's ancestors. I can only shield you temporarily. The sooner you ascend to the illusory realm, the sooner you can secure your own safety. Master Ding reminded Lin Yu not to overlook the external threat posed by the demon clan. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Lin Yu's eyes. The urgency to enhance his cultivation was paramount. This necessity arose not only from the attention of the demon ancestor, but also from a knowledge that the crown prince, while passing through the border, surpassed him in strength, as Master Ding had indicated. To slay the crown prince and present his head as a tribute to honor the fallen Ding Yong and Shun Chong in the southern wilderness. Lin Yu must possess greater power than his adversary. With this in mind, Lin Yu turned and returned to Su Miaozhen's camp, instructing her personal guards not to disturb him before settling into his tent to cultivate. Although there were no evil spirits or demonic cultivators to devour, Lin Yu practiced the sacred emperor's heart technique, refining his spiritual power at a pace that far exceeded that of the so-called geniuses. It was merely that his current strength made the cultivation of the sacred emperor's heart seem less swift. Within Mo Yun Ridge, the cultivators who had entered the dense forest had already dispersed, forming groups of 3 to 5 as they hunted demon beasts within the woods. Jiang Xian watched as Chu and the 7th princess vanished into the thicket, a lecherous, greedy glint illuminating his eyes. He licked his lips and turned to Yu Weiwei, pointing in the direction the girls had disappeared, whispering, Weiwei, shall we head that way? Yu Weiwei's expression remained cold, her gaze toward Jiang Xian tinged with a hint of disdain. She shook her head lightly, You may go alone. I prefer to hunt independently. After a brief pause, she furrowed her brow and added, Moreover, Brother Jiang, we are not yet familiar enough for you to address me as Wei Wei. Please remember to call me Junior Sister you next time. Wait, all disciples from various sects are undergoing trials together. We should look out for one another. After all, we are both disciples of the Xiantian immortal sect. How can we separate? Jiang Xian hastily called after Yu Weiwei, realizing that if she did not accompany him, his meticulously crafted plan would be doomed before it even began. You are aware that we are disciples of the Xiantian immortal sect, far surpassing the strength of others. If we need to band together for warmth, it would be a disgrace to our sect. Farewell, Brother Jiang. Take care. With that, Yu Weiwei executed her movement technique, transforming into a fleeting shadow that melded into the forest, leaving Jiang Xian behind, uninterested in his incessant chatter. How dare you look down upon me, Yu Weiwei? Just you wait. I will make you my cultivation furnace one day. Jiang Xian glared at the direction Yu Weiwei departed, fury igniting within him. His talent for cultivation was merely average within the sect, pale in comparison to those genuine prodigies. Fortunately, his grandfather was the Grand Elder, who had already devised a pathway for him to advance to the cosmic realm, by forming a partnership with Yu Weiwei, who possessed the ice-hard jade bone, and utilizing secret techniques to siphon her spiritual power. Thus, he had pursued Yu Weiwei with unwavering devotion within the Xiantian immortal sect, yet she remained utterly unresponsive. This opportunity to attend the trial competition within the great Zhou dynasty presented the perfect chance to win over Yu Weiwei. Jiang Xian exhaled, surveying his surroundings before softly calling, Elder Zhang, Elder Zhang, I am here. Zhang Ling's voice echoed through the thicket, followed by his figure descending from above. I have instructed outsiders not to disturb my cultivation. During the trial competition, no one will realize I have arrived at Emoyun Ridge. You should deal with those two young girls from the Ling Tian sect. I will follow Yu Weiwei closely and create opportunities for you. Zhang Ling smiled slightly at Jiang Xian, stating those two young girls would make excellent cultivation furnaces, particularly Lin Chu Chu. Her Xianin body is second only to the Ice Heart Jade Bone. If you can refine her primaline, your cultivation will surely advance by leaps and bounds. Very well. I entrust this task to you, Elder Zhang. Upon returning, I shall inform my grandfather of your contributions. Jiang Xian's face twisted into a lewd smile at the thought of Chu Chu and the seventh princess, and he waved goodbye to Zhang Ling before pursuing the direction of the two girls. Ah, having a good grandfather is indeed a blessing. After Jiang Xian's figure vanished, Zhang Ling shook his head and remarked, Yu Weiwei, do not blame me. It is your misfortune to have caught the Grand Elder's eye. Without waiting for a response, he flickered and disappeared into the forest. As Chu Chu and the seventh princess navigated the dense woods, they simultaneously extended their spiritual senses to detect the presence of demon beasts. As dusk fell, Emoyun Ridge seemed to awaken, transforming into a paradise for demon creatures, with distant roars echoing through the air. Auntie, there are demon beasts ahead. Chu Chu suddenly grasped the seventh princess's wrist, prompting them to halt and approach a nearby valley cautiously. Chapter 60. Seeking Death? I shall assist you in the valley, amidst the rugged rocks. Chu Chu and the seventh princess beheld a snow-white wolf king, its form akin to that of a brawny bull, standing atop a boulder. A stream of silvery light continuously flowed into its body, only to ripple outward, enveloping dozens of demon wolves below. These creatures greedily absorbed the spiritual energy contained within the silver ripples, gazing reverently at the Wolf King as if participating in a sacred ritual. Exchanging a glance, Chu Chu and the seventh princess recognized that the Silver Wolf King possessed innate third-grade strength, currently drawing in the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth while nourishing its pack. As it grew stronger, so too did its followers. Aunt, I will deal with the Wolf King. Leave the pack to me. Chu Chu turned to the seventh princess, her smile radiant, their unspoken understanding evident between them. All right. The seventh princess nodded affirmatively, prepared for action. The two surged forward like twin streaks of light into the valley. Suddenly, the Silver Wolf King lifted its head, fixing its gaze upon them. In an instant, its silvery aura surged dramatically, bolts of lightning erupting from the diamond-shaped mark on its forehead. transforming into a long rainbow that thundered toward the advancing Chu-Chu. With a disdainful smirk, Chu-Chu raised her sword, unleashing an intensely frigid sword energy that engulfed the silver lightning in an instant. Where the icy sword energy passed, the silver lightning was encased in layers of ice, resembling a crystalline bridge spanning the night sky above the valley. One end of the bridge belonged to Chu-Chu, while the other led to the Silver Wolf King. Simultaneously, the seventh princess entered the fray, her sword gleaming with lethal intent, slicing through the wolf pack with ease, leaving a trail of devastation in her wake. In mere moments, the frigid sword energy reached the Silver Wolf King. Fear flickered in the Wolf King's eyes as it turned to flee, unwilling to face Chu-Chu's strike. Yet, before it could take a step, its limbs were encased in the icy grip of the sword energy, a chilling aura creeping up from beneath, instantly transforming it into a frozen statue. At this moment, the seventh princess had decimated the wolf pack, and together they extracted the Wolf King's essence. Chu-Chu handed the essence to the seventh princess, smiling. "Aunt, you take this first. I shall claim the essence from the next beast. The Wolf King was slain by you. I cannot accept this essence." The seventh princess shook her head in refusal. "Let there be no dispute. Everything in this valley today, the beast's essence, and both of you, belongs to me." At that moment, an obnoxious voice rang out. Chu-Chu and the seventh princess looked up in astonishment to find Jiang Xian standing above the valley, laughing triumphantly. "It's you. We want." They stood shoulder to shoulder, swords raised, pointing at Jiang Xian. With a swift step, Jiang Xian transformed into a streak of light, landing before them. His gaze greedy as he said with a flippant smile, "Of course, I wish for you to be my companion in dual cultivation." He then turned to the seventh princess, adding, "Your talent is too poor to be my furnace, but I hear you are a princess of the great Han Dynasty. How splendid it would be to have a princess as a personal maid for warmth. You're dreaming in broad daylight." The seventh princess's expression darkened, incredulous at Jiang Xian's levity as a disciple of the celestial sect. "Aunt, do not waste words with him. Unleash the sword intent from the wooden sword to send him to his demise." Chu-Chu glared at Jiang Xian, her anger palpable. The seventh princess grasped the wooden sword at her waist tightly, her voice steady. "Last time this sword failed to take your life, but this time, no one will come to your aid." "Huh, if I lack the ability, would I come seeking you? Accept your fate." Jiang Xian laughed arrogantly, retrieving a palm-sized black iron figurine from his bosom, tossing it gently. Golden light flickered across the figurine, which seemed to grow in stature, rapidly transforming into a towering puppet, shimmering with a dark glow beneath the moonlight. This puppet bore dark golden patterns, exuding an overwhelming aura. "Seize them." Jiang Xian grinned at Chu-Chu and the seventh princess, revealing that this puppet was a treasure gifted by his grandfather. Unlike before, he was now prepared with the puppet at his command. The sword intent of the wind was insignificant in comparison. As he commanded, the black iron puppet ignited with two red flames in its eyes. Its power surged rapidly, surpassing the perception of both Chu-Chu and the seventh princess, transcending the realm of the Purple Mansion. A puppet of the myriad realms? They exchanged glances, taken aback by Jiang Xian's hidden treasure. The resources of the secluded celestial sect were indeed formidable. Once awakened, the black iron puppet lunged toward them, appearing before them in an instant, its hands raised as if to crush their necks. The overwhelming pressure emanating from the puppet felt like two mountains weighing down upon them, rendering them immobile. Just as the puppet's hands were about to make contact, the wooden sword in the seventh princess's grip erupted with brilliant light, releasing a fierce wind sword intent that struck the black iron puppet, sending it flying back several dozen feet, crashing heavily into the valley and shattering countless rocks. The wooden sword in her hand splintered into dust, and her expression turned grave as she glanced at Chu-Chu, whispering, "The wind sword intent given by third brother is limited. Even combined, we are no match for him. I will hold him off. You must flee the valley and not concern yourself with me." Though the wind sword intent had disrupted the puppet, Jiang Xian's power still far exceeded theirs, leaving them trapped in a dire situation. Chu-Chu regarded the resolute expression of the seventh princess and nodded through gritted teeth. "Very well, should I manage to escape. I will certainly seek Prince Su to avenge you." "Ha! You truly share a deep bond of affection, but neither of you shall escape. I assure you." Jiang Xian clapped in delight, and at that moment, the black iron puppet, previously lying amidst the rubble, stirred and slowly rose to its feet. Despite the deep sword mark on its chest, the puppet, a creation of secret methods, boasted unparalleled defense. Even a warrior of the same realm would struggle to destroy it in a short time, let alone a mere wind sword intent. Within the camp of Mayun Ridge, Lin Yu abruptly opened his eyes. The wind sword intent bestowed upon Seventh Sister had also been activated. It seemed that Rascal had not given up and was still fixated on Seventh Sister and Chu Chu. A fierce killing intent glinted in Lin Yu's eyes. If Jiang Xian sought death, then he would be granted it. No matter the Xiantian celestial sect. Any who dare to lay hands on Chu Chu and the Seventh Princess deserved death. He lifted the tent flap, transforming into a fleeting shadow, silently departing the camp, racing toward the dissipating wind sword intent with unparalleled speed. Chapter 61. A suitable place for your demise in the valley. The Seventh Princess and Chu Chu had reached a desperate impasse. Jiang Xian fixed his gaze upon the two, laughing maniacally. "What other tricks do you have left? Show them all." The black iron puppet stood beside him, its eyes flickering with crimson flames, staring intently at Chu Chu and the Seventh Princess. The Seventh Princess's expression turned grave as she turned to Chu Chu and urged, "We must flee quickly." Chu Chu gritted her teeth and dashed towards the valley's exit. Remaining here would mean falling into Jiang Xian's clutches. If she could escape, she would find a way to avenge the Seventh Princess. The Seventh Princess's resolve hardened. As a princess of the great Han Dynasty, she would never be subjugated by Jiang Xian. Only through a glorious death could she preserve her dignity. Jiang Xian watched Chu Chu flee like a hunter eyeing its prey, chuckling, "Pursue them." The black iron puppet's eyes blazed with red flames, and it surged toward Chu Chu like a whirlwind, swiftly bypassing the Seventh Princess, leaving her no time to intervene. "You cannot escape." Jiang Xian appeared before the Seventh Princess, a sinister smile spreading across his face. With the puppet of the myriad realms at his disposal, Chu Chu and the Seventh Princess were certainly trapped in his grasp. As the black iron puppet blocked Chu Chu's path, it extended a hand, descending upon her with the weight of a mountain, unleashing a torrent of black radiance from its palm, enveloping Chu Chu like a cage. Despair filled Chu Chu's eyes. As merely a practitioner of innate martial arts, she had no means to resist against the puppet of myriad realms. Would she truly be captured today and become a furnace for that beast's cultivation? As a princess of the great Han Dynasty, she could not endure such humiliation. With that thought, a resolute expression crossed Chu Chu's delicate face. "Farewell, father, mother, farewell, third uncle." Chu Chu raised her sword, poised to end her own life before the black iron puppet could seize her. At that moment, a surge of profound spiritual energy erupted from Chu Chu's dantian, transforming into a gleaming sword intent of wind, shooting toward the black iron puppet. The black radiance emanating from the puppet's palm was instantly severed by the wind's sword intent, which then struck the puppet squarely in the chest. A flash of azure light enveloped the puppet, sending it hurtling back several dozen feet. Boom! The black iron puppet crashed heavily against the rocky wall, its massive form embedded within the stone, a deep gash marring its chest from which golden light flowed. This strike seemed to have gravely injured the puppet, dimming the crimson flames in its eyes. Another sword intent of wind? Jiang Xian's face paled. Realizing the value of the black iron puppet, even the Xiantian immortal sect possessed only a few, and its damage would be difficult to repair. Witnessing the puppet in such a state filled him with murderous rage. Chu Chu, still bewildered by the recent events, suddenly recalled Lin Yu's gentle touch upon her head before her departure. Could it be that the sword intent of wind was a technique from her third uncle? Chu Chu, run! Hurry! The Seventh Princess shouted, urging her to flee. Even with the wind sword intent surging forth from Chu Chu, Jiang Xian's power far surpassed theirs. Remaining here would lead only to their demise. Crack! As stones crumbled, the black iron puppet slowly descended from the wall. Though it appeared battered, it had withstood 2 strikes of wind sword intent without being utterly destroyed. Use all your strength and capture them. Jiang Xian's expression turned frenzied, unwilling to allow further mishaps. The red flames in the black iron puppet's eyes flared, and an overwhelming pressure radiated from it, rippling outward. Chu and the seventh princess were struck by this force and were sent tumbling to the ground, losing consciousness immediately. Oof. I told you, you cannot escape my grasp. Jiang Xian laughed triumphantly as he gazed at the unconscious Chu and seventh princess. Oh, is that so? At that moment, a voice echoed through the valley. Who? Jiang Xian looked up to see Lin Yu's figure emerging into view. Lin Yu exhaled in relief upon seeing the unconscious Chu and seventh princess. With so many martial artists on Moya Ridge, using sword control would attract attention, so he had chosen to intervene personally. Fortunately, he arrived in time to prevent Chu and the seventh princess from falling into Jiang Xian's clutches. It's you? Jiang Xian's disdainful sneer surfaced as he recognized Lin Yu. I thought it was some mysterious expert. To my surprise, you're just a waste without even innate cultivation. How commendable that you managed to follow me here. After the humiliation you inflicted upon me at the banquet, are you here to deliver yourself to death? With so many witnesses at the banquet, it was difficult to deal with you. This place seems perfect for your burial. Lin Yu replied with a slight smile, knowing Jiang Xian's actions were self-destructive. And today was the day he would eliminate him to prevent future troubles. Kill me? Jiang Xian burst into wild laughter. To kill a waste like you, I would tarnish my hands. Finish him. Before he finished speaking, the black iron puppet, its eyes ablaze with red flames, advanced toward Lin Yu, exuding a powerful aura that bore down upon him like a mountain. Jiang Xian's face was twisted with malicious glee. The pressure from the puppet of myriad realms would surely crush Lin Yu into nothingness. Lin Yu shook his head and chuckled, raising his hand, sword come. As soon as he spoke, a stream of azure light spiraled from the dense forest, shooting forth and swirling around him, radiating circles of azure brilliance. The sword intent rampaged, completely dissipating the oppressive aura released by the black iron puppet. Control, sword control. Jiang Xian stared, slack-jawed, terror flooding his eyes. This was sword control. Even within the Xiantian immortal sect, only the reclusive ancestors had mastered it. He could hardly believe this profound sword technique appeared in the hands of Lin Yu, whom he deemed a waste. So what if you're a sword cultivator? Black iron puppet, kill him. Jiang Xian's expression grew deranged. The puppet of myriad realms was his greatest trump card. The golden radiance coursing through the black iron puppet surged, transforming into a dark, ghostly light that shot straight toward Lin Yu. Its fists coalesced with swirling black energy, resembling two heavy hammers, crashing down toward Lin Yu's head. The black vortex expanded, and within dozens of feet around Lin Yu, the ground could not withstand the terrifying pressure, beginning to crack, shatter, and ultimately reduce to powder. This strike, if it landed on Lin Yu, would reduce him to a pulp. Even if you hide your strength, so what? Even if you're a sword cultivator, you will still die at my hands. Jiang Xian laughed maniacally. With the puppet of myriad realms in action, Lin Yu was undoubtedly doomed. Lin Yu raised his gaze to the rapidly descending black vortices, a faint smile gracing his lips. In a moment's thought, the swirling wind control sword before him transformed into a streak of azure brilliance, surging forth to meet the black iron puppet's dual fist assault. With the Nine Heavens sword control technique combined with the wind control sword and Lin Yu's current cultivation at the 5th rank of myriad realms, this azure streak possessed a formidable power that even a 6th rank practitioner could not withstand. Moreover, the black iron puppet only boasted the combat power of the 2nd rank of myriad realms. It merely relied on its tough exterior, forged from golden iron, to withstand the 2 strikes of wind sword intent. Boom! With a resounding crash, the black vortex converging on the puppet's fists was instantly cleaved apart by the flying sword. And in the next moment, the sword intent flickered, severing its arms as easily as chopping vegetables. The black iron puppet was sent flying by the sword, drifting towards Jiang Xian like a leaf in the wind. You are actually a martial artist of the myriad realms? Jiang Xian's face changed dramatically as he gazed at the approaching puppet, exclaiming in shock. The wind control sword transformed into a streak of azure light, swirling around the body of the retreating puppet. Just as the puppet was about to crash into Jiang Xian, a series of neat cuts suddenly erupted from its form. And in the next moment, the puppet disintegrated into numerous parts, raining down around Jiang Xian. My puppet! Jiang Xian stared blankly at Lin Yu, fear evident in his eyes. Who would have thought that a black iron puppet with the power of the 2nd tier of the myriad realms could not withstand a single strike from Lin Yu's flying sword? This was an ancient artifact that could serve as a treasured weapon for any sect outside. It then dawned on Jiang Xian that if Lin Yu could easily defeat the black iron puppet, dealing with him would be even simpler. His face turned pale as he immediately turned to flee the valley. Did I say you could leave? Lin Yu scoffed coldly, the wind control sword suddenly accelerating. Before Jiang Xian could regain his composure, Lin Yu appeared right in front of him, blocking his escape. Trembling, Jiang Xian turned to face Lin Yu, stammering, "Third Prince. Today's events are my fault. I can compensate them. Just spare me this time. I swear I will never again lay a hand on them. Please, I beg you. Let me go." When they begged you, did you ever consider sparing them? Lin Yu shook his head gently, determined to eradicate evil. Jiang Xian must die today. Jiang Xian looked helplessly at Lin Yu, realizing that Chu Chu and the seventh princess had never pleaded for mercy. So how could he expect leniency for himself? Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Third Prince, not only am I a disciple of the Xiantian immortal sect, but I am also the beloved grandson of the sect's grand elder. If you kill me today, my grandfather will lead people to annihilate your Han royal family tomorrow. You better think carefully about the consequences of killing me." "Oh, your grandfather is the grand elder of the Xiantian immortal sect? No wonder Elder Zhang listens to you so obediently. It seems that the consequences of killing you are indeed severe." Lin Yu feigned surprise, nodding slightly. "Now you understand my strength, don't you? Although you are a martial artist of the myriad realms, the ancestors of our Xiantian immortal sect are all experts of the void refinement realm. Even with countless martial artists like you within the sect, exterminating your Han royal family would be a trivial matter." Jiang Xian grinned with pride, growing more excited as he spoke, his gaze landing on the still unconscious Chu Chu and seventh princess. He grinned maliciously. "How about this? You give me the two of them as concubines, and then the Xiantian immortal sect can form a marriage alliance with your Han royal family. Wouldn't that be mutually beneficial? The Han royal family would then receive full support from our Xiantian immortal sect. Is that all?" Lin Yu chuckled, taken aback by Jiang Xian's increasing absurdity. "If you have any conditions, feel free to state them. I can grant them." Jiang Xian was brimming with confidence, convinced that Lin Yu would not dare to act against him, fearing the extinction of the Han royal family. So he continued to boast without fear. "I have no conditions. I just want to say, why should our Han royal family marry the two princesses to you as concubines? Is it because you have a better face than others?" Lin Yu sneered, stating coldly, "Others may not dare to provoke the Xiantian immortal sect, but I do. Today marks your demise. You." The wind control sword transformed into a streak of light, piercing through Jiang Xian's heart before he could react, severing his lifeline. Jiang Xian stared at Lin Yu in disbelief, unable to accept that Lin Yu had truly slain him. Lin Yu turned to glance at the unconscious Chu Chu and seventh princess, then focused on the remnants of the black iron puppet scattered on the ground. Tentatively, he inquired of Master Ding, "Master Ding, can this puppet still be refined?" TSK. Such a fine second-tier myriad realms puppet. How could it be reduced to this? It can be refined, but it will only be equivalent to refining a first-tier demonic cultivator. Next time you encounter such a puppet, remember to keep the whole body intact. Otherwise, the spiritual power from the refinement will be greatly diminished. Master Ding lamented, deeply pained that such a second-tier puppet had been wasted by Lin Yu. Lin Yu chuckled, assuring Master Ding that he would preserve the whole body next time, prompting Master Ding to begin his work. He not only devoured the remnants of the black iron puppet, but also refined Jiang Xian, ensuring his complete disappearance. After completing these tasks, Lin Yu quietly concealed himself in the shadows, patiently waiting for Chu Chu and the seventh princess to awaken. Moments later, the more powerful Chu Chu regained consciousness first. Grasping her long sword, she rose dazedly and scanned her surroundings, confusion filling her eyes. Upon seeing the unconscious seventh princess, she hurried over to rouse her. Only then did they realize that Jiang Xian and the black iron puppet had vanished without a trace, as if the fierce battle had merely been a figment of their imagination. "Chu Chu, look at the ground." The seventh princess was the first to notice the signs, pointing at the sword marks left on the ground from the flying sword that had sliced the black iron puppet. She whispered, "Before we fainted, there were no sword marks. Someone must have intervened to save us." "Sword marks? Could it be the Prince of Su?" Chu Chu pondered, saying to the seventh princess, "When our father encountered an attack from demonic cultivators at the border, It was the wind sword intent contained within his wooden sword that exhausted itself before the Prince of Su wielded a flying sword from 1,000 miles away to slay the demonic cultivators. Could it be that he also intervened this time, using his sword to save us? It must be. Plus, that wind sword intent within you must have been specially left by the Prince of Su. You are the hope of our Han royal family. He will surely ensure your safety. The seventh princess, still shaken, thought about how dreadful it would have been had they fallen into Jiang Xian's hands. Thank goodness the Prince of Su intervened to save them. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. Chu Chu nodded gently, filled with gratitude for the Prince of Su, whom she had never met. Lin Yu, seeing that Chu Chu and the seventh princess had awakened and were unharmed, felt reassured. He stealthily slipped into the dense forest, making his way toward the camp at the foot of the Mo Yun Ridge. In the dense forest of Mo Yun Ridge, Yue Wei held her long sword, gazing at the fallen striped giant tiger on the ground, a faint smile gracing her cold, elegant face. She swung her sword, extracting the demon core from the giant tiger, examining it for a moment before stowing it in her bag. Just as she was about to proceed, she suddenly heard a faint sound behind her. Who is it? Yue Wei turned to look, finding the forest shrouded in darkness and silence, devoid of moonlight. It's me. Zhang Ling slowly emerged from the shadows, a subtle smile on his face. He nodded and said, Yuanzi, your vigilance is commendable. Elder Zhang. Yue Wei looked at Zhang Ling in surprise, frowning. Aren't you supposed to be at the camp below? What are you doing here? Ha! I came because of Jiang Xian. If it weren't for the Grand Elder's instructions to look after him before I left, I truly wouldn't have wanted to get involved. Zhang Ling replied lightly. Jiang Xian's affairs? Yue Wei said softly. Could it be that Jiang Xian still refuses to let go and intend to continue targeting those two disciples from the Ling Tian sect? Exactly, Zhang Ling smiled. And what? Yue Wei looked at Zhang Ling in confusion. And he has set his sights on you, asking me to capture you. Zhang Ling grinned proudly, suddenly unleashing the powerful aura of a myriad realms martial artist, binding Yue Wei like chains, rendering her immobile. Elder Zhang, it is unforgivable to act against a fellow sect member. What do you intend to do? Yue Wei's face turned pale as she looked at Zhang Ling in terror, shocked that he would actually make a move against her. Zhang Ling chuckled. You sure, Ji, if you must place blame, directed at your own exceptional icy heart and jade-like bones. They make you an exquisite vessel for cultivation. Do you not wonder why the Grand Elder personally designated you and Jiang Xian to descend the mountain for this trial? Yue Wei felt a chill in her heart, gritting her teeth as she replied, Is it merely to facilitate my entrapment? Indeed, he affirmed. With my assistance, Jiang Xian can cultivate alongside you, drawing from your icy essence and harnessing your primordial yin energy, propelling his ascension to the realm of all phenomena. This entire scheme is orchestrated by the Grand Elder. Zhang Ling nodded, a smile gracing his lips. Thus, if you seek to blame anyone, let it be the Grand Elder and Jiang Xian. Everything is meticulously arranged by them. Shameless. The thought that her purity would soon be tarnished by Jiang Xian filled her eyes with despair. However, she pondered, I cannot simply surrender you to Jiang Xian. Zhang Ling's gaze lingered on Yue Wei, revealing a glimmer of greed. Elder Zhang, if you spare me today, I shall consider this incident as if it never occurred. Returning to the immortal sect, I will uphold the teachings of my master, and even if the Grand Elder were to trouble you, you need not worry. Yue Wei, sensing a flicker of hope, hastily pleaded. The icy heart and jade-like bones are exceedingly rare. Why would I relinquish you to Jiang Xian? It would be far better for me to refine your essence for myself, absorbing it entirely before eliminating you, leaving no trace behind. Who would know whether you perished at my hands or fell victim to a formidable beast? Zhang Ling's countenance grew frenzied as he spoke, a sinister grin spreading across his face. By then, my power will have surged, and even the Grand Elder would not dare to act against me. Yue Wei, relying on others is futile. You should grant me this favor. Yue Wei stared in shock at Zhang Ling, taken aback by the darkness lurking beneath his seemingly cultured and amiable exterior. She had almost forgotten that her life hung by a thread. How intriguing, truly intriguing. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed from behind Zhang Ling. A flicker of hope illuminated Yue Wei's eyes. If someone were to witness this, perhaps Zhang Ling would hesitate to harm her. Harming a fellow disciple is an unforgivable sin. If word were to reach the Xiantian immortal sect, Zhongling would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Therefore, Yu Weiwei silently prayed that this newcomer would remain concealed, as it was her only chance of survival. Zhongling turned towards the direction of the voice, his tone low and menacing. Cunning and stealthy. If you possess any skill, step forth and reveal your identity. Lin Yu emerged slowly from the thicket. After vanquishing Jiang Xian, he was on his way back to the camp when he stumbled upon this thrilling scene. "It's you?" Upon seeing Lin Yu, Zhongling exhaled in relief, his tension dissipating. A mere waste who had yet to attain the innate realm, with just a glance. He could easily subdue him. Yu Weiwei's face paled in despair at Lin Yu's unexpected appearance. She never anticipated that he would step forward. Wasn't that tantamount to courting death? "Indeed, it is I." Lin Yu smiled slightly, shaking his head in lament. How disappointing to find the esteemed Xiantian immortal sect rife with base individuals. The disciples are despicable, and the elders shameless. Truly, the foundation is as crooked as the rafters. Preposterous. Who are you to critique the Xiantian immortal sect? Zhongling's face turned ashen, coldly retorting. You dare to enter a realm you do not belong in? Now that you have witnessed this, you must pay with your life. Before he could finish, the overwhelming aura of a realm of all phenomena expert surged towards Lin Yu like a tidal wave, as if Zhongling could crush him into a mist of blood with a mere thought. Run, quickly. If you remain here, you will meet your end. He aims to trap me, leaving you no chance of escape. Please leave. Yu Weiwei cried out anxiously, knowing that Lin Yu's escape was her only hope for survival. Yet, Lin Yu stood rooted, seemingly unfazed by her pleas, as though the oppressive force emitted by Zhongling had rendered him immobile. Zhongling smirked with satisfaction. Garbage is indeed garbage. Unable even to flee, it's fitting that you die here. However, Lin Yu did not disintegrate into a burst of blood as Zhongling had anticipated. Instead, he stood firm like a rock amidst the trees, the pressure he released dissipating harmlessly into the air around him. It was only at this moment that Zhongling realized something was amiss. He scrutinized Lin Yu coldly, suspicion flickering in his eyes. Yu Weiwei had initially believed Lin Yu was doomed, but now she was astonished to witness him effortlessly withstand Zhongling's oppressive force. If so, could it be that Lin Yu's power surpassed her own? No wonder you dared to intervene. It seems everyone misjudged you, thinking you merely an inept prince without innate prowess. Who would have guessed your strength was so formidable? Zhongling nodded slightly, convinced he had discerned Lin Yu's true abilities. He sneered, yet, you remain foolish to meddle in matters beyond your grasp. Had you chosen to flee, I would have had no recourse against you. But now, I shall cripple your cultivation, sever your limbs, indulge in Weiwei before your eyes, and then eliminate you both. Finally, I will shift the blame onto you, the great prince of the Han, accused of harming the sect's saintess, only to be slain by me, this elder of the sect, avenging my disciples. What do you think of this narrative I am crafting? As he finished, he burst into laughter, reveling in his triumph. Chapter 64. The frog in the well observes the moon above Zhongling was filled with immense pride. Feeling that the tale he had woven was both fantastical and intricate, undoubtedly destined for great acclaim. Lin Yu and Yu Weiwei would be the protagonists of this narrative, while he positioned himself as the embodiment of justice. A manic smile spread across Zhongling's face as he raised his long sword, channeling his spiritual energy, which radiated a dazzling azure light. This azure luminescence swirled around him like a tempest, ultimately transforming into a multitude of blades resembling willow leaves. These azure blades danced around him like schools of koi, carving deep, intersecting gashes into the ground. Kill! A cold smirk curled at the corners of Zhongling's mouth as he swung his sword toward Lin Yu, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that surged forth like a mighty river. As a second-tier master of the myriad forms, he was confident that he could reduce Lin Yu to dust with his full strength. The azure blades whirling around him coalesced with the overwhelming sword energy, an unstoppable force directed at Lin Yu. The forest resonated with the howling of the sword energy, and every towering tree in its path was severed, ground to powder by the converging azure blades, clearing a 10-zhong-wide path straight to Lin Yu. Lin Yu raised his gaze to meet the razor-sharp sword energy. pointing a finger as the essence of wind surged from his fingertip, shooting forth like a blue rainbow toward the incoming attack. Boom! The wind's sword intent shattered Zhongling's sword energy as easily as if it were dry twigs, even consuming the hundreds of azure blades that resembled koi, erasing them completely. Rings of sharp azure ripples radiated outward, bisecting trees and toppling them one after another, startling beasts and birds within 1,000 zhong radius. Wind's sword intent. Zhongling's face turned ashen. He had exerted his full power in that strike, yet it was utterly ineffective against Lin Yu. In that moment, he grasped the true magnitude of Lin Yu's strength, his shock palpable. Could it really be Wind's sword intent? Yu Weiwei stared at Lin Yu, suddenly recalling the legend of a national protector from Han Dynasty. Sensing that she had stumbled upon a significant clue, her gaze instinctively shifting toward Lin Yu. You are not the renowned waste whose Dantian has been destroyed? How could you possibly be this powerful? Zhang Ling was astounded. He had never heard of anyone whose Dantian had been rendered useless, yet continued to cultivate. To be honest, he sensed something unusual about Lin Yu when he first attacked. So he had not underestimated him, unleashing his most formidable techniques. He believed he had given Lin Yu the respect he deserved. Yet he had not anticipated that Lin Yu's power would far exceed his imagination. Who says a destroyed Dantian means one cannot cultivate? In this world, nothing is impossible. Lin Yu cast a calm glance at Zhang Ling. As he spoke, he summoned the wind sword from his sea of consciousness, and with a thought, it transformed into a streak of light, hurtling toward Zhang Ling. The sword art control, this is bad. Upon witnessing Lin Yu employ the true art of sword control, Zhang Ling finally felt the weight of Lin Yu's might. Terrified, he urgently channeled all his spiritual energy into his long sword, swinging it fiercely to intercept the incoming wind sword. Azure light surged from the blade, morphing into towering waves to shield him from Lin Yu's strike. Boom! Unfortunately, the disparity in their cultivation levels was insurmountable, and the true art of sword control was far too powerful. With a single swing, the towering waves before Zhang Ling were obliterated. Immediately after, the wind sword pierced through the remnants of the waves, striking Zhang Ling in the chest and sending him crashing to the ground, creating a human-shaped dent in the earth. Zhang Ling struggled to lift his head to look at Lin Yu, a grievous wound nearly cleaving him in two, crimson blood flowing freely, his breath weakening with each passing moment. Fifth tier of myriad forms. You're actually a fifth-tier master. Zhang Ling fixed his incredulous gaze on Lin Yu, muttering in disbelief. How is this possible? You clearly had your Dantian destroyed. How could you have cultivated to the fifth tier? That question is one you are not worthy to know. Lin Yu slowly approached Zhang Ling, looking down upon him. He had no intention of revealing the secret of his Saint Emperor sword body to Zhang Ling, especially with Yu Weiwei nearby, who had just regained her ability to move after being freed from Zhang Ling's oppressive aura. If this secret were to leak, it would undoubtedly invite great trouble. Lin Yu waved his hand lightly, and the wind sword that had been circling him immediately landed in his grasp. It then erupted with a fierce, scorching aura, flames surging from the blade. Fire! You have even comprehended the intent of the fire sword? Zhang Ling stared in disbelief at Lin Yu, akin to a frog in a well gazing at the moon, utterly unable to accept the reality before him. For a sword cultivator, grasping sword intent was exceedingly difficult. To achieve even a single sword intent in the myriad forms realm was the hallmark of a prodigious talent. Yet, Lin Yu, at such a young age, had already comprehended both the wind sword and fire sword intents. Such genius had never emerged in the Xiantian immortal sect's thousands of years of history. Lin Yu coldly regarded Zhang Ling, raising the wind sword to strike at his forehead. Third Prince, you cannot kill me. I am an elder of the Xiantian immortal sect, with a soul-linked life lamp. If you kill me now, the sect will know instantly. They will pursue the matter to the end, no matter how powerful you are. Can you truly rival a transcendent master? Zhang Ling hissed. If you let me go, I can treat today's events as though they never happened. I can also release Yu Weiwei, and we will no longer interfere with each other. Before Zhang Ling could finish, Lin Yu's wind sword descended, pressing against his forehead. The sword intent erupting as a flicker of red flame surged into Zhang Ling's sea of consciousness, instantly annihilating his soul. Kid, leave this corpse intact. He is a second-tier warrior of myriad forms. Do not defile it. Seeing Lin Yu about to use the fire sword intent to erase the evidence, the elder Ding hurriedly intervened. Lin Yu chuckled reluctantly, turning to the still-dazed Yu Weiwei. Third Prince, no, young Master Lin. I can swear by the heavenly path that I will never reveal a word of today's events. Noticing Lin Yu's gaze upon her, Yu Weiwei shivered and immediately swore an oath to the heavens, vowing never to betray Lin Yu. Remember your oath, now go. Lin Yu had not expected Yu Weiwei to be so perceptive, and before he could speak, she had already made her vow. However, he had no intention of killing her. Today's incident was rooted in her actions. If she were wise, she would not divulge a word upon returning to the Xiantian immortal sect. Should she let anything slip, her life would be forfeit. Chapter 65. Rest assured, I do not require you to be my beast of burden. Weiwei expressed her heartfelt gratitude to young Master Lin for saving her life. Such a profound kindness is beyond mere words of thanks. Should young Master Lin ever find himself in need, Weiwei would be willing to repay it in any way, even if it meant laboring like a beast. As Weiwei took a few steps away, she suddenly turned to face Lin Yu and performed a graceful bow. Wait, it seems I do have something for you to assist with. Upon hearing her words, Lin Yu felt a stirring in his heart. Weiwei looked at him in confusion, not expecting that her words of gratitude would lead to a request for her help. Her eyes were filled with uncertainty, wondering what task Lin Yu could possibly require of her, given his remarkable abilities. A wave of anxiety washed over her. Fear not. I do not require you to toil in repayment. Lin Yu smiled reassuringly. Weiwei exhaled in relief. Her curiosity piqued as she silently pondered what Lin Yu truly desired from her. I need you to win a jade talisman at the trial tournament, which will grant access to explore the ancient sect's ruins. Lin Yu articulated his request. Previously, Master Ding had tasked him with acquiring such a jade talisman to facilitate their exploration of the ancient sect's legacy. The opportunity now lay before him, as Weiwei, being a martial artist of the Purple Mansion realm, stood unparalleled among the trial participants. Securing a jade talisman would be a certainty in her capable hands. Young Master Lin, you wish for the talisman? Before Lin Yu could finish his sentence, Weiwei anticipated the remainder of his request. Indeed, will you assist me in this endeavor? Lin Yu gazed at her with a smile. Of course, it shall be no trouble at all. After the trial tournament concludes, I will personally deliver the jade talisman to you. Weiwei replied, smiling brightly at Lin Yu before gracefully retreating into the depths of the forest, disappearing from his sight. Let's commence. Once Weiwei had departed, Lin Yu summoned the divine Devouring Cauldron and urged Master Ding to take action. An individual of the second tier of the myriad phenomena realm? I shall make do with refining them. Master Ding, now somewhat disdainful of even second-tier practitioners, had developed a rather discerning appetite thanks to Lin Yu's influence. As waves of starlight rippled forth, Zhongling's corpse was absorbed into the divine Devouring Cauldron for refinement. Soon after, a surge of profound spiritual energy flowed into Lin Yu, aiding in his cultivation. However, to Lin Yu at this stage, the energy provided by Zhongling was still insufficient to elevate him to the sixth tier of the myriad phenomena realm. Once Zhongling was entirely refined, Lin Yu quietly descended the mountain, returning unnoticed to Su Miaozhen's camp, 1,000 miles away on the ethereal peak. Amidst the pavilions and towers shrouded by clouds, lay the Xiantian immortal sect, concealed by a protective formation. Without the guidance of sect disciples, outsiders were not only barred from entering the sect, but were often ignorant of its very location. At this moment, the serene and tranquil Xiantian immortal sect was suddenly pierced by the reverberation of 9 resounding bell tolls that echoed throughout the entire sect. The sound lingered, as figures transformed into streaks of light, hastening toward the Hall of Eternal Life. In the hall, an elderly man clad in purple robes, his hair and beard white as snow, stood before a series of flickering soul lamps. His complexion was darkened with fury, his gaze icy, as he struggled to contain the raging inferno of wrath within him. Elder, what has transpired that warrants the tolling of 9 bells? Has an elder fallen? The gathered crowd looked to the purple-robed elder, their faces etched with confusion. Zhongling, Elder Zhang, and my grandson Zhang Xian's soul lamps have all extinguished. The elder spoke each word with a weighty finality. The Xiantian immortal sect employed a secret method to extract a fragment of the souls of its disciples, placing them within soul lamps. When a disciple perished, their lamp would extinguish regardless of distance, and it had never failed to do so. Thus, the extinguishing of a lamp unequivocally signified the death of the corresponding disciple. What? Did Zhongling and Jiang Xian not attend the trial tournament of the Great Zhou Dynasty? With their strength, how could they possibly fall? It was said that the trials were held in the Moya mountain range, an area where myriad phenomena realm beasts were seldom found. Only the most unfortunate would face any threat from them. What of Wei Wei? My disciple Wei Wei. What has become of her? The elders of the Xiantian immortal sect began to murmur amongst themselves, their disbelief palpable. If it were not for the extinguished soul lamps, they might have thought the elder was merely indulging in alarmist rhetoric. Only Wei Wei's master, a beautiful woman in a green dress, displayed evident anxiety in her gaze. Most concerned for Wei Wei's fate, the elder cast a cold glance at the green-dressed woman, his voice low. Wei Wei's soul lamp remains alight. She should be unharmed. Only he knew the arrangements he had made concerning Wei Wei. Thus, as Zhongling and Jiang Xian's lamps extinguished while Wei Wei remained safe, his first suspicion fell upon her. Had he not been aware that Wei Wei lacked the strength to contend with Zhongling, he would have already confronted her master. Thank goodness, Wei Wei is safe. The green-dressed woman sighed deeply, for she shared a bond with Wei Wei that was both maternal and sisterly. Their affection for one another profound. Junior brother Feng, you must ascend the mountain and investigate the deaths of Elder Zhang and Jiang Xian. The elder's expression darkened as he ground his teeth. If they perished due to misfortune at the hands of beasts, that would be one matter. However, if they were betrayed by another, I shall not let the perpetrator go unpunished. As he spoke, he cast a lingering glance at the green-dressed woman, already harboring suspicions in his heart. Understood. A middle-aged man, seemingly dull in demeanor and carrying a long sword on his back, nodded slightly. With Junior Brother Feng on the case, the truth shall certainly be uncovered. Junior Brother Feng was a powerhouse of the 5th tier of the myriad phenomena realm, second only to the sect master and the elder. Who could rival him? In the Hall of Eternal Life, the crowd nodded in agreement, deeply recognizing Feng Yifei's strength. Junior Brother Feng, the sect master, is currently in seclusion, striving to break through to the void realm. I now temporarily oversee the sect. I will not allow anyone to harm our disciples. This matter is entrusted to you. The elder's countenance was grave as he focused his gaze on Feng Yifei. Rest assured, if Zhongling and Jiang Xian were indeed harmed by another, I shall pursue them to the ends of the earth and ensure their demise. Feng Yifei clasped his fists in a salute before turning to descend the mountain. Upon returning to the camp, Lin Yu immediately relaxed. With Zhongling and Jiang Xian no longer posing a threat to Chu Chu and the 7th princess, he felt assured that, even if they did not emerge victorious in the Moya mountain range trials, their lives would be safe. Thus, Lin Yu focused solely on his cultivation, waiting leisurely for the trials to conclude, eager to see how many beasts they could hunt. Days later, talented individuals from various sects began to emerge from the Moya mountain range, presenting the demon cores they had collected to the Zhou Emperor for verification. Their achievements were then recorded on a leaderboard, prominently displayed at the entrance of the camp, allowing all who returned to the central camp to view the standings. Furthermore, the leaderboard was updated daily, enabling everyone to ascertain their standings and see if they could secure a place among the top 9 to obtain the Jade Talisman for entering the ancient sect's ruins. Chapter 66. The Actions of Prince Su, surely with profound intent each day, when the rankings are released. Disciples from various sects gather at the entrance of the camp to see if anyone has managed to break into the top 9, or if someone has been pushed out of their position. Consequently, the camp becomes exceedingly lively upon the announcement of the rankings. However, Lin Yu remains focused on his cultivation within his tent, utterly unconcerned. Third uncle, third brother. The voices of Chu Chu and the 7th princess resonate outside the tent, prompting Lin Yu to open his eyes, roused from his meditative state. He steps out of the tent and sees Chu Chu and the 7th princess standing before him, both adorned with expressions of joy, indicating that they have successfully hunted numerous demon beasts in Mo Yun Ridge. Third uncle, Chu Chu, like an exuberant child, leaps into his embrace, whispering, "Aunt, and I almost perished in Ridge. Thankfully, the flying sword you gifted us contained the sword intent of Prince Su. In the end, Prince Su traveled thousands of miles to execute his sword technique to rescue us. Otherwise, we would have certainly met our doom. What? Such an event occurred? Pray, tell me more. Lin Yu feigns astonishment. Third uncle, it was that. Chu begins to mention Jiang Xian, but the seventh princess gently clears her throat. Silencing her, Lin Yu invites both girls into the tent, listening intently as Chu recounts the tale of Prince Su's grand display of power, soaring through the skies on his sword and slaying Jiang Xian. Lastly, he feigns a look of lingering fear, exclaiming, "Thank heavens for Prince Su. Otherwise, you and seventh sister would have truly encountered peril." Third brother, those wooden swords, did Prince Su bestow them upon you? The seventh princess inquires, her curiosity piqued by a question that had long lingered in her and Chu's minds. Lin Yu nods gently. I am uncertain if they were indeed from Prince Su, but they were left at the royal tomb, accompanied by a warning that the wooden swords contained supernatural powers that could preserve one's life. Thus, I bestowed them upon you, never anticipating that they would indeed conceal the sword intent of wind. It seems that Prince Su orchestrated this to provide you with a protective treasure. How peculiar! Why did Prince Su not deliver them directly to us? Juats? Her face a mask of confusion. Prince Su is a formidable being of the Wanxiang realm. His intentions are beyond our comprehension. The seventh princess shakes her head, sensing that there must be profound significance behind Prince Su's actions. Before departing, Chu and the seventh princess cheerfully inform Lin Yu that they have calculated their hunt, deeming it sufficient to secure a place within the top 9 and earn a jade talisman for exploring the relics of ancient sections. Observing their exuberance, Lin Yu can't help but shake his head gently. Chu and the seventh princess are celebrating prematurely. He knows not how many prodigies from other sects have yet to return, but Su Miaojin and Yu Weiwei have not yet emerged from Ridge. Given their prowess, securing 2 positions within the top 9 is undoubtedly within their grasp. If Chu and the seventh princess cannot rank high enough, they may well find themselves ousted from the top 9 by tomorrow, the final day. On the last day, the so-called list of prodigies will update in real time. Should anyone return within the designated time, the rankings will be refreshed, allowing all to ascertain their chances of entering the top 9. Lin Yu is also drawn alongside Chu and the seventh princess to the entrance of the camp, joining the other prodigies as they await to see which 9 will solidify their positions on the list and earn the rewards from the Dezhou imperial family. On the list, Chu occupies the 8th position, with the seventh princess closely following in 9th. Lin Yu glances at the 2, noticing their grave expressions, clearly aware of the precarious nature of their standings, susceptible to being pushed out at any moment. I recall that Su Miaojin of the Dezhou Dynasty, along with Yu Weiwei of the Xintian Immortal Gate, and Jiang Xian have yet to return. They should collectively occupy 3 slots. I foresee that the last 3 positions in the top 9 will certainly be contested. Lin Yu muses. I am unsure of Su Miaojin's strength, but Jiang Xian and Yu Weiwei are formidable beings of the Zifu realm. They have effectively secured the top 2 spots, leaving us to vie for the remaining 7. If those 3 miss the deadline for the trial, their harvested demon cores will not count, and someone might seize that opportunity. The prodigies from various sects gather and whisper amongst themselves, unwilling to even entertain the thought of pursuing Jiang Xian and Yu Weiwei, willingly conceding the top 2 spots. Lin Yu secretly chuckles. Apart from Chu and the seventh princess, none are aware that Jiang Xian has met his demise, and a deceased individual cannot contest for opportunities. Look, Su Miaojin has returned. A voice cries out, pointing towards Ridge. The crowd turns to see Su Miaojin emerging from the dense forest, adorned in a flowing azure robe, a silver mask covering her face, and a long blade resting on her back. Upon reaching the camp, she swiftly pours a bag of demon cores onto the table of the palace eunuchs in charge of counting. The cores shimmer with a myriad of colors, including those of the 4th and 5th ranks of innate quality. Once the counting is complete, someone quickly inscribes Su Miaojin's name onto the list, temporarily placing her in 1st position. Simultaneously, the 7th princess's name is removed from the top 9, rendering her ineligible for the jade talisman. 7th sister, Focus on your cultivation. Strive harder next time. Lin Yu turns to comfort the seventh princess. However, she does not appear disheartened, instead smiling brightly. Third brother, thank you. I understand that I cannot break into the top 9 and will not receive the talisman, but having spent a brief time among the top 9, I am already content. Upon returning, I shall diligently cultivate, and should another trial arise, I will ensure my name is remembered among the foremost. At that moment, another figure emerges from Mo Yun Ridge, prompting another gasp from the crowd. It is Yu Weiwei of the Xiantian Immortal Gate. Third uncle, I too shall be pushed out of the top 9. Chu Chu sighs, realizing upon seeing Yu Weiwei that the talisman is now beyond her reach. As Yu Weiwei passes by Lin Yu, she casts him a grateful glance and nods slightly, as if to convey that she has not forgotten her promise. With Yu Weiwei's return, the rankings shift once more, and, as expected, Chu Chu falls out of the top 9. As the culmination of the trial draws near, all eyes turn towards Mo Yun Ridge. Where is Jiang Xian from the Xiantian Immortal Gate? Has he truly missed the deadline, forfeiting his chance to explore the ancient sect relics? Have you noticed that the elder from the Xiantian Immortal Gate is also absent? Could it be that something has befallen them, compelling their departure from Mo Yun Ridge? Only at this moment do they realize that Zhang Ling has yet to appear. Everyone begins to speculate whether Zhang Ling and Jiang Xian have already exited Mo Yun Ridge, for with their strengths, the demon beasts within pose no threat at all. Chapter 67. With my blood and flesh, I serve my lord. The disappearance of Jiang Xian and Zhang Ling was but a trivial episode in the grand scheme of the trial conference. When the Emperor Zhou made his appearance, distributing 9 jade tokens that granted access to the ancient sect ruins to the top 9 martial artists, the event reached its zenith, and no one paid heed to the whereabouts of Jiang Xian and Zhang Ling any longer. Esteemed guests, in 10 days, the ancient sect ruins shall be unveiled. Those in possession of the jade tokens will be transported into the ruins, where each shall rely on their own abilities to vie for opportunities. After the Emperor Zhou distributed the jade tokens, he cleared his throat and announced a sensational piece of news. What? In just 10 days, we can enter the ancient sect ruins to seize opportunities? How can it be so swift? I recall that the openings of such ancient ruins typically take decades. Their fortune was astonishing. Having just concluded the trial conference, they were immediately poised to pursue the ancient opportunities. Had I known, I would have hunted more beasts in the Mo Yun Ridge. The Emperor's words sparked exclamations of surprise among the crowd, who had not anticipated such a prompt chance to explore the ancient ruins. Lin Yu was equally eager about the impending opening of the ancient sect ruins. With a stroke of luck, he might even ascend to the void transformation realm, making the defeat of the crown prince a certainty. Even if the foreign demon clans intervened, he felt confident in his ability to safeguard himself. As the Emperor Zhou conferred the jade tokens to the top 9 talents of various sects, the trial came to a formal conclusion. Nestled within the towering mountains at the border of the great Zhou Dynasty lay a serpentine rift, stretching over 100 miles. This chasm was remarkably straight, beginning at a mere few dozen feet wide, yet widening significantly as it extended across the terrain, reaching widths of several miles in places. The rift descended over 1,000 feet, with flames erupting from below and miasma permeating the air, rendering it a desolate zone where life seldom ventured. However, at the deepest point of the rift stood more than a dozen black palaces amidst the flowing river of molten fire. Within the grandest of these palaces, dozens of black-robed martial artists had gathered, their gazes reverently fixed upon the blood-robed elder seated at the head of the hall. How goes the arrangement of the Demon Mountain formation? The blood-robed elder's voice resonated deeply, akin to the tolling of a heavy drum within the hall. Respected Sectmaster, the Demon Mountain formation has been completed. We await the bait to be taken. A gray-robed man stepped forward, offering his respectful report. Have the lures been set, Elder Son? The blood-robed elder turned his gaze toward a man clad in green robes. Elder Son immediately stepped forth, cupping his fists in salute. Rest assured, Sectmaster, the great Zhou Dynasty has taken the bait, currently hosting the trial conference, and the lures are being disseminated among the talents of various sects. Excellent, excellent. I wonder what expressions will grace the faces of these talents and the geniuses of the great Zhou royal family once they enter what they believe to be the ancient sect ruins, the blood-robed elder erupted into a boisterous laugh. They shall only struggle within the Demon Mountain formation, ultimately offering their blood and bones as sustenance for the resurrection of the evil god. Sect Master, their blood and bones merging with the evil god is indeed their honor. Were it not for the resurrection of the evil god, their blood and bones would scarcely be worthy of such an honor. The gray-robed man scoffed, a fervent flame igniting in his eyes. Very well, on the day the ruins open, we shall enter the Demon Mountain formation with our blood and flesh. We serve our Lord. The blood-robed elder rose, addressing the assembly. With our blood and flesh, we serve our Lord. The gathered crowd murmured in unison, their voices gradually deepening until they culminated in a chorus of sinister laughter echoing throughout the hall. Upon returning to the royal city, Lin Yu made his way back to the hostages' quarters, which gradually fell into silence as night descended. A figure leaped over the courtyard wall, appearing soundlessly in Lin Yu's secluded yard. At the moment this figure landed, Lin Yu seemed to have foreseen it, suddenly stepping outside. Yu Weiwei, clad in a black gown and bearing a long sword, appeared cool and composed. Upon seeing Lin Yu, her cheeks flushed slightly under the moonlight. Miss Weiwei greets young Master Lin. She offered a graceful bow, her voice soft. Have you brought the items? Lin Yu inquired, directly addressing the matter of the jade token. Yu Weiwei hesitated for a moment, seemingly taken aback by Lin Yu's icy demeanor. A flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes as she produced the jade token, gently tossing it towards Lin Yu. Young Master Lin, here is the jade token. I shall not go back on my word. Very well, I accept this token. The matter of saving you is now settled. Lin Yu took the jade token with a slight smile, whispering regarding the incident at Yun Ridge, only heaven and earth. You and I know. I hope Miss Weiwei will keep this a secret. Rest assured, young Master Lin, should this matter leak, my life would be forfeit. This secret shall accompany me to the grave. Farewell. Yu Weiwei cast a lingering glance at Lin Yu before turning to depart. Once her figure vanished, Lin Yu tossed the jade token into the air, measuring its weight before laughing. Master Ding, let us visit the demon prison tomorrow night. It has been many days since we last went, and the demon cultivators must have missed us. That sounds fine. Those demon cultivators still lack sufficient strength. Better than nothing. When will you ascend to the 6th rank of the myriad forms? When will you reach the void transformation realm? Master Ding had grown increasingly discerning, no longer satisfied with the initial stage demon cultivators. Lin Yu shook his head with a smile and was about to turn back into the house when he suddenly heard the sound of hooves outside the hostages' quarters. How strange. Who would come to the hostages' quarters at such a late hour? Lin Yu furrowed his brow slightly, entering the house to close the door, waiting for the guest's arrival. Moments later, the courtyard door creaked open, and the voice of Su Miaojin rang out. Third Prince. General Su, please come in. Lin Yu beckoned for Su Miaojin to enter. Dressed in a black gown, her silver mask revealed eyes glistening with suspicion. She stepped inside, her gaze fixated on Lin Yu, as if attempting to unearth every secret hidden within his heart. Yet Lin Yu remained unfazed, meeting her gaze with calmness that mirrored still waters, making it impossible to discern any hint of emotion. Third Prince, we have just received news from the Xiantian immortal sect that Zhang Ling and Jiang Xian are dead. Considering the timing, they must have perished in Yun Ridge. Su Miaojin stated the news of Zhang Ling and Jiang Xian's demise in a matter-of-fact tone. Oh, does General Su believe that I, a mere individual lacking even innate strength, could have slain powerful figures of the Purple Mansion in myriad forms realms? Lin Yu gently shook his head, smiling as he replied, perhaps they encountered formidable beasts in Yun Ridge. It is widely rumored that within the depths of Yun Ridge dwell beasts of the myriad forms realm. However, our great Zhou royal family has long since dispatched individuals to investigate, discovering that only beasts of the Purple Mansion realm roam the area, posing no threat to Zhongling. Third Prince, you have had past conflicts with Jiang Xian, and the Xiantian immortal sect's first suspicion will undoubtedly fall upon you. I have come merely to forewarn you. When the Xiantian immortal sect's people arrive, exercise caution. I fear I may not be able to protect you. Su Miaojin shook her head lightly. Do not forget that Lin Yu is merely a discarded prince, sent here as a hostage, with powers rendered useless. Even if he were a favored prince of the great Zhou royal family, In the eyes of the Xiantian immortal sect, he is not but a trifling matter. Killing him would elicit no repercussions. Unless one is an extraordinary genius, the royal family would never extend their protection. Chapter 68. The 7 Grades of Evil Spirits. Lin Yu was taken aback by Su Miaozhen's late-night visit, which turned out to be a warning for him. With gratitude, he glanced at her and smiled. General Su, what do you think I should do? Your niece and sister have returned to the Ling Tian sect, where they are under the protection of their sect. The Xiantian immortal sect cannot harm them, but you are the one in danger. The envoy from the Xiantian immortal sect could easily crush you like an ant. Su Miaozhen replied earnestly, her gaze fixed on Lin Yu. You are an uncherished prince with no hope of inheriting the throne. Why not abandon your identity and seek a secluded life where you can enjoy yourself? If you hide from the Xiantian immortal sect, they will have no one to vent their anger upon. Lin Yu was astonished to hear such advice from Su Miaozhen, suggesting that he flee under the cover of night. If he could evade the Xiantian immortal sect, he wouldn't suffer their wrath. Thank you for your warning, General Su. I will seriously consider your suggestion. Lin Yu replied with a faint smile, sensing her goodwill. The demonic cultivators in the prison of magic had not yet all been refined, and the evil spirits beneath the Lanrua temple had yet to emerge. How could he bear to leave the great Zhou imperial city? Su Miaozhen sighed helplessly and rose to her feet. Third Prince, I have said all I can. I hope you make your decision soon. The envoy from the Xiantian immortal sect will arrive in the imperial city in a month. If you remain here then, they will surely turn their anger on you. As for the great Han Dynasty, I can assure you, they will not utter a single word on your behalf. With that, she pushed open the door and vanished from Lin Yu's sight. Shaking his head gently, Lin Yu pondered the month ahead. He was uncertain whether he would emerge from the ancient sect's ruins by then. The duration of his exploration within those ruins was also unknown. His disappearance from the Proton Pavilion would undoubtedly cause considerable trouble. After a day of recuperation, Lin Yu set out towards the imperial city as night fell. He was eager to reconnect with the demonic cultivators in the prison of magic. However, as he passed through the dense forest surrounding the Lanrua temple, he suddenly halted. The demonic energy from the ruins of the Lanrua temple had surged, spilling out into the forest, and he could sense it even from a distance. Did something happen at the Lanrua temple? Thinking of the sealed, evil spirits beneath the temple, Lin Yu furrowed his brow and ultimately altered his course, heading deeper into the forest. The closer he got to the Lanrua temple, the more he could distinctly feel the overwhelming demonic energy, as if a spring of malevolent essence was continuously flowing forth. It seemed the people from the Fu family had indeed damaged the lesser vehicle Arhut formation, rendering it incapable of perfectly sealing the evil spirits, allowing the demonic energy to leak out. Upon reaching the ruins of the Arhut Hall, Lin Yu observed tendrils of nearly invisible black demonic energy seeping out from the formation's core, rippling outward in the night. Previously, when the seal was broken, one could hear the wails and curses of the trapped demons from outside the formation. But tonight, all was silent, as if the spirits had been completely refined. Realizing this, Lin Yu hastily retrieved the Buddhist bone relic. With a thought, golden Buddhist light emanated from the relic, spreading and enveloping the entire Arhut Hall ruins. Soon, golden beams of light burst forth, sketching the outlines of the lesser vehicle Arhut formation. The location where the demonic energy was surging was indeed the formation's core. A swirling vortex of blackness erupted from the core and expanded outward, eventually forming an exit of 10 feet in diameter. It appeared these evil spirits had indeed become clever. After waiting for a moment and seeing no demons emerge from the lesser vehicle Arhut formation, Lin Yu shook his head in resignation. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted from within the seal. A black streak of malevolence shot out, landing right before Lin Yu before he could react. The demon that escaped from the seal was towering, covered in green scales, with blood-red eyes radiating a ferocious aura. In its hand, it clutched a partially devoured demonic thigh, enhancing its terrifying appearance. Kid, I was just pondering how to escape from the formation set by those bald monks. I never expected you to be such a good person. Coming to release me. How shall I express my gratitude? The green-scaled demon sneered, tossing the demonic thigh aside with disdain. Now that I have fresh blood to feast upon, you better get lost. It then looked at Lin Yu again, revealing a grin more grotesque than a cry. These evil spirits are not only tough and coarse, but they also reek of stench. They are utterly unpalatable compared to your tender human flesh, which is delicious. If I consume you, I might just regain my strength to reach the 8th grade of the mystical realm. Before the last words left its mouth, a terrifying pressure erupted from the green-scaled demon, sweeping towards Lin Yu. At that moment, the pressure felt tangible, rippling outward like a wave of green. 7th grade of the mystical realm. Lin Yu gasped, finally discerning the demon's strength. Indeed, 7th grade of the mystical realm. It's a pity there are too few demons sealed within. I devour them all, so I could only recover to this level. The green-scaled demon cackled maliciously. Fortunately, I have escaped. With sufficient consumption of human martial artists, I am confident I will soon return to the void transformation realm. 7th grade of the mystical realm is splendid, truly splendid. Lin Yu grinned, sensing the green-scaled demon radiating brilliance. He had been trapped at the 5th grade of the mystical realm for quite some time, believing that even if he refined all the demons within the prison of magic, ascending to the 6th grade would be a distant dream. Little did he know that the sealed demons within the Lanrua temple would provide him with a tremendous surprise. If he could slay and refine the green-scaled demon, Lin Yu would undoubtedly ascend to the 6th grade and might even have the opportunity to challenge the 7th grade. This was monumental news for him. As for whether he could defeat the green-scaled demon or risk being killed in return, such thoughts did not cross Lin Yu's mind. He was a formidable sword cultivator, endowed with the sacred emperor's sword body, practicing the sacred emperor's heart method, wielding a flying sword of the mystical realm, and employing the 9 heavens sword control technique. If he could not overcome a 7th grade demon with such prowess, what honor would remain for his illustrious title as a sword cultivator? Kid, have you lost your mind? The green-scaled demon stared at Lin Yu in disbelief, thinking the latter had been rendered foolish by fear. With a thought, Lin Yu summoned his wind sword, which flew out from his sea of consciousness, swirling around him like a blue streak of light. He looked up at the green-scaled demon and smiled. Do not worry. This sword will be swift, and it will surely send you to your demise promptly. Chapter 69. The Fiery Inferno, Seeking Death. The azure-scaled demon roared, soaring into the sky, descending upon Lin Yu like a meteor. From the demon's blue-scaled armor, torrents of black flames erupted, cascading down like a rain of fire upon the lush trees surrounding the Lanrua temple. Any tree tainted by the black flames writhed and twisted, as if possessed by a malevolent force. Lin Yu gazed upward at the plummeting azure-scaled demon, channeling his entire spiritual energy as he grasped the wind-controlling sword that danced around him. With all his might, he unleashed the 9 heavens sword technique, striking at the azure-scaled demon with a powerful blow. Waves of azure sword intent erupted from the wind-controlling sword, converging into an imposing azure blade 100 feet long, cleaving fiercely toward the demon. The wind-controlling sword then shot from Lin Yu's hand, merging with the colossal sword intent. Before the azure-scaled demon could react, the blade crashed down upon him with tremendous force. With a resounding boom, the black flames swirling around the azure-scaled demon were dispersed by the ferocious sword intent, falling like meteors to the ground, igniting the trees and the remnants of the Lanrua temple. The azure-scaled demon was sent reeling, crashing heavily to the earth. His arms severed. A deep gash marred his forehead, extending straight down to his chest, blood oozing from the wound. Lin Yu had nearly cleaved him in two, struggling to rise. The azure-scaled demon stared incredulously at Lin Yu. How could someone with mere 5th-level cultivation possess such terrifying power, even in his recovered 7th-level state? He could not withstand Lin Yu's might. Lin Yu raised his right hand, and the wind-controlling sword streaked with azure light into his palm. Slowly, he approached the azure-scaled demon. Spare me. The demon's eyes filled with fear and desperation as he suddenly knelt, fervently bowing to Lin Yu. I beg you, spare my life. I have been sealed for over 1,000 years and have not slaughtered your kind for ages. If you grant me mercy, I vow to serve you as a slave, obeying your every command. Seeing Lin Yu remain unmoved, the azure-scaled demon continued pleading. I possess 7th-level cultivation and can be of great assistance to you, my master. Please spare me. The prideful demon, who once viewed humanity as mere prey, now groveled before Lin Yu, revealing just how formidable Lin Yu appeared in his eyes. Lin Yu halted, observing the pleading azure-scaled demon, and smiled. I happen to have a task for you. Are you willing to assist me? Of course I am willing. Whatever you command, my master. The azure-scaled demon, sensing a glimmer of hope, bowed incessantly. Good. I need to refine a powerful demon to advance to the 6th level of my cultivation. Just assist me with this small task. Lin Yu replied with a faint smile. Before the azure-scaled demon could respond, the wind-controlling sword slashed forth with a brilliant azure gleam, severing the demon's neck. What? The azure-scaled demon gasped in shock, his head tumbling away from his body. Master Ding, you must be satisfied now. This is indeed a 7th-level demon. Lin Yu summoned the God-Devouring Cauldron, urging it to consume the azure-scaled demon. Indeed, once I refine him, you shall advance to the 6th level, with even a chance to challenge the 7th. Master Ding chuckled, and before Lin Yu could speak, the God-Devouring Cauldron radiated ripples of starlight, engulfing the azure-scaled demon's body and head. Lin Yu turned to survey the surrounding area, where black flames still blazed, emitting wisps of demonic energy. He frowned slightly. Although the demonic energy released by the black flames was weak, if allowed to gather, it could transform Lanrua Temple into a realm of demons, giving rise to malevolent creatures. Master Ding, how can we extinguish these black flames? Lin Yu inquired, knowing that Master Ding possessed a profound understanding of demons. Simple. The Buddha bone relic in your possession is the most effective against these demonic flames. Just channel your spiritual energy into it, and it will extinguish the flames and dissipate the demonic energy released. Master Ding instructed, satisfied. Lin Yu promptly retrieved the Buddha bone relic, and golden ripples cascaded from it, instantly enveloping the entire Lanrua Temple. Wherever the golden waves passed, the black flames melted away like spring snow, leaving only charred branches and dark remnants of the temple. However, the demonic energy previously released by the black flames had been entirely dispelled. Now, standing amidst the ruins of Lanrua Temple, one could only sense the potent aura of the Buddha's light. Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction, then stored the God-Devouring Cauldron and turned to return to the Proton Pavilion. The day's achievements were sufficient for him to advance to the 6th level, and he would visit the demon prison to see his old friends at a later time. Shortly after Lin Yu departed, a troop of Great Zhou cavalry arrived at Lanrua Temple's outskirts, sealing off the entire area. Not a single passerby, nor even a bird, could hope to fly over the temple. Soon after, Su Miaojin and Elder Zhu rode in, halting outside the temple. What has transpired here that warranted such urgency in summoning us? Su Miaojin inquired, her brow slightly furrowed as she looked at the commander of the guard stationed outside. General Su, Elder Zhu, the Celestial Bureau has detected violent fluctuations of demonic energy at the Lanrua Temple ruins. Witnesses reported fierce battles, leading to concerns of rampant demons. We were ordered to secure this area. The commander replied gravely. Let us enter and investigate, Elder Zhu declared, his expression serious as he approached the ruins. Su Miaojin and the commander followed closely behind, traversing the charred woods until they reached the ashen remains of Lanrua Temple. General Su, Elder Fu, it appears this place has been scorched by flames? The commander pointed toward the Arhut Hall ahead, speaking in a low tone. There seem to be traces of a formation on the ground. It is demonic fire. Only a demon of immense power can conjure such flames. Moreover, they are notoriously difficult to extinguish and continuously release demonic energy, transforming the burned areas into a realm of demons, ultimately giving rise to demonic entities. Elder Zhu explained, shaking his head in surprise. Strange, he continued, the demonic flames here have been completely extinguished, and this power feels familiar. It is the Buddha's light left behind by the mysterious expert during the last demon slaying. Su Miaojin suddenly interjected, pointing toward the remains of the Arhut Hall. Elder Zhu, you are most knowledgeable about Buddhism. Quickly, examine what this formation is. Chapter 70. The relic opens, and the demon mountain welcomes guests. The venerable elder nodded gently as he approached the Arhut Hall. However, his expression grew increasingly grave until he could no longer contain his astonishment. This is the lesser vehicle Arhut formation. Esme Oz, In, and the commander of the Imperial Guards turned their gazes toward CH, their eyes filled with bewilderment. CH managed a wry smile, explaining, the lesser vehicle Arhut formation is an exceptionally formidable sealing array within the Buddhist sect. Legend has it that it requires the simultaneous sacrifice of 108 arhats to be successfully established. This formation is specifically crafted to combat powerful malevolent entities. Even malevolent beings at the illusory void realm, if ensnared within this formation, will be subjected to incessant refinement by the array until they are utterly obliterated. At that moment, the relics of the Arhut Hall revealed intricate patterns of the lesser vehicle Arhut formation, previously unseen. Only when all malevolent entities within the formation have been refined and the array rendered ineffective would these patterns manifest before the world. This implies that in the outskirts of the imperial city, a formidable malevolent being, or perhaps a horde of them, is sealed away, while we remain entirely oblivious. ensnared's eyes glinted with severity, unable to fathom the calamity that would ensue should these malevolent beings escape their confinement. Indeed, this is the case, and it appears that the sealing formation has already been compromised. The malevolent entity that the mysterious expert dispatched here last time must have been one that escaped from this seal. CH nodded with a bitter smile and continued. Last night was likely similar. The formation became entirely ineffective, allowing the malevolent entity to flee from its confinement. Thankfully, that enigmatic expert eliminated the threat. Otherwise, we would have faced dire consequences, with the imperial city itself in jeopardy. Who, I wonder, is this mysterious expert? He has saved our great Zhou imperial city on 2 consecutive occasions. Esme Oz sighed in relief, her heart filled with reverence for this enigmatic figure. There remains a residual power of Buddhist light here, confirming that this mysterious expert hails from the Buddhist sect. I had believed the lineage of Buddhism had been severed, yet it seems there are still masters of Buddhism in the world. CH smiled. This is indeed good news for our great Zhou dynasty. General S., you must promptly return to report to His Majesty and request that he dispatch personnel to seek out this Buddhist master. With this enigmatic expert's presence, our great Zhou dynasty need not fear the Xuantiang immortal sect. The Xuantiang immortal sect looms over the hearts of all within the great Zhou dynasty like a colossal stone, perpetually exerting immense pressure. At last, the great Zhou dynasty has glimpsed the emergence of a potential savior. Upon returning to the Proton Hall, Lin Yuguai immediately closed himself off to cultivate. Master D-ing refined the azure scale malevolent spirit, and a gathered spiritual energy surged into his meridians like relentless waves. He felt as though he had transformed into a small boat amidst a tempest, tossed about by the towering waves, constantly on the verge of capsizing. Fortunately, his sacred Emperor's sword body was remarkably robust, capable of withstanding the successive impacts of this spiritual energy tide. Simultaneously, the sacred Emperor mind method he cultivated continuously refined the spiritual energy flooding into his meridians, allowing him to barely endure the onslaught. As the spiritual energy was refined continuously, Lin Yuguai's cultivation level also began to rise, effortlessly crossing the threshold between the 5th and 6th tiers of the myriad forms. Upon advancing to the 6th tier, Lin Yuguai found the impact of the spiritual energy tide became considerably easier to bear. Moreover, his mastery over the spiritual energy became increasingly exquisite, with the energy residing within him becoming immensely profound. As long as Master D-ing continued to feed spiritual energy into him, Lin Yuguai even felt he could cultivate all the way to the 7th tier of the myriad forms. However, just then, Master D-ing abruptly halted. Master D-ing, why have you stopped? Is this all the spiritual energy you have from devouring the 7th tier malevolent spirit? Lin Yuguai hurriedly inquired about the reason. One cannot be greedy and bite off more than one can chew. You have just advanced to the 6th tier, and it is crucial now to solidify your foundation. As for the refined spiritual energy from the malevolent spirit, it resides with me. Are you concerned it might disappear? Master D-ing chuckled. Rest assured. Once your foundation is stable, I will naturally provide you with the remaining spiritual energy. However, this energy alone is insufficient for you to advance to the 7th tier of the myriad forms. Master D-ing, how much more do I need? And in Y Curious. You will need at least half again as much. You can either slay another 7th tier malevolent spirit or take down 3 to 5 6th tier malevolent spirits. Either should suffice. Master D-ing calculated and provided his answer. Lin Yuguai was instantly dumbfounded. in this era of peace? Where could he find so many malevolent spirits of the myriad forms? Unless he traversed the various royal dynasties' prisons for demon cultivators, it would be impossible for him to advance to the 7th tier. Fear not, the ancient sects abound with opportunities. Just acquiring a few treasures should suffice for your advancement to the 7th tier. Master Dean grinned, already eyeing the ancient sect relics. Lin Yuguai was equally eager to explore the ancient sect's ruins, yet the immediate priority remained solidifying his cultivation. The ancient sect's ruins are fraught with peril. Lacking sufficient strength could result in dire consequences. The stronger one is, the greater the chance of surviving the ancient sect's ruins. In the following days, Lin Yuguai secluded himself and devoted himself entirely to consolidating his realm. Before he knew it, the day of the ancient sect's ruins opening had arrived. Lin Yuguai grasped the jade talisman in his hand, inwardly curious about how this ancient sect's relic would manifest and how it would draw the scattered martial artists from across the lands into its embrace. As Lin Yuguai pondered, the jade talisman in his hand suddenly erupted with brilliant light, and ripples of silver radiance emanated from the mountain etched upon it, transforming into a totemic formation roughly a foot in diameter, with him standing at its very center. Before Lin Yuguai could gather his thoughts, the formation beneath his feet began a whirl. Silver light surged like a receding tide, enveloping him and drawing him into the formation, dissipating into a flash of silver light within the chamber. Lin Yuguai felt as though he had been swept into a vortex, surrounded by an endless expanse of silver brilliance. After an indeterminate time, he found himself plummeting from the sky, landing with a thud upon the ground, his vision gradually sharpening. Where's this place? Lin Yuguai surveyed his surroundings, noticing the sky was shrouded in darkness, thick clouds looming ominously, as if countless malevolent entities could burst forth from the blackness at any moment, a sight most eerie. The ground was equally terrifying. He had landed in a clearing amidst a dense forest, where the trees twisted grotesquely, their bark pitch black, exuding faint wisps of demonic energy. The distant mountains were similarly shrouded in darkness, seemingly tainted by the very essence of malevolence. In short, this relic appeared to be steeped in the bizarre. Be cautious, young one. This place has been tainted by demonic energy, and the flow of time here is exceedingly slow. We might explore for half a month, yet only a few hours will have passed outside. Master Dean suddenly cautioned Lin Yuguai, indicating that even he sensed something amiss in this strange realm. Chapter 71. The Demonic Sword of All Things. Master Dean, why do I sense that this place does not resemble the remnants of an ancient sect? Lin Yu expressed his concerns as he surveyed the surroundings, which were filled with eerie sights. Some ancient sects may have been tainted by demonic forces during their confrontations with demonic cultivators, resulting in a transformation into this current state. Therefore, we must refrain from making hasty conclusions. It is essential to locate the sect's remnants to ascertain the truth, Master Dean explained. Nevertheless, Lin Yu still felt that something was amiss. Nodding, Lin Yu ventured towards the mountains shrouded in dense black mist. Concurrently, shimmering silver lights flickered throughout the demonic mountain, each ray representing a warrior who had entered this place. The numbers were far beyond 9. Within the Abyssal Valley Palace, a blood-robed elder wore an expression of fervor as he gazed down at the elders below, proclaiming loudly, "The formation of the demonic mountain has been activated. Fellow cultivators, follow me into the demonic mountain and hunt down the prodigies of various sects, using their blood and flesh to nourish the body of the evil god and herald its resurrection." As he concluded, he raised the jade talisman in his hand and called out with fervor, "Follow the sect leader, revive the evil god." The demonic cultivators in the palace all raised their jade talismans, and soon, brilliant silver lights erupted, transporting everyone into the formation of the demonic mountain. As Lin Yu approached the mountain range, an increasing sense of unease enveloped him. The atmosphere was heavy, akin to an impending twilight, and chilling winds, laden with a nauseating scent of blood, swept through the air, creating an uncomfortable sensation. Moreover, faint sounds of demonic howls and shrieks echoed from within the mountains. It was evident that demonic energy had permeated this sacred ground for countless years, giving rise to an unknown number of demonic entities. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Lin Yu's confusion deepened. The overwhelming demonic energy suggested that even if this sacred ground had been tainted, such a terrifying concentration of demonic power should not be possible. Something was definitely amiss. However, the greater the danger, the greater the reward. So Lin Yu pressed on, stepping deeper into the mountains. Who would have thought that this long-abandoned sacred ground would witness the entrance of human cultivators today? My brother, and I shall feast well. Yet, Lin Yu had barely moved when two demonic beings suddenly charged from the dense forest, blocking his path. This fellow is merely an ordinary cultivator. How did he even enter this place? One of the demons sneered, noticing that Lin Yu was not even at the innate level, bursting into delighted laughter. These demons, born on the outskirts of the mountain, were naturally weak and often fell prey to stronger demons deeper within. Seeing a human cultivator weaker than themselves filled them with glee. As they felt an opportunity for an easy meal, innate level, Lin Yu stared in astonishment at the two demons before him, incredulous. Is there truly such weak demonic beings in existence? The demons he had previously encountered had all possessed at least the purple mansion level of strength, with most at the level of all things. This was his first encounter with demons of such a low cultivation level, and it was truly remarkable. However, considering that this was merely the outskirts of the mountain, where the demonic energy was far less potent than deeper within, it was understandable that the demons here would not be very strong. It was even possible that some newly born demons might not have reached the innate level at all. You, a mere human who is not even at the innate level, dare to mock us? Though we are but innate demons, dealing with you will be effortless. The two demons were furious, as Lin Yu's words seemed to strike at their fragile pride. One of them gritted his teeth and declared, "Today, I shall tear you apart and savor every morsel of you, so you may know true suffering." Before he could finish, he lunged toward Lin Yu, while the other demon simultaneously attacked, blocking Lin Yu's escape route. Lin Yu's prior comment had come from the heart, and to them, it was an enormous humiliation. Their rage would not abate until they had dismantled Lin Yu completely. Lin Yu glanced at the two demons rushing towards him and gently shook his head, continuing to walk deeper into the mountains. Boom! Boom! The two demons, upon nearing Lin Yu, suddenly halted mid-air as if they had collided with an invisible wall. In the next moment, their bodies erupted, disintegrating into dust, leaving behind only wisps of demonic energy that gradually dissipated into the atmosphere. Lin Yu proceeded as if nothing had transpired. The demons were far too weak. He had no interest in even using the god-slaying cauldron to absorb them and refine their essence. They would never have imagined that their demise would be so unceremonious. Upon entering deeper into the mountains, Lin Yu caught sight of what appeared to be a grand architectural complex atop the highest peak, presumably the remnants of the ancient sect. Throughout his journey, the demons he encountered were mostly at the innate level, and Lin Yu had paid them no mind, simply crushing them under the weight of his released pressure. Boom! A surge of black demonic energy erupted from the nearby forest, rising like a towering inferno, radiating an intense wave of spiritual power. Lin Yu gazed towards the source of the swirling demonic energy. Could be a treasure emerging? His heart stirred, and he immediately made his way toward the rising demonic energy. After a brief while, Lin Yu discovered dozens of demon corpses sprawled across the forest floor, some even of the purple mansion level. Standing amidst these fallen beings were several human warriors, one of whom wore a white robe, tall and slender, with a visage like that of a jade crown. The long sword in his hand emanated a torrent of demonic energy, soaring skyward like a black flame. To his surprise, it was a sword of the all things grade. Master Ding exclaimed within Lin Yu's consciousness. What is a demonic sword? Lin Yu inquired. A divine weapon, once tainted by demonic energy, transforms into a demonic blade. Its power not only remains intact, but is augmented by the various negative forces of the demonic energy, surpassing ordinary weapons of the same grade. It is exceedingly rare. If I were to refine it, I could provide you with a significant amount of spiritual power. Master Ding chuckled, revealing the origins of the demonic sword. Alas, it has already been claimed. Lin Yu shook his head gently as he observed the human warriors, recognizing that this was his first encounter with individuals other than demons since entering the ancient sect's remnants. Although he was not a saint and never hesitated to take action, he looked down upon the act of murder and pillaging. Besides, with a mere all-things grade demonic sword truly impressive? It was not worth compromising his principles to seize it. Chapter 72. I have no habit of letting the tiger return to the mountain haha. Within this ancient sect's ruins, treasures abound in every corner. I never anticipated that I would acquire such a precious magic sword of the myriad forms with such ease. The young man in a white robe wielded the sword and laughed heartily. Young master, this signifies that you are indeed the chosen one. I believe the treasures within these ruins have been awaiting your arrival. A middle-aged man beside him chuckled, casting a flattering glance at Wu Zhen, his face adorned with sycophantic smiles. Needless to say, our young master is exceptionally gifted, having already cultivated to the Purple Mansion realm at such a tender age. His future is limitless. The opportunities here are merely stepping stones to his invincibility. Another man in gray chimed in, his words oozing with flattery, causing Lin Yu to shudder involuntarily. He shook his head with a light laugh, turning to leave the place. Stop. At that moment, Wu Zhen spotted Lin Yu standing nearby and coldly commanded him. Is there something you want? Lin Yu furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Wu Zhen with icy indifference. You've seen a magic sword in my hand, and you think you can just walk away? A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Wu Zhen's eyes. Although he was a practitioner of the Purple Mansion realm, if the news of the magic sword were to leak, he could not guarantee his ability to retain it. The best course of action was to eliminate any potential threats. After all, the dead do not speak. As for human life, it was of little consequence to him. What do you intend to do? Lin Yu chuckled softly, taken aback by the turn of events. He had no intention of resorting to violence over the sword. It was surprising that the other party harbored such murderous thoughts. Are people today so impulsive? Naturally, I must send you on your way. Do not blame me for being heartless. It is unfortunate for you to have seen this magic sword. Wu Zhen snorted coldly, brandishing the magic sword menacingly, his tone ominous. Suddenly, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from his body, and the sword ignited in fierce demonic flames. His murderous intent toward Lin Yu was now laid bare. As Wu Zhen prepared to eliminate Lin Yu, several Wu family warriors nearby watched the spectacle with amusement. This guy's luck is truly abysmal. If he had come a moment later, after we had left, he would have faced no trouble at all. Yet he chooses to appear now. Who else could our young master kill, if not him? A practitioner who hasn't even broken through to the innate realm. His death would be inconsequential. I've heard that the magic sword requires blood to awaken. It seems this lad has arrived just in time to provide the offering. The Wu family warriors laughed as they regarded Lin Yu. In their eyes, he was already a dead man. After all, Wu Zhen was a practitioner of the Purple Mansion realm, while Lin Yu was merely an ordinary practitioner of the third rank. Facing Lin Yu, Wu Zhen's advantage was overwhelming. Lin Yu could not hope to counter him. Today, your blood will awaken this magic sword. At that moment, Wu Zhen struck, the sword darting towards Lin Yu like a black dragon. Within the black flames surged corrosive and toxic energies that began to decimate the trees around Lin Yu before even coming close. Lin Yu shook his head gently, muttering, "What is the necessity of this?" Before the words had fully left his lips, he raised his right hand and pointed at Wu Zhen. The sword intent of fire surged forth, transforming into a blazing blade that cleaved the approaching black dragon in two. The crimson flames swiftly enveloped the black dragon, reducing it to ashes before the eyes of the onlookers. Even when Wu Zhen combined his might with the magic sword, practitioners several ranks above him would still suffer unexpected losses. However, before Lin Yu, such trivial tactics were utterly insignificant. Before Wu Zhen could regain his senses, the fierce sword intent sent him flying over 10 paces, crashing heavily to the ground. The magic sword slipped from his grasp, embedding itself in a nearby rock. Lin Yu looked at Wu Zhen, who was bloodied and incredulous, and shook his head. I had no desire for this magic sword, but since you insisted on delivering it to me, I shall reluctantly accept it. As his words fell, he waved his hand lightly, causing the sword to tremble and emit a low sound of submission. It then obediently soared from the rock and landed in Lin Yu's grasp. How can this be? The young master is a practitioner of the Purple Mansion realm, while this boy is evidently not even at the innate stage. How did he defeat the young master? Sword intent. That was clearly sword intent. This lad has comprehended sword intent. No wonder he is so formidable. The Wu family warriors were left dumbfounded. It was said that most of the prodigies entering the ancient sect's ruins for exploration possessed only innate realm cultivation. As a Purple Mansion practitioner, Wu Zhen's strength far surpassed that of many prodigies. Who would have imagined that they would encounter a practitioner who had not even reached the innate realm, and Wu Zhen would suffer such a crushing defeat at his hands? Moreover, the disparity in strength between Lin Yu and Wu Zhen was staggering. Wu Zhen was utterly unable to retaliate. "How dare you steal my magic sword? I am the young master of the Wu family of the great Yin Dynasty. We will not let you off." Wu Zhen staggered to his feet, gritting his teeth as he roared at Lin Yu. His eyes fixed on the sword in Lin Yu's hand, brimming with rage. He felt utterly humiliated, not only having sustained grievous injuries from Lin Yu's strike, but also losing the magic sword that he had just acquired. The Wu family wielded immense power in the great Yin Dynasty, commanding respect and fear. He had never endured such indignity. The Wu family of the great Yin Dynasty. Lin Yu regarded Wu Zhen with surprise. The Wu family was known as the guardian family of the great Yin Dynasty, with tales of an ancestor of the myriad forms realm in seclusion. They were notorious for their arrogance, even dismissing the imperial family of the great Yin. However, Emperor Zhou had explicitly stated that there were only 9 jade tokens. How could there be others from the great Yin Dynasty entering the ruins? It seemed that Emperor Zhou had not spoken the truth. The number of tokens allowing entry to this ruin was likely far greater than 9. Upon reflecting on this, Lin Yu turned to the furious Wu Zhen and smiled. Rest assured, today's events will remain a secret. He had no inclination to let the tiger return to the mountain. What needed to be done today would be done today. Those who deserve to die should not be spared for tomorrow, as it would only complicate matters. What do you mean? Do you think you can kill everyone here? Wu Zhen's expression shifted dramatically as he realized Lin Yu's intent to eliminate all present. He hastily retreated, shouting to the nearby Wu family warriors, "Come quickly. Block this fellow for me." "Rest assured, young master. With just him alone, it is sheer arrogance to think he can slay us all." The Wu family warriors rallied, surrounding Lin Yu with their spiritual energy unleashed. They had accompanied Wu Zhen to explore the ancient ruins, each being a meticulously cultivated expert of the Wu family, with some even reaching the 5th or 7th rank of the Purple Mansion realm. Chapter 73. The demon sword belongs to you, Master Ding. "Oh, is that so?" Lin Yu replied with a slight smile, promptly casting the demon's sword from his hand. Utilizing the 9 Heavens sword control technique, he directed the sword towards the Wu family warriors with incredible speed. Whoosh! Under Lin Yu's command, the demon sword transformed into a streak of black light, accompanied by an unstoppable force, swiftly piercing through the bodies of the Wu family warriors, sweeping past them in an instant. The Wu family warriors stood no chance against this attack, utterly obliterated by the black light emanating from the demon's sword. Thud! Blood gushed from the warriors' mouths as they fell one after another, unable to comprehend how Lin Yu, merely a 3rd-tier martial artist, could unleash such terrifying power. Lin Yu gently waved his hand, and the demon's sword returned to his side. He nodded lightly. The demon sword of the myriad realms is indeed formidable. Before his words faded, he summoned the God-eating cauldron, cheerfully stating, "Master Ding, it's all yours." "All right." Master Ding chuckled, devouring the demon's sword. To him, it was an unexpected delight. Once Master Ding consumed the sword, Lin Yu continued on his path. As for the spiritual energy obtained from refining the demon's sword, it would temporarily reside with Master Ding, ready to be infused into his meridians when needed, allowing his cultivation to surge in a short time. Meanwhile, deep within the mountains, Su Miaozhen was genuinely collaborating with a woman in a purple dress to fend off several attacking demons. Su Miaozhen, a remarkable 3rd-tier martial artist of the Purple Mansion, found herself partnered with a woman even stronger than herself, boasting a 5th-tier cultivation in the Purple Mansion. However, even with their combined efforts, they could barely withstand the onslaught of the demons. "Let us take down the weakest girl in a mask first, and then we'll deal with the other woman." After a prolonged stalemate, the leading demon's eyes flared with rage as he fixated on Su Miaozhen, barking orders to his companions. These demons all possess strength above the 3rd tier of the Purple Mansion, with their leader even at the 5th tier, leveraging their numbers to entrap Su Miaozhen and the woman in purple, relentlessly depleting their spiritual energy. "All right." The other demons nodded in agreement and launched a full-scale assault on Su Miaozhen. Meanwhile, 2 demons were assigned to restrain the other woman, ensuring she could not assist Su Miaozhen. In an instant, Su Miaozhen found herself in a precarious position, teetering on the brink of danger. Deep in the forest, Lin Yu observed the fierce battle from a distance. He donned a hat with a black veil, obscuring his features so that none could discern his true identity. This allowed him to act freely, without fear of revealing his actual strength to Su Miaozhen. Just as Lin Yu was preparing to intervene, a burst of crimson flames descended from the sky, crashing into one of the demons, attacking Su Miaozhen. In an instant, that demon ignited, transforming into a blazing torch, before gradually fading away. Following this, waves of crimson flames surged forth, incinerating all the demons besieging Su Miaozhen, leaving only the strongest among them. A fifth-tier blood demon of the Purple Mansion. Su Miaozhen and the woman in purple exchanged astonished glances, never expecting to receive assistance within the ancient ruins. At that moment, a man clad in gray robes descended, enveloped in fierce flames. Without waiting for them to speak, he raised his long blade and reduced the last fifth-tier blood demon to ashes. After slaying the fifth-tier demon, the gray-robed man turned to Su Miaozhen and her companion. His appearance was plain and unremarkable, the kind that would easily vanish in a crowd. "I am Liang Guanfeng. Honor to meet you, ladies." The gray-robed man sheathed his blade and greeted Su Miaozhen and the woman in purple with a smile. Su Miaozhen and Zhou Lingyun. They introduced themselves, and then Su Miaozhen scrutinized Liang Guanfeng with a furrowed brow, questioning, "We are strangers to you. Why did you come to our aid?" There is no hatred without reason, nor love without cause. Moreover, within the ancient ruins, everyone is a rival. The fewer people exploring the ruins, the better the chances for oneself to acquire treasures and inheritances. Therefore, standing idly by is the norm. Rescuing someone only raises suspicions of ulterior motives. Please take a look at this. Liang Guanfeng extended his hand, revealing a cylindrical gem emanating a faint glow, infused with an extraordinary amount of spiritual energy. This is a spirit crystal. Su Miaozhen's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to contain her exclamation. Liang Guanfeng chuckled, pocketing the spirit crystal and pointing towards a mountain shrouded in demonic energy ahead. "Indeed, it is a spirit crystal. To be candid with you, my companions and I discovered a vein of spirit crystals up ahead, but the entrance is guarded by a multitude of demons of the Purple Mansion realm. Far too many for us to handle alone. Thus, we are seeking other martial artists who have entered this ancient ruin to join forces against those demons. The more people we have, the stronger our collective power. If we have enough numbers, we can easily overpower them." A spirit crystal vein. Su Miaozhen and Zhou Lingyun exchanged glances, both astonished. The spiritual energy on the Xinzhou continent was gradually depleting, and the declining strength of the martial artists was a testament to this. Legend had it that spirit crystals were consumables used by myriad realm martial artists during their cultivation. With a single spirit crystal containing enough spiritual energy to equal a month's worth of energy drawn from the heavens and earth by a myriad realm martial artist. However, spirit crystals had long since become a myth, and even the lesser spiritual stones used by martial artists below the Purple Mansion realm were now exceedingly rare. If they could acquire a substantial amount of spirit crystals, both Su Miaozhen and Zhou Lingyun's cultivation would undoubtedly skyrocket. Therefore, upon hearing Liang Guanfeng mention the discovery of a spirit crystal vein and his willingness to eradicate the demons to share the spoils, they were incredulous. Liang Guanfeng's expression turned earnest. "I understand your concerns about deceit, but rest assured, we're inviting more than just the two of you. Our strength alone is insufficient to eliminate the demons and access the vein. Moreover, the spirit crystals within are in abundance, far more than we could ever harvest alone. It is far better for us to work together than to leave empty-handed. Once the demons are vanquished, we can each collect spirit crystals based on our abilities." He paused momentarily, then added with a hint of resignation, "If you still feel uneasy, then so be it. I will seek others to join forces." After exchanging glances, Su Miaozhen nodded gently. "All right, we will accompany you to take a look." Liang Guanfeng smiled. "Please follow me." Before his words faded, he led Su Miaozhen and Zhou Lingyun toward the mountains ahead. Deep in the forest, Lin Yu watched the departing figures of Su Miaozhen and her companion, his brow slightly furrowed, sensing that something was amiss. Chapter 74. A desperate strike. Young man, Spirit crystals are truly remarkable treasures. Hee. If I manage to enter the spirit crystal vein, I shall undoubtedly exhaust its very essence. At that time, don't even mention advancing to the void realm. With a single spirit crystal vein, I could elevate you to the god-refining realm. The man Ding let out a sinister laugh, his determination for the spirit crystal vein evident. Ding, could there be a trickery at play? Lin Yu countered. What is there to fear within this ancient relic? Who could possibly stand against you? If anyone dares to deceive me, let them learn the consequences of their deceit. Ding huffed coldly, exuding an aura of menace. Indeed, let us follow for now and observe. Lin Yu smiled faintly, then silently trailed behind Su Miaojin. Su Miaojin and Zhou Lingyun followed Liang Guanfeng, skirting around the mountain peak as they ventured towards the rear mountain. The surroundings grew increasingly desolate, with demonic energy thickening in the air. Strangely, despite the overwhelming presence of this dark energy, they encountered no attacks from the malevolent forces, as if all the demons on this path had concealed themselves. Su Miaojin gently tugged at Zhou Lingyun's skirt, signaling her discreetly. Understanding the cue, the two halted in unison. Esteemed ladies, once we round the ridge ahead, we shall arrive. Why have you stopped? Liang Guanfeng, noticing something amiss, turned to face Su Miaojin and Zhou Lingyun, his smile remaining unassuming. Upon reflection, we wish to explore the sect's relics atop the mountain. As for the spirit crystals, we shall not contest with you. Su Miaojin seemed to sense an anomaly, her mind clear of the allure of the spirit crystals, and she halted just in time. Yes, we shall forego that pursuit. Thank you for your previous assistance. Should you require our help in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. Zhou Lingyun nodded gently. Though her strength surpassed Su Miaojin's, it was evident that Su Miaojin was her anchor. Upon hearing their words, Liang Guanfeng's expression darkened instantly. With a mocking sneer, he replied, Very well, however, I happen to have a matter that requires your assistance. What sort of assistance? Zhou Lingyun inquired, puzzled. The resurrection of the dark god requires your flesh and blood. You previously promised to aid me. Thus, it is time to fulfill that promise. Liang Guanfeng's face twisted into a grimace, and crimson flames surged around him. He raised his hand, gripping his long knife, and swung it towards Su Miaojin and Zhou Lingyun. The red flames morphed into a ferocious dragon, roaring as it charged towards them. With a single strike, the surrounding trees ignited, encircling them in a conflagration as the fire dragon surged forward, flames rippling like waves. Demonic cultivator. Su Miaojin and Zhou Lingyun exclaimed in horror, hastily drawing their swords to fend off the encroaching fire dragon. Streams of fierce sword energy struck the fiery beast, creating bursts of flame, yet they were utterly powerless to halt its advance. Their strength was dwarfed by Liang Guanfeng's, and they could scarcely withstand a single blow. Boom! In an instant, the crimson flames engulfed Su Miaojin and Zhou Lingyun, hurling them backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. Zhou Lingyun bore the brunt of the attack, losing consciousness immediately. Su Miaojin's garment was torn, her left sleeve shredded to tatters, revealing her alabaster skin. Blood trickled from beneath her silver mask as she staggered to her feet, gripping her sword with determination, stepping protectively in front of Zhou Lingyun. Her gaze resolute, as if to declare that anyone wishing to harm Zhou Lingyun must first contend with her. Crack! At that moment, the silver mask that concealed Su Miaojin's visage suddenly cracked, splitting in two and falling to the ground. Upon seeing her face, Liang Guanfeng's expression shifted to one of entranced fascination. However, he quickly recovered, exclaiming triumphantly, I never imagined you would be so stunning. Offering you as a sacrifice to the dark god would indeed be a waste. I might as well enjoy you first. His final words dripped with lewdness, as if he intended to claim Su Miaojin for himself. Do you intend to keep this beauty all to yourself? A voice echoed from behind Su Miaojin. Despair flickered in Su Miaojin's eyes. Liang Guanfeng's power far surpassed hers. Yet she concealed a treasure that could enable a desperate strike. If another demonic cultivator appeared, her chances would vanish entirely. Since we have encountered each other, we must share. Liang Guanfeng chuckled darkly, but then realized he was the only one hunting the elites of various factions in this direction. His expression darkened as he demanded, Who dares to meddle? Lin Yu emerged from the thicket, first casting a glance at Su Miaojin, then fixating on her exquisite face. unable to look away for a moment. Su Miaojin's brows arched like distant hills, her eyes sparkling like spring waters, a hint of blood staining her cherry-like lips. Her breathtaking beauty was further accentuated by a warrior's resolve, imparting an impression of both fragility and valor, allure and purity. No wonder even this demonic cultivator was captivated, reluctant to offer her as a sacrifice. I feel as though I know this person, Su Miaojin mused, gazing curiously at Lin Yu. Although he wore a dark hood that obscured his features, she sensed an inexplicable familiarity. Lin Yu's gaze lingered on Su Miaojin for but a moment before shifting to Liang Guanfeng, a light laugh escaping his lips. I never expected remnants of a demonic sect to infiltrate this ancient relic. If you truthfully disclose the nature of the dark god, I assure you that I shall spare your life. You intend to spare my life? Liang Guanfeng erupted in raucous laughter, finding the assertion utterly ludicrous. Lin Yu's aura was strikingly feeble, merely an ordinary third-tier warrior, yet he dared to speak so boldly before him. I was concerned about enjoying this girl alone. Losing a sacrifice would surely anger the sect leader. To my surprise, you have presented yourself willingly. Given your perceptiveness, I shall ensure you die without suffering. Liang Guanfeng's expression darkened, reveling in his perceived superiority over Lin Yu. Though I do not know who you are, your power is far too weak. You are no match for this demonic cultivator. You should take Princess Ling Yun and flee. I will hold this demon at bay. Su Miaojin cast a grateful glance at Lin Yu, urging him to escape. Your strength is vastly inferior to his. How can you possibly confront him? Lin Yu regarded Su Miaojin with a knowing smile, sensing she might possess a desperate means of fighting back. I have a treasure that can deliver a lethal blow. Perhaps it will allow me to perish alongside this demonic cultivator. As long as you ensure Princess Ling Yun survives, I shall die without regret. A resolute expression crossed Su Miaojin's face, her determination unwavering, as she braced herself for the possibility of death in this confrontation. Chapter 75. The blood coffin of the evil god. Never mind. Allow me. Lin Yu chuckled lightly, shaking his head. Before Su Miaojin could speak, he raised his hand and unleashed the terrifying pressure of a vast realm warrior towards Liang Guanfeng. Boom! The oppressive force swept towards Liang Guanfeng like a mountain, reducing the trees and rocks in its path to mere dust. A vast realm warrior? Who on earth are you? Despair flickered in Liang Guanfeng's eyes. He had not anticipated that the mysterious figure before him, despite emanating only the energy of a third-tier warrior, could suddenly unleash the might of a vast realm master. Clenching his long sword, he summoned all his strength to strike Lin Yu with a surge of crimson flames. However, as the flames erupted from the blade, they were swiftly extinguished by the oncoming pressure. Almost immediately, Liang Guanfeng's sword shattered into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. Just as Liang Guanfeng turned to flee, the overwhelming force swept over him, crushing him into a mist of blood that erupted violently, vanishing from Su Miaojin's sight. Say, Senior. Su Miaojin stared at Lin Yu in disbelief, scarcely able to trust her own eyes. Liang Guanfeng was a formidable Purple Mansion warrior, yet he had been reduced to nothingness by a single wave of pressure from this enigmatic figure. Letting out a sigh of relief, she respectfully bowed to Lin Yu, saying, "May I inquire your esteemed name, Senior? I shall forever remember your kindness in saving my life." Lin Yu chuckled inwardly and waved his hand dismissively. "I have some ties to the great Zhou. Saving you was merely a matter of convenience. Do not take it to heart." Although he had little connection to the great Zhou dynasty, he shared a profound relationship with Su Miaojin. Su Miaojin gazed at Lin Yu in delight, exclaiming, "Senior, could it be that you are the esteemed monk who resolved the seal of the evil spirit at Lanrua Temple?" After pondering, she concluded that the only vast realm warrior with ties to the great Zhou must be that mysterious Buddhist master, the evil spirit of Lanrua Temple. Lin Yu looked at Su Miaojin in surprise, then nodded. "I intend to investigate the schemes of these demonic cultivators. You should not accompany me, as your strength is insufficient." Before he finished speaking, he strode toward the mountain peak Liang Guanfeng had aimed for, vanishing from Su Miaojin's sight in an instant. Could it truly be this esteemed elder? Su Miaojin was profoundly astonished, never expecting that the legendary Buddhist master would appear before her. "Miaojin, what are you saying about an elder?" At that moment, Zhou Lingyun, who had fainted earlier, gradually regained consciousness. She looked at Su Miaojin in confusion, then, gripping her sword, searched for Liang Guanfeng's figure, her face revealing astonishment. Where is that demonic cultivator? Princess Ling Yun, that Buddhist elder, just appeared and annihilated the demonic cultivator. Su Miaojin exclaimed excitedly. This elder indeed has ties to our great Zhou. We now have a vast realm master to safeguard us. What Buddhist elder? Zhou Lingyun was puzzled, still trying to grasp the situation. The evil spirit sealed beneath Lanrua Temple was personally slain by this elder. He just acknowledged his connection to our great Zhou dynasty. Su Miaojin spoke with heartfelt admiration for Lin Yu. It turns out it was this elder. How fortunate we are to have encountered him, or else we would have faced dire consequences today. Zhou Lingyu nodded in understanding, her heart filled with lingering fear. As Lin Yu continued onward, he surveyed the valley ahead. Thick with demonic energy, his brow slightly furrowing. He noticed young prodigies from various sects being led into the valley by demonic cultivators, after which they fell silent. The valley exuded an eerie stillness, resembling a ferocious beast ready to devour anyone who dared enter. Moreover, Lin Yu sensed several hidden demonic cultivators lurking at the valley's perimeter, making it nearly impossible for those attempting to infiltrate to evade detection. Yet Lin Yu was different, possessing the sacred emperor's sword body. He could conceal his energy and move like a phantom, silently traversing through the shadows of the lurking demonic cultivators and entering the valley. At that moment, within the valley, a gathering of prodigies from various factions glared in dissatisfaction at an elderly figure clad in black robes, standing before a sheer cliff. "Elder son, where's the spirit crystal vein you spoke of?" One voice demanded. "Here, there isn't even a single spirit stone. We've been deceived. Son, your intentions are foul. What do you aim to achieve by luring us here?" The young prodigies, realizing they had been duped, erupted in anger. Elder son ignored their outcry and approached the mirror-like cliff, kneeling on one knee with great reverence. "Master, we have nearly gathered all the prodigies from the various factions. May we proceed to the next step?" His tone was profoundly humble. At that moment, dense demonic energy surged forth from the cliff, as if a dark cloud were rising from it. Suddenly, the cliff shimmered with ripples, and in the blink of an eye, it vanished from view. "What is that?" As the illusion of the cliff dissipated, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. Revealed before them was a horrifying altar, measuring 100 feet in circumference, constructed from human bones and filled with the stench of blood. At the center of this altar lay a blood-red coffin, 3 meters long and 1 meter wide, bound by chains made from human skulls. Each skull emitted a mournful wail that echoed through the valley, creating an eerie atmosphere as if a chilling wind swept through. "Elder son, you have done well. With the fresh blood and flesh of these prodigies, I believe we can awaken the evil god." A blood-robed elder emerged from the ranks of black-robed demonic cultivators, standing before the blood-soaked altar, his laughter echoing with pride. "Demon, you shall not reign unchecked. This is an ancient sect's relic. We can leave at any moment. I would like to see how you plan to conduct this blood sacrifice. Indeed, as long as we hold the jade talismans, we can leave this place at will. These demonic cultivators must have lost their wits to think they can sacrifice us. Let us go, we must flee now. These demonic cultivators possess purple mansion cultivation. Staying here only leads to death. No opportunity is worth risking our lives." The young prodigies, realizing their peril, hastily produced their jade talismans, infusing them with spiritual energy. Even if it meant abandoning the exploration of this ancient relic, they were determined to escape. However, their faces soon paled in horror. No matter how they channeled their energy, the jade talismans remained unresponsive, as if they had turned to stone. "Ha! Have you realized that your talismans are useless?" The blood-robed elder's face bore a mocking smile, reveling in the despair of the young prodigies. Once the Demon Mountain formation is activated, this heavenly refuge is completely sealed. To escape, there is but one way. Either become a part of the evil god and leave with him, or annihilate all the demonic cultivators, causing the formation to collapse. Then you may leave. What do you intend to do? Do you realize the powers we represent? You demonic remnants will face death no matter where you flee. Recognizing the talisman's failure, the young prodigies regained their composure and glared fiercely at the blood-robed elder. "Flee? Why should I flee? The blood-robed elder looked at them mockingly, boasting, "Once I awaken the evil god with your blood and flesh. Who in this world could oppose me? All shall bow before the Blood Shadow sect, before me. The blood-robed ancestor. Flee. We shall scatter and escape. They lured us into the valley. Perhaps the formation only covers this area. Once we exit, the talismans should reactivate, and we can escape this relic." At that moment, someone raised their arm and shouted, then turned to flee from the valley. The other's eyes brightened. If it weren't for the fact that the magic cultivator's formation could only cover the valley, why would they have gone to such lengths to deceive them all into coming here? As long as they could escape the valley, they could survive. Thus, everyone hastily grouped together and flew toward the valley's exit. I didn't expect you to figure it out. Indeed, the Demon Mountain formation can only cover this valley. The elder in the blood robe, witnessing the crowd's escape, remained unperturbed and laughed maniacally. Unfortunately, you have overestimated yourselves. With me here, you cannot escape this valley. Stay here and become my offerings. He lifted his blood robe, and the swirling demonic energy in the valley immediately transformed into rolling black clouds, sweeping toward the fleeing elites of various factions. The crowd was on the verge of breaking free from the valley when the surging demonic energy surged forth, manifesting as chains that ensnared everyone, gradually pulling them back toward the blood sacrifice altar. Thud, thud. The crowd fell in disarray, each person heavily thrown before the elder in the blood robe. Oof. You have already fallen into the Demon Mountain formation of our Blood Shadow sect. Do you still think you can escape? Elder Sun sneered disdainfully. With my presence, I am invincible. Even if the King of Heaven came, he could not save you. Accept your fate. The elder in the blood robe, brimming with arrogance, waved his hand and commanded, "Bring them to the blood altar. I shall preside over the sacrifice and awaken the evil god." The magic cultivators standing in the valley surged forward, dragging the elites of various factions, whose powers were sealed by the demonic energy, toward the gruesome and terrifying blood altar that exuded a strong stench of blood. Despair washed over everyone's faces. Despite their desperate struggles, it was futile. At that moment, they cried out to the heavens, but received no reply. They feared they would truly perish here. However, just then, a calm voice suddenly resonated throughout the valley. "You claim to be invincible here. Have you asked me? Who?" The elder in the blood robe's expression changed dramatically as he turned to the source of the voice. There stood a figure clad in a conical hat, with a black veil obscuring their face, slowly approaching. Someone has concealed themselves within the valley. And I didn't even notice? The elder's expression shifted slightly, and upon discerning Lin Yu's cultivation, anger immediately welled up on his face. I thought it was some mysterious expert. Turns out it's just an insignificant insect who hasn't even entered the innate realm. No wonder I overlooked him. It seems he is simply too weak. The elder in the blood robe exhaled, rekindling his confidence in his own strength. Lin Yu, wielding the Buddhist relic, summoned forth waves of warm, peaceful, and benevolent golden ripples that spread throughout the valley. The demonic energy that permeated the valley ignited upon contact with the golden ripples, dissipating into wisps of black smoke before the magic cultivators could react. The chains binding the elites of various factions also disintegrated under the assault of the golden ripples. In an instant, everyone regained their strength, fiercely breaking free from the magic cultivator's constraints, rushing toward Lin Yu. Regardless of Lin Yu's cultivation level, the mere presence of the Buddhist relic that could dispel the demonic energy made him their greatest hope. A master of the Buddhist sect? The elder in the blood robe's expression shifted dramatically, realizing that an acolyte of the Buddhist sect had infiltrated his meticulously devised plan. "Senior, we will fight alongside you against these magic cultivators. Yes, while we may be weak, we can still restrain a few magic cultivators. We can surely assist you, Senior. Senior, allow us to stay and help you." The elites of various factions hastened to Lin Yu's side, pleading for him to let them remain and combat the magic cultivators. Yet their strength was indeed too feeble. Most were merely innate realm warriors, with only a handful being at the initial stage of the Purple Mansion realm, utterly incapable of standing against the magic cultivators. Thus, Lin Yu gently shook his head and solemnly stated, "If you stay here, you will only hinder me. Leave quickly. Escape this ruin and spread the word of the magic cultivator schemes. Senior, we are grateful beyond measure. If you ever require our assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to call upon us. The crowd, urged by Lin Yu, eventually bowed in respect and turned to flee toward the valley's exit. This time, with no demonic energy at play, the remaining magic cultivators were occupied resisting the golden ripples released by the Buddhist relic. Unimpeded, the elites of various factions finally escaped with their lives, vanishing from the valley. Lin Yu stowed away the Buddhist relic, and the golden ripples immediately dissipated in the valley. He turned to the elder in the blood robe and smiled faintly. Well, now that your offerings have fled, what will you use to sacrifice to the evil god? Scoundrel, you dare to disrupt our Blood Shadow sect's grand design. I will not spare you. Elder Sun roared in fury, transforming into a streak of light as he charged toward Lin Yu, raising his hand to strike. A torrent of black clouds surged from his palm, resembling a flesh-grinding mill as it bore down on Lin Yu. Only by pulverizing him into dust could he quell his resentful heart. Lin Yu lifted his gaze toward Elder Sun, then let out a cold snort. Boom! The terrifying pressure emanating from a realm of myriad phenomena surged forth like a tsunami, akin to an invisible wall directly crashing into Elder Sunday. The black clouds emanating from Elder Sun's palm dissipated in the face of this overwhelming force, and he exploded under the pressure, transforming into a mist of blood that vanished before the elder in the blood robe and his cohorts. 10. A sixth-grade warrior of myriad phenomena. The elder in the blood robe gazed at Lin Yu in disbelief, horror etched across his face. As a third-grade warrior of myriad phenomena, he could distinctly sense the sheer terror of the pressure Lin Yu had just unleashed. Your discernment is commendable. Lin Yu nodded lightly, his gaze sweeping over the magic cultivators in the valley. Now, it is time to send you on your way. With my flesh and blood, I shall offer to my lord. Just then, a sinister smile appeared on the elder in the blood robe's face, and he shouted to the surrounding magic cultivators. The expressions of the magic cultivators in the valley suddenly dulled, their eyes losing focus as if they had been enchanted, and they began to chant, "With my flesh and blood, I shall offer to my lord." As Elder Sun uttered these 8 words, his body abruptly exploded, as if crushed by an invisible hand, transforming into a mist of blood. Before this mist could disperse, it was ensnared by an unseen force, transforming into a blood-colored rainbow that shot straight toward the terrifying blood coffin at the center of the blood altar, merging into it in an instant. Upon absorbing this blood mist, the blood coffin began to tremble violently, as if the slumbering evil god within was gradually awakening. Following this, the magic cultivators in the valley, after chanting those 8 words, began to explode one after another, like ripe fruit being crushed on a branch, their blood pooling into the blood coffin. The white skeletal chains binding the blood coffin trembled as the skeletons erupted one by one, following the coffin struggles. Gradually, the blood coffin began to levitate, rising into the air, and a terrifying demonic energy flowed from its seams, dispersing the stench of blood that had filled the valley. In the blink of an eye, only the elder in the blood robe remained among the magic cultivators. With a frenzied expression, he raised both hands and laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha! Did you think that without those offerings, I would be unable to awaken the evil god? You are mistaken. I have prepared another offering in anticipation of this plan's failure. If you dare to thwart my plans, once the evil god awakens, he will not spare you. The malevolent energy that surged from the blood coffin was boundless, enveloping the entire valley in an impenetrable shroud of black mist. Within this dark veil, the faint echoes of countless wails resonated, as if thousands of vengeful spirits were uttering curses. For an ordinary warrior, merely approaching the black mist would result in immediate madness, their minds tainted by the lamentations and cries, rendering them mere puppets driven solely by the urge to kill. Those who had escaped the valley, upon hearing the anguished cries and curses behind them, turned to behold the entire valley shrouded in ominous black fog. Thank goodness we managed to escape. Otherwise, we would surely have been ensnared. One exclaimed, I wonder how that esteemed elder is faring. Can he thwart the machinations of the demonic cultivators? After all, he is a formidable figure, a master of the myriad manifestations, capable of effortlessly dispatching several demonic practitioners. A sense of dread lingered in the hearts of the group as they gazed at the encroaching black mist, their thoughts turning to Lin Yu with concern. Pray tell, the elder you speak of, is he a revered figure from the Buddhist sect? At that moment, Su Miaojin and Zhou Lingyun, leaning on each other, approached and inquired loudly. Indeed, that elder is a member of the Buddhist order. The demonic cultivators have set up a blood sacrifice formation in the valley, seeking to ensnare us all. Had it not been for the elder's intervention, we would have perished within those confines. The group, speaking in a flurry, recounted the events that had transpired in the valley to Su Miaojin and Zhou Lingyun. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed from the valley, prompting everyone to turn their attention back. Elder, Su Miaojin gazed toward the valley shrouded in black mist, clasping her hands in prayer. We can do nothing to aid the elder. We can only pray that he vanquishes the demonic cultivators and returns triumphantly. The others joined her, their hands raised in prayer for Lin Yu. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Lin Yu was far from a Buddhist master. He merely possessed a single Buddhist bone relic by chance. Within the valley, the white bone chains binding the blood coffin, suspended in midair, shattered completely. Vivid crimson blood flowed from the coffin's seams, pooling at the center of the blood altar to form a small pond. The blood-robe ancestor gazed at the blood coffin, his eyes alight with fervor, his raised hands trembling slightly. With a resounding crack, the coffin lid was suddenly flung hundreds of feet away by a massive hand covered in blood-red scales, embedding itself deep into the mountainside. Then a headless, three-zhang tall demonic figure, enshrouded in blood-red scales, slowly emerged from the coffin. Blood cascaded from the figure like a waterfall, and in the blink of an eye, its once crimson scales transformed into a ghastly gray akin to that of a corpse. Instantly, the black mist enveloping the valley surged into this body as if drawn by an irresistible force, causing the headless demon's aura to swell dramatically. Reaching the sixth tier of the myriad manifestations, now rivaling Lin Yu's own power. Lin Yu frowned at the headless form before him, gently shaking his head. Is this the so-called evil god? To possess the strength of the sixth tier and yet dare to claim divinity? How amusing. It appears you have quite the audacity, remaining here instead of fleeing before the evil god awakens. Alas, it is too late for you to escape now. The blood-robe ancestor regarded the headless evil god with a tinge of regret in his eyes. Regrettably, without the flesh and blood of those prodigies, I cannot directly elevate the evil god's power to the void transformation realm. However, once I escape this place, there will be an endless supply of blood offerings outside. In no more than 3 months, the evil god will ascend to the void transformation realm, becoming an unparalleled existence. Why should I flee? Lin Yu retorted in astonishment. I am aware you are a sixth-tier warrior. Do you truly believe this is the evil god's true strength? The blood-robe ancestor laughed maniacally, a look of pride on his face as he gazed at Lin Yu. Now, allow me to demonstrate the final step of the evil god's resurrection. Before he could finish speaking, he formed a hand seal before him and intoned, with my flesh and blood, I offer to my master. The flesh has spirit. Grant me rebirth. As the words left his mouth, his body exploded into a cloud of blood mist, surging toward the headless evil god and merging into its towering form in an instant. Cackles of sinister laughter reverberated through the valley as a mass of blood mist erupted from the demon's neck, suggesting that flesh was sprouting from it. In the blink of an eye, this mass of blood mist gradually morphed into the face of the blood-robe ancestor, who grinned wickedly at Lin Yu. Did you expect this? I have orchestrated this for so long, all to utilize the body of this evil god to break through to the void transformation realm. With the head of the blood-robe ancestor manifesting atop the evil god's body, his power surged once more, stepping into the 7th tier of the myriad manifestations. In terms of cultivation, the blood-robe ancestor now surpassed Lin Yu. The blood-robe ancestor, reveling in his newfound strength as he surveyed his arms adorned with gray scales, mockingly addressed Lin Yu. Now, I am a 7th-tier warrior. Crushing you will be as easy as breathing. As the words left his lips, a terrifying aura erupted from him, shattering the blood coffin beneath his feet as he slowly descended to the altar, standing amidst the gathering blood. Taking a deep breath, the blood-robe ancestor inhaled the blood mist rising from the altar, a look of ecstasy washing over his face as he turned to Lin Yu. Offer your flesh and blood. You are honored to be the first blood offering I shall savor upon my resurrection. Chapter 78. The Avatar of the Demon Ancestor Fear Not. For you shall not withstand the might of my flesh and blood. Lin Yu smiled faintly. After all, a mere 7th grade warrior of the myriad manifestations was hardly worthy of his concern. Cease your pretenses and perish. The blood-robed ancestor scoffed, raising his hand to strike Lin Yu. A remarkable surge of demonic energy coalesced in the palm of the blood-robed ancestor, and soon, blood flowed like a raging torrent into the demonic essence, merging to form a bizarre array symbol, forged from the union of blood and demonic energy. In the blink of an eye, it rushed towards Lin Yu, intent on crushing him to dust. Lin Yu remained composed, raising a finger to the descending array symbol. A formidable sword intent of fire erupted from his fingertip, shooting forth towards the crimson array symbol, radiating a dazzling scarlet brilliance. Boom! The fiery sword intent sliced through the blood-red array symbol, cleaving it in two, while raging flames spread across the fissured symbol, igniting it completely. Before the blood-robed ancestor could regain his wits, the blood-red array symbol he had unleashed disintegrated before Lin Yu. How is this possible? A look of astonishment washed over the blood-robed ancestor's face. I am a 7th grade warrior of the myriad manifestations, effortlessly capable of extinguishing a 6th grade warrior like crushing an ant. How could you so easily obliterate the power of my strike with a mere sword intent? He had acknowledged Lin Yu's 6th grade prowess, and thus unleashed his ultimate technique, the blood array symbol he had comprehended after merging with the body of the evil god, intending to annihilate Lin Yu in one fell swoop. He had poured forth all his strength into this strike, regarding Lin Yu with utmost seriousness. Yet, he had never anticipated that Lin Yu's strength surpassed his wildest imagination. In this world, nothing is impossible. Lin Yu cast a calm gaze at the blood-robed ancestor and raised his hand, declaring, "Come forth, sword." The wind control soared from his sea of consciousness, transforming into a vibrant azure beam that landed in his grasp. Flames roaring upon the blade, as the fire sword intent shimmered brilliantly. In an instant, his figure surged as he charged towards the blood-robed ancestor. Lin Yu moved with extraordinary speed, appearing before the blood-robed ancestor in the blink of an eye. The wind control sword infused with blazing sword intent, slashing downwards with ferocity. This is dire. The blood-robed ancestor's countenance shifted drastically as he sensed the burning sword intent upon the wind control sword, realizing that Lin Yu's strength had undoubtedly transcended the 6th grade realm. Fear gripped him as he raised his hands, summoning a torrent of demonic energy to manifest a barrier of black mist, hoping to obstruct Lin Yu's strike. Boom! Though Lin Yu had not unleashed his most powerful 9 heavens sword technique, the wind control sword of the myriad manifestations, combined with the fire sword intent, enhanced the sword's might beyond that of a 7th grade warrior. With a single strike, he shattered the black mist barrier the blood-robed ancestor had conjured, sending the ancestor himself hurtling away, akin to a flaming meteor crashing onto the blood altar, obliterating the painstakingly constructed altar of the Blood Shadow sect into disarray. He lay at the center of the blood altar, surrounded by shattered bones, a ghastly wound gaping at his chest, blood pouring forth. Yet, the vitality within the evil god's body was indeed formidable. Even with such grievous injuries, countless tendril-like flesh buds sprouted voraciously from the wound, suggesting that it would not be long before the injury healed. How could your strength be so formidable? The blood-robed ancestor stared at Lin Yu in terror, his eyes filled with panic. He had schemed to usurp the body of the evil god, rapidly elevating his prowess to the 7th grade, even believing he could ascend to the void realm, convinced of his invincibility. Little did he expect to be so thoroughly bested before he could even escape this ancient relic, feeling utterly humiliated. It is not that I am strong. Rather, you are simply too weak. Lin Yu regarded the frightened blood-robed ancestor and spoke indifferently. Before his words had fully dissipated, the red flames reignited upon the wind control sword, the fire sword intent gathering once more upon the blade. I do not wish to die. I cannot perish here. The blood-robed ancestor struggled to retreat, knowing that even with his overwhelming vitality, another strike from Lin Yu would mean his demise. At that moment, The expression of the blood-robed ancestor suddenly dulled, as if he had heard a sound that Lin Yu could not perceive. Then, a fierce glint ignited in his eyes, and a violent aura surged forth from within him. This terrifying aura emanated like a palpable force, manifesting as visible ripples that radiated outward. Lin Yu was thrust backward by the overwhelming pressure of this aura, unable to maintain his footing despite his own sixth-grade prowess. The sheer strength of this sudden eruption was evident. What on earth is happening? The blood-robed ancestor's power seems to be increasing once more. Lin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld layers of blood mist enveloping the blood-robed ancestor, who gradually rose, lifting his head to face Lin Yu. His strength escalating until it broke through the confines, ultimately reaching the 8th grade of the myriad manifestations. Prince Lin Yu, it has been a long time. The blood-robed ancestor's vacant eyes suddenly ignited with crimson flames, and with a stiff, dazed voice, he called out Lin Yu's name. Lin Yu's gaze sharpened, warily observing the blood-robed ancestor as he declared solemnly, "You are not the blood-robed ancestor. Who are you truly?" "He, I have seen you. Have you forgotten Yuan Yi?" The blood-robed ancestor cackled sinisterly. "Yuan Yi." Lin Yu felt a jolt of surprise, instantly recalling the malevolent gaze that had crossed over to him when he had slain Yuan Yi, a gaze laden with malice. "You are the demon ancestor?" Lin Yu inquired, lifting his gaze towards the blood-robed ancestor, who appeared as if manipulated by strings. "Indeed, it is I." The blood-robed ancestor's expression, once vacant, now bore a hint of arrogance. "My gaze upon you was obscured, but fortunately, this Demon King's body has allowed me to sense your presence. Thus I have found you once more." "Demon King's body?" Lin Yu queried with confusion. Was this not the body of the evil god? These ignorant fools who worship the evil spirits believe this Demon King's body to be the remnants of the evil god, and they have audaciously usurped it with their foul sorcery. Fortunately, this has led me to you. Now, with a fragment of my divine consciousness descending, I shall transform it into my avatar to traverse the land of the divine continent, allowing me to slay you and prevent you from thwarting our grand schemes for the demon race." The avatar of the demon ancestor gazed at Lin Yu, speaking calmly. "Though my fragment of divine consciousness can only elevate this avatar's strength to the 8th grade, you are merely a 6th grade warrior. Killing you shall be as effortless as turning over my hand." Chapter 79. Slaying the demon ancestor's avatar upon finishing his words. The demon ancestor clenched his right fist and gently waved it forward. Boom! Spiritual energy converged in his hand, and as he struck, a thunderous roar erupted, sending ripples of transparent waves radiating outward, stirring up a fierce gale that engulfed the entire valley in an instant. Unfortunately, I could only descend a fragment of my consciousness into this Demon King's body, allowing his power to increase slightly. It was not enough to slay you, but it would suffice. The demon ancestor raised his gaze towards Lin Yu, a strange crimson light flickering in his eyes as he intoned deeply. "Now, prepare to pay with your life." Boom! Before his words faded, the demon ancestor stomped heavily on the ground, causing the earth beneath him to crack open, with fissures spreading outward. In the blink of an eye, the ground within a 10-jong radius around him suddenly collapsed. Following this, the demon ancestor's form surged, transforming into a streak of lightning, leaving behind multiple afterimages in the air and instantaneously appearing before Lin Yu. Clenching his right fist, he gathered immense spiritual energy, forming a vortex that he then hurled downwards with tremendous force towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu raised his sword and slashed toward the demon ancestor. The flames on the wind-commanding sword surged, and the fiery sword intent howled forth, striking the vortex of gathered spiritual energy. With a thunderous crash, the entire valley shuddered, and countless fragments of rock plummeted from the surrounding peaks. The spiritual energy coalesced in the demon ancestor's right fist was shattered by Lin Yu's sword strike. The fiery sword intent igniting the dispersed energy, spreading like a blooming flame throughout the valley. The overwhelming sword intent sent the demon ancestor flying several dozen zhang away, where he landed with a thud, his legs sinking into the rock, as if he were a crop planted in stone, awaiting harvest. "Impossible. You clearly possess only the cultivation of the 6th level of manifestation, yet my body is of the 8th level. The crimson light in the demon ancestor's eyes flickered violently, terror washing over his face. The power Lin Yu displayed at this moment far exceeded his expectations. Crushing an 8th-level warrior with merely the 6th level of manifestation was something even the most extraordinary geniuses could not achieve. Who says the 6th level of manifestation cannot kill the 8th level? Lin Yu regarded the demon ancestor calmly, his right hand holding the wind-commanding sword gently opening. The sword trembled slightly and began to levitate from his palm, with streaks of azure light continuously coalescing upon its blade. Then, the wind-commanding sword transformed into a streak of azure light, swirling around Lin Yu. The sword intent of wind, the art of sword control. So that is it. The demon ancestor's expression shifted dramatically. It was only after Yuan Ye's demise that he sensed something amiss, casting a hurried glance at Lin Yu. But it was obscured in an instant. He had no idea how Lin Yu had managed to slay Yuan Ye. At this moment, he finally understood why Lin Yu was unafraid in the face of his own 8th level power. Your threat to our demon clan's plans is far too great. I cannot allow you to leave here alive. The demon ancestor's spiritual energy erupted, the rocks beneath him instantly crumbling to dust as he slowly ascended into the air, looking down upon Lin Yu, solemnly declaring, "Today will be your day of demise." Boom! A surge of crimson flames erupted from every scale of the demon ancestor's avatar, instantly transforming him into a being of blood. He then plummeted toward Lin Yu like a meteor, his right fist striking out, the crimson flames coalescing upon it, resembling a blood-colored star descending upon Lin Yu. A faint smile graced Lin Yu's lips as he willed the wind-commanding sword, which was swirling before him, to transform into a streak of azure light, shooting towards the crashing blood star. With this strike, Lin Yu unleashed all his might. The wind sword intent gathered upon the wind-commanding sword began to manifest intricate inscriptions that seemed to have existed since time immemorial. These subtly appearing runes contained an essence of the principles of wind, as if each inscription was formed by the condensation of the wind sword intent. Its power vastly surpassing that of the wind sword intent itself, already beginning to transform towards the path of wind swordsmanship. As the wind-commanding sword passed, a black trace subtly appeared in the air, with ripples undulating on either side, as though even space itself was being cleaved by his sword strike. The azure streak of light flashed through the air, and the blood star descending from above was instantaneously split in two, then erupted violently, sending waves of crimson ripples surging outward in all directions, resembling a blood cloud enveloping the valley above, lingering without dispersing. Seeing the wind-commanding sword rushing towards him, fear flickered in the demon ancestor's eyes. It was only at this moment that he sensed the encroaching threat of death. Although this body merely housed a fragment of his consciousness, the effort expended to project that fragment through time and space into this remnant form far exceeded his expectations. If Lin Yu were to destroy this avatar, he would be unable to project his consciousness again for a significant period. And thus this avatar was far from insignificant to the demon ancestor. However, the power of Lin Yu's sword strike was simply too terrifying. Even as he gathered all his spiritual energy to create a crimson barrier in front of him, attempting to block the wind-commanding sword, it was futile. Boom! In an instant, the wind-commanding sword shattered the blood barrier that the demon ancestor had formed, unleashing a torrent of violent spiritual energy that flooded the valley, turning the air into a vast sea of blood. Lin Yu, I will remember you. You cannot escape, you cannot. The demon ancestor bellowed in rage, his voice drowned by the blood cloud, echoing throughout the valley like thunder. He could never have imagined that despite having seized the body of an 8th-level warrior and elevating his own cultivation, he would still fall short against Lin Yu, who merely possessed the 6th level of manifestation. But the next time, he would certainly be fully prepared before attempting to seize an avatar. At that time, he would ensure Lin Yu's swift demise. Before the demon ancestor's furious roar could dissipate, the wind-commanding sword shot forth, piercing through his forehead and extinguishing his soul. The crimson light in the demon ancestor's eyes gradually faded, and his expression shifted from dazed to fearful. What is happening? Why is my soul dissipating? As a fragment of the demon ancestor's consciousness vanished, the blood-robe ancestor regained control of the demon king's body, yet he was not far from death. Lin Yu gently shook his head, the wind-commanding sword carving an arc through the air, returning to him and cleaving the dissipating soul of the blood-robe ancestor in two, utterly vanquishing him, just as the blood-robe ancestor was completely annihilated. Lin Yu felt a gaze filled with malice and hatred pierce through time and space, landing upon him. It was as if this gaze would forever follow him, watching his every move. Damn it, this old demon won't let go. Ding Yi, it's time to take action. Lin Yu shook his head, summoning Ding Yi to intervene. Fear not. With me here, he won't be able to keep his eyes on you. Ding Yi replied confidently. As his words fell, the sensation of being watched vanished from Lin Yu's being, indicating that Ding Yi had acted, once again obscuring the demon ancestor's gaze. Chapter 80. The collapse of ancient ruins in the demon realm. The connection between the demon ancestor and the cursed mark suddenly vanished. Enraged, he unleashed his divine consciousness, which surged forth like a mountain roaring or a tsunami crashing, scouring the boundless void for any trace of the dissipating cursed mark. Astonishingly, a look of shock crossed the demon ancestor's face as he muttered to himself, "This aura. Could it be that legendary treasure? No wonder that young man was able to conceal my cursed mark. It turns out he had this artifact to assist him. This is the cherished treasure that the demon god has sought for ages. If I report its whereabouts, I shall reap boundless rewards." His crimson eyes sparkled with delight, and soon his soul power coalesced into a beam of light that soared into the heavens, vanishing from the demon realm into the infinite void. Boom! Moments later, the sky above the demon realm darkened abruptly, black clouds spreading like ink, engulfing the entire sky in darkness, accompanied by an ominous aura. All demon warriors, confronted by this terrifying presence, felt an instinctual fear from the very essence of their beings. They lowered their heads, kneeling on one knee, submitting to this overwhelming force. The mere transmission of a fragment of divine thought from the demon god was enough to instill such dread that the entire realm trembled. Even the demon ancestor rose from his skeletal throne and knelt, awaiting the arrival of the demon god. Simultaneously, demon ancestors across the realm also knelt, pledging their loyalty to the demon god. The black clouds continued to gather, forming a colossal vortex that seemed to consume the entire sky. Then an immense eye, seemingly capable of containing the entirety of the demon realm, slowly opened within this vortex, gazing down upon the kneeling demon ancestor. A terrifying pressure descended, stripping away the mist that cloaked the demon ancestor, revealing the true form of the things.He demon ancestor, a colossal serpent resembling a dragon with wings. Even the powerful things.He could not withstand this force and succumb to the ground. "things.He, you claim to have discovered the whereabouts of the God-eating cauldron. Is that true?" A voice of immense authority echoed within the things.He demon ancestor's consciousness, each word resonating like thunder, leaving him dizzy. This voice could only be heard by him, while the other demon ancestors could merely sense the arrival of divine thought from the demon god. The things.He demon ancestor hastily composed himself, nodding, "I report to the demon god. I have indeed detected the aura of the God-eating cauldron." He dared not conceal anything in the presence of the demon god, promptly recounting all that had transpired. The God-eating cauldron is a legendary artifact forged by ancient saints to suppress the heavens, said to devour all things and nourish its host, allowing the host to surpass all past and future existences. To possess it is to become the ruler of all realms. The demon god chuckled heartily and proclaimed, "Your discovery of the God-eating cauldron is a monumental achievement. I shall reward you handsomely. Now, release your soul. I wish to utilize the cursed mark you left behind to locate the God-eating cauldron." Although the cursed mark was obscured by the God-eating cauldron, it still existed. The demon god's fragment of divine thought, far superior in power, could accomplish what the demon ancestor could not. "It is my honor to offer my strength to the demon god." The demon ancestor did not dare to delay and promptly released his soul. The divine thought of the demon god descended instantly, merging with the demon ancestor's soul, seeking the aura of the cursed mark. Found it. Indeed, it is the aura of the God-eating cauldron. "God-eating cauldron, you shall be mine." The demon god's voice was filled with ecstatic exultation, and his divine thoughts surged forth from the demon ancestor's soul, breaking through layers of space and vanishing within the demon realm. What has transpired? Why did the divine thought of the demon god suddenly descend? How infuriating! The demon god has favored things.He. What has this individual done to earn such attention from the demon god? It seems the demon god's essence has traveled to the Kanglan domain. Could there be something there that attracts the demon god's interest? After the departure of the demon god's essence, the demon ancestors within the realm began to communicate through their souls, filled with jealousy towards the Tungsha demon ancestor. Within the ruins of the demon mountain, Lin Yu released the god-eating cauldron, watching as it consumed the corpse of the blood-robe ancestor, and smilingly asked, "Cauldron Master," after refining him, "will I be able to advance to the 7th level of the 10,000 forms?" Naturally, with a stroke of luck, you might even ascend directly to the 8th level. The Cauldron Master chuckled, but then suddenly became agitated. Damn it, why is the spiritual power of this body so feeble? This is far from what an 8th level warrior should possess. What is wrong, Cauldron Master? Lin Yu inquired, bewildered. This corpse lacks a fragment of the demon ancestor's divine thought. It now possesses only the spiritual power of the 7th level. The Cauldron Master was thoroughly vexed, having anticipated devouring an 8th level demon king's body, only to find it a futile endeavor. It must be that the demon ancestor's divine thought dissipated after I severed it, allowing the blood-robe ancestor to regain control of the demon king's body, thus restoring his power to the 7th level. Lin Yu pondered briefly before responding, "Yet, the 7th level is sufficient. I never expected to leap from the 6th level directly to the 8th. That makes sense. Young one, do you wish to advance here?" The Cauldron Master acknowledged Lin Yu's reasoning with a smile, although it won't allow you to leap directly to the 8th level. Considering the spiritual power you haven't yet depleted from your previous advancement, I can certainly assist you in reaching the 7th level. Let us discuss it outside. There are still ancient sect ruins left to explore. Lin Yu chuckled, turning to walk toward the valley's exit. Su Miaojin and the others listened intently to the continuous rumblings emanating from the valley, observing a blood cloud rising and enveloping the area, gripping their jade talismans tightly, ready to flee the ruins at a moment's notice. Do you think that venerable figure from the Buddhist sect will lose? Impossible. The Buddhist elder would not act unless certain of victory. Furthermore, even if he were not a match for those demonic cultivators, there is little we could do to assist. If the Buddhist elder were to lose, we shall depart and report back to the sect master, requesting that he gathers the strongest from across the realm to eradicate the demons. The group whispered among themselves, casting worried glances at the turbulent blood cloud in the valley. Miaojin, that venerable figure has not emerged for quite some time. Could it be? Zhou Lingyun looked at Su Miaojin, sensing that the blood cloud and overwhelming demonic energy suggested that the Buddhist master might be at a disadvantage. Not at all. I have faith in the elder's strength. He will not lose, Su Miaojin declared resolutely, filled with confidence in Lin Yu. Chapter 81. The might of the demon god, he has emerged. The esteemed elder has appeared. At that moment, exclamations of astonishment filled the air as Lin Yu strolled leisurely out of the valley. Behind him, the blood-red clouds that shrouded the entire valley were dissipating, clearly indicating that all the demonic cultivators within had been transcended. Elder, upon seeing Lin Yu approach, everyone bowed respectfully in greeting. The demonic cultivators have been vanquished. Lin Yu spoke calmly, and before he could finish his sentence, the prodigies from various sects erupted into cheers. Suddenly, a series of thunderous roars echoed from the sky, followed by bolts of lightning stretching thousands of feet long, cascading from the clouds, crashing onto the surrounding peaks, reducing rocks to dust and igniting trees into fierce flames. The scene was apocalyptic. Meanwhile, the jade talismans held tightly, and everyone's hands began to radiate a blinding brilliance. Even some talismans concealed on individuals emitted dazzling light. Lin Yu's jade talisman was no exception. Surprised, he drew it out, but before he could examine it closely, he heard someone exclaim, "This is bad. My talisman has cracked." "Mine too, what could be happening?" "My talisman is about to shatter as well." The others cried out in alarm, as it seemed that all who had entered this ancient site were experiencing similar anomalies with their talismans. Lin Yu looked down and noticed that while his talisman gleamed brilliantly, it was also developing web-like cracks that rapidly spread across its surface. "I see now. There is likely no ancient sect relic here at all. This is a trap set by the demonic cultivators to revive the evil god. Now that they have been slain by you, This place is left unguarded and on the verge of collapse, which is why the talismans are preparing to transport you all away. Elder Ding suddenly realized the truth. Before Lin Yu could respond, a sharp crack echoed as the talismans in everyone's hands shattered completely. Pillars of white light erupted from beneath them, enveloping them, and then shot upward, transforming into streaks of light that whisked them away into the heavens. Lin Yu too was engulfed by a white pillar. But just as he was about to depart the Demon Mountain ruins, the light around him flickered twice and abruptly vanished. Elder Ding, what is happening? Why can't I leave? Lin Yu exclaimed in astonishment, calling out to the knowledgeable Elder Ding in his consciousness. Something is amiss. A powerful aura has locked onto you, preventing your escape from this site. Elder Ding's voice was tinged with an unusual hint of panic. Could it be the demon ancestor? Have you concealed his curse mark? Lin Yu inquired with curiosity. No, this aura is even more formidable than the demon ancestor. Elder Ding replied with a resigned smile. At that moment, the sky above the Demon Mountain ruins darkened ominously, as if something were obscuring the light, casting the sight into shadow. Thunderclaps intensified, and countless bolts of lightning wreaked havoc upon the ground. The booming echoes of thunder coalesced into a single voice that reverberated throughout the entirety of the Demon Mountain ruins. Surrender the God-eating cauldron, and I shall spare your life. Lin Yu raised his head to gaze at the pitch-black sky, where he perceived a figure looming above, surveying him, not just him, but the entire Demon Mountain ruins. Requesting I surrender the God-eating cauldron? Absolutely not. Lin Yu brandished the wind control sword, stating resolutely, if you possess the capability, come and take it yourself. Very well, I shall come to claim the God-eating cauldron in your life. The thunderous voice echoed through the night sky. In an instant, lightning converged in the air, forming a colossal silver hand that pierced the darkened heavens. This silver hand tore through the sky, creating fissures stretching hundreds, even thousands of feet, revealing glimpses of an endless starry sea. As the silver hand descended, the entire Demon Mountain ruins began to collapse, the sky shattering layer by layer, while the surrounding peaks crumbled from top to bottom, turning to dust. The entire world of the Demon Mountain was on the verge of vanishing along with Lin Yu's life. A fierce battle spirit ignited in Lin Yu's eyes as he summoned the essence of the wind sword. The sword glowed with a cerulean light, inscribed with runes embodying the principles of wind. With a sudden surge, the wind control sword shot forth to meet the descending silver hand, which threatened to engulf the entire sky. The cerulean brilliance of the sword, however, seemed as insignificant as a mayfly attempting to shake a mighty tree. Boom! Before the wind control sword could even touch the silver hand, torrents of silver lightning cascaded down, extinguishing the cerulean radiance. The sword plummeted straight down, trembling as it returned to Lin Yu's grasp. I never imagined I would meet my end here. Alas, I have yet to avenge the crown prince and my 10,000 brothers in the southern expedition. That strike nearly drained Lin Yu's spiritual energy. He gripped the wind control sword, lifting his gaze toward the silver hand, which was methodically dismantling the Demon Mountain ruins, flames of defiance flickering in his eyes. Even in the face of death, he would not succumb passively. Even with his energy depleted, he would swing his sword. Valiant warriors of the Southern Army, for the sake of our king, there are no cowards among the Southern expedition. Lin Yu bellowed, raising the wind control sword to strike against the thunderous silver hand descending upon him. This strike embodied his indomitable will. Even if he were to perish, his battle spirit would endure. A golden rainbow surged forth, plunging directly into the silver hand, and in an instant, a radiant brilliance illuminated the darkened Demon Mountain ruins. The golden rainbow seemed to ignite the entire site, and suddenly hundreds of cracks appeared on the silver hand, which then erupted in a cataclysmic collapse, unleashing a torrent of thunder that cascaded down, threatening to engulf the already ravaged ruins. At that moment, a white pillar of light enveloped Lin Yu, and as the Demon Mountain ruins disintegrated, he vanished from the site. In the demon realm, the terrifying aura of the demon god resurfaced, causing the previously murmuring demon ancestors to fall silent, their hearts gripped with fear as they gazed upon the flames surging through the sky like a tsunami. This heralded the wrath of the demon god. All demonkind watched in terror as the flames rampaged, fearing that they might be caught in its wake. The tongue snake demon ancestor trembled in fear, observing the flames gathering ominously above, wondering when he had angered the demon god. Tongue snake. The voice of the demon god resonated within the consciousness of the tongue snake demon ancestor. Your subordinate is here. The tongue snake demon ancestor hastily knelt in response. Chapter 82. The demon god sets its eyes on the god-eating cauldron. My consciousness was obliterated by the god-eating cauldron, and I have lost track of both the cauldron and that young man. To my astonishment, the god-eating cauldron, despite being damaged at its core, is still determined to protect him. The demon god spoke solemnly. I intend to wage war across the boundless sea of stars, and I lack the energy to concern myself with matters here. Therefore, I require your assistance in a task. Find someone to enter the Kanglan domain, eliminate that young man, and retrieve the god-eating cauldron. Great demon god, with my strength, it is exceedingly difficult to send warriors above the Wuxiang realm into the Kanglan domain. The Tung-She demon clan lamented to the demon god. If he possessed such capability, he would not need to bolster the human forces in the Kanglan domain. Only by conducting an immensely grand blood sacrifice, involving nearly 1 million participants, could he hope to establish a passage between the demon realm and the Kanglan domain, allowing warriors above the Wuxiang realm to cross over. At that moment, amidst the blazing flames above the head of the Tung-She demon ancestor, a blood-colored gemstone shaped like amber descended. This gemstone was soft to the touch, with a texture reminiscent of flesh. After catching the blood-colored gemstone, the voice of the demon god echoed once more. This is blood guilt. You merely need to find the soul of a human, merge it with the blood guilt, and you will create a warrior of the Huaxi realm. Since it carries the essence of a human soul, you can easily send him back to the Kanglan domain. The young man possessing the god-eating cauldron is of feeble strength. Once a Huaxi realm warrior strikes, he shall surely perish. My subordinate obeys. I shall bring the god-eating cauldron before you, great demon god. The Tung-She demon ancestor tightened his grip on the blood guilt, hastily pledging his loyalty to the demon god. Very well, I await your good news. After leaving this final remark, the demon god's voice gradually faded from the Tung-She demon ancestor's consciousness, and the previously tumultuous demon realm began to return to tranquility. Blood guilt. I never anticipated it could create a warrior of the Huaxi realm from nothing. Gazing at the blood guilt in his hand, the Tung-She demon ancestor seemed to recall something, and 2 white orbs of light suddenly appeared in his palm. Within these orbs stood 2 dazed princes. Previously, this prince from the Kanglan domain had made a deal with me, pledging one of his souls as collateral. Now, it proves fortuitous. With a chuckle, the Tung-She demon ancestor merged the prince's soul into the blood guilt. The blood guilt trembled slightly, and then intricate veins began to emerge on its smooth surface as it slowly began to grow. Above the Xinzhou continent, a violet beam of light, stretching for tens of thousands of feet, cut across the sky, nearly tearing it asunder. Officials of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau from all dynasties were roused from their slumber. Such an anomaly led them to believe calamity was imminent. Each emperor hastily issued self-reproach edicts, pleading for the heavens to spare themselves and their nations. Amidst all this, Lin Yu remained oblivious. After a dizzying whirlwind, he found himself back at the Proton Pavilion, where the outside world was shrouded in darkness. Merely 2 hours had passed. Master Ding, what on earth just transpired? Lin Yu exhaled deeply, immediately pressing for answers from Master Ding. He was neither arrogant nor foolish. The last sword strike he unleashed had drained his spiritual power, rendering it impossible for him to possess such terrifying might to obliterate that monstrous silver hand. After much contemplation, the only one capable of such manipulation was Master Ding. Young man, what attacked you at the Demon Mountain ruins was a fragment of the demon god's divine consciousness. It was aimed at me. Master Ding's voice was hoarse, laden with fatigue. The demon god? Lin Yu felt a wave of confusion wash over him. To him, even the demon ancestor was an overwhelmingly formidable entity, let alone the demon god who surpassed the ancestor in power. Indeed, it is the demon god. I blocked that strike, which caused damage to my primal energy. In the past, I have refined countless beings of the demon god's caliber. Yet now I find myself in a state of vulnerability. Young man, if it occurs again, I may be unable to assist you. Master Ding spoke with a rueful smile. Next time? Is there to be a next time? Lin Yu could not help but exclaim. The demon god was pursuing him. As long as it failed to obtain him, it would undoubtedly compel the demon ancestor to take action against him. Fortunately, the demon god was preoccupied with the boundless sea of stars, unable to divert its attention towards them. Otherwise, hiding in the Kanglan domain would be of no avail. Master Ding whispered, "My primal energy has been damaged, and I may not be able to help you next time. Therefore, you must strive to grow stronger swiftly. Only by becoming stronger can you extricate yourself from the demon ancestor's grasp." Master Ding, how can your primal energy be restored? Lin Yu disregarded his own plight and earnestly inquired about Master Ding's condition. Simple. I just need to devour more heavenly materials, earth treasures, and powerful demons. By consuming enough, my primal energy will gradually recover. Master Ding chuckled softly, adding, as long as I consume sufficiently, my primal energy will naturally return. Rest assured, I will diligently cultivate to enable you to devour more demons and magic cultivators. Lin Yu solemnly vowed to Master Ding. The demon god's covetous gaze upon the god-eating cauldron hung over him like a sword of Damocles. If he did not cultivate, the sword would fall. If he did not strive, the sword would likewise descend. Reflecting on his cultivation, Lin Yu shook his head with a wry smile. Alas, I initially intended to search for the treasures left by the ancient sects, only to discover it was a ruse by the magic cultivators. These magic cultivators truly possess grand ambitions. His journey had begun with high hopes, but ended in disappointment. Fortunately, Master Ding had absorbed the Wuxiang realm magic sword and the blood-robed ancestor, allowing him to advance to the 7th tier of Wuxiang, which could still be considered a modest gain. These magic cultivators must have discovered a soon-to-collapse blessed land, and, upon finding the body of a demon king within, orchestrated this conspiracy. Had you not been present, those rascals would have conducted a blood sacrifice, and the awakening of the demon king's body could have granted them the power of the 9th tier of Wuxiang or even Huaxi realm. At that point, aside from the hidden sect elders, no one would stand a chance against them. Master Ding's recounting of the matter was tinged with lingering dread. It wasn't that he lacked strength, but rather that there were too few powerful beings and even fewer heavenly materials and earth treasures. He wished to assist Lin Yu, but found himself powerless, needing to bide his time. Now that this issue has been resolved, it is time for me to cultivate and strengthen my power. Not only must I seek revenge against the eldest prince, but I must also remain vigilant against the demon god's pursuit. If my strength is insufficient, I will not only be unable to protect Master Ding, but also unable to avenge those brothers who perished in the southern wilderness. With a deep breath, Lin Yu began to cultivate fervently, seizing every moment. Very well, today I shall assist you in advancing to the 7th tier of Wuxiang. Master Ding laughed heartily, and a torrent of spiritual energy surged into Lin Yu's meridians like a tidal wave. He activated the sacred Emperor's Heart method, refining the continuously flowing spiritual energy, and his cultivation unknowingly soared. In the imperial palace of the great Zhou, Su Miaojin, Zhou Lingyun, and a multitude of royal prodigies materialized as the white beam descended. The Emperor of Zhou furrowed his brow slightly and turned to the elder in black robes beside him. Elder Su, was it not said that the passage of time within the ruins differs from the outside world? They would require at least 6 hours to emerge. How is it they have returned in less than 2 hours? Elder Su frowned as he observed Su Miaojin and the others gradually regaining their senses. He spoke in a low voice. Perhaps an unexpected incident occurred within the ruins, leading to their premature return. Your Majesty, it may be prudent to inquire of General Su and the others about the circumstances. The Emperor of Zhou nodded gently, shifting his gaze to Su Miaojin. Your humble servant pays respects to your Majesty. Su Miaojin was the first to awaken, promptly bowing to the Emperor of Zhou. Before the Emperor could speak, she declared loudly, Your Majesty, this so-called ancient sect ruin is a conspiracy of the magic cultivators. Chapter 83. Is this the realm of the 7 wonders? What? The Emperor of Zhou was astonished, and the surrounding officials gasped in disbelief. Su Miaojin sighed, recounting their experiences in the ruins. Upon mentioning the esteemed figure from the Buddhist sect, the officials of the great Zhou collectively exhaled in relief. The Emperor exchanged glances with the Prime Minister, their eyes gleaming with hope. General Su, do you know the identity of this Buddhist master? The Prime Minister inquired eagerly. If they could invite this master to oversee their realm, the nefarious elements would no longer pose a threat to the Great Zhou dynasty. The emperor also looked at Su Miaojin with eager anticipation. Su Miaojin gently shook her head. The elder is elusive, revealing only a glimpse of his presence. I do not know who he truly is or where he resides. However, he did mention a connection with our Great Zhou dynasty. It is likely that if we were to face peril, he would not turn a blind eye. That is splendid news. The emperor's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment. Your Majesty, we are fortunate to have the assistance of this Buddhist elder. Otherwise, the deaths of the esteemed disciples from various sects in the ancient ruins would surely bring calamity upon our Great Zhou dynasty, especially since the Jade Talisman originated from here. The Prime Minister sighed, relieved. If the schemes of the demonic cultivator succeeded, it would spell disaster, not only for the lives lost, but also for the wrath of the sects, which could lead to grave losses for the Great Zhou dynasty. Indeed, we are fortunate this time to have emerged unscathed. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. We ought to express our gratitude to that Buddhist master. If we could find him, perhaps His Majesty could appoint him as the national protector. The surrounding officials murmured among themselves, their thoughts racing at the potential fallout from the demise of the sect's elites in the ancient ruins. A cold sweat broke out on their brows. The emperor, too, nodded thoughtfully, proclaiming, "Let it be known throughout the realm that the demonic cultivators set a trap to harm the esteemed disciples of various sections." Fortunately, our national protector intervened, thwarting their sinister plot and preventing widespread devastation. Your Majesty, that elder did not express a desire to assume the role of national protector. Su Miaojin looked at the emperor in confusion. The Prime Minister stroked his beard, contemplating for a moment before giving the emperor a thumbs up. Your Majesty, this ploy of feigning truth within falsehood is truly masterful. He then turned to Su Miaojin, smiling as he spoke. No one knows of the relationship between this Buddhist master and our Great Zhou dynasty. As long as those with ulterior motives are made aware that we also have a master of the realm of wonders safeguarding us, it will surely quell their ambitions. Days later, news spread throughout the realm that the Great Zhou dynasty had summoned a hidden master of the realm of wonders from the Buddhist sect and conferred upon him the title of national protector. Within the Proton Pavilion, Lin Yu had secluded himself for several consecutive days, striving to refine the immense spiritual energy bestowed upon him by the esteemed Ding-Yi. He was entirely unaware that the news of a master appearing in the Great Zhou dynasty had disseminated beyond its borders. With a rush, the turbulent spiritual energy surged forth from Lin Yu's body like a tempest. As he slowly opened his eyes, he realized he had finally crossed the threshold and ascended to the realm of wonders, 7 wonders. Am I truly at the realm of wonders, 7 wonders? After his advancement, Lin Yu found his control over spiritual energy to be more exquisite. The energy radiated from him, transforming into a storm that calmed at the mere thought of his will. Moreover, unlike previous advancements, this time he felt as though he had effortlessly surpassed the threshold. The bottleneck in his cultivation seemed non-existent. Indeed, now that you have reached the realm of wonders, 7 wonders, you can learn even more formidable sword techniques. Ding-Yi chuckled. More formidable sword techniques? Ding-Yi, please impart them to me quickly. Lin Yu exclaimed with delight. The 9 Heaven sword technique was undoubtedly powerful, yet it leaned towards speed. In the face of a truly formidable adversary, its might paled in comparison. Not just yet. Ding-Yi interjected before Lin Yu could speak. We must first visit the Great Zhou Royal Library, and then we may find what we seek. Very well, let's explore the Royal Library tonight. Lin Yu nodded lightly, realizing that Ding-Yi needed to absorb more from the text in the Royal Library to refine a sword technique even superior to the 9 Heaven sword technique. As night fell, Lin Yu departed from the Proton Pavilion, moving like a phantom through the darkness, silently entering the heart of the Great Zhou Imperial City. The Royal Library, a sanctuary for the collection of various martial arts secrets, was heavily guarded and situated deep within the Imperial City, rivaling even the prison of demonic cultivators in its security. However, these guards posed little challenge for Lin Yu. He moved undetected and arrived at the entrance of the Royal Library. The Royal Library was divided into 3 levels, each housing martial arts secrets of the innate, Purple Mansion, and Realm of Wonders. The volumes were vast and plentiful, rivaling even the archives of the Han Dynasty. Lin Yu gasped in surprise as he approached the library. He found the gray-robed elder, who was supposed to guard the entrance, sitting cross-legged before the door, a dagger embedded in his chest, blood streaming forth and soaking his robes. Moreover, there were no signs of a struggle, and the elder's face bore an expression of disbelief. Clearly, he had not anticipated an attack would lead to his demise. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, surprised to find that the guardian of the royal library had been assassinated. Who could be targeting these martial arts texts? He extended his spiritual consciousness, glancing at the second level of the library before stepping inside. On the second level, a middle-aged man in black robes frantically searched through the rows of shelves, rifling through the collected Purple Mansion martial art secrets. He appeared anxious, tossing treasured tomes onto the floor. Not this one, nor this one. According to my calculations, it should be among these secrets. The black-robed man muttered to himself. With the patrolling guards set to pass through the library in an hour, failing to locate the tome would make future access nearly impossible. At that moment, his gaze suddenly froze, fixating on a book in his hand, a look of wild joy spreading across his face. This is it, the legendary exorcism sword technique, said to be concealed within a Purple Mansion secret. It has finally been found. The black-robed man cradled the tome in his hands, a triumphant smile gracing his features. With this sword technique, even with my cultivation at the 3rd tier of the Purple Mansion, I can easily slay those of the 6th tier or even stronger warriors. Today, I have struck gold. Oh, such a remarkable tome. May I borrow it for a moment? Just as the black-robed man was about to tuck the exorcism sword technique into his robe, a clear voice resonated from behind him. Who? The black-robed man's expression changed dramatically as he turned to see Lin Yu standing before him. Ah, just a 3rd-tier warrior. Upon seeing Lin Yu, the man's demeanor relaxed. He had assumed Lin Yu was merely a passerby who had stumbled upon the library, discovering the slain guardian, and thus found himself unchallenged in entering. Lin Yu looked at the tome in the man's hands and smiled. We are all here for the secrets of the library. You found something valuable, surely. It is only fair to share it with others. Chapter 84. Clearing the prison of demons, the middle-aged man in the black robe scoffed disdainfully. What are you? To presume you deserve a share of my attention? He coldly scrutinized Lin Yu, a murderous glint flickering in his eyes. You stumbled into this library by sheer luck today. Had you quietly taken a few volumes of the myriad realm's secret texts, it would have sufficed for your lifetime. Yet, you foolishly fixate on the demon-slaying sword technique in my possession. Greed begets folly. You shall meet your demise here. The library housed an exquisite collection of martial arts tomes meticulously curated by the imperial family of the Great Zhou, particularly those concerning the myriad realms. The dissemination of even a single technique could incite a considerable uproar. Anyone who acquired such a text would not only have the potential to establish a sect, but also to become a formidable force in their own right. Thus, the black-robed man derided Lin Yu for not seeking the myriad realms texts above, instead choosing to court death before him. Why should I search above for the myriad realms secrets when a most formidable text resides in your hands? Lin Yu smiled faintly. Stubbornness will lead you to your grave. The black-robed man's eyes turned icy as he raised his hand to strike at Lin Yu. A streak of black energy shot forth from his palm, transforming into a blade aimed at Lin Yu's heart. A smug smile crept across the black-robed man's lips. A mere 3rd-tier warrior was easily crushed by his casual attack. However, before the black energy could touch Lin Yu, it seemed to collide with an invisible barrier, rippling outward in concentric circles before dissipating into nothingness. What? The black-robed man stood stunned, unable to fathom what he had just witnessed. Though it had been a casual strike, he had expected to effortlessly extinguish any warrior beneath the Purple Mansion realm. Yet, Lin Yu had not even lifted a finger to defend himself. Lin Yu smiled subtly, a terrifying aura emanating from him like an avalanche descending upon the black-robed man. Thud! The black-robed man, caught off guard, felt as though he carried the weight of a mountain upon his back. His knees buckled, and he found himself kneeling involuntarily. The space around him solidified under the oppressive force, rendering even the slightest movement impossible, as he could only watch helplessly as Lin Yu approached. As Lin Yu reached the black-robed man's side, he took the secret text from his grasp and began to peruse it. Ding-He. This sword technique appears merely to be of the Purple Mansion realm. What secrets does it conceal? Lin Yu furrowed his brow and inquired of Ding-He. The text, while seemingly of the Purple Mansion realm, actually contained the initial stages of a void transformation sword technique cleverly hidden within the pages. Only by employing certain methods could one unveil its true nature. You, spare me, and I will reveal how to comprehend the true demon-slaying sword technique concealed within. The black-robed man gazed at Lin Yu in despair, forcing himself to raise his head and speak with trembling lips. After inadvertently acquiring the means to understand the demon-slaying sword technique, he had been relentlessly searching for its whereabouts, convinced that he alone held the key to deciphering the secrets of this text. No need, I can comprehend it. Lin Yu smiled slightly, and then unleashed an overwhelming pressure that shattered the black-robed man's heart. Ding-Yi had the ability to refine all things. Even if he could not decipher the sword technique within the text, he could simply consume the tome, which was no trouble at all. You. The black-robed man gazed at Lin Yu in disbelief, his words trailing off as his head drooped, lifeless within the library. Lin Yu summoned the God-Devouring Cauldron and cast the text into its depths, then proceeded to the third level. The third level of the library was a treasure trove of martial arts from the myriad realms, each tome exceedingly rare. The God-Devouring Cauldron floated before Lin Yu, emanating ripples of starlight that enveloped the entire floor. Subsequently, all the texts from the myriad realms levitated into the air, their pages radiating brilliance as golden characters coalesced like a deluge, continuously flowing into the God-Devouring Cauldron. Moments later, the starlight ripples dissipated, and the tomes that had floated in the air plummeted to the ground. Let's depart. Today's harvest is ample. Ding-Ye's voice conveyed satisfaction, indicating that the consumption of the Great Zhou's library had yielded significant gains. There's still time. Let us visit the prison of demons and greet the demon cultivators within. Lin Yu nodded with a smile, recalling that it had been a while since he had last visited the prison of demons. He wondered if the demon cultivators within felt forgotten. Indeed, it has been ages since I refined the demon cultivators inside. Ding-Ye chaklet ridli agrin. The demon cultivators in the prison of demons could no longer keep pace with Lin Yu's cultivation. Even if he refined them all, they would not elevate him to the 8th tier of the myriad realms. However, the lengthy process of refining them in the prison of demons was tedious. So Lin Yu decided to take the benevolent route and eradicate these nuisances for the Great Zhou dynasty. After a visit to the prison of demons, where he eliminated all the imprisoned demon cultivators and allowed Ding-Yi to consume them, he finally returned to the Proton Pavilion. However, chaos had erupted in the Great Zhou imperial city. The library was now surrounded by the elite guard in 3 layers, both inside and out, to the point that not even a drop of water could pass through. Teams of elite guard warriors wielded torches, illuminating the library as if it were midday. Su Miaojin had donned a silver mask once more, standing imposing before the library. Miaojin, what transpired within the library? Emperor Zhou, accompanied by the black-robed Su Gongfeng and the chief minister, approached hastily, calling out to Su Miaojin from afar. Your Majesty, the guardian of the library, Ding Gongfeng, was ambushed and killed at the entrance. Furthermore, 3 months ago, the newly appointed Lu Gongfeng was found dead on the 2nd floor, presumably crushed by an overwhelming force. Su Miaojin reported, bowing respectfully as she recounted the events that had unfolded. What? The emperor's face turned ashen as he demanded. What on earth happened? Who killed Ding Gongfeng and Lu Gongfeng? Your Majesty, Ding Gongfeng was attacked head-on, and there were no signs of a struggle. I suspect that the assailant was Lu Gongfeng. Su Miaojin voiced her conjecture. Oh, then by whose hand did Lu Gongfeng perish? The chief minister furrowed his brow, turning his gaze towards Su Miaojin. Lu Gongfeng likely attempted to steal the secret texts, seizing the opportunity to assassinate Ding Gongfeng while he was unprepared, only to encounter a mysterious expert and perish within the library. Su Miaojin raised her gaze to the emperor and continued, Your Majesty, I sensed a residual force that shattered Lu Gongfeng's heart, which bore a striking resemblance to that of the National Protector Mage. Are you suggesting that the National Protector Mage sensed someone attempting to pilfer our great Zhou royal texts and intervened to slay them? Joy flickered across the emperor's face. Chapter 85. Let him come forth to meet his Majesty. Your Majesty, I have just taken a stroll through the library, and General Su's conjecture appears to be accurate. At this moment, Su Gongfeng emerged from the library, echoing the sentiments of Su Miaojin entirely. Excellent. The Emperor Zhou clapped his hands in approval. Su Miaojin and the others exchanged bewildered glances with the emperor. It was evident that the overseer of the library had been attacked, and there had been a near theft. Why was the emperor so elated? Are you not pleased? This indicates that the guardian sorcerer is within the imperial city, vigilantly observing every movement. Our great Zhou dynasty can rest easy. The emperor's face was brimming with pride. As for the demise of 2 royal attendants, when compared to the formidable beings of the myriad realms, what significance did that hold? He turned to Su Miaojin and the others. Speaking gravely, spread the word of today's events, proclaimed that the library was assaulted by demonic cultivators, resulting in the death of attendant Ding. Fortunately, the guardian sorcerer intervened, vanquishing the demons and safeguarding the library. Your Majesty, there's been an incident at the demon prison. Just then, the commander of the Imperial Guards rushed over in haste. A chill ran through everyone as they speculated about the nature of the disturbance in the demon prison. They silently lamented that tonight was truly tumultuous. Your Majesty, the demons confined in the demon prison have all vanished, yet the guard station outside did not observe any escape. The commander of the Imperial Guards knelt on one knee, delivering this explosive news. What? The demons in the prison have disappeared? If they have managed to escape, it would spell trouble. The Prime Minister's complexion changed dramatically. These demons had not tasted blood for many years, and if they were to break free, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. Su Gongfang's expression grew serious. Your Majesty, we must immediately dispatch people to investigate how these demons managed to elude the guards. The disappearance of the demons can only mean they have escaped. Otherwise, if they had been slain, their remains would have been found in the prison. Your Majesty, could it be that the guardian sorcerer took action? Su Miaojin suddenly spoke, capturing everyone's attention. She continued, the guardian sorcerer's Buddhist light can purify demonic cultivators. Perhaps after dealing with the demons in the library, the guardian sorcerer also purified those in the demon prison. This is indeed plausible. Otherwise, we cannot explain why the guards did not notice the escape. Su Gongfang nodded in agreement. It must be so. Prime Minister, you should also disseminate the news that the guardian sorcerer has cleansed the demon prison. The emissaries from the great Han Dynasty are about to arrive. This will serve as an excellent deterrent. The emperor endorsed Su Miaojin's suggestion. As you command, the Prime Minister acquiesced. Thus, the guardian sorcerer of the great Zhou dynasty was poised to gain widespread acclaim, yet the instigator remained blissfully unaware. Upon Lin Yu's return to the Proton Pavilion, he immediately called upon Lord Ding within his mind. Lord Ding, after devouring that ancient sword technique from the void-transcending realm, have you gained any new insights? You have indeed struck gold this time, chancing upon an ancient secret manual of the void-transcending sword technique known as demon extermination. After I consumed and refined it, integrating it with the various martial arts of the myriad realms, its power has been greatly enhanced. If you master this technique, you will be able to contend with even the 9th tier of the myriad realm warriors. Lord Ding proclaimed with great pride. What sword technique is it? Lin Yu's eyes brightened. His current vexation lay in the inadequacy of his sword's lethality. The technique Lord Ding spoke of could perfectly remedy this shortcoming. This technique is called the Great Sun Demon Extermination Sword. It refines the essence of fire into a resplendent sun, illuminating the world. With a single strike, all evil shall be reduced to ashes. Lord Ding joyfully revealed the name of the technique and continued. The true power of this technique will manifest once you advance to the void-transcending realm. Then you shall understand its true might. Before his words faded, a torrent of golden characters surged into Lin Yu's consciousness, transforming into the cultivation method of the Great Sun Demon Extermination Sword. Lin Yu meticulously absorbed this essence, feeling his sacred emperor sword body eagerly devouring the intricacies of the technique. By the time Lord Ding fully elucidated the cultivation method of the Great Sun Demon Extermination Sword, Lin Yu had already grasped the basics of the technique, such as the prowess of the sacred emperor's sword body. Any sword-related martial arts he can master at a glance, excelling with minimal effort. Even though the Great Sun Demon Extermination Sword is a technique of the void-transcending realm, it remained effortless for Lin Yu to cultivate. In the following days, Lin Yu devoted himself to mastering the sword technique within the Proton Pavilion, entirely indifferent to the sensational rumors surrounding the guardian sorcerer. One day, while Lin Yu was in the courtyard further comprehending the Great Sun Demon Extermination Sword, he heard the sound of Su Miaojin's footsteps approaching. He withdrew the wind, riding sword into his consciousness, awaiting her arrival. Moments later, Su Miaojin entered and, upon seeing Lin Yu seated in the courtyard, a hint of exasperation flickered in her eyes. "Third Prince, please accompany me," Su Miaojin began. "The emissaries of the Great Han have arrived in the imperial city and wish to meet you." The Great Han emissaries? Lin Yu furrowed his brow. However, as a hostage, it was only natural for him to meet with the emissaries from his homeland. Yet, he could not fathom why Su Miaojin's eyes reflected a sense of helplessness. "The emissary is Sun Linpu, the deputy minister of the Ministry of Personnel of the Great Han. To my knowledge, he is affiliated with the First Prince, and you." Su Miaojin hesitated, recalling her suspicions regarding Lin Yu's strained relationship with the First Prince during their earlier encounter at the border. The First Prince's envoy arrives in the Great Zhou, specifically requesting an audience with Lin Yu, and as a prince, Sun Linpu does not pay respectful homage, but rather demands Lin Yu come to him, clearly intending to humiliate the former prince now reduced to a hostage. What Su Miaojin could surmise, Lin Yu could certainly deduce as well. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed, grinning as he replied, "Then I shall accompany General Su without hesitation. I truly apologize for the trouble of having you come and fetch me." He and Su Miaojin walked side by side to the envoy's residence. Just as Lin Yu was about to dismount, Su Miaojin suddenly spoke. "I will wait for you outside the envoy's residence, Third Prince. If anyone disrespects you, do not hesitate to inform me. You are in the Great Zhou, and I shall ensure your safety, allowing no one to bully you. Even the emissaries from the Great Han?" Lin Yu smiled at Su Miaojin. Su Miaojin nodded gently. "No one shall be allowed." Lin Yu gazed deeply at Su Miaojin before dismounting and entering the envoy's residence. Upon entering, he noticed the door to the courtyard where the emissary resided was tightly shut, guarded by 8 first-tier, innate warriors clad in armor. These individuals exuded a menacing aura, their eyes scrutinizing him with hostility. "Inform Sun Linpu that this prince has arrived. He is to come forth to meet his sovereign." Lin Yu huffed coldly. A prince, even one without favor, is still of noble blood. Sun Linpu's neglect of him was tantamount to a slight against the royal family. He would report this upon his return, and surely someone in the court would take issue, leading to Sun Linpu's disgrace. Chapter 86. The Proton Hall. No one left behind. Silence enveloped the air as Lord Sun attended to official matters. "Please wait here. Once he concludes his duties, he shall see you," commanded the warrior stationed at the door, attempting to intimidate Lin Yu with his presence. "If he does not wish to see me, then let him come to the Proton Hall himself," Lin Yu retorted coldly, turning on his heel and striding away from the inn. The armored guards exchanged glances, seemingly eager to intervene and prevent his departure. "Your Highness, as the Emperor's envoy to the Great Zhou, it would be rather inappropriate for you to leave like this," called out Sun Linpu, emerging from the room to halt Lin Yu's exit. Lin Yu turned back, his gaze icy as he scrutinized Sun Linpu. "As a prince, I have lowered myself to meet you, yet you leave me waiting under the pretense of official business. Should word reach the Han, do you think the censorate will not hold you accountable for disrespecting the royal family?" Fear flickered in Sun Linpu's eyes as he waved his sleeve dismissively. "There is no point in further discussion, Third Prince. Please, come inside. I have matters to discuss with you." Upon entering the room, Lin Yu and Sun Linpu were immediately shielded from eavesdropping by a formidable aura emanating from Sun Linpu, enveloping the space. "Third Prince, the First Prince has sent me with a message." Sun Linpu's voice turned grave. "He is aware that Yuan Ye's demise is linked to you. Regardless of the power behind you, even if his Prince Su, he will seek justice for Yuan Yi." Lin Yu felt no ripple of concern within him. He had anticipated that the First Prince would learn of Yuan Ye's death, and he was acutely aware that the First Prince could trace matters back to the imperial tomb. Interestingly, it seemed the First Prince believed that Prince Su was responsible for Yuan Ye's death, which surprised Lin Yu. It appeared that the First Prince's connections with the demon race were not as profound as he had presumed. Otherwise, he would have known that Lin Yu had not only regained his strength, but had also reached the level of a myriad realms warrior. "Huh, he betrayed me and the Southern Expedition Army, leading 100,000 soldiers to their doom in the southern wastes. You may inform him that I shall one day seek justice for those brothers." Lin Yu's eyes gleamed with a fierce determination as he turned to leave. severing ties with the first prince entirely. Lord Sun, what shall we do? Asked the captain of the guards as he entered, noticing Lin Yu's departure and making a slicing gesture across his throat. Patience. Let us first fulfill his majesty's orders. Afterward, we shall deal with him at the Proton Hall. Sun Lin Pu replied, shaking his head lightly with a chilling smile. A mere cripple without power is easily handled. I do not believe Prince Su can save him from miles away. Did they trouble you? Su Miaojin approached Lin Yu as he exited. What if I say they did? Lin Yu replied coolly, casting a glance back at the Proton Hall, a murderous intent brewing within him. The day Sun Lin Pu and his cohort departed the great Zhou imperial city would signal their end. He intended to return with Sun Lin Pu's head to honor the fallen brothers. Within the imperial city, I still have a voice. I can help you reclaim any grievances you endured, Su Miaojin asserted with earnest determination in her eyes. Lin Yu shook his head. No, everything went smoothly, General Su. Please escort me back to the Proton Hall. With a hint of skepticism, Su Miaojin regarded Lin Yu before mounting her horse beside him, leading the way from the inn. Days later, under the cloak of deep night, Lin Yu was immersed in his cultivation when a familiar presence drew near, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. Outside the Proton Hall, Sun Lin Pu and the 8 guards who had stood vigil at the inn approached, a palpable aura of malice radiating from them. I have yet to make a move, yet they seem eager to meet their fate. Lin Yu's eyes darkened with intent as he unleashed his formidable aura, causing all within the Proton Hall to faint under its weight before he stepped outside. Be cautious. Once inside the Proton Hall, leave no one alive, understood? Sun Lin Pu ordered the head of the guards, his voice low and menacing. Understood. No one shall remain. The captain echoed, raising his hand to signal the charge toward the Proton Hall, poised for slaughter. Suddenly, the grand doors of the Proton Hall swung open, halting everyone in their tracks. Weapons drawn as they looked up in astonishment. Lord Sun, your late visit is not merely for a courtesy call, is it? Lin Yu's voice resonated from within the hall as he emerged, gazing down from the steps with an air of superiority. Sun Lin Pu sneered. A courtesy call? Dream on. We are here to send you on your way. The first prince has decreed that he no longer wishes to see you. Today marks your end. Lin Yu's gaze swept over Sun Lin Pu and the guards, a smile gracing his lips. It seems your loyalty to the first prince is unwavering. Are you aware of his collusion with the demon race? Oh, do you have proof? Sun Lin Pu's smile was sardonic, his eyes dark. Yuan Yi, who perished at the imperial tomb, was one of them, Lin Yu asserted, shaking his head lightly. He had no evidence, only the knowledge of Yuan Ye's true identity. Ah, you possess quite a bit of knowledge. Then you certainly cannot be spared. To Lin Yu's surprise, Sun Lin Pu exhibited no shock upon hearing this. A sinister grin spreading across his face, indicating he was already aware of Yuan Ye's affiliation with the demon race. You all know of the first prince's collusion with the demon race, yet you continue to serve him. Are you not aware that should the demons invade the divine continent, countless souls will be enslaved? Lin Yu's eyes grew cold. If these individuals followed the first prince solely for the sake of power, it could be understood. However, if they knowingly supported him in his treachery, their sins would be unforgivable. And what of it? The demons grant us strength, bestowing upon us immortality. What is wrong with aligning with them? Sun Lin Pu laughed mockingly, gazing triumphantly at Lin Yu. Lin Yu, you are but a pitiable pawn. Once, you rose in prominence within the court, almost rivaling the first prince. Fortunately, I advised the first prince to connect with the southern wilderness tribes, leaking your military routes. It is a pity I could not bury you in the 10,000 mountains of the southern wilderness, but today, I have come to escort you to your demise. It was you. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed, his complexion darkening as he glared at Sun Lin Pu, realizing that the treachery against the Southern Expedition Army was orchestrated by this very man. Indeed, it was I. Sun Lin Pu cackled with glee. My cunning surpassed others, yet I was not rewarded until the first prince recognized my worth. Now, third prince, prepare to meet your end. Attack! The 8 innate warriors surrounding him raised their weapons, shouting in unison as they charged toward Lin Yu, ready to rend him apart in a frenzy of blades. Very well, I shall first rid myself of you, the instigator, and reclaim my dues. Lin Yu's jaw clenched as he glared at Sun Lin Pu. Memories of the fallen soldiers and the countless brothers who had shared life and death flooding his mind, anguish twisting in his heart. A tremendous pressure erupted from him, engulfing the guards, freezing them mid-charge, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Yuan Yi, that fool, failed to strip you of your cultivation. Third Prince, I increasingly believe that my initial scheme to eliminate you was indeed prudent. You are far too elusive. Had I not set you up, you would have undoubtedly thwarted the First Prince's plans. Sun Linpu's eyes glinted coldly. A wicked smile plastered across his face as he felt the overwhelming force emanating from Lin Yu. Demonization. There is no need to conceal it any longer. Sun Linpu's eyes gleamed with fervor as he called out to the innate warriors, who were rendered motionless by Lin Yu's might. Demonization. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, the truth of the situation dawning upon him. The innate martial artists, subdued by his overwhelming pressure, now possessed blood-red eyes, bulging veins, and ferocious expressions, with tufts of hair sprouting from their skin. Their forms began to swell, tearing their garments as their aura surged, swiftly breaking through the confines of the innate realm and advancing to the Purple Mansion stage. Ultimately, these individuals transformed into grotesque, half-human, half-demon beings, each experiencing a significant leap in power, elevating from the first rank of the innate realm to the first rank of the Purple Mansion. Third Prince, even if your cultivation has not been rendered null, can you truly prevail against 8 united Purple Mansion martial artists? Sun Linpu laughed triumphantly as his guards, infused with the bloodline of the demon race, experienced an exponential increase in strength upon their transformation, which was his trump card. However, upon witnessing the state of the 8 demonized martial artists charging towards Lin Yu, Sun Linpu's laughter abruptly ceased. Despite their ascension to the Purple Mansion realm, they remained immobilized under the pressure emitted by Lin Yu, showing no difference from before their transformation. Lin Yu cast a calm glance at Sun Linpu, and the oppressive force emanating from him escalated sharply, instantly reducing the recently demonized half-demon martial artists to mere fragments, exploding into clouds of blood mist before Sun Linpu's eyes. Damn it. This is the hard work of the Crown Prince. Sun Linpu's eyes brimmed with rage, his heart bleeding. Integrating the bloodline of the demon race in a human martial artist was no simple feat. Out of hundreds, only 7 or 8 might succeed. Furthermore, the Crown Prince had chosen only the most elite from the army, those who were utterly devoted to him. Now, with the loss of 8 demon-blooded warriors, if he failed to eliminate Lin Yu, he would undoubtedly face the Crown Prince's wrath upon his return. Lin Yu, I will not let you go. Today, I shall rend your body into pieces. Sun Linpu's face turned ashen, his aura swelling as scales began to sprout from his exposed skin. So you can also demonize? Lin Yu frowned, speaking in a low voice. I never imagined that a dignified minister of the great Han Dynasty would willingly merge with the bloodline of the demon race. I am a noble of the realm. How could I fuse with the filthy blood of demons? What I have merged with is the demon core. Sun Linpu laughed wildly as his form expanded, his eyes slowly transforming into vertical slits, devoid of any human emotion. The essence of the demon race contained within the demon core far surpassed that of demon blood, yet the process of fusion was considerably more challenging, resulting in an even more terrifying enhancement in combat power. This was why Sun Linpu remained unfazed as he watched the 8 demon-blooded warriors perish at Lin Yu's hands. Lin Yu gently shook his head. Is it truly worth becoming this half-human, half-demon creature for the sake of power? To be able to kill you, it is worth it. Sun Linpu roared, unleashing a formidable aura as his cultivation soared, swiftly advancing to the 7th rank of the Purple Mansion, surpassing the majority of martial artists on the continent. Kill me? I advise you to wait until your next life. Lin Yu scoffed disdainfully. What did it matter if Sun Linpu reached the 7th rank of the Purple Mansion? Before him, he still appeared as insignificant as an ant. With a mere thought, the wind control soared from his sea of consciousness, transforming into a streak of azure light, hurtling towards Sun Linpu. The flying sword. You must be the prince of the Su family. Upon seeing the wind control sword, Sun Linpu's slit pupils widened in undeniable shock, followed by a cry of alarm. The sword flashed, the azure blade swiftly encircling Sun Linpu's neck before returning to Lin Yu's side. Sun Linpu's words abruptly halted, his face frozen in astonishment as fine droplets of blood began to surface on his neck. The droplets rapidly accumulated, forming a crimson line around his throat. With a thud, Sun Linpu's head rolled from his shoulders, his headless body erupting in a fountain of blood mist, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Lin Yu beckoned lightly, and Sun Linpu's unseeing head flew to his presence. Grasping it firmly, he declared, "You devised a scheme to poison 10,000 of my soldiers. Today I slay you as mere interest. Once I return to the imperial city, I shall annihilate your entire lineage, ensuring the Sun family vanishes from existence. Master Ding, preserve his head in the god-eating cauldron. I wish to carry it to honor the brothers who perished in the southern wilderness." Lin Yu summoned the god-eating cauldron and called to Master Ding. The cauldron radiated ripples of starlight, engulfing the head in Lin Yu's grasp and the headless corpse on the ground. "Master Ding, you previously stated that the Crown Prince's strength far surpasses mine. Could it be that he has also refined the demon core?" Lin Yu exhaled deeply. He had been puzzled as to how the Crown Prince, with his remarkable cultivation talent, could possibly surpass him, who possessed the sacred Emperor's sword body. Now, seeing Sun Linpu, he finally grasped the answer. It must be so. The power harbored within that Crown Prince was formidable. Unless one advanced to the Void Transformation realm, they would not stand a chance against him. Master Ding specifically cautioned Lin Yu not to act recklessly in seeking revenge against the Crown Prince. Such actions would not only fail to avenge his fallen comrades, but would also result in his own demise at the hands of the Crown Prince. Lin Yu nodded gently. The instigator of the southern wilderness's catastrophic defeat had been eliminated, with 2 of the 3 culprits slain, leaving only the chief offender yet to be dealt with. Brothers, wait a little longer. I shall soon present the Crown Prince's head at your graves to pay my respects. He turned and entered the hostage pavilion, the heavy doors closing behind him, enveloping the area in silence, as if Sun Linpu and his companions had never existed. As for the others within the pavilion, upon awakening the next day, they would only feel as though they had enjoyed a restful and pleasant night. The following morning, the sound of hooves startled the slumbering occupants of the hostage pavilion. Moments later, the doors burst open, and Su Miaojin, accompanied by a cadre of martial artists, rushed in. "Third Prince, where is the third prince?" Su Miaojin's eyes were filled with urgency as she searched for Lin Yu's figure. "General Su, why are you in such a hurry to find me? What has occurred?" Lin Yu stepped out to greet her, a smile gracing his lips as he observed her anxious demeanor. "Thank heavens you are unharmed." Su Miaojin sighed in relief, smiling as she continued. "Last night, your great Han envoy suddenly departed the imperial city, their destination unknown. I only received word this morning and feared they were coming for you. But it seems I was mistaken." Lin Yu stifled a chuckle, for Sun Linpu and his cohorts had indeed come for him last night, yet now they were all dead. Even Sun Linpu's head resting with Master Ding. Chapter 88. The Arrival of the Celestial Gate Envoy. "Oh, have they truly departed?" Lin Yu feigned surprise. "As long as you are unharmed, it is good. The envoy from the Xintian Celestial Gate is about to arrive in the imperial city, and with the current tumultuous times, it would be wise for you to refrain from venturing outside, lest you attract unnecessary trouble." After advising Lin Yu, Su Miaojin led her entourage away. One glance at Su Miaojin's travel-worn appearance revealed that she had hurried to the hostage's residence upon receiving the news. This gesture of friendship would not be forgotten by Lin Yu. Days later, a magnificent celestial crane emerged from the mist, gracefully gliding towards the grand imperial city of the Great Zhou. Feng Yifei, with a longsword slung across his back, sat cross-legged on the expansive back of the crane, surveying the city ahead. Feng Yifei of the Xintian Celestial Gate requests the presence of the Great Zhou sovereign for a discussion. The crane hovered above the imperial city, and a resonant voice echoed throughout, prompting countless citizens to gaze skyward, where they beheld the ethereal figure riding the crane. The Zhou Emperor, accompanied by his ministers, hastily exited the palace and bowed respectfully to the elevated Feng Yifei. "Elder Feng, your esteemed presence in our great Zhou imperial city is unexpected. Had I known, I would have arranged for a proper welcome." With a frigid demeanor, Feng Yifei leapt down from the crane, landing before the Zhou Emperor. He waved his hand, causing the crane to flap its wings and disappear into the clouds. Feng Yifei's icy gaze swept over the surrounding martial guardians, a slight smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. These guardians bore dark golden crossbows, ready to strike at a moment's notice. exuding an aura of formidable power that even a Wanxiang realm expert could not withstand. This was the foundation of the dynasty. Even in the absence of a Wanxiang realm protector, they possessed the capability to threaten such warriors. The Zhou Emperor had evidently prepared these guardians with weapons capable of slaying Wanxiang realm experts, clearly wary of him. Your Majesty, there is no need for pleasantries. I am here to investigate the circumstances surrounding the demise of Elder Zhongling and disciple Jiang Xian. Feng Yifei's penetrating gaze scanned the great Zhou officials as he revealed the news of Zhongling and Jiang Xian's deaths. What? They're dead? The Zhou Emperor's face contorted in shock. Indeed, their soul lamps have extinguished, coinciding with the time of your great Zhou's trial assembly. Will the great Zhou dynasty provide an explanation to the Xiantian celestial gate? Feng Yifei nodded slightly. Elder Zhang and young Master Jiang did not emerge from the Mayan Ridge. I initially assumed they had returned to the celestial gate, but that should not be the case. There were no beasts in Mayan Ridge that could pose a threat to them. The Zhou Emperor's complexion shifted dramatically. If these two had indeed perished during the trial assembly at Mayan Ridge, the great Zhou would likely face the wrath of the Xiantian celestial gate. Where exactly did they undergo the trial? Your Majesty, please send someone to guide me to Mayan Ridge. Jiang Xian is the most cherished grandson of Elder Zhang, and this matter will not be overlooked by him. If it is unrelated to your great Zhou dynasty, the Xiantian celestial gate shall not seek retribution. However, should it be proven that the great Zhou caused their demise, well, prepare to endure our wrath. Feng Yifei's gaze remained icy as he regarded the Zhou Emperor. Knowing that the great Zhou dynasty was not to be underestimated, the Xiantian celestial gate would not easily instigate conflict with the great Zhou dynasty. Hence, a thorough investigation was imperative to uncover the truth of Zhongling and Jiang Xian's fates. Very well. Allow me to arrange for someone to escort Elder Feng to Mayan Ridge. The Zhou Emperor nodded vigorously. Lin Yu, within the hostage's residence, heard the resounding voice of Feng Yifei echoing across the imperial city. As he stepped outside, he caught sight of Feng Yifei descending from the sky on the celestial crane. TSK. The Xiantian celestial gate may not possess remarkable strength, yet they certainly carry themselves with a grandiose air. Lin Yu shook his head lightly. Young man, he is coming for you. Ding Yi chuckled, stoking the flames of intrigue. Let him come. I suspect there are not many virtuous individuals within the ranks of the Xiantian celestial gate. Lin Yu scoffed disdainfully, thinking that should Feng Yifei seek him out, he would simply send him to meet Zhongling and Jiang Xian. He stretched lazily and returned to his room to continue his cultivation. After a while, the sound of Su Miaozhen's footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard, accompanied by a contingent of armored cavalry. Lin Yu's heart stirred as he rose from his seat, just in time to see Su Miaozhen entering the courtyard. Third Prince. Su Miaozhen greeted Lin Yu with a subtle nod before adding with a wry smile. You must have seen the news. The envoy from the Xiantian celestial gate has arrived in the imperial city, and it is said that Zhongling and Jiang Xian perished during the trial in Mayan Ridge. His Majesty has ordered me to accompany the envoy to investigate their deaths. So during my absence, you must remain vigilant. Me? Lin Yu stared at Su Miaozhen in astonishment. After the Great Han diplomatic mission departed from the relay station, they vanished without a trace, and no signs of them have been found at any city checkpoints. I suspect they may still be lurking near the imperial city, potentially making you their target. Hence, I have dispatched an elite squad from the military to guard the relay station and protect you. A smile glimmered in Su Miaozhen's eyes as she reassured Lin Yu. I have also spoken with the imperial guards. Any unusual movements will prompt them to come to your aid. You need not worry about assassination attempts. General Su, your kindness overwhelms me. I am at a loss for how to repay you. Lin Yu sighed helplessly, secretly sending a strand of spiritual energy into Su Miaozhen's body. With this connection, he would be able to sense her location at any time. Since the envoy from the Xiantian Celestial Gate was here to investigate the deaths of Zhongling and Jiang Xian, he would ensure that the envoy remained in Mayan Ridge after his visit there. Su Miaozhen's ears turned slightly red as a misty glimmer appeared in her eyes. In a soft voice, she said, "Did I not promise you? I brought you to the great Zhou imperial city to ensure your safe return. I will not allow any harm to befall you." After saying this, she gazed deeply at Lin Yu before bidding him farewell. Lin Yu watched Su Miaozhen depart, his brow furrowing slightly. With an additional contingent of armored cavalry stationed around the hostage's residence, it would require more effort for him to slip away unnoticed. Elder Feng, ahead lies Mayun Ridge. Before the trial assembly, our great Zhou dynasty dispatched royal guardians to thoroughly search the Mayun Ridge Mountains and confirmed that no beasts above the Purple Mansion realm were present. Su Miaojin pointed towards Mayun Ridge and explained to Feng Yifei, Elder Zhang is a Wanxiang realm expert, and young Master Jiang is also a master of the Purple Mansion realm. Beasts pose no threat to them. Their deaths must have a different cause. What that cause may be, I shall ascertain myself. Feng Yifei's expression turned grave as he produced a soul lamp, invoking a secret method to ignite it. A wisp of ghostly light emanated from the lamp, extending towards Mayun Ridge as if an invisible thread drifted through the air. Elder Feng, what is this? Su Miaojin inquired, perplexed. Chapter 89. Murder and Silence. This is the soul lamp. Each disciple of the immortal sect stores a fragment of their soul within it. When one dies, the lamp extinguishes. Feng Yifei scoffed. When an immortal sect disciple meets their demise, we can trace their last moments through the fragment of soul within the lamp. Let us first visit the site of Jiang Xian's fall. Indeed, the artifacts of the immortal sect are formidable. Su Miaojin sincerely praised, with her loyal guards nodding in agreement behind her. The methods of the immortal sect are beyond your imagination. Feng Yifei coldly scrutinized Su Miaojin and her companions. Once we locate Jiang Xian's demise, I shall uncover who is responsible for his death. You had best hope it bears no relation to the great Zhou dynasty, lest I ensure you accompany Jiang Xian in his grave. Su Miaojin met Feng Yifei's gaze with calm confidence, convinced that the great Zhou dynasty had no hand in the matters concerning Zhang Ling and Jiang Xian. No matter what means Feng Yifei employed in his investigation, he would never link it to the great Zhou dynasty. Very well. Let us hope you maintain such bravado when the time comes. Feng Yifei said no more and followed the guidance of the soul lamp deeper into the Moya Ridge. Su Miaojin and her men closely trailed behind him until they arrived at a valley. This is the place where Jiang Xian fell. Feng Yifei observed the remnants of the fierce battle left in the valley. He then retrieved a palm-sized copper mirror from his robe, its back inscribed with countless intricate symbols. Su Miaojin secretly marveled at the profound heritage of the Xiantian immortal sect. During the past invasions by the demon clan and the rampant chaos wrought by demonic cultivators, many formidable forces had dwindled, and most artifacts had been destroyed. Moreover, the secret methods for crafting high-tier artifacts had been lost to time. The great Zhou dynasty, despite its tireless efforts in collecting artifacts over the years, could hardly compare to the hidden sect's accumulation. This treasure is called the Smoke Light Mirror, capable of tracing back time and revealing the events that transpired in this valley, thus uncovering the true culprit behind Jiang Xian's murder. A proud smile crept across Feng Yifei's face. Such a treasure was undoubtedly beyond the reach of the great Zhou dynasty. He activated the Smoke Light Mirror, and a silver beam shot forth, forming a circle of light roughly 10 feet in diameter. As the silver circle slowly traversed the valley, Jiang Xian's figure suddenly materialized before everyone's eyes. Though somewhat hazy, he was still recognizable. Next appeared the seventh princess and Chu Chu, and upon seeing them, Su Miaojin's eyes widened in shock. Fortunately, her silver mask concealed her expression, sparing her from Feng Yifei's notice. Meanwhile, Feng Yifei's face darkened. It was evident to all that Jiang Xian had sinister intentions towards the seventh princess and Chu Chu, a disgrace to the disciples of a hidden sect. Just then, a blurred figure suddenly emerged, and Jiang Xian summoned a puppet, only to be effortlessly dispatched. At this moment, the scene began to tremble violently, transforming into ripples that faded away. What is happening? Who is that person? Why can't I see them clearly? Feng Yifei, astonished, activated the smoke light mirror once more. Yet, when the mysterious figure appeared, their appearance remained obscured, revealing only a vague silhouette. Let's go to the site where Zhang Ling fell. I refuse to believe I cannot discern that wretch's identity. Feng Yifei's expression was grim as he produced Zhang Ling's soul lamp and made his way to the burial site. However, what unfolded next only deepened his humiliation. Though the words Zhang Ling had spoken to Yu Weiwei were unknown to him, it was clear that his feelings for her were evident. Furthermore, Both Zhang Ling and Jiang Xian had perished at the hands of the same individual. Yet no matter how Feng Yifei activated the smoke light mirror, the mysterious figure remained indistinct. Damn it! No wonder Yu Weiwei is still alive, while both Zhang Ling and Jiang Xian are dead. This person must be linked to Yu Weiwei. Feng Yifei put away the smoke light mirror and turned to Su Miaojin and her companions, a fierce glint in his eyes. A terrifying pressure suddenly surged forth, sending Su Miaojin's loyal guards flying. Before they could touch the ground, they disintegrated into clouds of blood mist under the force. Even Su Miaojin found herself kneeling, struggling against the overwhelming force. Elder Feng, what are you doing? You saw their deaths. They have nothing to do with the great Zhou dynasty. Su Miaojin's eyes widened in confusion and fury, astonished by Feng Yifei's sudden betrayal. I bear no desire to kill you, but alas, you witnessed that disgrace. Feng Yifei's expression was cold. Disgrace. Despair flickered in Su Miaojin's eyes. Indeed, if news of the elder of the Xiantian immortal sect attempting to harm a female disciple were to spread, the sect would become the laughingstock of all. She could not allow such a thing to occur. Thus, all who witnessed this scene tonight must die. Before her words had fully escaped, he raised his hand and lightly struck toward her head. In the Proton Pavilion, Lin Yu's expression suddenly shifted. The strand of spiritual power he had infused into Su Miaojin erupted unexpectedly. She was clearly in danger. Although Su Miaojin was of the great Zhou dynasty, he had always shown her kindness. He could not turn a blind eye to her peril. Silently, he left the Proton Pavilion and summoned his flying sword, transforming into a streak of light as he sped towards the dissipating strand of spiritual power within Su Miaojin. In Moya Ridge, Su Miaojin gazed in despair at Feng Yifei's palm descending like a mountain, a simple gesture imbued with unfathomable power, threatening to reduce her to mere dust. Just then, a surge of immense spiritual energy welled up within her, one that she could not control, flowing forth like a torrent from her meridians, creating ripples that radiated outward. Boom! A tempestuous aura erupted from Su Miaojin, uprooting trees and sending stones flying. Even Feng Yifei, caught off guard, staggered back several steps from the force of the spiritual storm. This power belongs to a master of the all-manifestation realm. Feng Yifei's eyes narrowed as he regarded Su Miaojin coldly. A master of the all-manifestation realm? Su Miaojin was filled with astonishment. Could it be the national protector? Raising her head to face Feng Yifei, she declared, "Our great Zhou dynasty also has masters of the all-manifestation realm. Just recently, he personally thwarted the schemes of the demonic cultivators and vanquished an all-manifestation realm demon. With the national protector here, you cannot kill me. I vow before the heavens that I shall never disclose what transpired today." Feng Yifei chuckled coldly. "I did not expect you to possess such a life-saving method. I am eager to see what means that national protector has to prevent my blade from reaching you." Before his words had settled, a wave of violent pressure surged forth from him, directly aimed at Su Miaojin. With the sheer force of the all-manifestation realm, he could reduce her to blood mist. "You wish to witness my capabilities? Very well, I shall oblige." At that moment, a voice resonated through the woods, and the pressure released by Feng Yifei crashed against an unseen force, rebounding back without harming Su Miaojin in the slightest. Chapter 90. The Demonic Blood Devouring Pill. Protector of the Nation. Su Miaojin could not help but exclaim, turning her gaze towards the source of the voice. Lin Yu stepped out from the thicket, adorned with a bamboo hat and a veil obscuring his face, mirroring his appearance when he had previously saved Su Miaojin in the ancient ruins. Feng Yifei scrutinized Lin Yu with a cold glare, disdain flickering in his eyes. "So you are the renowned protector of the great Zhou dynasty? You seem rather unimpressive." Before his words could fully resonate, he struck out a palm towards Lin Yu, a formidable surge of spiritual energy coalescing in his hand, transforming into a howling vortex aimed directly at Lin Yu. Within the tempest swirled countless azure blades of light. Wherever they passed, stones shattered, trees splintered, and the ground was carved into deep gorges by the furious winds. "Be careful, senior." Su Miaojin had not anticipated the sheer terror of Feng Yifei's power. Concern flickered in her eyes as she raised her voice to warn Lin Yu. However, Lin Yu merely cast a nonchalant glance at Feng Yifei, and in an instant, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, reducing the surrounding stones and shattered trees to mere dust. As he advanced against the tempest capable of obliterating all, boom! The swirling winds, laden with countless azure blades, collapsed before Lin Yu's might. As if crashing against an invisible wall, the whirlwind rapidly disintegrated, scattering into myriad azure lights that dispersed into the dense forest. Seventh rank of the manifestation realm filled Feng Yifei's eyes. Practitioners of the manifestation realm were exceedingly rare in the world, most of them residing in secluded sections. Even those sects that boasted one or two manifestation realm warriors were considered extraordinary, marking them as top-tier forces. Moreover, most of these practitioners were merely at the third or fifth rank. A seventh-rank warrior was nearly equivalent in strength to a Grand Elder, only slightly inferior to the sect master. How could such a formidable being be willing to be shackled by mundane affairs and serve as the national master of the great Zhou dynasty? Senior you are truly a seventh-rank warrior. Su Miaozhen's eyes brimmed with incredulity. Some discernment you possess, but mere perception cannot save your life. Lin Yu scoffed, dismissing the notion. Slaying a fifth-rank warrior was child's play for him. Do you think that as a disciple of the immortal sect, I lack treasures capable of enhancing my cultivation and augmenting my strength? Feng Yifei laughed boastfully. He drew forth a dagger, scarcely the length of a palm, and lightly traced it across his palm. Blood surged forth, consumed by the blade. In the next moment, the dagger erupted with a blinding crimson light, rapidly elongating into a 3-foot sword. Feng Yifei gripped the blood-colored sword tightly, a crimson glow coursing from his palm and converging at his forehead, forming a sinister and eerie inscription. His strength surged uncontrollably as he clasped the blood-colored sword, instantaneously elevating him to the 7th rank of the manifestation realm. In terms of cultivation, Feng Yifei now stood on equal footing with Lin Yu. His eyes glowed crimson as he triumphantly raised the blood-colored sword. This sword is called Blood Drink, a treasure obtained during the immortal sect's extermination of the demonic sect. It can elevate the cultivation of a manifestation realm practitioner by 2 ranks at the cost of half 1's blood essence, resulting in the loss of 1 rank. Today, in order to slay you, I shall sacrifice that rank. Lin Yu's brow furrowed slightly. The blood drink sword was evidently a demonic artifact, not only consuming the host's blood essence and cultivation, but also gnawing at their very sanity. Feng Yifei was blissfully unaware that he was gradually descending into the abyss of darkness. Feng Yifei shouted, brandishing the blood drink sword as he leapt forward, moving with blinding speed, creating multiple phantoms behind him. He instantly appeared before Lin Yu, bringing the sword down upon him with great force. The crimson sword light cleaved through the air, resembling a river of blood cascading from the heavens, intent on engulfing Lin Yu. Be careful, senior. Su Miaozhen finally regained her composure, shocked at how swiftly Feng Yifei had ascended from 5th to 7th rank in mere moments. Lin Yu raised a hand, pointing at the descending blood sword light. The fiery sword intent surged forth, manifesting as a blazing red arc that pierced through the bloodlight. Boom! The blood sword light was immediately severed by the fiery sword intent, transforming into a massive net of flames that enveloped the crimson blade. In an instant, the blood sword light was obliterated, vanishing without a trace. After extinguishing the blood sword light, the fiery intent surged onward, akin to a red rainbow, striking Feng Yifei and sending him flying over 10 paces, crashing heavily to the ground. Su Miaozhen watched in astonishment. Despite Feng Yifei also attaining the 7th rank, his strength was effortlessly outmatched by Lin Yu. He leveraged demonic treasures to forcibly elevate his cultivation. His foundation is unsteady. How could it possibly compare to the strength I have painstakingly cultivated? My victory over him is entirely justified. Lin Yu cast a glance at Su Miaozhen, his voice calm as he dispelled her doubts. Brute, I will not spare you. Feng Yifei cursed as he staggered to his feet, a deep gash running from his left shoulder to his abdomen. The wound was grievous, exposing bone, yet not a single drop of blood flowed, as though all his essence had already been consumed by the blood drink sword. Feng Yifei's eyes blazed red as he unsteadily glared at Lin Yu, his features contorted with rage, rendering him grotesque. Today, it is either you or I who shall perish. Feng Yifei roared, pulling a pill from his robes. His gaze filled with malice as he regarded Lin Yu. The pill was ensnared in visible black, demonic energy, exuding a repugnant aura. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Even if it costs me my rank in the manifestation realm, I will have your life. This is all you're doing." Before he could finish speaking, He shoved the pill into his mouth. This pill, known as the demonic blood devouring pill, also originated from the demonic sect, its potency notoriously domineering. Regardless of prior usage of pills or treasures to forcibly elevate cultivation, it could raise one's rank by another tier. However, if consumed alone, it would result in a drop of 1 rank in cultivation afterward. If He had already utilized treasures and pills to enhance his power, taking the demonic blood-devouring pill would cause him to plummet a significant tier. Thus, after consuming the demonic blood-devouring pill, even if he were to slay Lin Yu, his cultivation would plummet from 5th rank to 9th rank of the Purple Palace. For a warrior, such a fate was more dreadful than death itself. Nevertheless, consumed by rage, He resolved to take the risk. Upon swallowing the demonic blood-devouring pill, He erupted with countless streams of demonic energy, coiling around him and forming a black cocoon. Within this cocoon, He emitted anguished cries, as if he were enduring torment in a hellish realm. "What a tyrannical pill," Ding Yi murmured, clearly intrigued by the demonic blood-devouring pill. As Lin Yu prepared to strike down the black cocoon, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The cocoon suddenly exploded, and He's figure began to emerge from the dense demonic energy. Chapter 91. The slaying of He's eyes, once a vivid crimson, had transformed entirely into an abyssal black, with wisps of demonic energy swirling ominously from his gaze. At this moment, even if he had not succumbed to madness, he was perilously close to it. "Now is your time to die," he cackled malevolently, raising the blood-drinking sword. Streams of demonic energy surged from his palm, entwining and enveloping the blade, swiftly transforming the sanguine longsword into a sinister black demonic sword. Before his words could fade, he stepped forward, a cloud of demonic energy swirling beneath his feet, propelling him with blinding speed until he stood before Lin Yu, wielding his sword in a lethal arc. The amassed demonic energy erupted from the blood-drinking sword, its power rivaling Lin Yu's earlier display of the sword intent of fire. Lin Yu remained unperturbed, raising his hand to unleash a torrent of sword intent of fire, its fierce flames clashing against the descending wave of demonic energy. The resulting explosion shattered the trees within several dozen yards, sending debris flying, while the errant demonic energy carved deep furrows into the ground. He staggered back, astonished as he beheld Lin Yu standing resolutely in place. The swirling demonic energy in his eyes revealed his disbelief. "Impossible. You are merely at the 7th tier of the myriad manifestations. How could you withstand my strike?" Su Miaojin, equally shocked, marveled at the formidable prowess of the protector of the nation. Who could have anticipated that a 7th-tier cultivator could contend against an 8th-tier elder of the celestial sect without faltering? Were all masters of the Buddhist realm this formidable? Lin Yu chuckled softly, a hint of disdain in his voice. "You possess an abundance of treasures. It seems fitting to test my ultimate move upon you." "Ultimate move?" He was momentarily taken aback, an unsettling feeling brewing within him. Su Miaojin gazed at Lin Yu, bewildered, unable to fathom what hidden card he might possess to deem it an ultimate move. With a mere thought, Lin Yu summoned the wind-controlling sword from his consciousness. Grasping it firmly in hand, a subtle flick of his wrist ignited a roaring flame upon the blade, resembling a blazing sun rising above the horizon. Lin Yu declared coldly, raising the wind-controlling sword and executing the newly perfected Great Sun Exorcism Sword. The radiant flames, akin to the sun's first ascent, unleashed a myriad of luminous rays, hurtling toward He. The crimson sword aura consumed everything in its path, trees, rocks, and earth alike, morphing them into a charred chasm that appeared before He in an instant. Only then did he sense the terror of the Great Sun Exorcism Sword, as if the blazing sun itself loomed overhead, ready to obliterate him utterly. With a thunderous roar, He raised the blood-drinking sword, enveloped in swirling demonic energy, conjuring a barrier of dark energy to shield himself. The great sun exorcism sword crashed down, the black barrier dissolving like spring snow under the radiant sword energy. In an instant, the crimson brilliance pierced things.He's heart, carving a deep rift behind him that ignited the surrounding trees into blazing torches against the night. Things.He looked at Lin Yu in disbelief as the demonic energy surrounding him began to dissipate, clarity returning to his eyes. In a flash, his cultivation plummeted back to the 9th tier of the Purple Mansion. With a final gasp, Things.He collapsed to the ground. "Senior, you have saved me once more. Should you require my service in the future, I, Su Miaojin, would not hesitate to brave fire and water." Her eyes sparkled with admiration for Lin Yu's demonstrated prowess. "It was merely a trivial matter. Do not dwell upon it," Lin Yu replied with a serene demeanor. "Senior, the one you have slain is an elder of the Xiantian celestial sect. They will not let this go easily. They possess treasures capable of reversing time, and I cannot escape their pursuit. However, rest assured, this matter originates with me. Should the Xiantian celestial sect seek retribution, I shall gladly sacrifice my life." Su Miaojin expressed her concern for Lin Yu. The Xiantian celestial sect's artifacts were numerous and unfathomably mystical. She feared that they would inevitably uncover the truth of today's events. And if she were to involve the great Zhou dynasty and the protector of the nation, her only escape might lead to her demise. "Lord Ding, is there a way to prevent the Xiantian celestial sect from reversing time?" Lin Yu appeared contemplative, but was actually seeking Lord Ding's assistance. "This fellow carries an artifact capable of reversing time. However, it proves ineffective against warriors of the myriad manifestations. Even if the Xiantian celestial sect possesses similar treasures, they would not discern your appearance. You need not worry." Lord Ding chuckled knowingly before adding, "As for this girl, it is quite simple. Once I consume that artifact, I shall find a way to erase her figure from this timeline." "Excellent. Then I shall trouble you." Lin Yu nodded lightly, taken aback by the Xiantian celestial sect's formidable resources. He turned to Su Miaojin and assured her, "I have means to obscure the heavenly secrets. The Xiantian celestial sect will not trace this back to you. Thank you for your salvific grace." Su Miaojin's joy was palpable, her faith in Lin Yu unwavering. "Let's proceed. I must employ a secret technique to erase your traces here." Lin Yu waved his hand, signaling Su Miaojin to depart. "At your command." Su Miaojin cast a lingering glance at Lin Yu, imprinting the visage of the protector of the nation in her memory before turning to leave the Moya Ridge. "Lord Ding, the next steps are yours." Lin Yu summoned the God-devouring cauldron, urging Lord Ding to act. Regrettably, this fellow had diminished to the 9th tier of the Purple Mansion before his death, and had it not been for the few artifacts on him, Lin Yu would have suffered greatly. The God-devouring cauldron radiated with ripples of starlight, consuming Things.He along with the smoke-light mirror and blood-drinking sword. Lord Ding first refined the absorbed smoke-light mirror. Then the ripples of starlight expanded, enveloping the battlefield where Lin Yu and Things.He had clashed. The silhouettes of Lin Yu, Things.He, and even Su Miaojin emerged vividly from the starlight ripples, as if they stood amidst a sea of stars. "Watch closely, young one," Lord Ding chuckled, as the starlight ripples beneath the three shadows surged violently. In an instant, the figures of Lin Yu and Su Miaojin crumbled like sandcastles on a beach, merging into the starlight and vanishing without a trace. Things.He, caught in the starlight ripples, was sent flying back, brandishing the blood-drinking sword, consuming a demonic blood-devouring pill, only to be felled by a brilliant sword aura that resembled the sun. The scenes depicted solely Things.He's figure, as if he were battling unseen adversaries, while the silhouettes of Lin Yu and Su Miaojin were meticulously erased from time by Lord Ding. Even if members of the Xiantian celestial sect arrived with time-reversing artifacts, they would find no trace of evidence whatsoever. Chapter 92. The Xiantian sect also has sword cultivators indeed. You are impressive, Ding-He. Lin Yu smiled, nodding in agreement. With Ding-Ye's assistance, he felt no lingering worries. He stowed the god-eating cauldron into his consciousness and then soared into the air on his sword, transforming into a streak of light as he rushed towards the Proton Pavilion. Upon returning to the Proton Pavilion, he found that Ding-He had just refined the bloodthirsty sword along with Things.He. Lin Yu continued to seclude himself in cultivation, solidifying his foundation and preparing for the impending challenge of the 8th level of Wuxian. The Xintian sect was enveloped in swirling mists. Within the Hall of Eternal Life, a disciple was diligently adding a special oil to the soul lamps, ensuring they would not extinguish when the oil ran out. At that moment, the disciple sensed a flicker above, where the elder's soul lamps were situated, and he vaguely noticed that one of the soul lamps had gone out. Startled, the disciple focused on a row of soul lamps, only to be gripped by terror. The lamp belonging to Elder Feng Yifei had unexpectedly extinguished, despite the oil level still being ample. For a moment, he thought he had misperceived, but as reality set in, he scrambled out of the Hall of Eternal Life. And soon the sound of bells echoed throughout the Xintian sect. A moment later, the elders gathered outside the Hall of Eternal Life. The eldest elder, clad in a purple robe, wore a grim expression as he glared at the disciple and spoke in a low tone. "Speak. What on earth has transpired?" Reporting to the elders, "I discovered that Elder Feng Yifei's soul lamp has extinguished, which is why I summoned you all to the Hall of Eternal Life." The disciple stuttered. The Xintian sect had lost 2 elders in quick succession, an unprecedented occurrence in centuries. One could only imagine the ire of the elders at that moment. Elder Feng had descended the mountain to investigate the deaths of Elder Zhang and Jiang Xian, only to fall victim to another attack. Was there truly someone targeting them? Regardless, the Great Zhou Dynasty must provide an explanation, as these individuals had perished under its jurisdiction. Even if they were not responsible, they were still implicated. Elder Feng, possessing the 5th level of Wuxian cultivation, along with the bloodthirsty sword and demonic blood soul, devouring pill, could unleash combat prowess rivaling that of an 8th level Wuxian warrior in critical moments, who, apart from those hidden sects, could possibly slay him. Before the Hall of Eternal Life, the elders of the Xintian sect shook their heads in unison. The hidden sects were not exclusive to the Xintian sect alone. When the demon race invaded and the demonic sect wreaked havoc, many forces had made similar choices, retreating into hidden realms to escape the calamity that had caused a regression in the cultivation levels of the martial artists on the Shenzhou continent. Therefore, the Xintian sect indeed had adversaries. They suspected that the deaths of Zhang Ling, Jiang Xian, and even Feng Yifei were orchestrated by these rivals. Only these hidden sects possessed warriors capable of defeating Feng Yifei. Send people to those sects to inquire if they are responsible. The eldest elder scoffed, his eyes glinting with menace. I shall personally venture to the Great Zhou Dynasty. If the true culprit behind the harm to Xian'er possesses the capability, then let them attempt to slay me as well. Eldest elder, the sect master is still in seclusion, striving for the transformation void realm. If you journey to the Great Zhou Dynasty, our sect will be left leaderless. What if this is a ploy to draw us out? A blue-robed warrior with a long beard and a sword on his back stepped forward. Brother Peng, if you are willing to take action, that would indeed be splendid. The eldest elder nodded appreciatively. The blue-robed warrior, named Peng Wudi, was devoted to his cultivation, possessing formidable strength, only slightly inferior to an 8th level warrior. Although the one who harmed Feng Yifei likely possessed strength exceeding the 8th level, Peng Wudi was capable of battling beyond his rank. With the right secret elixirs to temporarily boost his cultivation, he could unleash combat prowess akin to that of a 9th level warrior, thereby delivering a significant surprise to the true culprit. I have encountered a bottleneck in my sword intent. It is fortuitous that I could descend the mountain to assist the sect while also wandering to clear my mind. Perhaps I shall gain new insights in the way of the sword. Peng Wudi smiled faintly. Very well, it is settled. Brother Peng shall descend the mountain to the Great Zhou Dynasty to pursue the true culprit. The rest of you will visit the major sects to inquire whether they are involved in this matter. The eldest elder's expression turned solemn as he addressed the other elders. The sect master is striving for the transformation void realm, and several ancestors are in closed-door cultivation. Unless the sect faces a life-or-death crisis, we cannot summon the ancestors. This is the most vulnerable moment for our sect, which is why these underhanded individuals dare to provoke us. I, Jiang Wanlu, vow that whoever dares to harm our sect's disciples shall pay in kind, with tooth for tooth and blood for blood. Tooth for tooth, blood for blood, the elders cried in unison, their voices soaring into the heavens. In the Great Zhou Dynasty, while Lin Yuguai was sequestered in the Proton Pavilion, engrossed in his cultivation, Su Miaojin had already returned to the imperial city to meet with the Emperor of Zhou. In the imperial study, the emperor and the chief minister looked at Su Miaojin, who knelt on one knee with clasped fists, unable to contain their astonishment. General Su, what did you say? Elder Feng from the Xintian sect perished at the hands of the National Protector Mage? How could this possibly be? With a bitter smile, Su Miaojin recounted the events that had transpired at Mayan Ridge. Your Majesty, this matter cannot be blamed on General Su, and for our great Zhou dynasty, it may not be entirely unfavorable. The chief minister interjected, attempting to pacify the enraged emperor. What do you mean by that? The emperor asked, suppressing his fury as he turned to the chief minister. Your Majesty, according to General Su, that Elder Feng continuously employed treasures and consumed pills, ultimately exhibiting combat prowess comparable to an 8th-level warrior, yet was effortlessly slain by the National Protector Mage. This clearly demonstrates that the true strength of the National Protector Mage is indeed on par with an 8th-level warrior, perhaps even greater. The chief minister chuckled, continuing, this is monumental news for our great Zhou dynasty. With such an 8th-level powerhouse stationed here, neither the Han Dynasty nor the Qi Dynasty would dare to set their sights on us. Even among hidden sects, how many possess 8th-level warriors? Facing these hidden sects, our great Zhou dynasty has gained newfound confidence. While that may be true, the elder from the sect did indeed die at the hands of the National Protector Mage. I remain concerned about potential retaliation. The emperor gently shook his head, acknowledging the risk of the hidden sect's vengeance, which could inflict significant damage on the great Zhou dynasty. Did not General Su mention that the National Protector Mage has a method to sever the threads of connection? We must place our trust in the National Protector Mage, believing he can eliminate the traces of time, thus preventing the hidden sect from discovering our involvement. The chief minister reasoned persuasively. You make a valid point. However, General Su cannot remain in the imperial city. You must depart immediately to guard the borders. The emperor glanced at Su Miaojin, smiling as he added, the Xintian sect will undoubtedly seek retribution and will likely send people to investigate. By assigning General Su to the borders, they will be unable to find you, thus preventing them from venting their frustrations and safeguarding the National Protector Mage's secrets. The hidden sects possess countless treasures, some of which may be capable of enchanting the heart and extracting one's innermost secrets. It is far safer to keep Su Miaojin away from the imperial city. Chapter 93. The Resurrection of the Blood Demon. Lord, your servant obeys. Su Miaojin nodded gently, rising to take her leave as she exited the imperial study. The emperor's actions were also intended to safeguard her. However, before departing the royal city, she had a destination in mind. The third prince. As Lin Yu was engrossed in solitary cultivation within the Proton Hall, Su Miaojin's voice suddenly echoed from outside the courtyard. He pushed open the door and was met with the sight of Su Miaojin, appearing trapped